Okay. Hello and welcome. Welcome. I would like to start this interview by calling interviewee number one. Her name is Lady Donley and she's an international Nigerian artist. Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for being so patient.
You're welcome.
I mean, first things first, you're an international artist. But how has your music been influenced? Who has the remote?
Cynthia, okay, close my phone, please.
Yeah. So why did we scrap the idea of the screen? Who has the remote?
But the one in front of us is stuck too, though.
12. But you don't set it like that. You just put, all it should be doing is counting. It's not a setting. It should just be on counting. Yeah. Because if you set it to 24 hours, it will stop at 24 hours. It should just be on a timer. It should be on a timer. Stopwatch. Sorry. Why did you remove the TV, the backup one? So maybe, can we put this to a timer then and have this turn it around? If this is going to be consistent, I'd rather turn it around. Trust me.
Can we just try it again? Let's see. It's not working. It's fine. It's supposed to work like this.
Guys,
Enter into 0, 1. Continue running. Enter into 0, 2. How? That's why I'm asking.
look, guys, I think that let's use this and turn it around.
We can't put, we don't have a stand for it.
This,
Yes, we don't have a stand for it.
it's standing inside something. Even if it means putting that on this table.
So it's not 2 second minutes an hour. Do what? Millisecond, second, and minute.
Yeah,
And we're sure that that's what it's doing.
it is.
So we need to change the setting to second, minute, and You reintroduce yourself and state that this is your second attempt.
Okay.
No, no, let's just,
Do I have to call the number and all of that?
no,
Okay.
no, that's
All
the
right.
evidence. We have that.
Okay. Testing, testing. Okay. I think I should angle it. Right, like this. Sorry? Yeah, I should speak up or I should move this closer. Move closer. Move your body real closer till we touch. Toyin Eleniyan, this is the second take. I would like to introduce my first guest, first interview, number one, international musician, singer, songwriter, artist, Lady Donley. Lady Donley, good evening, almost evening. Thank you so much for your time. It's a pleasure to have you here. Let's first of all go into your sound. The genre bending and genre mixing sound that is unique to you. What's the story of how this came about?
I think for me, I've always just loved music and I've loved the exploration of sound. So it wasn't necessarily a thing where I thought to myself that I wanted to experiment so much. It's just a thing where music presented itself to me as a calling, and because of that, I'm open to different intersections of sound. So if I like it, I'm going to attempt to make it because I want to know the process of making this thing that I love so much. So I think that is really just the baseline of my exploration of different genres. That and the fact that African music is so vast. So for me, I always want to explore different ranges of what African music can be and should be. I don't like the idea of sticking to one thing. I think that when I stick to one thing, it's more so the Africanism, so to speak, of the music. That is like the box that I stick into. But in terms of like genre, I feel like music should be free form, it should be free flowing, and that is, how I choose to express myself.
Now, the journey of how you got started in music, of transitioning from being someone who aspired to be a musician and becoming a musician, can you talk me through that journey?
I don't necessarily feel like there was this like point. I've always known I wanted to be a musician, like since I was a kid. That's always been my goal, aspiration. I started going to studios when I was 9, 10 years old. And once I was done with secondary school, I was putting out music under different areas. And then I went to university, still putting out music. And then as soon as I finished university, I think that's when my career started fully, so to speak. That was in like 2017 when I decided I was going to move out here to Lagos and be more present in my dream chasing. But beyond that, it's always been something I knew that I wanted to do.
Now, as a Nigerian, how do your Nigerian roots influence your sound? And what is the message that ultimately you want to convey?
I think that, as I said earlier, for me, music has always been an exploration of my African identity. So being a Nigerian is fundamental to that because there's so many different genres and so many different spaces that our music can sit into. And that is one of the things that I love to explore. I have roots in the north of Nigeria, I have roots in the south of Nigeria. I'm here in Lagos, which is southwest. And I think I take different beats of inspiration from these different things in my life, from different soundscapes that they produce in the north, different soundscapes they produce in the south, down to language. Like today I might have a song that has Hausa in it, I might have a song that has Igbo in it. I feel very much like a pan-Nigerian. I don't really pledge allegiance to any specific region. I feel more fully with the idea of being Nigerian, more more soul, and then two is like the idea of being Hausa or the idea of being sure I feel more so like a Nigerian. And I think the message that I always want to pass across with the music I make is just the vastness of African identity. It doesn't have to be one singular thing. It doesn't have to be Afrobeat or Afropop. It can be music that is rooted in traditional sound. It can be music that is rooted in funk, rock, like there's so many different variations of black music and inherently African music.
On your personal journey now, as a female in a male-dominated industry, what are the challenges that you've faced or say frequently face, and how have you overcome them?
I think as a woman in the Nigerian music industry, one of the things I face constantly is being the only woman in the room. And one of the ways I try to navigate that is by putting other women in the room. I think that there is a stereotype that women don't put each other on, and I think that's untrue. I'm very much a girl. I very much love to support other women as much as I can. And I think that's sort of my approach to music making, and in all the communities I try to build, I center women. And I think that is me doing my part to break the mold, break the stereotype, and also have more women in the room with me. I don't feel comfortable being the first woman to do anything or being the only woman. I don't think of it as something to be proud of. I want to be in there with my sister. I want to see other women in the room, and that's sort of my approach to, breaking the status quo.
Now, your music really, really promotes the concept of empowerment. What are the experiences that you have experienced that have contributed to that position?
I think as a young woman growing up, you deal with a lot of insecurity as you try to find yourself. And I think I had a period of time where I was deeply insecure, as you said, because of the landscape as well. This is a very male-centered landscape. So I was dealing with my various versions of insecurity, and the more I created music, the more I found confidence in myself. So the music that I make, I want to be a vessel to give other young women confidence. And that's really the approach. It's like when you're younger, you're dealing with so many different variations of yourself. You're dealing with so many different people constantly in your space trying to give you advice. So just me coming to this space where now I feel comfortable in my own skin, in my own person, I try to use my music to constantly empower myself. When I'm having down days, I play my own records because I want to get a confidence boost, and I love that it does that for other women as well.
Now, on the topic of Nigerian pride and identity, how does your music reflect Nigerian culture, and what role do you see yourself playing in redefining its global image, considering that this current era is a very Nigeria-centric one?
I think that my music is inherently Nigerian because I am Nigerian. As I said earlier, I view myself as a pan-Nigerian. The music I make is representative of the various parts of Nigeria that I come from, and representative of Nigeria as a whole, because you cannot strip away my Nigerian identity. The fact that I make music and I make good music should be enough to justify my Nigerianness. I don't need to justify it further. And also, as I said earlier, like every song I make is an exploration of what has been. I try to pay homage to African music as much as possible because, I come from an era where I was growing up where there was like funk music, there was pop, there was R&B. There's been so many different explorations of what African and Nigerian music could be. And I think I'm a global ambassador of the vastness of that, because right now we're in an era where Afro pop, Afro beats is at the forefront of conversation. But you have someone like me, and what I'm doing is I'm also showing them that yes, there's Afro beats, but there's also like different elements of Nigerian music. There's so many different ways that you can exist as a Nigerian musician.
Now, what are the Nigerian values and tradition or culture that you hold dear?
I think for me, like the Nigerian value that I try to hold dear is just the power of community. Nigerians as a people, we have this mentality of trying to be a brother's keeper. I know now because the country is harder, it's not as easy as it once was. But growing up, that was definitely the air that I used to breathe. It was like people taking care of other kids in the compound. It was very much like a communal thing, and I'm very much about putting my community first and center and trying to help and give back. And yeah, I think that's something I picked up very much so in Nigeria. And also like the beauty and the power of diversity because Nigeria is such a diverse country.
Right.
So I think just looking at the beauty of diversity and trying to appreciate every culture that I have had the pleasure of interacting with.
Now, how do you hope that your music impacts young Nigerians, especially women, and inspires positive change?
I think that I just want Nigerian women to be able to listen to my music and feel confident, feel like they can break the mold, they can kick down any door, they can walk into any room. I think that is really my mantra. My mantra is I want you to feel good. I want you to have respect for yourself, like, self-respect, and that's what I hope to do. I love it when younger women, girls come to me and say, "Oh my God, like this song is my jam. It makes me feel really good," and that's what I want to do. I want people to listen to my music and feel good.
If you had to isolate a genre of music, which one would it be and why?
If I had to isolate,
Just isolate, so you could only make one specific genre of music.
I feel like if I could only make one genre of music, it would be Afrobeat without the S. So like more so like a combination of like jazz and African percussions and more so like Fela style Afrobeat. I just love it. Like it's beautiful. I love jazz. Jazz is one of my favorite genres of music, and I just love the way that he was able to really put that together. It's beautiful. It takes such intense musicianship. All the instruments that it takes, all the people that it takes, all the difficulty in composition is next level. So if I could make only one genre, I could listen to only one genre for the rest of my life, it would definitely be Afrobeat jazz, so to speak. Yeah.
Now, you spoke about Afrobeat. For clarity and better understanding, what's the actual difference in your understanding of Afrobeat and Afrobeats, the difference between the two genres?
For me, Afrobeats is more like the popularized version. It's like pop. It's Nigerian pop music. Afrobeat is more so music that leans towards musicianship,
Okay.
And jazz, instrumentation, compositions. It's more thought out. I love Afrobeats though. Like I love Afrobeats and it serves its purpose in my life. But when I think about the music I make, the music I want to make, the music I love, and I'm gonna play from generations to come, it more so fit into like an Afrobeat high life situation.
Now, what's your take on the success that Nigerian artists are enjoying in the global community as someone who is also in the global community?
I mean, I love it. I love that now I can go to spaces and say that I'm Nigerian and people know what that is. I can go to spaces and say, "Oh, I'm from Nigeria," and they're like, "Oh, like I love Burna Boy, I love Wizkid, or I love Arista, or I love Rema." People. There's a lot of conversation going out about Nigeria, and that inadvertently helps me. Because I have more relatability for people when I'm outside the country. So that's nice.
Now, what does the future hold for Lady Donley?
I think that my idea of the future is constantly evolving. Like last week I would have said the future of Lady Donley is, touring more. This week I can say the future of Lady Donley is just finding ways to evolve beyond being Lady Donley the musician. Finding ways to take my love for music and creating an ecosystem that is more beneficial to those around me. So my community, finding ways to engage my community more, finding ways to pay better homage to the music and the classics that have come before me, finding ways to really empower the women in my life and the women around me. So I think that the future is ever changing, and it's more than music. It's like what impact can music have, beyond the song, beyond the writing, like what other ways can my music truly impact people, and it's just finding ways to explore that and grow and build.
I think I'd like to round up on asking you if you could collaborate with 3 artists from any era, alive or not, who would they be?
It would be Fela, Brenda Fassie, and Little Sims. Yeah, those are the 3 people that I could think of.
And what's the reason behind this selection?
I mean, Fela, you don't really need to talk too much. He's one of the greatest composition makers, like he's fantastic. Like to do what he did musically is game changing. Being able to put so many great bands together and so many great compositions together, like it's beautiful. Music that's evergreen, still sampled
Most
across the
definitely.
globe. Brenda Fassie, because like Brenda Fassie was one of the first artists I really saw myself in when I was growing up. It was one of the first sorts of representation I got of a woman that I felt was similar to me in the way she carried herself and her approach and the energy. So it would be great for me to not even just create with her, but like to be able to sit down and talk to her and feed off of her energy. And Little Sims, British Nigerian artist, incredible rapper, incredible performer, incredible all around creative, and she's one of the first people that I also again saw myself in, and one of the first people that inspired me, especially when I was in university. Just going to her shows really were the highlights of some of my days as a university student. So yeah, that's for sure.
Well, thank you so much for being the first guest
You're welcome.
on what promises to be quite a journey. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
You're
I
welcome.
wish you continued success.
Thank you.
And thank you for your patience.
That's all. It's all
And
good.
I wish you the best going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm rooting for you, and I will
Thank
see you
you.
when you break the record.
Thank you very, very, very much. All right, now I would like to call to the stage the next person who will be interviewed. Her name is Yolanda Okereke, and she is a multi-dimensional creative, popularly known for her fashion.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yolanda will be discussing with me, fashion designer, and later transitioned into costume designing, which she's popularly known for doing on movie sets. She's somebody who has been very inspiring in the Nigerian fashion industry, and her contributions to styling and creating image, or making image rather, are ones that we'd like to hear a lot more. She has insightful. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please have a seat.
Hello.
How are you?
Good to see you. I'm very well, thank you.
I think the first question I'd ask you is why fashion? Because I remember that I actually did see you somewhere, and the first discussion we had was about what you were wearing. Where did this love affair with fashion start from?
I would say it started from my dad buying me dolls and then reading a lot of novels, like children's book and advice. So my imagination, I played a lot with like what the fairies look like, what all of these princesses look like. Then Disney, so Disney was also a part of it. Yeah.
Now, as a Nigerian, how does the Nigerian cultural influences have a reflection in your style sense?
As a Nigerian, okay. First of all, what I'm wearing is this like a batik adire print.
Love it.
Chiffon, made by a Nigerian brand. So we all know that the world is looking at Africa right now.
Most
Nigeria is
definitely.
kind of like a big focus. Yes. So how has that influenced? For me, it's taking the culture, be it Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and okay, a dough bride. How can I make that outfit modern? So I think it's when Netflix came to Nigeria, they did their first campaign, and they were going to do a glam shoot with about 20 actors. And I said, why are we going so Western? We have beautiful culture. How about we play with all the tribes that we have and make those outfits look like they're evening outfits, and then we're able to achieve that. So I think you can mix and match, transform, just take one element here, just twist it and then make it your own.
Now, you started as a fashion designer and then transitioned into costume and wardrobe design.
Yeah.
What was the circumstances, or what were the circumstances rather, that influenced or informed that transition?
So I actually studied chemical engineering, but I think in my fourth year, I was very convinced I was not going to work as an engineer. And then at that point, I found solace in fashion at that point. It was my fourth year. And I was going back and forth, trying all these fabrics, trying all these styles. And in my final year, I said, Yolanda, you are not going to study, you're not going to practice chemical engineering. You have a flair for fashion, but how you're going to bust into the mainstream, that's another journey on its own. And that was where it started from. And I used to, so from being a fashion designer in school, there were about three of us then, Funke, Adepoju, and Wana Sambo.
Okay.
And I just ran with it. And I used to make clothes for some of the actresses and actors. And one day they're like, oh, come and dress me up for a movie. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Like, yeah, I'll just read the script and we'll guide you. So they taught me a bit of the process, and it was supposed to be like a temporary thing because the plan was do that for like a year, go to London School of Fashion, just develop this craft, and then come back and be this fashion designer. And it just never happened. I just so slowly found my way into film, and it was one film after the other, after the other. And now I'm so swamped, like, oh my gosh.
No.
I set of Blood Sisters 2 right now, and I'm like, ooh, yeah.
When we look at, or when you look and reflect over the series of movies that you've sprinkled your magic on, so to speak, which movie would you say is most profound for you in terms of maybe there's a backstory to how that styling job or opportunity or that particular movie came about?
I would say Blood Sisters, because I shot Blood Sisters it was the most difficult time of my life. I was going through a health crisis with my partner at the time, and you have to commit to the job because you need to get some money. The medical bills are not going to pay themselves. And it was like I had to be between Nigeria and Dubai at the time. So it really challenged everything I thought in my head, every stem of creativity that I had. And you had to be emotionally available for a partner, and you also had to be mentally available for the project. So it was not easy. And by God's grace, it came out and everybody loved it. It was like, Blood Sisters is like my Oscar. That's like my AMVCA, my AMA, my biggest award. Because for the first time, it's like I caught everybody's attention. So even people I haven't spoken to in like 10 years are like, oh my God, I saw Blood Sisters. So it had this big impact. I'm at SM Film Festival. They're like, oh, what movies have you done? Oh, that was you. And then you can't believe how many people had seen it, because though it was global on Netflix as well, but it felt like it was the very first film I had done in my life. And I'm like, I've done so many films, about 30 movies before I did Blood Sisters. And then I think it was Kate Henshaw that said to me, she said, there's always that one that sets you apart. So it's this one. And then it was just beautifully received, and people not knowing the pain. So I think I turned the pain into passion and purpose. And somehow it showed. Movie.
And here you are.
Yeah.
Now, thinking about your very, very first movie that you styled, how was the experience from securing the job to actually doing it? Like, talk me through that process. Let's go through memory lane and go back to that first job.
That's a very interesting question, because I think I stumbled on that project. I wasn't looking, and then it just came. So it was a beautiful Sunday. I had gone to church. I was driving home. I had just driven into the driveway of the house, turned off the engine, and then my phone rang, and it was inside. I'm just like, hey, Yolanda, how are you? Oh, I need something. I need you to bring me a dress for myself and for Kate Henshaw. I was like, and she's like, oh, I need it like now, like 2 hours. I'm like, where are you? She's like, I'm in Oregon. I'm like, okay. I said, what do I need? She said, just bring anything nice that you feel can work for both of us. One has to be a party look, one has to be a formal look. I said, okay. And I drove down. I drove into this massive warehouse in Oregon and walked into this amazing set, and I'm like, okay, there it is. She's like, oh, thank you. And I'm about to leave, and she's like, oh, hold on, the director wants to see you. I'm like, who's that? She was like, oh, hello, Yolanda, that's me, Oko, this is Yolanda, the person I told you about. I was like, oh, nice, beautiful, see you tomorrow. I'm like, what do you mean by see you tomorrow? She's like, yeah. So actually, you're going to be the costume designer of this project. So I'll give you every information that you need. Well, you have to be here 7 a.m. in the morning. And then says like, do not be late. Kate turns and she looks at me like, don't be late. So that's how I stumbled on the movie. And it was really interesting because we had this particular character that Mr. Dominic played, and we had to make her look like this old secretary that worked in the ministry. If you've been to any of the ministries in Nigeria, there's a way those women look. And I had less than 24 hours to make that happen. Lucky me, my mom keeps her old stuff. So I go home and I'm thinking, I'm like, how am I going to do this? I'm like, oh, that's mommy's chest. Let me check what's in there. And I found all the goodies that I needed. I just packed everything. I'm like, oh, guys, I have a job. See you tomorrow. And I just got to set, and oh my God, this is so good. Like, yeah. It was such a fulfilling feeling because I wasn't looking, and then it came, and I really enjoyed that process. It was a beautiful process because you're developing characters. So it's almost like you read a book and you imagine the way everybody looked in their head, but now you're on an action set making these things happen. So in that moment, I was fixing a situation, but then I was also now on the chair as the captain of the head of wardrobe to make this film come to life. I didn't read the entire script. I just read. I think I had read it in bits and pieces with all the location as per location, and it was a learning curve for me because I met a lot of interesting people, and I went ahead to work with Oko and Rita Dominic on Surulere and La Femme. I got a nomination for AMA. That was my second nomination. Yeah, but my first AMA nomination for the meeting. And then the third project I worked with them on, La Femme, I got another nomination. So you can see it as a beautiful relationship. So that defined the costume part for me, because at that point, before the meeting came, I was really contemplating, like, is this what I really want to do? Do I want to go back and just do a master's? So when I did the meeting, I was so convinced, and then I just said, okay, this master's in Greenwich is not going to happen. Let me just follow this path. At some point, I'll go back to fashion school, but that didn't happen. I'm here.
And here you are.
It's been a really long journey. Next year makes it 20 years officially in the movie industry.
And do you have any plans to celebrate that milestone?
Let's see. Let's see.
Now,
I'm not one to celebrate, but I think it's maybe giving back is the word. Yeah, maybe empowering other people and trying to make. I didn't have a lot of opportunities or soft landing. I had to teach myself a lot of things. I had to fight my way through the industry. So if I can be that stepping stone for the next person that's saying I want to be a costume designer or a filmmaker, I'd love to do that.
Now, when you're when you're creatively inspired, looking at a movie script and trying to bring characters to life through what they wear, how do you balance your vision with that of the director of the movie to strike that equilibrium?
Oh, I call it a dance, and it's not just a dance with just costume designer and the director. There's also the producer. There's also the director of photography. There's also the production designer and the actor. The actor also has to be comfortable. So the vision is more so the director. That's why it's a film by, or that's why it's called a film by so and so. So definitely a lot of conversations, a lot of talks, a lot of negotiations, a lot of yes and no's. I agree, I do not agree. We have lookbooks, we have mood boards. So the director's treatment guides the entire process because it gives you an overall idea of what his vision is, what he's trying to bring out. So it's up to you to now take the part that concerns you and you piece it together and you say, okay, this is what I'm trying to do with the character. Does it align with your vision? It always has to align with the actor, the director's vision before we now present it to the actor. They say, okay, this is what you're supposed to look like. You can't look like yourself, you're a character. So it's a dance. It's a dance with the costume designer, director, then the core team made of all the people that I quote. Yeah.
Now, you made mention of the fact that next year marks 2 decades in the movie industry from the lens of a fashion creative, I would say, a wardrobe designer. What does it take, and what is the thing that you'd say distinguishes you from others?
I've never really thought about that, but I would say whatever I do, I give it 150%, if not 200. I know failing is a part of learning, but you can't risk failure on big scale projects. You can't risk failure on trust. You can't risk failure on someone's heart and sweat. So the passion is what really, really drives me, and really trying to put Nigeria on the map. So I've been lucky to be in movies that have gone to BFI, gone to TIFF, travel around the world. So it's very important for me that I make a statement with every film and be a truth sayer. Because as a filmmaker, you have to tell the truth.
Right.
Every frame, with every story, it has to be believable. So that's why sometimes we bring out films that people are criticizing. People don't understand how much work is gone in there. So there's a lot of research. Like I said, a lot of yeses and nos, So being able to know that I gave this 200%. I don't compare myself with anybody. We all have a different ways of applying knowledge and wisdom that we have. So I know how hard I dig, I know how hard I research, I know how hard I make room for no excuses. So the core team is very important. Then the team that I also build can also make me win or make me lose. So just giving it 150 to 200%.
Now, I'd also like to touch on something that is a little bit personal, but it speaks to your resilience, especially experiencing the loss of a significant other. how has the passing or dealing with the passing, how has that, how have you managed to overcome that and really, really bind your resilience?
First of all, say that's God. That strength came from God. I didn't even know I had the strength and the resilience in me. But I tell people, you don't go through that process with a person and remain the same person.
Right.
So with him, I saw a lot of strength. With him, I saw his faith for nothing. So I saw courage. So you don't see that amount of faith and with the same person. So for me, I was like, either God does it or he doesn't do it. So if he says, I'm going to do it, you say, praise God. If he says, I'm not going to do it, you say, praise God. And then I know there were two things I said at the time of his passing. And I said, I did not want to beg. I did not want to be pitied because we have a pity mentality in Nigeria. People give you a label like, oh, you're a widow, you're this one, you're that one, or yeah. I never wanted that yeah nonsense.
Right.
We have a way of just stigmatizing people because of what they went through. So it was very important for me that I had to find my way around the situation. I had to find myself in the situation and not let that situation define me. So at some point, I told my sister, I said, oh, I had to become a man and a woman at the same time because you've been married before, you had a partner, so you're sharing responsibilities. It just doesn't go out of the window overnight. So there are parts, there are different layers to this thing, and I took it one day at a time. No, I didn't try to process my feelings or what I was going through or how it affected me. And I would say I had an amazing partner because he saw a vision that I didn't see for myself, and so many things he said in 2021 that was going to happen actually did happen. And I would say I'm one of the fortunate people to have experienced what we call glowing grief. So you're mourning, but then God is opening doors that you didn't think was going to open. You're getting projects and you're getting calls. I would say since that time till now, I don't think I've had a breather.
Oh, wow.
I thought I had a breather before, but it's like times 2, times 3. Like I have to like shut down and say, okay, you know what, I have to rest. So it's the Bible says he'll give you beauty for ashes.
Right.
So I got my beauty for ashes. I got my glory and grief story. And I guess he's an angel somewhere beside God's feet saying, open this door for her, open this door for her. But also I was surrounded by a really strong family on both sides that helped me, and an army of really strong women that said, okay, we're going to catch you when you fall. We're going to pick you up if you drop, and we're here. What do you need? We don't have a lot of people asking you, what do you need, as per sincerely, like, what do you need? I'm here. Some people say I'm here, but when you call the phone, they're not there. So I'm blessed to surrounded by all these amazing people, and some men too. So you say you're really sexist. Some amazing men as well.
No, I think that's a sisters supporting sisters.
Oh yeah, I have them.
On a closing note, what does the future look like for Yolanda Okereke?
What does the future look like for Yolanda Okereke? I would say Hollywood. I would say breaking barriers that we have done with music. Music has broken barriers, fashion has done that. So it's time for the movies to do that. So being blessed to be on global projects that have gone around the world, the Blood Sisters, the Far From Home, the Toure, all of these amazing movies that have gone around the world and people will know them. So I would say just doing more, empowering. We don't have schools that teach people. Not everybody's going to be a doctor, an engineer, or a lawyer. We believe in that it has to be a white collar job. Okay, I just did white collar study engineering and never entered. Apart from during my IT, I haven't worked as an engineer. But here I am, and success is not overnight. It's day by day.
Step
Like
by
someone
step.
saw me at the fashion show Tuesdays, like, oh my God, I'm so happy for you. Like, so I'm like, it's a journey. There's no overnight success. It's a journey. Anything that's overnight is not going to last.
Right.
But once it's a journey, you go through it. That's where the longevity comes in. That's where tenacity comes into play. So being able to have being able to go into the Yabatex and find those really talented people and give them an opportunity. A lot of us do not. A lot of these people don't have opportunities. It's always a roadblock. There's always a no. So I want to be able to have an impact on the next set of filmmakers, next set of fashion people. So I was blessed to be on a show, Star Magnet, and I met these amazing young designers. And I said to them, I said, you guys are amazing, and I'll do whatever is within my power to make sure people know of you and know your needs. And I'm blessed to say I work with a few of them, and I'm still trying to give them more opportunities and tell them how they should do certain things. So yes, just being able to leave your footprint in the sand.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For a brief but profound encounter with you.
Thank you so much.
I wish you the best going forward. I hope that we get to celebrate together your 20th.
Amen.
Because you're a part of something that's a landmark for me.
And I wish you all the best, and I know you will break it.
Thank you very, very much. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you. Interview number 2, done. Now ready for interview number 3. And this guest is someone who is very, 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 very important to what I am trying to do. His role is one that my age puts me in custody of his purview. His name is Honorable Mobalaji Ogunlende, and he is the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Youth and Social Development in Lagos State. I would like to welcome him to interview number 3. Welcome, please. Thank you very, very much, Honorable Commissioner. Yes, today you are a celebrated Honorable Commissioner for the Youth, as I like to say in abbreviation, but your history actually goes back into the oil and gas sector. So let's go down memory lane and talk me through your beginnings and the origins of the Honorable Commissioner sitting in front of me.
My humble beginnings, as I would like to call it. It hasn't been a straightforward, smooth ride.
Never is.
But it's been very interesting, and it's been very motivating as well. So I was with Owando. My master's was in. I had an MSc in hydrocarbon enterprise from the University of Aberdeen. Excuse me, from the University of Aberdeen, and then I eventually joined the oil and gas company. I started from the UK with Halliburton, and then I moved to KBR in the US. And sometime in 2001, I was employed by Owando. I was still living in Washington, D.C. then, and they moved me to Nigeria. And I joined Owando in 2011 as the operations manager in the Owando trading department. And I was there for about 12 years prior to, crossing over to the public sector. My time in Owando was interesting. I ended up working in Europe, Middle East, and Africa under various roles in various capacity, business development, operations, largely in operations. When I say operations, we were responsible for bringing in vessels into Nigeria. So we bring the vessels from Ara, that's somewhere in Europe, bring the vessels down with cargo. Cargo's petroleum products. We bring it to Nigeria or to Republic or to Cotonou, as the case may be, or Lomé. We used to transship in Cotonou, but we were the first company then in Owando. That was my first assignment in Owando. There were a lot of piracy attacks in Cotonou, so we had to move the hub from Cotonou to Lomé. So I was responsible for that movement, as a representative of Owando. So that's one of the, one of our greatest achievements. So we moved it to Lomé. We transship in Lomé, and then we bring the petroleum products into the country, into Nigeria, and then we transship. We discharge them into tanks, and then the tanks into tank farms, the tank farms then into the tankers, and then into the petrol station, and then into Yorka. So that's what I was predominantly responsible for.
A full value chain.
Yeah, and then of course, like to answer your question, and then I went into the public sector. It wasn't straightforward. Long story, but what then happened was I went back to my community. I involved myself in community projects in my community, and I started developing my community presence. And that led to me being popular. It led to me being recognized as a leader in my community. That was in Badagry. And then it led to me contesting for office. So I actually ran for the biggest office in Badagry then, which was to be a member of the Federal House of Representatives. I didn't get the ticket, but I continued my good works, and this gained me a lot of recognition with the government of today. And looking at my background, my experience, and what I had done for the party, it transited into me holding public office as I am today.
Now, you mentioned that you ran and you didn't get the ticket. What was the takeaway from that, and what would you advise to other young people who have an interest in perhaps going into elective office and perhaps haven't had a successful foray?
Okay, I mean, what I would say very simply is when I decided to run for office, contrary to what everybody says, where you need to have a godfather, you need to know somebody. Yeah, I had, your network is your net worth at the end of the day, right? So, I mean, I had a good network, but I didn't have a godfather. But I knew I had what, it takes to run for office. And I knew the intention that I had for my community. And I know the plans that I have, for Lagos at large. You can't continue to sit on the fence and continue to make comments. You need to participate. You need to be a part of it, right? So running for office, it was a huge task. It was a Herculean task. But there was no harm in trying. The worst thing that would happen would be for me not to get the ticket. So I prepared myself mentally. So for the younger generation, or for youth in general, the worst thing that can happen is no, but it's also an opportunity to learn, because the only way you can learn is through experience, right? And you can only get that experience when you put your foot, in the water, which is what I did. So in anything that we're trying to do, go for it. It won't kill you. Even if you don't get it, it's an opportunity for you to dust yourself, get back on track, and go back stronger. Because in the process, you learn a lot of things that people can only tell you. But I've learned about heartbreak, right? So when they say to you, politicians are not as straightforward. I mean, not straightforward, but politicians are, may not tell you exactly how it is. So now nothing, nothing surprises me anymore. And I take things with a pinch of salt. Even though I try as much as possible to see the good in people, there's always something at the back of my mind telling me that just be careful and prepare yourself if it's the other way. So things like this, you learn it, when you're going for elections, you look me in my eye and you say to me, I'm voting for you. But we get to the polling booth and you change your mind. So, just go for it and believe in yourself. And guess what? If you don't get what you are looking for, something good always comes out of it. Don't stop pursuing your dream. Believe in yourself and just believe and know that at the end of the day, people are watching. And that I'm a living example. And I'm happy to say it's, anywhere. We just have to keep pushing because your destiny is in your own hands.
Honourable Commissioner, I'd like to ask you, youth is particularly of significance to you. And when you look at Lagos State, what would you say your assessment is of the inclusion of youth in the governance and administration of the state as a whole? Okay.
To start with, our governor, my governor, your governor, Governor Babajide Olusola, he's youth-centric. If you look at the combination or the composition of the cabinet, there are a lot of young people on the cabinet. If you look at MDAs and agencies, there are a lot of young people heading these agencies. Recently, if we're counting up to date, Mr. Governor has appointed about 42 senior special advisors, and they're all between the ages of 28 and 40, as the case may be. Youth-centric, there are a lot of young people on the cabinet. Our agenda for the first administration, the agenda was themes, right? The agenda for the second administration is the themes plus, right? Social inclusion, gender equality, and the youth. So there's no other way to continue to amplify how important, the youth are. And in the world of today, any government or any group of people or individuals that do not recognize the power of the youth, the importance of the youth, then it calls for a rethink and recalibration. The youth form 60% of population in Nigeria. In Lagos, we say plus or minus, we're about 28 million. And if the youth are 60%, let's do the numbers. So we need to engage the youth. We need to carry them along. We need to get them involved, which is why you'll see that I'm always everywhere, because I'm the closest a government official to many youths,
Right.
which is why I'm spread across board. Of course, I cannot be across 57 local governments and LCDAs, but I try as much as possible to engage, because it's all about engagement. From engagement, then we empower. From engagement, we talk about skill acquisition. From engagement, what the youths are in need of. Some of them just need recognition. Some of them just need a recommendation letter. Some of them just need me to appear, just like I'm here, So there's different needs and different wants, but it's to be able to engage, to identify it, and, then see how we can support as a government and as an administration. And I believe that's why I was appointed to this role, right? Just so that I can support Mr. Governor's agenda in terms of, the youths.
Now, based on what your response just then, I would say that your presence is more in line with the fact that you're a young person, and I wanted to know what your story is. What would you say have been the milestones and landmarks that you've achieved in your tenure so far?
In my tenure as a commissioner?
Yes.
First things first is accessibility, right? I run an open door policy, so I have all sorts of youths trooping into my office every day. It's like a stadium. But you see, what that does is it gives them that sense of renewed hope. The mere fact that you have a representative in the government who's close to Mr. Governor, that you can knock on his door, just gives you a sense of relief to know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. So being accessible is a major milestone, and then engaging, like I said earlier on, comes in different forms, right? Continuous engagement. You see, with the youths, you can, it's even very difficult to quantify, what you do, because it's a recurrent activity, because every single day it's a different youth, it's a different need, it's a different want. So you just have to keep, rolling the dice. That's number two. Number three, we have a lot of programs, that we've been able to roll out, and we've received good feedback, we've received good turnout, and we've been able to impact the youth. As I speak to you, we have a program going on which is called the Ibile Youth Academy. Okay. Ibile Youth Academy, we started when we rolled out in late September. We had about 3,678 applicants. We drilled it down to about 1,278. We screened them, and now they are all the 1,700 as of yesterday. I opened a training session that would go on for a week. We have 5 divisions in Lagos: Ikeja, Badagry, Ikorodu, Lagos Island, Epe. There are 100 youths today, as I'm speaking to you, going through a leadership training program for the entire week. That's 500 of them. At the end of the week, we're going to select 50, right? And next week, we're going to have 5 divisional ambassadors representing Lagos, and then they'll have their supporters, another 10 in each division. What this does is it's a huge milestone, because these are not youths that are political. These are youths that don't even know anybody in the government. These are youths that are just typically going about their day-to-day business, and they just saw the call out and they applied, again, to show that it's open, it's transparent. You don't need to know anybody to be a part of it. So it's a huge achievement, and that is the feedback we've gotten. And at the end of it, it's going to be a training program for 1 year across all of the local communities, and it gives us access to another demographic of youths. So these are some of the major milestones we've achieved so far. And I'll quickly talk about our business amplifier clinic that we did about a month ago. We had 8 youths that came to the finals, and we gave them grants, just to be able to support their businesses. Again, it's not about, what party you belong to. It's not about who you voted for. When it comes to governance, it's about the youth, and it's about giving them the opportunities that they are yearning for. And that is what this administration is about. And that is what I'm here to do, and to make it free, to make it fair, and to make it accessible to youths in Lagos, which is a high number. So we've done the business amplifier clinic as well. All of the youths have gone back home with grants, and guess what? He also, just 2 days ago, two youths as well have come back to tell us that because of that platform we've given them, they've been able to access more grants. And these are part of the opportunities the younger generation are asking for.
Now, your constituency, the youth, are known to be probably the most boisterous demographic of Lagosians, Nigerians in general. What have been some of the challenges that you've had as somebody in government interfacing with young people?
Well, in recent times, personally, attention span. Um, of course, this is the Sorosoke era, and that means so many things to different people. But more importantly is the fact that there are a lot more youths that out there looking for the same opportunities. So it makes it very competitive, right? And it makes it very difficult as well, sometimes to be able to satisfy everybody. So inability to satisfy, every single individual, every single youth, it's it's challenging. It could be daunting as well. And the fact that that some people may have put in their best, but it's just that it's very competitive, right? So whilst I would love to solve everybody's problem, I really can't. So it's very challenging, and every year there are more youths that are being put into the market. So it's employment, for example. There's only so many people that can be employed in a year, right? Because it's the same companies, it's the same quota, it's more people are coming out, but limited amount of opportunities for them. So those are some of the challenges that I see, and that we are looking to continue to tackle as a government, which is why we're calling for collaborations with private organizations to see how we can continue to support the youths. And just to end that, there's an initiative currently going on called LAGOP.
Okay.
That Lagos State Youth Upskill Program, partnership with GFA Technologies and Wema Bank, right? It's a partnership with three, GFA, Wema Bank, and Lagos State Government. And what we're doing is giving free digital training to youth. You don't have to, you can do it from the comfort, of your home, and this sort of partnership just gives us a wider opportunity to impact the youth. Okay. And essentially what then happens is they have this free training, it's completely free. They have the certificates, and then it just gives them an opportunity to be more presentable for employers. So we continue call for more of these collaborations, because we recognize that as a government, we cannot do it alone.
Right.
And we're not shy to call for partnerships and collaborations.
Now, on a closing note, what would you like your legacy to be for your tenure as the Honourable Commissioner for Youth Development and Social Inclusion? Social development, rather.
Well, I'd like to say the ability to impact as many youths as possible. And impact, again, is not just financial. It's the fact that when I live here, right, whenever I leave, I can look back and see the amount of successful people, that I have been able to pull through mentorship, through empowerment, through just, connecting the dots, through letters of endorsements and all of that. Ability to, the definition of success to everybody means something else.
Most
but
definitely.
For me, it would be to look back and see Yemi or Dupe to say, oh, Mr. Commissioner, whilst you were in office, when you did this for me, this is what happened, and this is where I am today. So that would be what I would want to see as a lasting legacy, the amount of people I'm able to impact positively.
I think on that note, I would like to say thank you, and indeed you are true to your word, because this is a very positive impact you made for this effort. Thank you so much for your time, and I will definitely look forward to celebrating with you.
Thank you. I'll celebrate with you at the end, because I know you're going to get this.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Right.
Okay, I'd like to now call my next guest, who is a cycling advocate. His name is Femi Thomas.
Hey, Toyin.
Thank you so much for your time.
worries.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Same here.
Now,
how's it going?
Very, very well.
Very random. I happen to work in this building, so I had no idea about this up until an hour ago.
Serendipitous.
I know, right?
Yeah. So
Everything
tell me a
happens
little
for
bit
a reason.
about your journey and how you got onto the path that you're on now.
My name is Tolu. I went to primary school here, went to secondary school here, went to university in the States, Houston and Chicago. I grew up in a very secure household. I have a very, very strong sense of who I am, down to my roots, my grandparents, my ancestors, and things of that nature. But living in the States, and I'm always somebody who has never kept myself within silos. Organically, the way I was born, my personality is such that, like, I lived in Surulere, you can find me in Lansing. Like, it was never based on social or, ladders. I related with everyone. And so that personality obviously followed me to the States and on my journey. And then living in the States, a lot of times, especially in Houston, you will find that there are a lot of Nigerians who go to the States. So they have the American experience, but the American experience doesn't come into them. But I was always open to meeting people of all different backgrounds and meeting a lot of Black people. For me, I kind of felt like a lot of the things we were seeing was because they kind of didn't know who they were, right? And that really resonated with me. This is from people of first generation, people of African descent, down to African Americans, right? And then living in Chicago was a very, very cultural mix, engaging with different kind of people. And then I moved to England. And while I was in England, I did a lot of volunteer work with youth, right? Youth of African descent. A lot of them actually African first generation youth. We hear a lot about, what's going on in UK now with the violence and the stabbings. And I really felt like a lot of these youth, if they really didn't know who they were. But what really brought the story home to me was my sister was doing her master's in England at the time, and I happened to read a book. I'll just try and speed through. About what was going on in Sudan. I think it was called I Am Slave. And it really brought home the fact that even though we're Nigerians, we're Africans, a lot of Africans or Nigerians don't really know what's going on in the greater Africa. And this is what kind of started the vision of what is now called Aware Africa, right? It was called Africa Aware Movement at the time. And really and truly, the purpose is just to foster in a pursuit, as we say, of the connection of people of African descent globally, right? And once again, a big part of, we really feel like if people are more connected, a lot of those things, thank God, are happening organically now. Believe it or not, this was actually put into me and has been incubating about 20 years now.
Oh, wow.
But so many things happened, family comes, work comes, and things of that nature. Yeah, but that to answer your question in summaries is really part of what, inspired the vision of Aware Africa.
Okay, so Tolu Ogole, excuse me, because
That's
I
all
actually
right.
didn't call you in by your
No
name.
worries at all. Tolu Ogole is fine.
Awareness Africa. So this is an interesting concept of returning to Nigeria.
Right.
I'm also in the same boat with you. What is it about bringing people who are of Nigerian descent back to Nigeria and bringing their skill sets with them? What would you say is the significance of that and benefit that Nigeria can achieve from this?
Well, I think that it is immense. I think that basically one of the keys to unlocking the next step of where Nigeria is going to be is tapping into those resources, the exposure of people in the diaspora, right, coming back and really just contributing, right? And I think it kind of changes the entire perspective and the influence you will have on each other. Just to point out that, so the return Lagos, which we're hoping to pull off in February next year, doesn't just target people of Nigerian descent. It's people of African descent, period, right? Because we believe that interaction of people of African descent on different panels will play a very significant role in developing Nigeria and developing Africa as a whole. So that's something we're very excited about. And we're looking to initiate different programs, focusing on the youth, focusing on the academia as well, to do similar things, but just from my travels and staying in touch with my friends and associates and girlfriends and things like that in the States, they want to come home. And so part of what we're trying to do is basically develop that bridge for all things related. A lot of people, thank God, a lot of myths are being dispelled now. I have to put it out there. Thank you to the music industry and things like that. They've really done a great job of being ambassadors of Nigeria, where people are excited to come. Where folks are like, oh, where am I going to stay? What am I going to do? Who am I going to connect with? So we're really just trying to create a platform for all things beyond just coming and visiting. As you might know, organically, folks are relocating. Folks are looking to do business here. And we want to be that resource and that bridge to make that connection.
Now, I want to sort of go a little bit back.
Go for it.
This is talking to life prior to living in Nigeria.
Okay.
What were your experiences with your name growing up?
Wow. quite interesting. I think folks have called me, I had a lot of different remixes of my name, Tolu, Tulululu, Tululope, you know, but it's very interesting. I think that even then, I mean, I'm not trying to reveal my age,
Right.
but I finished in King's College in '96, so that gives you an idea when I started college, right? I always made it a point to correct people. My name is Tolu, right? And I was thinking about it the other day, if you can say To and you can say Lu, you can say my name, right? But it was interesting. Apart from my experience, I got to see a lot of Nigerians putting Western spins on their names, and that was interesting to see as well.
Now, what have been some of the key challenges that you can identify that you faced in trying to bring this idea to reality?
Well, I think in the early days, because like I said, we actually started, I moved back in 2006, and just before that, we were trying to start it. And I think a lot of the initial challenges were acceptance, and just basically trying to, when something is put inside your belly and life is happening all around you, sometimes, unfortunately, you just kind of have to, you know, suppress it, but just keeping that vision alive, keeping that dream alive. And more recently, trying to bring it home. We actually tried to do a trip pre-COVID, and COVID happened, right? And obviously that's a force majeure. That's something you can't control. But I think there are a lot of macro factors that we're still trying to deal with, in the sense that, unfortunately, insecurity issues is one, you know, the economy is one, things of that nature. So you will still have people who want to come, but they're wary about coming because they're seeing all these things in the press and things of that nature. But I think a challenge is nothing but a mountain to climb, and this makes us even stronger. So it's gonna happen regardless.
It most definitely is.
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
what does the future look like for Awareness Africa if we're projecting 5 years and 10 years down the line?
Okay, well, we want to definitely be one of the go-to names for, you know, people looking to connect with the motherland, right? This is from a tourism standpoint, from a relocation standpoint, for investment standpoint, networking standpoint. We just want to position ourselves to be a resource, an organic resource. This is a passion of mine. Like I said, for me, I believe so much in the strength, you know, of the unity of people of African descent. Not saying I don't care about other races or whatever, but I am African. I think it starts with home. Where Africa actually is trying to foster unity and connection among the human race in general. So that's what we're going to keep pushing. And I think in 5 to 10 years, to answer your question, we will be known as one of the brands, because it's definitely not something that can be achieved alone. You know, it's all about collaboration and everybody who has this drive or this vision coming together to make it happen. And I think, and I pray, and we put it in the atmosphere that we will be, Aware Africa, by the way, we will be one of the names in that conversation.
Now, when you think about all the things that you've gone through to bring Awareness Africa to where it is now, what would you say that the biggest challenge has been, and what has been the biggest blessing?
No pun intended. I think awareness is a challenge. You know, in the sense of just trying to get it out there. Regardless of the fact that it's a vision, another challenge is that no challenge, finances is one. You know, regardless of how passionate you are about it, you do need folks, you know, to support and buy into your vision. I just want to quickly point out that we're being currently supported by a platform called Pan-African Creative Economy Development Fund. We're very thankful for that, and that has really, in the last quarter or so, allowed us to make a lot of strides and position ourselves for the trip coming up in February. I think things that respond to a blessing, I think, you know, it very easily, it will be able to be deciphered what is a real passion or what is fake. And I think keeping it authentic, always, when I heard about this interview, I didn't have to prepare. I'm like, this is what I think about all the time. So I think that shines through when you speak to people. You know, the person that was putting this fund together saw that passion and was like, listen, I think this is something we can do. They're focusing on the creative sector, but because of this tourism, is a big part of that. So that was thrown in there primarily because of Aware and on other initiatives like that. And I think as long as we continue to remain authentic, as long as it is, I believe that this is part of why I'm here, actually, on this realm. You know, and as long as that is the case, I think that everything is going to be, whatever challenge, whatever obstacle will be converted to a blessing.
Now, what does February look like for you? For anyone who might have an interest in coming, what would that look like?
Absolutely exciting. February is Black History Month in the States.
Right.
And we decided, as opposed to, December, there's a lot going on. Daddy December is already out there. But just to be realistic, flight prices, hotel prices, so many things are expensive. So we decided to go with February. Very exciting times. You can expect, a welcome celebration at the airport. It's not, as opposed to a trip where you're just coming and experiencing the nightlife. It's really an immersive trip. Like I said, we're focusing on people of African descent who are trying to connect to the motherland. We're looking to potential DNA tests, even finding out, 23andMe, things of that nature.
Okay.
So connecting people to their DNA, and really just fostering or basically establishing platforms for conversations to be had. One thing I want to say is that a lot of people are having these conversations about folks coming back and things like that, but there is still a lot of healing to be done, regardless of whether we want to deny it or not. There are a lot of folks that feel some type of way that, listen, yeah, it was the white man that came and did all this stuff, but your folks were kind of complicit. That's a conversation that needs to be had. Reconciliation, obviously having a good time, a lot of good food. We plan a trip to Badagry for folks to that is the point of no return. All of that, and also trying to, create platforms for networking. So people in similar sectors, there's going to be a lot of give back opportunities as well. But more importantly, just really allowing these people to understand, or our brothers across the diaspora to understand that, this is a platform, this is an opportunity for us to have those conversations and really address, healing and things of that nature. And also sorry to segue, I just want to quickly mention that Aware Africa also starts with home. And I just want to say that, I don't know wherever the camera is, Black folks, we are one, right? The stuff that divides us, the stuff that brings us together and unites us far outweighs the things that make us different, right? A lot of times, and I really fear, and I think it's important for these narratives to start to be had, because if you're on social media, if you're on platforms, and very easily you go on Instablog and somebody's having a conversation, it becomes, Yoruba, Igbo House. It's so annoying, right? And I want to say that it is so important, youth, Nigerians, for us to be together, because there's some folks that might not, that would capitalize on that, and this is going on globally, on that separation. Don't allow anybody to divide us. We are one. You couldn't choose if you were going to be born Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, right? I am a human being first, an African second, a Nigerian, right, third, and then I just happen to be Yoruba, right? I love Igbo soup. I love all of that. So we are one. It's important to get that message out there.
We are one, but you just mentioned food.
Yes.
Ultimate Nigerian cuisine. Which one takes the gold trophy?
Wow. I have to pick one?
One, just one.
I don't think I could pick one.
Okay, I'll give you three.
You give me three.
Yeah.
Right. I like something that's a lot of people might find interesting, but I like to mix Oha and Afang. If you haven't tried it, try it with some seafood. It's mad, right? Seafood. Bringing it home, yes. Throw some snail in there. Throw some, there's something called sok. That's periwinkle. Whatever it is, throw it in there. It's crazy. Whatever swallow you like. And then I really love amala. I could eat amala like almost every day. No amala hate will be tolerated. I know a lot of folks don't like amala. And I think I'm also on this journey as well. So I'm very excited to discover the North. I have to say I'm not too familiar with a lot of their meals, but I'm very, very excited about looking forward to discovering that more. So the third one, I don't know, ofada rice, ayamashe or something. I really like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, Tolu. I probably would like to be a part of Awareness Africa in February.
And you, it's mutual. I want to wish you all the best.
Thank
We're rooting
you so
for you.
much.
Go get this.
Much appreciated.
No problem. The website is www.aware.africa. Please get familiar. God bless you. All the best.
Your social media handle, if anyone wants to.
Yes, so on Instagram is aware.afr. My brother happens to own Ice Cream Factory. Please check out Ice Cream Factory. Please check out Yin Yang in Lekki. Check that out if you're looking for ice cream. And Jedi Africa coming soon.
I've actually been to Ice Cream Factory,
really?
So thank you for that. It's interesting.
Absolutely. Please come over. And Crystal's Conversations. That's my sister.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Tolu.
Tori. I wish you all the best. Tolu, yes, you got it right. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I had actually gotten a bit ahead of myself,
Thank you.
but now I think I'm up to speed. So I'd like to call my next guest, Femi Thomas, who I think is probably the most enthusiastic cyclist in Nigeria. He's not a cyclist, but he's a cyclist aficionado. I think that probably would be the best way to describe him. Very, very good evening to you. Thank you for coming, and have a seat.
Nice.
Femi, lovely to meet you. You actually reached out to me online about this attempt, so I'm a bit conversant about who you are. First of all, why cycling?
Cycling is life. Cycling is it's a sport that you can never get it wrong, because it's a sport that relates with young and old, and it's a sport that give you the mind of your own. When you want to be free, just get on a bike, ride, and you feel free like ever. And there's something that connects you with cycling that gives you every joy you have ever imagined to have. And no matter how much you have, no amount of money can buy it. And that's cycling. And cycling is way of life for us.
Now, if you consider cycling in Nigeria, across the Federation, where are the places that you've particularly enjoyed cycling through?
Oh, first Lagos. Because this is what we were bred out. So first Lagos, and then you're looking at Abuja.
Okay.
And likewise, we should be talking about you as well, and Abeokuta, Ibadan, Enugu, Jos. Jos is where the Team Nigeria usually camp, and then you have beautiful places in Nigeria. If you have to take off the insecurity that limits us from going to explore those other locations.
Now, can you talk me through your first encounter with a cycle, or bicycle rather, and what sparked your love affair for cycling?
Oh, my first encounter is just more like a love at first sight. I grew up at a community where we used to bike as a commuter, and then my dad would take me around through the city on a bike, and over time I felt like, hey, I'm from a mechanical engineering background, so I fell in love with mobility. So with this, it gives me a lot of courage to say, if my dad is involved in automobile, I believe cycling is the next thing that can make it different, because I felt bicycle is more of a thing that every childhood wants to have. And then at an adult as well, riding a bike is as much as you going back to your childhood. And seeing it as a thing that really fascinates me, to see youth, the younger ones, even falling and rising up. So knowing fully well that it's all about life. So it gives me a lot of courage to say, hey, this is a sport and this is a thing for me to get involved in. And I like to be the solution to it, because when I came into the industry, there's nothing available for it in Nigeria. And I started saying, I need to be a solution to this sport. What can I do to make a difference? And not to the professional only, likewise to the rural community, to the environment. What can I do? And I gave up my professional career, and they said, okay, let me become the solution to this, and started going into the crownings in and out of every difficulty that surround the sport and that surround cycling as a whole, and started being a solution to it.
Now, you've described yourself as an amateur cyclist. What happened? Why were you not able to make that transition from the amateur to the professional? And was it actually an aspiration that you had?
Being an amateur, in Nigeria, we start sport a little bit late. And for that reason, you need to understand your stages. Cycling is a very technical thing, And then the Europeans, which we see out there, they have been involved into cycling from the age of 5. So that tells us there is a lot you need to, and there's a physique test which needs to be matched, which needs to match into the professional world. And when looking at that, I know, I can only be tricking myself that I want to go pro or want to compete in Tour de France one day. Knowing fully well that, hey, you start at an age where you can understand that you can't really make it pro. So instead of wasting my time living in the fantasy world, I bring the reality on board, and then being able to see that, okay, these are the things, these are the realities, and then these are the things that we need to do in order to transmit this. And while I've seen those lapses, I saw it, and then being able to know that, okay, there's a thing that I can do, there's a change I can make, and that change can come within someone who is ready to sacrifice. Because I believe cycling is sacrifice. You can't do or kind of make it at a part-time or something. You can't. So you have to understand the in and out of it. So I have to go through every single trainings, every single courses, every single here and there to make sure that I understand the game of cycling, which have brought me to this stage where I am today.
Now, you mentioned about the time or the age and point in your life at which you got started, and when you realized that because of that you wouldn't make it as a professional.
Sure.
Have you been able to identify any young individuals and nurture them to potentially achieve being able to participate in, for example, Tour de France?
Oh yeah, we had, and then that's why I say there's a drive behind it. Cycling is a very expensive sport,
Right.
I know. And then over the years, I start from encouraging the expatriates, because back in 90s and early 2000, you have the expatriates in Nigeria who are riding, and then we started getting them together. Morocco, around here, we come around to Morocco, ride, and then over time, we started getting the local community interested into cycling, bringing the older ones in. That's how we form in psychology, and over time, other clubs too springs around. So that shows that there have been awareness, we've created the community that people can exist in. And then through that, we have been able to identify the youth, the youngsters who can be the champion in the nearest future. Even over time, within the period of time that we have grown in cycling, we've seen our female cyclists competing outside the country, being part of a European club, and then competing out there. A few months ago, they went to Olympic. So that tells you that there have been a lot. And for that reason, the younger ones which we are nurturing we've been nurturing the younger ones. And some of them, they say many are called, few are chosen.
Right.
And I can tell you, because it is an expensive sport, it's not a thing that individual can easily do on your own, but you need corporate support, you need government backup and all that. But with the little we have been able to identify some of them which we are nurturing in, and then we are trying as much as possible to keep them going in life, because they have a lifespan of growing children. You have to start from 5, and then you have 10 to 16 years to be able to keep them into that professional lifestyle, so that they can understand the nature around it. And with my 25 years experience in cycling, I believe we have a brighter future to see.
Now, as the co-founder of Psychology, which is actually one of the largest cycling clubs in Lagos State, how did this idea come about, and what's the strength of your membership now?
Psychology have 200 active members now, and the idea is the idea starts from just for healthy lifestyle, and then just started within 2, 3, 4 friends, and then we're riding on the run, and suddenly we started seeing there is increase in interest around the community, and which then springs in the coordination and then organizing of the club in order to give a face to it, and started pushing things. And over the years, the club have done a spectacular job in the community. We traveled yearly. We make our first trip, international first trip in 2012 rode from Lekki to Benin, and then we rode back to Lagos. And afterwards, we went to South Africa. We traveled everywhere all over the world in order to go and explore, expose even the cyclists. Because while the veterans were traveling, they sponsored some youth along with them, and then giving them those opportunities. And being able to do that, it's an additional value to the community in Nigeria, and then exposing them to give them future, giving them an opportunity in life to see there is a better world out there that you can adapt from, and then being able to put back into our community, which I'm part of the product of.
Now, I'm actually curious, in your own personal capacity, you cycled extensively, I'm sure. What's the furthest distance that you've covered in a single stretch cycling?
My longest distance is 670 kilometers.
670 kilometers.
Yes.
And how long did it take you?
It takes 24 hours.
From where to where? Where did you start and where did you stop?
Last year we start a ride called Santa Claus Ride. So it's an initiative to celebrate Christmas with all cyclist enthusiasts. So we station it on Bodyland. So we start 6 o'clock in the morning, and then we end 6 o'clock the following day morning. So we start 6 o'clock 24th morning, and then end 6 o'clock 25th morning. So it's only on Bodyland, within the circle of Bodyland, 10 kilometers, and ride back and forth, and you do 670 kilometers on that spot. And it's very fun.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because you have a series of cycling from different community around Lagos and outside coming into that avenue to have fun, to ride with us. And some of them even come later in the evening and then come and do the overnight one, and some of them come during the day, during the daytime. And so it's more like a festive ride. It's a festive ride for Christmas. So this year, we're still doing it this year as well. So we're pushing harder to go more further in order to create more awareness, giving people the opportunity, because a lot of people have been asking, oh, how can we join? And we'll make it, it's free of charge. You can come around. All we just need is to get sponsors. And we have been pushing around to be able to raise sponsors for it.
Now, I'd like you to outline, because you sit on a number of administrative cycling associations and bodies, rather.
Yes.
Can you just outline them for the benefit of those watching?
Okay. First, I'm a chairman of Cycling Association Ogun State, and then likewise, I'm a board member of Cycling Federation of Nigeria, and I found a foundation called Catalytic Cycling Foundation, which is meant to empower, to create empowerment, to create more structure around cycling. And I own a series of things around in cycling, talking about business in cycling. So mainly from the professional side, I'm a chairman commissaire of Cycling Federation in Nigeria. Likewise, I'm a licensed event organizer. So over the years, when we are getting involved into cycling, I believe there's no shortcut. I don't believe in any shortcuts in life. So I had to go through every single steps. And to God be the glory. We're here today. As I'm sitting, I'm still a coach. I'm a certified coach in NIN. So that says a lot of things that we can easily, there's a lot of things that comprise to give cycling a room to exist in Nigeria. And those rooms are more of a standard that the European world are using to benefit and grow cycling all over the world. So we're just on our way there.
Well, I think at this point, I just want to thank you for participating.
You're
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I look forward to perhaps at some point in the future riding along with you.
I can't wait to have you on the bike.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a fantastic day.
You too. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'd like to call my next interviewee. This is a man with extensive experience in the media industry. He's a man who is a media manager, a broadcast journalist, and a motivational speaker and a wellness coach. His name is Victor Ekpo Ita, and this is a man with over 2 decades of experience in broadcast journalism, so this should be a very, very interesting conversation. Good evening to you.
Hi, you.
I'm very well,
You
thank
look,
you.
You look Nigeria.
Well, you know, just to clear any doubt or confusion, let's talk about how you got started and where your love affair came and how the foray into the media, journalism, broadcasting industry started.
So it started with my late father, and he used to love listening to radio. And, you know, every night, my father can't go to bed without just listening to radio. And I used to love the way, you know, the guys on the radio used to talk. And then, you know, back in the days where you have the black and white TV, where at 7 p.m., you know, NTA opens and everybody just sit around the power and just watch what's going on TV. And I was like, okay, what's going on with these guys? And I also knew I talked too much. Like, by the way, you should know that I talk too much, of course. So, you know, I was in school. I said, okay, I'm gonna do mass comm, and then I did that, and volunteered when I turned 20. I decided to, okay, let me do some services. I went to my state-owned media house and decided to volunteer, believing that when I'm done, I will work with the best media house in Nigeria. And it ended up to be Silverbird Television, you know. And so that's how it started. It's because I love to talk. I just love to talk. And but again, I love to talk. I love to attend events. I love to dance. And I just love to see people look good. I love to see people feel good. And that's been my push. And Nigeria, it gives you the option of you know, expressing yourself and being who you are. So for me, there couldn't have been a better place to try my art, which is the art of talking and writing. I write as well. That makes me a journalist. So I tell stories. So for me, that's my story.
Now, you've mentioned the fact that you studied mass communication.
Yes.
How, because especially in Nigeria, many people don't actually seek employment or go into employment that's in line with what they studied. How has studying the theoretical and academic aspects of being a journalist benefited your professional career?
For me, when you're good, you're good, and journalism is a call. Anybody could be OAP, but to be a journalist, it's a call. It's in your vein. You must be willing to ask questions, seek answers, as well press. You know, hold these guys responsible, accountable. So for me, I always feel as though people are not doing enough. You know, people get into public offices and they just relax, and it's just for them and their families. So for us as a journalist, it's your duty to ask questions and ensure that, you know, those you're talking to, those in power, are accountable to the people, not just the voters, because not everyone that votes for you, but however, your responsibility is to the people. So for me, journalism isn't something that really pays them well in Nigeria. So if you have young persons, what do you want to be? I want to be this. Nobody wants to be a journalist anymore. But who is going to hold these guys responsible? Somebody must ask the question. And for you to be able to ask the questions, first you must have a call. Two, you must go to school. And if you go to school, you just have to know that journalism is a call. And it's not going to give you the billions of this world. It may not even give you millions of this world, but what it will do is it's going to give you a name.
Indeed.
It's going to give you a name, and then you just have to fix your survival on other things. So for us, of course, you know, I'm into events. Of course, you know, I'm also into fashion, in the fashion industry as well. So you just have to pick from other sources in order to, you know, power what your passion is. For me, in everything I do, journalism is my passion.
Now, you mentioned fashion as well.
Yes.
Talk me through your foray into the fashion industry and how that got started.
People say fashion, bespoke fashion is the fashion. No, for me, I believe each and every one of us, we have fashion embedded in our soul. listen, you take clothes to a fashion designer, you tell, this is how I want it. The designer says, why not you do it this way? But you know what you want. So what that means is that fashion is in you. Style is personal. I can't copy your style, and you can't as well copy my style. So style is personal. And when you look at people, and you could look at who they are, their personality, use that to design a fashion that could fit well for their personality. So I can't pick from Peter's look to wear it on Paul. No, that doesn't work. The thing is that God is a fashion designer.
Ultimate creator.
He made you as beautiful as you are. So no matter what man does, you must key into the design of what God intended when he created Toyin. Do you understand? So if you're fixing a fashion for Toyin, you must look at that. There are ethos that you must follow when you're putting up fashion for anyone. So for me, I might be a little bit of a fashion police because I just like that.
You observe my flag.
Yeah, of course. So this shouldn't be this way. This should be that way, and all of that. But in all, fashion is a potpourri of ideas, but the ideas must be unique to a person.
Right. Now, if you're to identify people whose sense of style accurately conveys their personality and character, who would be 3 people that are such examples? If you can list up to 3.
Well, if we stay in music, I'll go with Wizkid. Okay. I like his sense of fashion, not because I love his kind of music, genre of music, but anytime you see him, he's not careless about what he, Afrocentric. But the point is, off the scene, this is what I can say, but on our videos, Yolanda is doing well for me as a female artist.
Now, you embody the dynamic nature of what is a true Nigerian. We are very multifaceted and diverse. We've spoken about journalism, we've spoken about fashion, but you've actually had a foray into public office. You've served as a special advisor to the former governor of Cross River State.
Governor Ben Ayade.
How did that come about?
Listen, my life has always been a life of service because I believe that it's not enough, just like the Honorable Commissioner said, it's not enough for you just to sit out there on the fence and then you say things are not going well the way it's supposed to go. So what you need to engage, you need to get involved, you need to do something. So for me, information, I'm supposed to be a special advisor, media and publicity. No, I choose to go to culture and heritage because I believe I'm a native man. Of course, I'm a chief. So I'm a native man. So I decided to go with my people because I believe that civilization, the civilization from Europe is coming into Africa and is killing what we stand for.
Right.
Our meals are disappearing. The way we dress disappearing. Language, my children can't speak my dialects. They cannot because we speak English. So for me, as a special advisor to the Governor of Culture and Heritage, my responsibility was to ensure that, students, pupils in primary and secondary and nursery school get to know our indigenous dance, indigenous languages, indigenous meals, and then the tradition. If you go to Cross River, you have major languages, about 15 thereabout. But if you go to a village in Cross River State, up Obodo Hills, you should know the ranch resort. You have a family, you have a particular family. The males speak a different language, females speak a different language as well. So ours was to, get into those spaces, document those things for history. Because if you don't document them, then the guys would come after us. They wouldn't have anything to make reference to who we were and who they are as well. So for me, it was, public office is a call. That's the highest level of service. When people say, you're going to because you want to make money. It's not about making money, unless you want to steal the money. We are still here. We have friends. We've been friends for like 4 years, you and I, if not more than 4 years. And we connect because you haven't heard anything bad of stealing. I was in government, I didn't steal anybody.
So
but at the end of the day, it's about service. And I was excited that I had the opportunity to serve my state. And the legacies are there for us to see. Politics, they say, is local. We all cannot be in Abuja. We have to go back to our villages, our LGAs, and our states to see how we can contribute to the economic, if not socio-cultural growth of our state. So I did that, and I'm very excited, and I'm done, and I'm back here in Lagos doing media again.
Yes, but again, another string to your bow, motivational speaking and wellness. Please talk me through how you know, as we tend to have to encourage each other anyway as Nigerians, but how do you go from navigate from it being something you do by default based on the climate we're in to something that you do as a professional service?
The uniqueness of Nigeria is something that we should be given a Nobel Prize, because if you check the growth of churches in Nigeria, it goes to show that people are going through a lot.
Right.
If you could take from, let's say, maybe 98 down to 2023, see churches grow. And you see people even coming from Europe to come and see what is happening in Nigeria. The evangelical thing was really, really massive here. It shows that people are going through a lot.
Most definitely.
Poverty, you know, poor education, poor health infrastructure. So people just look for solution. So now, I'm not saying that church is a solution center, but in real sense, a church is supposed to be a refuge where you have a problem you run into. So for me, it's if I'm to speak to anyone who is going through a lot, I'll tell you, there's a uniqueness in you. There's a reason why you are who you are. There's no mistake. God never makes mistake. And you must believe in yourself, no matter what anybody tells you. I see people go through, I see ladies, maybe say 28, 32, 35, not married, and I'll tell you, listen, your life is unique. There's a reason. You don't have to beat yourself down. Go get busy. Do something. The right person is going to locate you. If not, you are fine the way you are. It's not everyone. Everyone mustn't be married. Everyone wants to have a child. But the point is, your happiness should be supreme to you.
Right.
So you shouldn't trust your inner joy to someone. Your happiness and inner joy, inner peace must come from you. And it's within you. There's a whole lot of negativity going on in Nigeria.
Right.
People say a whole lot of stuff. And for me, I believe that when you guard your heart with all diligence, that external things won't come inside. That's why the Bible says that guard your heart with all due diligence, for out of it flows the issues of life. What are issues of life? What we're going through in the country. So if your heart is protected, is well guarded, you will. No matter what happens, no matter the winds and everything that comes and all storms of life, you will be strong.
And able to weather. And able to weather.
Yeah, you should be able to start. The point is that people make excuses for failure, and that is wrong. Listen, a day is made up of both good and bad moments. When the bad one comes, be good. When the good one comes, be happy. You know, you shouldn't sit on your own and say, okay, I have bad luck. There's nothing called bad luck. It comes, it comes. You just must weather the storm. And, you know, Jesus Christ said that he came to give peace, not of the one that the world gives. I know I'm sounding like a pastor, you're surprised, but I'm not. I'm just trying to let you know the other part of me in motivational speaking, and then as a life coach. The point is, believe in yourself. Make strong value system for yourself. As I am, I know the things I can do. My friends know what Victor can do.
Right.
There are things I can never do. Not because the Bible said so, or because Quran said so, not because a pastor said so, not because someone said so to me. The point is, there are things I will never do. And when I tell you, I won't do them. You just have to believe me, because I will never get to do them.
I believe you.
It's just building a system that works for you, you know, and you must as much as you can believe in yourself. You don't have to put your comfort on anyone. Nobody's indebted to you, you know. So people just go around with sense of entitlement. That doesn't really help. You know, step out there, do something, and, you know, provide service. People go to work because they want to earn a salary.
Right.
You'll never be rich by earning a salary. But when you provide the service, you need a value. There's a value chain in the system, and you're meeting either of them. You will make it in life if you keep on doing what you know how to do best. You and I talk, and this is where we are, and you're going to break a record. And I'm telling you, you will.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I look forward to talking to you after this attempt.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I'd like to call my next guest, again, someone from the world of entertainment. He's an actor, he's a model, a PR officer, and an advertiser, a farmer, founder, CEO of Sabi Boy Nation. His name is Ebisoun Arai. Very, very good evening.
Is it okay to give you a hug? Yeah, great job.
Thank you so much. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you here.
Nice to meet you, Zol. How's it going? How's it?
It's going.
Good?
It's going. We're on the track. We're on the journey.
Energized.
Oh yes, we are. I mean, you have a lot of strings on your bow. Talk me through this diverse and dynamic range of things that you do.
Okay, so first off, I want to say a very big thank you to God, because I mean, there's no strength without Him, right? So basically, it's been Him, and I've also had my own fair share of Nigeria has happened. Nigeria, we hail thee, you know. So talking about the dynamics and the different strings, I've been trying to pull them. You know, like when you're playing a guitar, you just have to be careful on the strings you pick so you don't mess the melody up. You know, for agriculture, because I heard you say something about farming just now, that's a string that I would not say I'd cut off. You know, but I'd say it's just still dangling right now, because Nigeria happened to me 6 years ago.
Wow.
When I first came back from school. So I studied abroad, and after my BSc and MA, I came back home. That was the first business I ever ventured into, which is green productions. That's vegetable productions, and it was hard. It was hard. I mean, you would definitely face factors like personal agendas from other people, you know, the witch hunting basically. You know, they come after your crops, come after your properties. So my land was basically poisoned, and I lost over 6 million worth of investment, I would say. You know, it really hurt, and we ran to the Bank of Nigeria to help us. But at that time, this is me trying to make an excuse now, because I mean, I don't think that in a system or in a country as rich as Nigeria, we should make such excuses for the system. So I'll just say this is me being political and diplomatic to make an excuse for the system, because we are hoping for a better Nigeria.
Right.
You know, so I'm making this excuse to say, okay, at that time they were like, oh, we don't have this going on for farmers yet and all that. So I had to put that string on hold while I'm still playing, obviously, the love of my life, which is acting, movie, hoping to go into production soon. But yes, I am an actor.
So, of all the things that you do, which one would you say you find the most fulfillment from?
So then that takes me down memory lane again. I was a kid, and I used to watch my mom on TV. My mother's name is Iya Bolawani. She used to be a pioneer actress, and the Maggie woman who used to cook on Maggie TV. Yeah, that's my mom. So I remember watching her on TV as a kid. You know, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, when you see people on TV when you're a lot younger, you go behind the screen to see if you can see the person. No. You didn't? You can't remember that? No, a lot of kids did that. I'm sure you did. Maybe you just can't remember. So I grew up watching my mom on screen like that, and I always go behind the screen to see if she's there. But she's not there, you know. I'm like, I want to be like mommy. I want to be on TV, you know. So since then, I know I've had this craving, this passion to always be on TV. And first time I tried it, dude, you got talent, you know. And it's just been good since then. And that's where I actually get my most fulfillment, from being behind the cameras. Is, they say passion. I don't believe in passion, because you can have passion for something today, and tomorrow you find yourself shying away from that thing because you're not really feeling it. You know, so passion dies, but culture stays. Am I correct? Culture, tradition only goes older. You know, so I'd say acting, being an actor, is my culture. It's my way of life. I can only improve on it. I can only grow in it, basically. So yes, that's.
What makes a fine actor?
Originality. Originality, basically. Just be yourself. Don't try to do what you know you can't do. If you can't do it, then do it. If you can't do it, if you can't do it, there's no harm in trying.
Right.
Right? So nothing makes a fine actor. Everything makes a fine actor. Not just one thing. It's a lot of things. You have to be able to know how to break your own limits, your own boundaries. I know someone who told me a story. Is my colleague, and he was looking at this bridge. He's not sure if he could jump off the bridge. It's one of our new movies that's out there now. He's not sure if he could jump off the bridge, and he was like, "Can I do it?" I just looked at him like, "Dude, then act it. That's why you're here. Let's do it." And he did it. Jumped off the bridge, got into the water. He swam out. We had a lifeguard, and so there's no limit. It's just you and yourself. You have to be original for that.
So in Perfect Neighbor, for example, your character faced a lot of challenges. How did you dig deep into your own life to convey that in your acting?
Okay, so basically I have what I call, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this from different interviews, I have what I call my character box. It's like a wardrobe for me. I go in there, I have already built over 100 characters in that box. I have characters ranging from Batman to Heath Ledger's Batman himself, Joker himself, to the new Joker, to name it. So there are a ton load of characters there that I go in, I look for what matches the particular character I'm playing. And if I do not have that character in that box, I just lock myself in that box for a bit, create something that fits the character on the script, and voila, it's like magic.
Now, you also academically have a BSc in PR.
Yes, ma'am.
From Cyprus.
Yes, please.
Please talk me through that academic journey and how it has instilled the making of the man that you are.
Okay, so
or instilled into the making of the man that you are.
Yes. So I actually have my MA as well, right? It was Nigeria happened again for me, I'd say. I was schooling here in LASU, and I was in LASU for almost 4 years, and I was still in year 2. It's not like I was failing, basically. It was more like the different strikes. ASU strike, lecturer themselves will strike, the government will fight, they're not paying anybody, nobody, that kind of thing. And that really stalled me 2 years backwards. So I was like, okay, all my friends have graduated. Their families will be like, Ebisoun, how is school? And I know my guys are graduates. And I'm like, oh, sir, school is fine. We're still on. You people are still on strike. Yeah, sorry. I saw that you acting, you did that film, very nice. And I'm like, okay. They love it when they see me on screen, but then when we're talking about school, they're like, hey, yeah, how about I just leave this country? Go finish school and come back and pursue what I love. So that was how I left Nigeria and started PR. And out there, it's a whole different ball game. I mean, I literally thought maybe I wasn't so smart, but going out there and grabbing a lot of A's on my report sheet every semester was really fun, because then it was basically education made easy. I think that was the easiest time of my life, I should say, in school. I think it was the easiest time of my life in school. But then on the streets of a country that is not yours, you have a lot you face.
Right.
You have to be patient, you have to be smart, you have to have a ton of wisdom, because you definitely meet your own country people out there who would want to mess you up as well.
Right.
And then you have their own indigens there who would want to mess you up at all, from racist to social life, women kind of thing, guys kind of thing. You have to just be careful out there. So basically, I learned a lot of patience. I most definitely got a huge spiritual growth out there, because I had an encounter with God while I was out there. I used to hear that a lot. I had an encounter, but I never believed in it till I had my own encounter with God, and I'm like, yo, it's true. So if I was on maybe a level 2 in the spiritual realm, I should use that word, in Nigeria. When I got to Cyprus, I think maybe I graduated to maybe a level 6 or 7, because then I had to learn the hard way.
And what is the hardest lesson that you've learned?
The hardest lesson that I've learned is believing in man and not believing in God. That's the hardest lesson I've learned, because men will fail you,
Right.
humans will fail you, but God never fails. And that was how I got my encounter, because I believed in someone who I thought was real, and forgetting that there's someone who appointed him.
Right.
And finding out I wasn't real, and that was like almost leading me to lose my life. It was actually definitely a very great turning point for me. Yeah.
Now, you are the CEO of Sabi Boy Nation.
Yes.
Let's go back to how that journey began.
Okay, so that journey began when I met a couple of kids in my neighborhood, and they had amazing voices. Their singing is, whew, and this was me I was on holiday from school, when I hang out with some friends in the neighborhood, and they're like, this guy, now be this person picking that year now. This guy, I'm like, really? So they're like a team, they sing, they do. And so they invited, my friend who knows them very well, invited them to my house one day, and they blew my mom away, literally, because I was in mom's house. I'm like, wow, these guys, we have this much talent in Nigeria, and, nobody to push them. The system is not working for them. Okay, fine. In this space of the media world, you need a certain amount or a lot of amount of push from both yourself personally, and then financially, So a lot of these kids didn't have any, all they have was the belief that they're gonna blow.
Right.
But there was no financial push, there was no like manly figure or a support system to say, don't worry, you can do it, because our parents definitely, it's music. What do you mean, go to school, you have to be an engineer, you have to be. So they don't have that family support as well. And so I was like, okay, if I can do this thing for them, at least I could be that voice and their strength to, enable people hear them, and maybe their helper will come from there, why not? So that was how we gave birth to Sabi Boy Nation.
Now, you've also mentioned the fact that you have a celebrity mother.
Yes, please.
Growing up as a child of a famous parent, how has that experience shaped you?
Okay, so my mom is one of the most meekest women that I know. Very humble. In fact, she's so humble that sometimes when jobs even come to our table right now, I look at her like, you really want to take that fee? Like, please don't drive my clients away.
Wow.
You, these new people or children of nowadays, you people don't understand the ethics and morals behind keeping your clients. Keeping your clients, but they're literally downpaying you, ma. And I'm like, okay, so my mom, it has definitely shaped me to understand that all the glitters is not gold.
Right.
Because you're shiny, everyone is clapping or Snapchat with you and all that, means that they all love you.
Right.
And it doesn't mean that you should let your shoulders grow above your ears. You just have to stay humble, stay calm, and I think that's where I actually get my own cool from. Because I've learned from her. I see how people, those days there are no camera phones now, but you see the cameramen will run with their cameras and, shoot them like, ooh, nice, I'm going to be there someday, So yes, it has helped me. It has helped me remain calm. Just a word.
No.
Just chilled.
Chilled. I like that. You're a multifaceted, multifunctional individual. If you're to add another string to your bow, what would that be?
I already did. Real estate. Everybody define house now. You have to sleep on that bridge now. So yeah, real estate. I'm new to it. I'm about almost 2 years old in it now. So I'm still new. I'm still a newbie. So I'm learning from a couple of people on the streets. You have a lot of developers around. And then I'm lucky to have family members who have actually grown from being normal agents into having their own companies, and they now begin to develop as well. So my first year in it, I was in the learning curve.
Right.
Right now, I'm out of that curve and I'm on the street looking for my own, to build mine, yeah.
Now, when you look into the future, what do you see for yourself?
For myself?
Yes.
Ebisoun the Great. I would love to see myself owning a lot of platforms that would help people, help talents, push talent, because I know what I've been through as a talent myself. I know what it felt like, being a Nigerian and being in a system where the next man who has power wants to use or take advantage of it over you, And if you talk, you don't get a job. If you don't talk, you get a job. Like there's this new thing trending. They say you have to bend, right? Yeah. If you don't bend, you don't get a job. And this is one guy that doesn't bend. I can't bend. I'm humble, I'm meek, but don't bring that to me.
Right.
So it's been pretty difficult for people who do not have the ability to fight or to speak up. So I think I would like to see myself in a few years, having a platform where I can push young Nigerians who need the help, who need that push to become who they want to be. So basically, I like to see myself become a helper and own a lot of restaurants because I love food.
Nothing wrong with food.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with food. Now, as someone who you're a very conscientious man and clearly very sentient, if you're somebody who's watching right now, a young person who's really in a low place, dark place, what would be your advice to them from the perspective of someone who can't see a way out? What would you say to them?
There's always a way out. The beginning of every problem, there's already a solution. So remember that in that time, at that moment, there is a time after that moment.
Right.
So if you can live through that time, you would meet a new moment.
Right.
And it might be challenging again, but you just have to live through. So basically all I would say is don't give up. Never give up. Work smart, trust God, and just keep pushing.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I think
you.
that was really, really apt. Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thank you so much. Have a fantastic evening.
No, it's my turn. So far, how's it been going?
According to the rules, it's me that asked the questions. So I'd like to know why you asked me that.
Oh, because I would really love to know how it's been going.
I will certainly tell you after this attempt.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank
Have a
you.
beautiful one.
Thank you. And
Yes,
wish you
thank
the
you.
same also. Okay, my next guest is absolutely no stranger to me. He's someone I've known for quite an extensive period of time, based on life in the sports media space, the one and only Joseph Faulkner.
How are you, Toyin?
Joe Faulkner, Cali Joe, a respected, notable sports journalist and analyst. Joe, good evening.
Good evening, Toyin.
First question, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very, very well. Great spirits. Time is moving.
This is beautiful.
Thank you
It's
so
great.
much.
I'm happy to be part of it.
I am happy to have you a part of it. Now let's talk about football.
Yeah.
I think I should know this, but I don't. And I think it's going to inform the tone of our conversation for this interview. Which football club do you support?
Arsenal.
Okay, you're a good man. You're a good man. We can proceed. How long have you been an Arsenal supporter?
So I grew up in a home where my father supported two clubs, one Arsenal of London and the other Stationery Stores of Lagos. So for a long time, those were the only two club sites I knew growing up then. Eventually, when I started watching football, I realized that there were more clubs than just Arsenal and Stationery Stores. So I grew up supporting Arsenal long before any Nigerian played for Arsenal, unlike so many people who started supporting when the likes of Kanu, Wankwo, and the rest of them joined. But I got it from my dad, so yeah. So it's been a long time.
It's hereditary.
It's hereditary.
Okay. Now, if you look at the Arsenal lineup, current, past, and far, far past, who would you say is the ultimate gunner?
And I'm going to shock a lot of Arsenal fans watching this because ordinarily, this question, a lot of Arsenal fans will tell you Henry, but he's up there when I rank my ultimate as gunner. But I'll look at Tony Adams all the time. That's Mr. Arsenal. He lived everything for Arsenal. All his life was about Arsenal. And then I love the years when Wenger came and helped him change his lifestyle. Right. But he was so committed to Arsenal. Even before Wenger came, you realize that there were times this guy will go to training with a hangover and he will still give 100%. So Tony Adams is the man for me. He's someone I look at every day and I'm like, yeah, that's the embodiment of the club, Arsenal, when it was there. Now,
you've also traveled for many tournaments in your extensive career. Which of your outings would you say has been the most profound? Which tournament, where and why?
2012 Olympics. in London. It felt like home.
Oh yeah.
Felt like home. But beyond that, I met two people at that tournament, at that competition that they've left a huge mark on the world of sports, right? The first one was Usain Bolt. I was opportuned to meet Usain Bolt. I was lucky that I attended the Lightning Bolt. I was lucky to have attended the competition with the sponsorship of some company like that, and so they arranged it for me, you know. And I met Usain Bolt at then Johan Blake as well was just growing up, but Usain Bolt was, you know, it blew my mind what he did at the competition, then being able to talk with him. And then I was the only Nigerian journalist that was accredited for boxing at the Olympics. So I attended the boxing event. I saw Anthony Joshua, and I came back to Nigeria, and I made a prediction on my radio show then that in 5 years he was going to be the world champion.
Right.
I remember, God rest his soul, late Deji Tinubu was like, why? You know, we were on the same show together that day, and it was like Deji Motobo. They were like, why? And I'm like, I saw a man who was very hungry, very passionate about the sport, because beyond the fight, I was privileged to see them beyond the fight. And I saw after fights, when every other person, you know, every other athlete went to the games village and mingling and all of that, you see him, he's talking to his coaches, he's talking to his team. They are trying new things. They are trying to understand the last fight, what happened in the last fight. You know, he went on to win the Olympic gold medal. And so when I came back, I was like, this guy has everything, all the trappings of a world champion. And I won't be shocked if in 5 years he will be a world champion. And he did. And so I make bold to say I was the first Nigerian who made so much noise about Anthony Joshua.
So being ahead of the mark, ahead of the trend.
Seeing what a lot of people didn't see.
Now, how would you say being a sports journalist affects how you consume sport? Because obviously it's with a more refined and academic, if you like, approach.
Yeah. Okay, so I sound crazy sometimes when I talk with my friends, just not on radio, not on TV. I'm just with a group of friends and we're watching football, boxing, or whatever. And I'm talking tactics. And I'm not saying it the way other people will understand it ordinarily. And some people think I'm crazy. You know, and that's simply because it's become a job. Over the years, I've gone through some trainings where I can analyze the game beyond what a fan will see. I can analyze the sport beyond what the regular person out there will see. You know, so I'm trying to put myself in the position of the coach or sometimes the players on the field.
Right.
Why is a player missing a sitter? What's the flight of the ball? What's his body shape? So everybody just say, oh, why didn't he hit the target? I'm like, no. So I'm trying to explain that the flight of the ball and the shape of his body, and everybody looks at me like, oh God, keep quiet. What are you talking about? So, you know, because it's become a job and you've gone through all kinds of trainings, you know, you begin to see details that the ordinary fan won't see. You know, and that was what makes me different from any other person.
Now, I want you to do a roll call of the platforms that you have graced with your capacity and ability as a journalist in the sports space.
I think
starting from the first.
The first was I can name the name, radio station. Sure. Okay, I started out broadcasting with Bole FM, right, and it was a very beautiful learning curve. That was where the first set of people that looked up to me as my fan, all of them called me the foreign technical advisor because of my name. Okay. I remember very well one of my bosses, Mr. Yemi Fagbolagun, was like, because I have a foreign name, I'm the foreign technical advisor. And then back then I used to provide a lot of production angle to our shows. So, you know, so it started from there. For work, then I moved from there. I was with Sport Vision. We had shows on Cool FM, TV Continental. Then I've been on Rhythm FM. I've been on Cool FM. I've been on several radio stations in Nigeria. Then I think the biggest one for me was on BBC. Okay. Really been on BBC Radio 5 Live. I remember before the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, Nigeria played a friendly at Cottage Road. And I met some journalists there, and they were like, they love the way I talk sport, and can I do something about the World Cup for them? And that's why I was on BBC Radio 5 Live for a while. I've been on Sky Sports as well, you know. So I've been blessed. I've been lucky. Very, very lucky, and very, very accomplished. Well, now, when you, I'm still trying to get there. So okay, so what is there for you?
When we say there, what are the things that when you look to the future, you hope to achieve and attain in your already decorated journalism career?
Two things. One, I love mentoring. I love raising, and not just journalists.
Right.
You know, I love raising people to achieving their full potentials in life. You know, I've been blessed to have worked under a lot of people who, you know, gave me opportunities. So when I see young people in whatever field, and a lot of people who know me from way back know this part of me. I used to play music as well. I used to play music properly. I played the bass guitar, the drums, and the keyboard. And so in the entertainment sector, I try to give people opportunities. I try to mentor people, try to point you in the direction. Some of the big names in Nigeria, gospel field, I've played with them. Even secular, I've been in their band. So I try to help people in the entertainment and then in sports, and not just journalism. Being an athlete, being a sports person, being an administrator. That's now the second part of what I want to do. What I'm hoping to achieve is go fully into sports administration.
Right.
You know, I see a lot of things go wrong in the way we run sports in Nigeria.
Right.
There are potentials, but we neglect the foundations. That's the grassroots. School sports is dead in Nigeria. The grassroots is apparently non-existent. Everybody's interested in the international, the World Cups, the Olympics, but there's this stage you have to go through. That's from the beginning. Those days when we go to the Olympics, you're thinking about, okay, we'll get a medal in boxing. Yeah, maybe 4x100 meters. Yeah, you know, the relay race will get to the finals. But these days you can't say that anymore. And you know what has happened? We've neglected grassroots. We've forgotten about school sports. You know, so now we're looking for already made athletes and sports people from different parts of the world, and we're not going to get results that way. We're never going to get results. The time Nigeria won the AFCON, first under Clemens Westerhoff, what he did, he picked boys from home, boys who grew through the ranks, molded them over the years into a team that went to the 1994 World Cup, Nations Cup, won it, went to the World Cup, made a mark. The whole world started paying attention to Nigeria. 1996, Bonfrey Joe took over with the core of the same team and won the Olympics. 2013, when Stephen Keshi won the AFCON, everybody who listens to me know I love Stephen Keshi. But you know what he did? He looked inwards, looked at the boys at home. Because anybody who tells you that we don't have talent at home in any sport at all, they're liars. They're lazy.
Right.
They can't work. So, you know, we need to go back to the grassroots. That's the basic thing. We need to go back to the grassroots, get it right from there, and you know, the sky is not even the limit. So
you've spoken about the fact that you have ambition to be an administrator. Yeah. Of all the sports, which body would you want to be a part of, and why?
Boxing, one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You shocked me.
Yes, I know. So a lot of people think football is my first sport. No, boxing is. I love boxing a lot. I watch a lot of boxing. So I go around different gyms and the stadium in Lagos, and I see a lot of young boys who are learning to box, but that's where it ends, where they are trying to learn. Nobody gives them platforms where they can grow as boxers. And I feel that's an area we are yet to really, really tap into and make the most of the talent we have. Go to Ajegunle, you see makeshift gyms. You see on the streets. Go to Surulere, and I'm not talking about the National Stadium. Shita, a lot of all those little areas in Lagos. You see boys in Mushi now. There are boxing clubs in Mushi now that you see a lot of youngsters learning to box, but nobody's giving them the platform or the environment to grow, and that's something that needs to change. So boxing is, if I would love to be in boxing administration, and then of course football. I had to come back to that. I had to come back to that, but boxing one, football second. We've got potentials at home, and we're not tapping into them. And it's motorsports. I love motorsports. Right. I've been to several motorsports events, but you know, there are motorsport clubs in Nigeria, bikers clubs, car racing clubs in Nigeria. Oh, yeah, the Lekki Ekpe axis, there are garages where they pimp their cars into sports car, into proper racing cars. And they go to Benin. There's a track in Benin where they do their runs. They built some sort of circuit and they run. And I sit down every time and I think about these things, that this can be bigger than it is. That's a lot of potentials. But unfortunately, and I'm going to say something very controversial here now. Unfortunately, we are not looking at those things because we don't think it will make money now. So what most administrators are looking at is
short term.
What makes me look good? Oh, I achieved this while I was there. But nobody's thinking about the future. I started this, the future. I can sit down in 20 years and I look back and I'm like, yeah, that's my handprint over there. That's something I've done.
Now, we started this conversation. I asked you your favorite football club. You're a Nigerian, we're a Nigerian, and this is Nigeria amplified with Toyin.
I support Eyimba International of Aba.
You didn't even allow me to ask you the question. So I'll ask you, why do you support Eyimba as a Yoruba man?
Oh, okay. So, when I started paying attention to the local league, Stationery Stores was a club I followed and supported, but then something happened, they folded up.
Right.
And I was looking to support another club, but deliberately I wasn't going to support Shooting Stars of Ibadan. That was my uncle's club. He loves Shooting Stars, and we had this rivalry at home. So I was never going to support Shooting Stars. And then I started watching a lot of games, and then I saw a game in Oneko Stadium. Eyimba came to play. Eyimba came to town, and I was like, wow, this is a beautiful football club. And then I traveled to Aba to watch Eyimba, and then I fell in love with what I saw them do, and I started supporting them, and then I started following them on their trips outside Nigeria, and then I became stuck. So till now, Eyimba is my team.
Okay, well that's fair. It's Nigeria. It's one Nigeria.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
On a closing note, I would want to ask you, what advice would you give to a young, aspiring sportscaster watching this feed?
And this is something I say, and I can't overemphasize it. Carve your own niche. Look for your style. It's okay to, in Nigerian sports broadcasting, there are some very peculiar styles.
Right.
The fast and whatever deal. So I tell people, it was a big mistake I made when I started out. I wanted to be like somebody else. But then one day I sat down and I was like, nah. And then I was still on Umbrella FM then. And I was like, nah, you're not that person. This is you. You like to talk. Right. You like to take it easy when you talk. You like to be very firm. That's what you should do. And I started doing that, and it gave me in very short time, a lot of popularity on radio, to the point that so many people that I looked up to back then wanted to be on the same show with me. So I beg a lot of youngsters, carve your own niche. Be yourself. Don't learn from people, but don't become people. Be your own self. Because we all have our styles. We have our different ways of talking. I can't talk the way you talk. Your phone is stronger than.
Well, I think young local one now. I know they do like that.
But your local yarnings is still.
Get as it be.
But it's still beautiful though.
They try small. No shaking.
So it's the thing I say all the time is be your own self.
Right.
Don't try to be like anybody else. And for a lot of Nigerian broadcasters, I hope people are listening. Big grammar, calm down, communicate. I hear that on radio all the time, and I'm like, nah, you're not talking to yourself. Right. You're talking to the people out there. You must let them understand you.
Thank you so much. I think aptly said. It's a pleasure. It's lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations. In advance.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that was a very, very lovely interview, and I'm looking forward to another lovely one. This guest is somebody who has served as a senior special assistant to the president on digital transformation. He's the co-founder and executive VP of DBH Solutions. He's the managing partner of Digita, board member of Edolnovates, and he's a non-executive director of Renaissance Capital Nigeria. Welcome, Mr. Oswald Gobadia.
So, yeah, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for coming.
Yeah, of course.
You have quite an extensive roll call of positions that you occupy.
As all those things need broom to sweep. Some of those things are outdated a little bit. Yeah.
Well, you're a man that has done a lot to transform the digital agenda in Nigeria. Talk me through where and how that journey started.
So I often tell people that I've been in technology forever. I started from what we call OSI stack, basically from cabling. So coming to Nigeria, I built a company that basically builds infrastructure. And that's from the networking infrastructure to the actual data centers. And really boring stuff, especially if you've been talking to sports people and entertainers.
No. This is about everybody.
I know, but I've been listening to the entertainers and I love it. You know, the sports and everything. And I'm talking about policy and IT and infrastructure.
Which is very important.
This is the back of everything, isn't it?
The meat of the bones.
So with my appointment, which you just read a few seconds ago, I got introduced to the impact of policy. Policy is what we call it in government, but in private sector is referred to as strategy. So, but policy in government actually has potentially impacted way more lives than strategy does. Right. So that's what really piqued my interest in the fact that you could actually do policy, and the impact of it is very, very long-standing.
Now, you are somebody who has also had a very, very impactful a very impactful outcome for the benefit of Nigerian policy. There's a particular bill that you can be credited with. Please tell us about that and how it came about.
So I think you're talking about the Nigerian Startup Act. It's an act now, it's not a bill, right? So I think we need to play that video. How does the bill become an act? The Nigerian. On starting my role in government, one of the first things I did was, sit down with the ecosystem players and say, okay, what are the issues that we have and what can we do in this short period of time, which is really 34 months, because I went, midway of the second term. And, from everything that we gathered from the conversations we had, it seemed like a law, because laws are a bit more sustainable than policies, would solve a number of issues. So the Nigerian Startup Act goes from trying to solve an issue of collaboration and engagement with governments from the tech-enabled ecosystem, the digital ecosystem, startups particularly, to dealing with taxation on investment, encouraging angel investors. Angel investors are the first believers. They're almost the insane people who actually give that first dollar. They believe in the idea and the person. So how do we encourage them to do more of that? Because that's how ideas really get executed. To dealing with bringing agencies that have an effect on the ecosystem to the forefront, so you can deal with them, engage with them closer to get things done, and then dealing with a number of things around research and so basically the Startup Act plants seeds between government and the private sector to enable that sector grow.
Now, talking about the growth of the sector and where it's at, what are the things that you'd outline that need to be done to bring us up to par with our international counterparts?
I thought you were going to name a country.
I didn't want to call any country. The only country I'm mentioning is Nigeria.
Nigeria, as per the flag. Yeah. So I would say that we're very much in our starting stage, right? A lot of amazing things have happened. Even today, we heard another announcement of another company attaining the big number. But from the infrastructure perspective, from a integration perspective, from expanding the market perspective, there's a lot more to do, right? So when you look at what they call the total addressable market in Nigeria, we tend to use the number of 200 million people. You start thinking that 200 million people who really has access, right? Who really understands what's on the phone, the digital inclusion, digital literacy. So those areas are sort of where, the crust is of how we can grow the digital economy, right? So we have to teach people to be able to read. We have to be able to give them access to whatever digital tools will enable them to get on the super highway. So those are the kind of things we need to work on to be able to expand the Nigerian market.
Now, speaking about the Startup Act, talk me through how the inception came up, the idea, what was behind it, and how the process of bringing it from your mind to something that now benefits almost every Nigerian in that regard.
So, as I said earlier, it was a conversation that was had with some stakeholders, and the number of different issues that plagued the startup ecosystem, were basically spread across different areas. And one of the key ways to address that was to bring it all together into a law, and bring the law under a subject. So the tech-enabled ecosystem is what the NSA is for, but there could be another one for the creatives. And interesting enough, another one was started for the creatives. They just ran out of runway. So it was a case of, okay, sit in a room with the people who felt the pain, what is the pain? And you basically document that. These are the issues we have. We have issues with taxation. We have issues with research. We have issues with immigration. So you bring all these issues together and you put it into a document. And then you now go to government and say, these are the issues that the private sector has. How do you translate this to what's possible within government? And that's where a document is now formed. And then once the document is formed, it's about getting the awareness about the document, getting more stakeholders involved, more reviewers. So Nigerian Startup Act, I like to say we had 200 volunteers, but people who know better than me said there were over 800 volunteers.
Oh, wow.
So it was a project where a lot of people felt they owned it. We even had government officials who were volunteering to participate in helping develop the act. And there were different aspects of the act that was done. There's the actual document itself that needs to be developed. There's the awareness that needs to be done. Because we did everything. We had cartoons, we had, radio jingles, so we really used the media to ensure that people understood what we were trying to achieve, and then we get the buy-in. So the Nigerian Startup Act was one of the quickest acts to get passed in Nigeria, and one of the reasons why that happened is because the stakeholder body really was wide and had a really had the language and the mission and the vision of the act was spread quite widely. So to the point that the people who should object were like, yeah, we see ourselves in this, and so everybody it was for everybody really.
Now, how is the process of balancing all the perspectives of the various stakeholders? How does that work for you? Because obviously, alignment and agreement helps in moving forward policies and developing drive and change, especially from the digital space.
Yeah. So that's one thing we refer to as the big tent. So what we call the big tent is the approach in which we develop the act. And what's key to the big tent is the collaborative nature of it. So it really was a big tent, if you picture a circus tent, right?
Okay.
And it basically pulled everybody in, and everybody's opinion was weighed, and it's actually very difficult because you're surprised. You're thinking something needs to be a 2. There's a whole bunch of people who think that should be a 5.
Right.
So it's really negotiated. So it probably ends up being a 3, right? And everybody's happy. Okay, 3 is fine. And there were several, people lobbying for different aspects of the act. But what's really interesting is that being that there's so much lack, right? The act is just really the first step, right? It's actually the first phase. So at this stage, you're pretty much just planting the seed. It's almost like, okay, are you going to argue? Do you need to tour the land and put the seed in or not? You do. And that's what the Nigerian Startup Act does. And to me, I refer to it as just 1.0. There should be a 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and 5.0 before we even get to where we need to be to really start.
Now, you are, with many of the guests I've spoken to, you're someone that has a multifaceted approach to life. So you wear many caps. One of them is you're an author.
Yeah.
Talk me through how you developed the idea of your first book to actually bringing it through to being a published piece of, I think the right word would be a published piece of
work.
Work.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is, work.
Okay, so I would say a published piece of you that people can consume.
Yeah. So I think with that question, you went right to the heart of it. Writing a book is actually a very painful process. I've been asked since I left government if I would write another, and my answer has always been no. Because you really do just take a piece of yourself and put it on paper. And you spend a decent amount of time trying to say, okay, that's a bit too much, or that's just enough.
Right.
Myself and Chukwuka, who's my co-author, we had the idea during one of our political downtimes, which we get right after election. And, you're sitting around for a couple of months. And we said, hey, let's write a book. And the book primarily speaks to the entrepreneurial journey, right? What is it to be an entrepreneur in Nigeria and in Africa? And that book basically captures both our stories, kind of mixed in together, trying to make the points of some of the things you must consider and some of the things that will happen to you, and really trying to give that embrace, saying that you're not alone, right? So you're really not alone. Everybody goes through something. I mean, you went through some things setting this up, which we're well aware of, and you'd be shocked somebody else is trying to do a business in Yaba right now, and they've gone through the exact same thing.
Right.
The environment is what's inconsistently constant, right? So the troubles and the problems affect everybody and plague everybody almost the same. So the book was just to say, hey, here are two guys, not necessarily very successful, but we were somewhere in the middle of our journey, but here's the story so far. And check back with us in another 20 years when we're writing a different book.
So if you're to write another book,
Yeah.
in 20 years, what would you project that it would be about, based on not just the experiences now, but the shifts and trends that we're seeing in the, not just the digital space, but in the world and with Nigerians and how we interface with the world?
So, 20 years from now will put me in that age group where I'm more so saying, let me go sit in my village. And that digital village, hopefully. So it would more so be a reflection of, what I see as what has been my journey so far.
Right.
I think in Nigeria, in the Nigerian, general Nigerian behavior, people tend to write books about 70. And the story is like my something journey. And well earned, right? You're 70 years old. That's where I'll be in 20 years. So I suspect in 20 years, I'll probably be looking back and going, yeah, I wrote that book when I was
a young man.
A
younger man.
Such folly, and such, idealism, and probably be more reflection on how my journey has gone. Maybe some corrections to some of the ideology I had before. Country has gone, or where Africa has gone. Because my current work right now really is Nigeria and Africa.
Right.
So my perspective is a lot more broader on how we can make change on the continent. So I can see that my perspective has already changed from not too long ago.
Now, you have a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
And there was a question that literally launched a whole series of chain reactions after it. Can you, for the benefit of those watching, say what the question was?
Whoa, which one?
The hyena.
Oh, the lion and the panther?
The lion, the panther, and the hyena.
I don't remember it. So I think it was the question about who's the king of the jungle.
That is it.
Ah, yes. So there's so this is actually a media thing, right?
Okay.
People don't realize it's actually a media question. It's a media question, it's a perspective question.
Okay.
So the question is, who's the king of the jungle? And most times when you ask that question, people say the lion, because that's what we're trained to say. That is the narrative. But the lion doesn't live in the jungle. Lion lives in the savannah.
Right.
And our market is the jungle.
Right.
So if you are following that path, you will now be a lion in the jungle and you'll get killed by a hyena, right? Because the hyena is going to climb on a tree, or the leopard is going to climb on a tree, and the tiger, which is really the strongest animal in the jungle, who's really the king of the jungle, will take out the lion in the jungle.
Now, I'd like to compare Digita to the savannah.
Oh.
Tell me the story behind how you started and founded Digita and how that journey has been.
Yeah, so I go into government as an entrepreneur. And entrepreneurs always do what entrepreneurs do. You always approach things as in, how do I fix this, right? That was the same thing with the book. Hey, we're going to do a book. Do we hire people? No, I mean, we're just going to figure it out and do it and launch the book. So going to government and seeing the impact of policy, seeing the long-term impact of what policy can do in a country. And potentially looking at the continent and seeing the gaps in the continent. It was very difficult for me to go back to what I did before. Then I basically came up with the idea with some other partners that, look, there's an opportunity here to impact how policy is developed in Nigeria on the continent. And that's where digital came from. It's basically digital without the L. And a friend of mine said to me, if you don't,
Nigerian pronouncing.
Digital.
Digital.
You come out the L. A friend of mine said, you take an L if you don't use us. I was like, okay.
What's up? That is actually
I'm not the creative genius behind that one.
Now,
so, go ahead.
No, please.
So basically, Digita has now been looking into helping countries, African states, develop policies. So there's a couple of countries we're working with that are doing startup acts now in the mode of Nigeria. A couple of countries are doing innovation entrepreneurship documents, policies to help drive the digital ecosystem in Africa. So that's what we're helping them do.
Okay, fantastic. Now, I'd like to know how you ensure effective policy implementation, in Nigeria's digital sector.
Ooh, that's the real question you need to ask. So what is important to understand is that we are all the government, right? There's a very common practice of people to believe that the government are those who are sitting in some tower somewhere. I was sitting in my nice little hut when I was called to come sit in the tower. From my hut all the way to having a pass at State House in Abuja. So it could be anybody, right? So everybody who's there right now wasn't in State House or in any of the ministries just 2 years ago. So it's quite important that we understand that we all need to participate in the process, right? And you need to figure out at any given time what is your activity, right? Your contribution to the process. So I think as citizens, the question I always ask citizens is, how are you trying to influence policy? How are you trying to ensure that policy that is already passed is implemented? Like, for instance, the Nigerian Startup Act is not implemented. It's still in the process. How are you ensuring that the people in power, in government at the time, are looking at it? And also to the government people, how are you making sure that policies are not sitting on the shelf and collecting dust? But everybody has a role to play. I continue to play a role outside of government by keeping it conversational, mention it. When I sit in front of young people, I tell them, you have a role to play. I'm on your show now, tell everybody, you have a role to play in ensuring that the policy that you're a beneficiary of is implemented. It makes no sense. If you run a business in Nigeria or in Africa, it's imperative that you understand the policies and regulations that guide and govern your business.
Most certainly.
Right? And if you do that, you run a folly, because ultimately what's going to happen is that as you get to year 1, year 2, those policies are just waiting for you, saying,
with their hands crossed.
Yes, that you have now arrived and you will chop cane. So that's part of the problem. So there's a opportunity to influence the policy to ensure that your business survives.
Well, thank you so much. There is so much to discuss. We're still going to talk about that after this, but thank you for this interview.
No problem.
It's been an absolute pleasure as well, and continue doing things that revolutionize the digital space for not just Nigerians, but the continent of Africa. Thank you so much.
And you, good luck.
Thank you.
Well done, huh?
Thank you.
All right. This way.
Okay, I'd like to call my next interviewee.
My brother.
He's somebody whose real name I actually still don't know, but he's funny nonetheless. And his name is an offshoot of an animal, Mr. Hyena.
How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Welcome and good evening.
Thank you.
Now, first of all, talk me through the story behind your name and how you adopted it, because it's one thing for people to call you something, it's another thing for you to adopt the name. What's the story?
Well, it was 2017. At first, I never used to buy the idea of people calling me Ainana, because that felt like an animal's name, you get. But again, every entertainer, most entertainers do have an alias, which is their AKA. 2017, AY Life, AY the comedian, he had a show at the hotel. And there was an interview on the red carpet where they asked me what the female hyena called. Because I didn't know the right answer, but I wanted to feel like if I didn't know right answer, at least I should know wrong answer. It would be very, very dull of me not to know wrong answer. Yeah. So I gave them the hyena, and it became one of the most viral stuff in Africa at that particular moment. And then people started calling me hyena, and I guess that name stuck.
Now, your real name is actually Eric.
Yeah, my name is Eric.
When was the last time somebody called you by your name?
If anyone calls me Eric now, I'll not answer, because the last person that called me Eric, I owe the person money since secondary school. Like, it's in secondary school they called me Eric last.
Wow.
Yeah, people barely call me Eric. They just call Ainana, MC Prince, Ainana.
So what's the story of how you got this name? Because we've spoken about how long you've had it and the fact that you've adopted it, but what's the story? What was the question that triggered this name becoming yours?
Yeah, a certain TV platform asked me a question on the red carpet. They said, what is the female name of an hyena? Yeah, like they did not ask me the female name of my neighbor's dog. Even my neighbor's dog, I stay in this compound, I don't know the name. And so that was the female name of an hyena, and it was on TV. I felt this is going to be on TV. What am I supposed to say? Kids are supposed to watch me and learn. But then I said hyena, and ever since then,
it never let go.
They didn't let go.
Now you are a well-established content creator. For somebody who has done as well as you have, you're not only a content creator, you're a comedian, you're also somebody who hosts events.
Yes, I do.
What would be the advice that you give to somebody who's young and up and coming, aspiring to be like you?
Number one, you need to understand that the passion You have to have the passion for the business. You have to have the passion, and you need to have the right motive. What's your motive? Is it because you want to mislead other young people? What's your motive? Is it because you just want to make money? If it's for money, you might be frustrated at some point. But when you have a bigger goal, when you have a bigger vision, it will always come to, and consistency.
Right.
Because ever seen a man diligent in his work, someday you will sit with kings. Just be diligent. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you do a video and put it online and you don't get 500 views.
Right.
It doesn't matter. If 400 people can watch your video, you need to picture the 400 people like you are in a hall and 400 people came to listen to whatever you have to say. That's cool. So just consistency. Do what you have to do and be unique. Don't copy people too much. Create your own style, create your own idea. And by the time you get to discover yourself, it might take a while discovering yourself. When you eventually do, then the money would come. And get mentors. Okay? You need to have a role model. Because get mentors, not tormentors. Yes,
really
get people
really
that have been there, people that their lifestyle can help fine-tune yours.
There are a sea of them. In fact, in creative industries, you find a plethora of anything, whether it's comedians, whether it's actors, or what have you. But as an event host, how have you distinguished yourself from others?
Well, distinguishing myself from others was quite tough. But thank God, God placed me in the right environment. I worked with Alibaba for 10 years. And Alibaba is known as the king of comedy. I worked with Alibaba for 10 years. And I did radio for 4 years, 5 years in Nigeria, and all these things, all these years helped reshape me, help discover myself. You understand? Because everybody can host.
Right.
Everybody can grab a mic, but we have very few people who can do the job. Yeah, so my spontaneity sets me aside. I think I'm quite spontaneous. So when something happens at an event, there's always something, when people hear something fresh, they know that this guy didn't bring this funny stuff. He actually created it on the go.
Right.
Yes, and people will always come for you when they know that whatever he said last time is not what he will say again. I mean, so it makes me stand out. That spontaneity, and also not doing vulgar stuff.
Right.
You can be unique without saying vulgar stuff.
And that's something that stands out about you, the fact that you have made it an intentional mantra to be somebody who is family friendly. How has that been for you?
Well, it's been good for the brand. It's been very, very good for the brand, because I don't want a situation whereby I go on the street and a child begins to hold smoke because of a joke I cried.
Right.
Or a lady begins to twerk indecently because of something I said. That's going to break my heart. That is not my own destiny. You understand? So because I know whatever it is I do on stage can have a ripple effect on someone, there are kids watching.
Right.
Then so I just have to do it right. I just have to do it right.
And you have done it right, and you're doing it right, and I believe that you'll continue to do it right.
Continue to do it right.
Have you ever considered a foray into the music industry?
Music industry? I tried music. I love music, actually. Right. Music helps me to regulate my mood. Music helps me to... I've worked with artists. I host so many concerts in Lagos and in Nigeria. Example, Davido's concert. Most of his concerts in Lagos, I'm always the MC. Music is life. You need, and when it comes to music, let me just tell you guys, be careful of the kind of music you listen to, because when some music enters your head, enters your mind, settles in, then you might begin to act what the lyrics is saying.
Right.
So I always go for good music.
Now, looking to the future, where do you see yourself? And if you're to adapt another, let's say whether it's another business or another skill set, what would that be?
Well, if I were to do something else, I would still do comedy, because comedy is not just about cracking joke. Being on stage, holding the mic is not just about wanting to be an MC. My own passion, my own dream is people should watch me and not just laugh. I want them to be happy. Because laughter doesn't mean happiness.
Right.
You understand? I want my videos to be shared amongst couples that their home is almost breaking, and they should find a reason to just laugh and come back together. I want to be I don't have to be a pastor, but I want to be a minister in that which God has given me. You understand? And in the nearest future, I see myself I see myself being an inspiration to so many youths that they want to go into the comedy industry, content industry, because Ainana did it without being vulgar.
Right.
Ainana did it without having to join any unnecessary body. You understand? Ainana did it, and they should find inspiration in that. That is my dream. That's my dream, and everyone should just be happy.
I think everyone is happy. I mean, I think for me, the fact that you're wholesome and you're successful is part of the essence of what I wanted to project and amplify to the world.
Yes,
so I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time. And on a closing note, what is it that we can look forward to from Hyena now? Where next are you headed?
Well, I just got signed by 1908. They're it's an high pedigree event promotion company.
Okay.
So most of the shows that happen in Ember period, they're always one producing. So the Hyena brand have gone from this guy that is nothing by God's grace. Now it is a much more professional and accepted brand. And also, I need to say this before I leave. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, because this is not just about breaking record. It's about every girl child watching, letting them know that whatever it is, your dreams are actually valid.
They are valid.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And have a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you so much. Okay, I would like to call my next guest. His name is Derek Ajibola, but when I first knew him, I knew him under a different name. I don't think I'll introduce him as that. I'll just call to the stage the one and only Derek Ajibola. Have a seat, you're welcome. A pleasure to have you this evening. I think I'll give you the mic, or give you the floor rather, to allow you to introduce yourself and this new phase of who you are.
Okay. My name is Derek Ajibola. I'm a singer, songwriter, music producer, and a business owner of a fashion brand called Denaro Global, but formerly now known as Locks by Denaro.
Now, I knew you in the era of styling.
Exactly.
And that was with P Square.
Yes.
How did you go from being a stylist to establishing your own brand?
I actually, I started as a brand owner, fashion designer, way back from University of Lagos.
Okay.
So along the line, we used to socialize a lot. So with the help of my friend who used to dance for P Square, so we were able to link up. We went for an event at night, and I met P Square, and from there I started the styling part, and I also did for a whole lot of people as well. So.
Now, your story obviously starts from a place of servitude. How important is it to serve in order to be able to get to a place where you can lead?
Actually, growth actually is something that has to do with, serving people first.
Right.
So in order to grow, you have to serve first. So, there's a huge benefit from growth in terms of that, because you have to learn and gain a lot of experiences before you can establish yourself. You have to serve other people as well, before you can get to that level.
Now, how has your global travel influenced you and your style?
Well, a whole lot. Global travel has done a whole lot. Exposure to new ideas, society, environment, cultures, and there were means of living actually. So when you find yourself in a new area, and like sometimes when I travel, sometimes I have this, what's it called? It's like, as a writer, as a songwriter, we used to call it writer block. So sometimes you can't really put ideas together because you've just been confined in an environment, so you need some space, to go out and explore new ideas, new people, and race, cultures. Like I said earlier, it's really done a whole lot.
Now let's talk about music, because that's another chapter of your life. And this is the interesting thing about Nigerians and all the people that have sat here. It's not just one thing that they do, it's several things. So let's talk about that journey into music and how it's been for you so far.
Well, basically, you know, the way the Nigerian system is generally, you can't do one thing because I'm going to go a little bit into, you know, the matters we're facing, that we've always been facing. You know, as a young student in Unilag, you know, I just had the, you know, the hope and the ideas and the creativity and everything. So I just wanted to, you know, get something done in terms of fashion. So now, coming down to the question you asked earlier, we have to like be creative and also multitask as a Nigerian because of the things that we're used to. You know how it is. Our political leaders have not really made things easy and or easier for the youth. So we have to try as much as as much as we can to break into different environments, you know, just to find a way out, have a niche for ourselves. And then that's what's led to, you know, as an upcoming musician, trying to find a way to survive and into owning a brand, into styling and several other things that I've, you know, other departments that I've also tried and exploited as well.
Now, on the music front, you have a single called Tikara. Am I pronouncing it correct?
Absolutely
Tikara.
right. Yeah.
What's the story behind that and why that name?
Oh, okay. Tikara inspiration came from a night. Actually, I was seated in my living room during the isolation time, the COVID-19 period. So I saw this Instagram model while I was scrolling on Instagram. So and I was like, wow, you know, I was appreciating the whole course and everything that I saw and everything. And the next thing, I just grabbed my notepad and I started writing on my notepad. And as a producer as well, I just brought out my gadgets and made the beats and I started voicing, and that was it.
Tikara was born.
Was born, yeah, absolutely.
Now, as a fashion designer and a musician, how redundant have you made the services of a stylist in your image?
Well,
or how active are they rather?
They're both active. Over the years, I have been able to, you know, gaining experience and also trying to try what we call division of labor.
Right.
So you can't do everything all at once. So I mean, the fashion styling and the fashion design and the brand, you know, it's a company. So one man can't run a company. It's grown beyond the level of running by myself alone. When I started, it was just me. So now we have lots of people who run the brand with me, and so which gives me the time to do what I love to do, which is music.
Right.
And I like,
Now on the music front, you've blended very, very diametrically opposed genres together to create a new sound. So something like Kurdish folk, with jazz, with Afrobeats.
And Afrobeats,
Talk me through that process, please.
Well, listening to different genres of sounds over the years, I've always been a big fan of Fela Anikulapo Kuti, and other Pan-African musicians like Yesundo and Hugh Masekela from South Africa. So Hugh Masekela is a jazz person, Fela is folk, Afrobeat and all that, and high life as well. So I did a lot of research while I was trying to find my sound over the years, and I used to try as much as I can to listen to genres that you can't imagine fellow, you know, Africans or musicians are listening to. I just want to dig deeper so I can be as unique as possible in my field as a musician. So I try to do a lot of research over the time, and you know, as a producer as well, you want to listen to as much weird and unnotified sounds. I mean, like the underground sounds that we don't really hear. Like, you know, over a few months ago, we saw some unknown sound win the Grammy while Burna Boy was nominated in the same category, you know, and everybody went online like, who's this person? By the time we did our research, the guy's song is nowhere, but it's so unique, and I mean, I had to listen to the sound. So that's you know, relating to the question that you asked, that's one of the reasons why I've had to dig deeper and, you know, listen to Kurdish sounds and Afrobeats, and also lots of them. I do, these are the only few that I can talk about now due to the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Who would you collaborate with if the opportunity presented itself and there was no restriction?
Well, I would love to work with a whole lot of people. On the foreign scene, Afrobeats is foreign as well now, so we'll start from Chris Brown, Burna Boy, Whiskey, David, yeah. I'd like to work with Mary J. Blige. I'd like to work with, there are lots of musicians I'd love to work with. The list is endless. I'd also love to work with, who else? Yusundo, yeah, lots of them.
Now, how do you see the future of Afrobeats evolving on a closing note?
Okay. Afrobeats is still more like a baby. Yeah, I wouldn't say a baby. Like Afrobeats have really grown over the years. I would say like a toddler level now. Well, because I feel like there's still a whole lot more of talent, especially the talent part, that still has to be introduced to the world generally at large. Yeah, we've really done a whole lot from the times of them Two-Face,
Right.
and transition into the Wizkid and the new big three in quote era. So now we have the Gen Z, and we have new talents emerging over every day. So I feel like we still have a whole lot more in store. Like, they haven't heard me. They haven't heard me, and so what I have is totally different. So when they get to hear me, maybe
Then they'll love you. To know you is to love you.
Yeah, by God's grace.
Well, Derek, thank you so much for your time. It's been.
I'm honored to be here.
Oh, thank you. It's
I'm
an honor to
the
have
most
you.
excited person in the world.
Thank you.
Knowing that you're doing this.
Thank you. I'll probably wear one of your
I'm so
pieces
glad.
during this attempt.
I can't wait.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, it is time for me to call my next guest. His name is Kelechi Ekugo, and he is somebody that is an advisor, a senior country director at the US Nigeria Council, USNC. Now, he's known for investment promotion, public sector advisory, and an advocate for youth empowerment through various ecosystems. He's also a technical advisor to Nigeria's Minister of Trade and Investment and a technical advisor to 2 consecutive Ministers of Finance. Kelechi, welcome.
Good evening, Toyin.
Good evening. Now, there's been a recurrent theme of people who have left the diaspora to come to Nigeria, and you're one such person. What influenced your decision to leave the UK and return to Nigeria?
Well, for me, it was all about passion. Obviously, born as a Nigerian, had watched Nigeria evolve, right from the 80s when I was born into the 90s, and then I had the opportunity to study in the UK. Of course, got that exposure, got that education. And at the end of the day, I felt like, this is a country I'm passionate about.
Right.
It's evolving, and perhaps there's a key and strategic role that I can play, being at the time under what we'll classify as part of the youthful ecosystem. So I was more than happy to return back and play my own little part.
Now, that was what informed your decision. This is you now here, you've been here for a period of time. What are the things that you've identified that Nigerians have that can be harnessed to bring greater, not just revenues, but greater use of human capacity and human capital?
Thank you. So, Nigeria is blessed with tremendous resources, natural resources, various kind of commodities, arable land, a huge growing population as well, which I think is the most critical.
Right.
And beautiful weather, beautiful landscape. So for me, if all of these are well harnessed,
Right.
Be through the natural resources, through the human capacity, the population, with the right energy being put into it, then you could find that level of
growth and impact.
Now, how did your experience in the Nigerian public sector compare to your time and experience in the UK? And what skills did you acquire from working in both environments?
I think for me, experience in the UK, you're in an environment where, you're exposed to a diverse range of, at least when you look at the ratio, you're exposed to a diverse range of different people from different backgrounds. I guess, first of all, from schooling there, you make friends from different nationalities. You get to learn the culture out there. And then you get to have a better perspective of, a globalized agenda. Then, of course, the ethics. Being in Europe, they'll say it's part of the developed world. So you kind of learn the ethics and the culture there. Now, coming back here, I guess you try and find the balance. Being in Nigeria, it has its own cultural and traditional connotation, just because of how diverse the country is. So for me, it's all, a fusion of all that dynamics. But at the end of the day, part of the constants are, your ethics to work, your professionalism, your dignity as an individual, your conviction to just delivering on whatever your set goals and tasks are. And I think those are clear constants, whether it's back in Europe or whether that's back here. And just that discipline, really, to really just achieve whatever your set goals and targets are.
I think that's the true Nigerian spirit. That's resilience.
Absolutely.
Now, as a senior country director of the US-Nigeria Council, what strategies do you employ to promote economic cooperation between the US and Nigeria?
So basically, sitting on that role, it's all about deepening economic and commercial ties. And I'll pretty much say that's all bordered around investment promotion. And I think part of the ways we go about that is, one, we've got strategic relations across the two countries, be it on the government sides, be it on the private sector sides. And that gives us a convenient platform to leverage all those various stakeholders to see where there could be areas of mutual collaboration. So where you see some interest from the US side looking at potential opportunities in Nigeria, you kind of find, where there could be decent level of synergy on the Nigerian side, and also vice versa, where we take and promote interest from Nigeria into the US. And these are pretty much done through, we'll every now and then organize a couple of roundtables between the US, or here in Nigeria, just exchanging information as well, virtually, physically, and just constantly dialoguing to make sure that the synergies and opportunities are being created.
Now, speaking on the way that the sort of economic climate is in Nigeria as compared against the US, what challenges do you face in trying to present Nigeria as a land of opportunity to potential investors, and how do you mitigate those challenges?
Well, I think, again, like I said earlier, Nigeria is blessed with an abundant resources, whether it's in the area of agriculture, mining, oil and gas, the human capacity, the human capital by virtue of population. Also, given the fact that we're quite a resilient population, so resilient and also quite innovative. So in going out there trying to sell brand Nigeria, we look at all these factors, and these factors are very adaptable at various stages and levels. Of course, a lot of the challenges we face, some of it could be systematic through governance, through certain lack of infrastructure, which is understandable, but in every challenge, I think there are also opportunities. And I think that's where the leverage kind of comes in. You know, how do you try and unlock these opportunities and solve for them? And the good thing is that they are not insurmountable challenges, basically.
Now, what advice would you give to professionals in the diaspora who are considering coming back to Nigeria to contribute to the nation's development?
I think for me, it's very simple. One, you should have that conviction as a Nigerian that, look, this is home for you, you know, this is heritage. Two, it's also a bit of a mental strength because, of course, there are systematic issues locally, but it's all about, once you have that conviction, you understand that you are part of a nation building process. You've gone out there, you've gained all those experience and exposure. However, if you translate all of that locally here, then the measure of impact could be more significant because there is that need and desire for, you know, more human capacity support locally here.
Most definitely. Now, I know that you have a lot of great things planned on the horizon, and I look forward to us venturing into those things, or at least me understanding you. I'm putting myself in your equation, but me being able to also see the growth that you're driving for in projects that we won't mention here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a fantastic evening.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, my next guest is Simeon Akimbulumo, and he's a brand manager, photographer, movie producer, and a fashion enthusiast, to name a few things. So we'll welcome him as he comes for his interview. And again, it's really, really interesting the fact that you see guests who, welcome again, Simeon. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please have a seat. Thank you. Now, I keep saying this thing, and it's been a recurrent thing with all the guests that I've been speaking to so far.
All right.
The consistent thread between all Nigerians is the fact that nobody stays static. Everybody's dynamic.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the things that you've done, because your career transition is very interesting. Simeon, you've successfully navigated multiple industries from fashion to film.
Yeah.
What inspired you to diversify your career, and how do you manage to excel in all these varied fields?
First and foremost, congratulations in advance.
Thank you.
I will start that question in the funny way. I will say, firstly, Nigeria happened in a good way. I remember, it's going to be quite emotional because I remember being a university dropout and a lot of negative things were being said towards me by people. My father is a professor, and me being a dropout, you know, says a lot of two things, you know. But I would say that was the first thing that helped me be like, I can do anything. And through my journey, I met a very wonderful human being, you know, and that really, really helped me to really be on that path of I can do anything. So that's one of the things that really helped me. Life challenges, the people I've met, you know, that's one of the key things that really helped me to be like, I can do anything.
Now, interestingly, you've worked with Kanye West's Sunday Service Choir.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about how this came about and what that experience has been like, or what it was like.
It was a beautiful and challenging experience working, you know, with Kanye West Sunday Choir, because I remember we made some pieces for them, and funny enough, we made them from Nigeria. Yeah, you know, we made it here. We sent it to them. Kanye loved it from first sight. It didn't even. There was no editing. There was no need to send back. There was no need to remake. you know, it was a very beautiful and wonderful experience.
I mean, I've often suspected that Kanye is a Nigerian at heart. Would you agree with that statement?
I will agree because there was a time, it was even after, when we got on set, that Kanye revealed that he was in Nigeria at a point, but nobody knew.
Okay.
So he is so connected. He's another version of Idris Elba. He's so connected with Africa, you know, and he just loves Africa a lot. So that's the reason why he's so connected, and he do stuff hidden, you know, with Nigeria.
Now, you've worked with industry kings and queens like Jimmy Odukoya, Sasuke, Deyemi Okonlowo, DJ Lambo, Chigo, Cross, Beverly Osi, UT, the famous UT, and in different capacities, ranging from fashion, movies to photography. That's an interesting transition. What is it about creative industries that they're intertwined in a way that it makes it easy for a creative like you to slide seamlessly between the various different fashion or, you know, film or music or photography spaces?
I think what really helped me was, say, open-mindedness. You know, the fact that I'm open-minded to do anything, to learn on the job, because it's a type of space where you have to learn on the job. Nobody knows it all.
Right.
So that was the major thing that I would say really, really helped me.
Now, looking at your collaborations, we've spoken about that, but which of the collaborations that you've done has had the most significant impact on you?
Number one, I would say when I did my movie, that was one of the major impacts because that was my first movie. Thankfully, it's on Amazon now. That was my first movie, first time producing, first time lead role, you know. So I would say that was the top. Then followed by working with Kanye West.
Now, tell me the name of your movie that's on Amazon for the benefit of those watching.
Oh, okay. The title is He Only Fell. That movie was so challenging. It was so challenging. But the title is He Only Fell. It's on Amazon Prime. Thankfully, thanks to God. And shooting it was a whole lot because of my first time producing. I remember crying on set on my first scene. I had a panic attack.
Wow.
You know, but above all, it was a beautiful, wonderful experience.
Most certainly. Now, I would like to talk a little bit about He Only Fell, because this is an award-winning film, and I think you're not conveying it in the magnanimity that it has. When we talk about this movie, what was the most challenging aspects of producing it, and how did you overcome it? Because, you know, it's all about, for me, speaking to how people can surmount, you know, trials and challenges. I think provides hope to people who are in that space. So how did you do it with your movie He Only Fell?
It was a lot because, how can I put it in words? Okay, let me put it like this. When I started the movie is more of like a Ollie-Nolly type of movie. Hollywood, Bollywood, Hollywood, Nollywood, I mean, type of movie. Trying to mix two people from two different worlds, two different communities, two different cultures in the movie. Now, not even on the movie now, on the movie set, because I was the producer. On the movie set was a different ballgame. Then also making it into a movie that people will see, and people from two different cultures coming together, you know, it was really, really hectic. I won't lie. You know, but I have a very wonderful partner. She directed it, you know, and she was the actress. She was the lead actress on it. She really, really, really helped me. She's American. She really, really helped me on this.
She's American Nigerian.
Yes. You know, she really, really helped me on the set. She made work smooth and easy. You know, so I would say one of the major ways where I was I was able to overcome the stress or the challenges was the crew, the people I work with, and how understanding they were, to the job.
Now, on recognition and impact, you've been honored with the United States Presidential Volunteer Service Award, and you have a day proclaimed in your name, which is remarkable. How do these recognitions influence you and your approach to work and community service?
Oh yeah, I'm so big on community service. Extremely big on community service. Gender equality, helping the needy, everything. I'm so big. I'm very, very. If you can see what I'm wearing,
For God
first
so
of all,
loved the
that gave
world.
us black women. You know, I'm so big on it. You know, how it has really helped me. I think it helped me to be humble.
Right.
Or should I say more humble? You know, because when you see different things, you know, when you talk about currency, when you talk about economy, you know, what it is in a particular word is different from what's in another word, you know, and you can see that balance, you know. I thank God for the award from the President of the United States. I thank God for, what's it called, the proclamation from, he was the former mayor for Shreveport in Louisiana. I thank them for it. And you know, those experiences, those gifts, let me put it that way, really shaped me and be like, you can be anywhere. And I was in Nigeria when I got them.
Right.
Right. You know, so you can be anywhere and you can be recognized and be seen. All you just need to do is know when to do it and know how to do it.
Right.
If you can know those two things and, you know, everything work right, just do you.
Now, I think on a closing note, I'd like to talk about your fashion enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Now, as a fashion enthusiast and a manager of Project Runway alumni Latasha V. Henderson, what trends or innovations in the fashion industry excite you the most right now?
When it comes to fashion, I'm crazy. I won't say a trend because when it's trending, I don't like it anymore. Right. So I won't say a particular trend, you know, is in my head right now. But I just love the craziness of fashion. Do anything, be anything. That's the first thing I love about fashion. So I'm not really a trend person because by the time it's trending, I don't like it anymore when it comes to fashion.
Well, you're a remarkable Nigerian and creative, and I want to thank you so much for your time and for coming through.
I appreciate it.
We definitely will catch up, and I probably look forward to, you know, being styled by you.
No wala.
Or in a movie.
No wala.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Have a great, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, I would like to call my next interviewee. His name is Dipo Ayo Adeusi, and his occupation is he's an image consultant, a fashion designer, fashion stylist, creative director, and costume designer. Now, he's known as the founder of Light in the marketplace and the King and Consort. He's an image consultant, stylist, costume designer for Nollywood movies and shows. Welcome.
Hi, Toyin.
Thank you so much. I love this.
Thank you so
I'm guessing
much.
this is something that you've designed.
Yes, I
Please
do.
have a seat.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Congratulations, by the way, first of all.
Thank you very, very much. Very, very distinct. I love it. Absolutely love it. Now let's talk about your career journey. How did your theatre arts degree influence your transition into fashion and your lifestyle?
Theatre arts, I think, is one of the ways that you get to really observe humanity. And it's one of the ways that you get to learn about people.
Right.
And I say to people all the time, image consulting, styling is 70% people management and 30% passion.
Okay.
So it's not really about telling people what to wear.
Right.
It's more about getting into the psychology of human beings and understanding how they work, what makes them tick, and then understanding how to help them manifest that in their appearance. So it comes in very handy because that's what you learn about when you're learning about acting and theatre arts. You're learning about people. How do you know to play the role of a houseboy if you've never done that before?
Right.
It's by observance. How do you know to play the role of a doctor when you've never been one before? It's by observance. And so you learn how to observe people and what makes them work.
In addition to observing people, what I'm hearing you saying is that it's a science.
It is a science. There's a science to it. It's a human science. Very true.
Now let's look a little bit into your life and fashion and style. What inspired you to start Light in the Marketplace and King and Consort?
So it's two very different areas. Light in the Marketplace started in 2020, right out of COVID. And it started from a place of desperation, if you will. The industry was shut down. I worked in the fashion industry and the film industry. Both industries were shut down when we had COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And I was faced with the reality of not having a job. And
very real.
Being at the mercy of just, whatever came by. I needed something that was a deeper purpose. And that was when I spent a lot of time just talking to God and just asking questions. And then, I got the answers. And one of the things that became so profound was sort of transforming the image of Nigeria, which is why I'm so passionate about this, by the way.
Love it.
Is about projecting Nigeria in the right light and having people that can represent the country, on a global stage.
Right.
And we do that from the position of a parent. And that became very profound for me. So it was a deeper sense of purpose as opposed to just telling people to wear nice clothes. It was present yourself in the best possible way. Represent yourself, represent the people who are affiliated with you, represent the country.
Right.
And I think more than just intellectual capacity and your core skills,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of the ways that you can actually advance your career. I think people don't realize how they go hand in hand and how important it is to actually present yourself properly. Nobody wants to relate with someone who was invited to a dinner party to represent their company, no matter how smart you are, who didn't know how to use a fork and knife. So these are some of the core things that we need to learn as a people: how to speak properly, how to look the part.
Right, you're looking the part.
Thank you very much. Thank you. But yes, that's ideally. And King and Consort came as a result of. Again, in 2020, I changed my wardrobe.
Mm-hmm.
I just felt like I could do better, and I had been sketching and designing, and so I just went to a friend of mine and said, make me a couple of things, and people saw them. I would wear them out over the last 4 years, and they say, "Oh, where'd you get that from?" I'm like, I made them
this
myself.
is DWL.
That's really lovely, by the way.
Thank you, the Nigerian designer.
There's so much we can do, and for me, I just kind of thought, there's commercial value. People keep saying they want to wear it, so why not?
Right.
And so we started King and Consort. Yeah.
Now, something profound I'm taking away from what you just said. Buttress is something my father used to say growing up, which is dress how you want to be addressed.
100%.
Now, you're someone who's you look good.
Thank you.
Based on what I'm wearing, how would you say I'd want to be addressed?
Oh, when I walked in and I was looking at the screen as you were interviewing people who come up before me, I thought this is very intentional, very smart. It's the green, it's the white, but not in a way that makes you think this is so on the nose with Nigeria. But I think it's so interesting. I think it's structured, which supports your career as a journalist. It allows people to take you seriously. But I think it also sort of has a bit of style to it. So it's not boring. You're also very young. So there's that sort of like youthfulness about the outfit. It's also vibrant in the fabric you've used, which is Mikado satin, which is exactly the same fabric I have on right now.
Well, I mean, great minds think alike, right?
Even down to your hair. I think it's great, and it's roomy because you're going to be doing this for hours.
Yes.
And hours.
Days.
And days.
And days.
So you want to be comfortable,
Right.
and I think this is perfect for that. So 100%.
Thank you. I just had to slide a little question in there. Now, so share your experience of working with notable productions like Castle and Banana Island Ghost.
Yeah, that was fantastic, and those were sort of the early days. That was between, I think, 2015 when I first moved back and 2018.
Mm-hmm.
It was fantastic, sort of meeting all the people on that production, and I'm so grateful. With Banana Island Ghost Side, that was my first ever opportunity in Nollywood, and I was a costume designer.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Nemsia Productions and Bibi Sashere and Omari Soja Spain and
Love
Tolu,
Bibi.
Ushoga, and Mrs. Alabi, all of them, fantastic people who helped me, and I made a lot of mistakes on that production. and they allowed me to make mistakes
Right.
and gave me that sort of enabling environment. So I'm so grateful to them. With Castle and Castle, it was acting. I haven't done much of that since, but it was such a fun experience. It was 3 months of seeing the same people every single day.
So you become a community.
Exactly, such a family, and it was great. But you know, my costume design career, it's been fantastic. Ever since then, I've gone on to do a lot of stuff. I've done a BBC movie this year. We've worked with Netflix. We've come, you know, full circle, working with Nemtia again, the producers of Banana Island Ghost last year, with on an Amazon MGM Prime project. Yes, so it's been fantastic.
I mean, clearly it has been. Now, if we're looking at what makes your TV hosting style engaging, what would you say that is?
I think it's being personable, I would say. I think it's interviewing people and speaking to people, because I love to interview people, cue that, right? But I think it's about connecting with people and learning about people.
Most
so
definitely.
beyond the scope of just what's on paper, just what's been sort of framed as a narrative to talk about, it's about sort of really connecting and being personable. I find that I enjoy talking to people and learning about them and asking sort of the vulnerable questions I like, without pushing them, you know. I like to go beneath the surface to ask people what they're about and learn about them. So yes, that's all.
I mean, we've spoken about sort of the rosy side and the creative side, but what would you say have been some of the biggest challenges that you've faced, and how have you overcome them?
It's a tough one. Okay, well, one challenge that I currently, we've dealt with more recently in image consulting and in styling in that career, I would say, is in value. We're not yet quite a society that really appreciates certain aspects of the creative industry. We know the things that are popular.
Right.
You can appreciate a musician, you can appreciate a fashion designer, you can appreciate an actor. But there's certain sort of roles that are very sort of specific and nuanced that we haven't really tapped into.
But they're key.
But they're very key, you know. So sometimes when you're trying to explain what it is that you do, or trying to get them to understand, and many times when you're trying to monetize, you know, to get people to see the value and to understand why you charge what you charge, you know, you bring a lot of value. Of course, you have to make sure that that's 100%, because you can't charge a fee and not give commensurate value. But I think it's in trying to get people to appreciate the value. We've faced that challenge, but what I've done to overcome that is just keep putting out value.
Now, you have a series, a vulnerability series, a series called Emotional Vulnerability.
I used to.
Okay, you had. Correction. Let's talk a little bit about that and the impacts that it had on the audience and what you had projected for the impact to have. So it's a bit of a before and an after.
Honestly, half of the things that I do, my friends would tell you that it's almost like I've lived 9 lives. I've done so much over the years. I do things as I feel a need to do them and when the need arises. Emotional vulnerability came about at a time when a lot of men in my life, a lot of my friends, felt like they couldn't speak up. And they couldn't talk about some of the things that they were facing on a deeper level, or some of the things in their past, some traumas. And you could see the effects in their lives. They weren't healing. And it was a way to encourage people that it was okay to speak up. And the impact was incredible. I really, really hope I can get back to some of these things that I used to do. But the impact was incredible because people would just come up to you and just start to unburden to you. Or, you know, you would have a lot of other sort of shows started to come up, and I'm not going to say that I'm the pioneer, but I think it contributed to a lot of the conversation in especially with men, because women are sort of taught to, you know, you can open up, you can talk to your girlfriends, you can talk about things that are bothering you, but men aren't necessarily taught to express themselves fully. You see the outbursts, you know, you might see them get angry. That's a release of things that are bottled up on the inside.
Yeah.
But there's healthier ways to do it. And I think that's what we're trying to get men to sort of explore. But the impact is great. Very good.
Fantastic. Now, how do you plan to expand your influence in the entertainment and fashion industries? I mean, obviously it starts with how you present yourself, but tell me more about it.
So currently, first of all, I would say innovation generally, but currently right now, one of the things that we're doing at Light in the Marketplace is running workshops and programs for corporate professionals, entry-level, mid-level, to help them to sort of harness their power for presenting themselves the right way. So we're teaching them about image consulting right now, and sort of helping them to understand how they can put their best foot forward to advance their careers. A lot of the people that we know now, some of the top people, they're older and they'll sort of come out of that sort of space, and we'll have the younger people come up, and it's important that we start to teach them from now so that we have governors and presidents and CEOs that we can be proud of on the world stage who speak properly, who are not sounding funny and looking funny. So that's
I was actually going there, but I thought, let me behave and not be.
Don't worry, we can do that interview later.
Much later.
Much later.
So tell me a little bit about how you prioritize self-care and mental well-being, because I think that that's really important, actually.
Yeah. Yes.
And a lot of people overlook that, the significance that it has.
It's so important. It's as little as having a community, having friends, talking to people, joining communities if you can. It's as little as having support and finding pockets of joy where you can, because Lagos will test you and Nigeria will test you.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So if it's dancing that, does that for you, if it's going on a walk, if it's reading a book,
right,
if it's watching videos, self-development videos on YouTube, whatever it is, just find ways to develop yourself and to release the tension. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you so much.
Thank you.
The time has gone incredibly quickly, and I thoroughly enjoyed this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Toyin, and I wish you all the very best. We'll be here rooting for you.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Have a wonderful time.
All right. It is time for our next guest. She is an actress, and her name is Dolly Nwaduba. She's a voiceover artist, a screenwriter, a producer, and a philanthropist. And again, it just keeps buttressing this thing that I'm saying about our people and Nigerians and how multifaceted we are, how dynamic we are. Oh, thank you so much for coming.
What's winning?
We are.
Nice to meet
Green
you,
for
Toyin.
Nigeria. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get straight into it. Breaking into the industry. Tell me a little bit about what sparked your passion for filmmaking, and how did you break into the Nigerian film industry? Because there is a wall that you have to get through to achieve any kind of recognition or notoriety.
Is there?
There is, most definitely. You're so established now that it doesn't exist. But if you're talking from the perspective of someone who's aspiring, most certainly. So tell me about how that went for you.
Okay, my love for film started with a crush.
Okay.
At 10.
Who was your crush?
So at 10, I had a crush on Ramsey Noah. And I know. So because I knew he was way out of my reach, I started writing for him.
Okay.
So I would create these characters for myself and him, and we fall in love and get married.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
it all exists in the mind.
In my head. So when I came of age, I wanted to be a lawyer though.
Okay.
But then because of the love, I was like, you know what? Let's leave this law thing. Let's switch to theater arts. So I wanted to study theater arts. But then, as you grow older, things change, and so I was like, nah. What if that doesn't work out? So let me just do something else. While we're still hoping to meet him eventually. And before I decided, after school, I studied international studies and diplomacy at the University of Benin after school. I was like, we still need to go back to that same path.
Now, I know that you met him. I'm assuming that I know that you have. And how was that encounter? So that's all I need to ask you. How was the encounter? Because I know you have met him.
I met him when I was really young. I met him when I was about 16, 17.
Wow.
Yeah, I was starstruck. I couldn't say anything to him, unfortunately.
What did he say to you? hello.
Of course, hi, yeah. It was, you know, super nice. We were his fans at the time, so he was super nice to all of us. And yeah, so after the encounter with him, I was just like, you know what? Nah, this is not going to work. You know, let me just grow myself and become a filmmaker. Because then I was already, you know, deeply in love with the act of filmmaking. So
now let's talk a little bit about your challenges that you faced, especially being a woman in this industry. Tell us a little bit about that.
I think for me, I don't know about other producers, but for me, the biggest challenge I face is the human factor.
Right.
I don't know if the world, I don't know, treats women unfairly sometimes, right? So when you bring people together, and it's not even the people like way up there. The ones way up there are very respectful.
Right.
They are very punctual. They come very early to set. They treat you nicely. They treat everyone well. But it's the little ones. I like to call them the little ones because they have small minds.
Right.
That's why they feel the need to be rude to you because, oh, you're a woman, right? You can't tell me what to do, but I'm paying you, right? So that's my biggest challenge in film, honestly. Human beings.
And how have you managed to navigate it? Because you have quite a prolific presence now. So you certainly have managed to figure this out. How have you done that?
Earlier when I started, I had this friend, Frederick Leonard. So there was a time he told me something. He was like, Dolly, you're too nice to people. You can't survive like this. Because then, and I don't know how he knew, but I would go home and really cry. I would cry my eyes out like, what am I doing wrong? I try to be nice to people. I try to, you know, be as gentle as possible. Yet the job suffers for it. So after having a couple of sessions with him, he was like, you need to toughen up. So I had to. Now I just, as long as I'm treating you fairly, as long as I'm paying you well, you have to do your damn job.
Now, how do you handle criticism and negative reviews of your work? Because especially when you put so much of yourself into something, you don't want anybody else to see it contrary to how you see it. So how do you handle criticism in that type of scenario or context?
No, I just, I laugh about it. Like last week, I won this award for Producer of the Year 2024, and I posted it on my Instagram, and somebody went there and put up this really nasty comment like, oh, she's mean, she doesn't deserve it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I saw it, and I was like, oh my goodness. I spoke with my manager, and she was like, oh, should we delete it? I'm like, nah. I just laughed. You know what he said to me? I'm doing something right. Because if you feel the need to come and criticize me without stating what I did to you specifically, you don't have anything on me.
It's a you problem.
It's a you problem, exactly.
Now, if we're looking about your career, you've also gone into philanthropy. And I think that that's really important. That resonates with me. Value, giving value or providing value in whatever capacity or faculty you can. What inspired your charitable initiative supporting struggling families? And how do you plan to expand your philanthropy efforts, or philanthropic efforts rather?
So growing up, my grandma, God rest her soul, she was very kind. I remember in my house, at least, every weekend we had at least 3, 4, 5 families. You know, people we don't even know. They lived with us, they would eat with us, and you know. So when I became an adult and understood what life was about and how people really struggle, it took me back, right? Because sometimes there was this incident where I had come home and I was like, oh, Grandma, I need money for school fees. I need to go back to school. I was in like 200 level then. So she said, okay, you know what, let's go to one of our houses and collect the rent and give it to you. So we went to the first house. The lady didn't have money, but she had chickens. So we took one of the chickens. And we went to the second house, and the lady was home with her kids. There was no money. You know what my grandma did? She gave her the chicken to cook for her kids. And I was like, hello? I was supposed to at least sell that chicken and make small. She was like, my daughter, don't worry. One day you will understand. Right? At least I had food to eat.
Right.
I knew I was going to eventually pay my school fees. There are people who don't even have hope of going to school. Like what we did in August. We bought school bags and, you know, school items for kids. People were literally crying, adults, because they could not afford, how much? 6,000 naira for a bag, right? And that was one of the things my auntie made sure, you know, my school, my books, everything up to date, even for the next class.
Wow.
Yeah. So I knew I had to find a way to put a smile on people's faces, make them worry less. So moving forward, I hope with each project we do, we'll take some of our proceeds and give back to those people that watch our films.
Only the people that watch your films.
Not only them, everybody. I mean, everybody should be watching our films.
They
right?
should be, I agree.
Yes.
Now, how do you think that the industry of entertainment can contribute to social change?
We can, but we have to be very intentional about the kind of stories we put out there.
Most certainly.
Right? I'll use Nigeria, for instance. The world, most people see us, oh, once you mention Nigeria, they have some negative things to say. Now, imagine if we were only putting out films that projected us in the right light. Oh, Nigerians are very resilient, the way, you know, look at what you're doing. If that's the kind of content we put out there, of course, there will be a lot of changes, right?
Well said.
Thank you.
I'm hearing myself in what you just said,
Oh.
and I'm enjoying that. So where do you see yourself in the global film industry in the next 5 years, and what legacy do you hope to leave?
In the next 5 years, definitely more collaborations. I believe I have this thing. I'd rather be a small part of a big thing than just be the big thing in a very, you know, small setting.
Right.
Yeah, so I'd rather...
You don't want to be a big fish in a small pond.
I don't want to be the one-eyed king in the land of the blind. Yes. So I want to do more collaborations. I feel like Nollywood is ready to bring Bollywood, Hollywood, bring them home. We have a lot of brothers and sisters out there. Let's collaborate so that instead of having somebody... I was watching this series yesterday and I was livid. Somebody could not even pronounce his own name.
Oh, wow.
He's supposed to be a Nigerian and you can't say your name right. Please.
I mean, I've been guilty because of the accent.
No, you can try harder.
Okay.
Oluwatoyin. Thank you. Say it right.
Boom.
Boom. Make it sound very,
Thank you. Make it sound very...
powerful.
I just did that.
Yes. Oluwatoyin.
Oluwatoyin.
That's it.
Thank you so much. This is the time just keeps flying. I've really enjoyed our discussion.
Oh, thank you.
And I look forward to seeing you in future. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for your time.
I'm rooting
Thank
for
you for gracing me with your presence.
Thank
I
you
really
so much
appreciate
for
it, and I
having
love
me.
this. I'll see you for this after.
Thank you.
Or if one appears in my size backstage, I won't have any issue with it.
It's all yours.
Just so you know.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Have a great
Toyin.
evening.
You too.
Thank you. All right, time for our next interview. This is someone that I know quite well. His name is Ubit Interview. I know, I think that's my first mess up, my big dread.
How are you?
Welcome.
Good to see you.
It's so good to see you as well.
Same here.
Now, tell me what inspired you to create the Hindsight podcast, and how has your vision for the podcast evolved over time?
First of all, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
I think
you know, in the whole time I've known you, I only knew you as Yubi.
Yeah, I know. I figured you might struggle with the name.
and I didn't disappoint you.
No, but it's actually good. It's
Thank
actually
you.
You're doing all right. But speaking of the podcast, the idea was to make sure that we were flexible. I feel like, you know, with musicians, for example, they're businesses in their own rights, you know. So you see, let's say David or Wiz, aside being an artist, it's like corporation. And Kanye said a couple of years ago that you should think about artists as businesses. What we wanted to do alongside my co-founder was to make sure that we could employ other people and make sure that we could diversify the sports, entrepreneurial market. So we created that for that reason.
Okay. Now, if we are talking about your career to date, which of the things would you say you've done have been the most profound across board?
The most profound, I think the Hindsight podcast, and I've done quite, a few things. Of course, we've done, the Nations Cup for, terrestrial super sports. We've done stuff for, big networks. I've done stuff for Guinness, interestingly. But I still think that this is my brainchild. This is something we wanted to give African sports expressions a voice, because normally we're fed content from the UK to the US, but to create that platform, the Hindsight Pod, and make sure that it is one of the leading voices for sports expressions and content in Africa is a big thing of pride for myself and the rest of the team. Yeah.
Now, how long did it take from the inception of the idea to execution? Because I think this is one thing that people are often guilty of. We all have ideas, but taking it from something you think somewhere in your oblongata medulla to actually something real and something that other people can consume it's a process. Yeah. Talk me through yours and how that was for you.
So, I'm sitting in my office in 2018, and we're thinking about an idea, and I don't speak to anybody about the idea until 2019, where my co-founder, walked into my office and says, look, I think that I can provide technical support and you can provide the creative, direction for it. And between 2019 and 2024, we've basically been, chiseling the rough edges, to our idea. And I think we've been able to create what I would say a pioneer podcast in many ways that I've seen other people create podcasts, and especially for football. It's not easy because everybody thinks, football, you can talk about football, but what we've been able to do more than anything is to merge football and, and lifestyle in many ways that if you were not a football fan, for example, you could watch my show and think, I enjoyed that part of the conversation. So, yeah.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about your career as a sports journalist.
Yeah.
The transition that you've made or been making is something that was inspired by what? Because, it's sort of easy to be stuck in a place and have a run in the mill. Yeah. Just, you go through, you just keep doing the same thing, or you tell yourself, I plan to do this, and you don't get around to it. So at what point did that push to move on and start the podcast come from, sort of being an employee to now being someone at the helm of your own system?
So I think it comes from, you're looking at, I studied the trends, right? I'm looking at the Western markets and, how some of the veteran, broadcasters are doing. And, sometime in 2018, we realized that how long can you be? The thing about biology is that, younger people are always going to come on, and it's a conveyor belt. So, of course, I'm a broadcaster, TV and radio. But at some point in time, you would have to move along, for younger people. But we wanted to create something that we could do at our own leisure, at our own time. So it was more like a forecasting thing, and we just thought that the trends were also going to digital. Legacy media, radio, TV could only last for so long. And you can see right now where we are, we're streaming this content, to people, watching on their phones and, their handheld devices. So we figured that people wanted to watch something on demand, on their phone, as opposed to TV, set time, 6 o'clock, or on radio, 4 o'clock, that kind of thing. So we wanted to make sure that we met the people and the audience trajectory where they currently were heading.
When you said that, the reason I'm smiling is like right now, who watches TV?
Yeah.
Everything happens in the digital space.
Yeah.
Going back to talking about your career in the sports, as a sports journalist, which of the interviews you've done would you say has been the most profound for you, the most memorable?
Done a few interviews. I think the best would be the one we did with William Troost-Ekong.
Okay.
And this is crazy because after the Libya thing happened, a couple of weeks ago, we spoke to him in detail. Maybe about 2 months before it happened.
Right.
And when we saw him spearhead the defense, of the Nigerian national team and put his voice out, we could connect with his personality, because when he met us in person, that's actually who he is. And, you know, people saying, oh, he's tape captain and things like that, but he is a natural leader. And when you see him do what he does, he's not trying to role play, he's actually just being William Trist. So one of the good interviews, yeah.
Actually, William is somebody that's quite entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
He showed me a football boot that he was doing that was made from like sustainable materials.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yes.
So I think that's quite commendable.
We must have spoken about that as well.
So when you're looking at balancing your work and personal life, how do you manage to do this? Because obviously you know that in this work we do, work doesn't have a time that it starts and it doesn't have a time that it closes. So how do you do it?
I live, the way I see it is, I've made my work I enjoy what I do. So it's pretty much, work is actually born out of my life. So it's not the other way around where I have to like take my life from the work and like detach it. I feel like my existence, the way I consume stuff, how I operate, actually gives birth to the work. So in that regard, I don't have to ever separate work and life. In many ways, I say that the people I work with, I've been very fortunate to call those people not just my colleagues, they become my brothers and very close friends. So I've never really seen working as work. It's always been, I'm just, being Yubi. Yeah.
All right. Well, Yubi, I want to thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I look forward to talking to you much later on.
Hopefully. I'll be watching the rest of the thing all the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Thank you,
All the best, yeah?
All right. So my next set of guests, I'll have to stand up for this because they're a pair of individuals, they're twins, who've just come out of the BB Niger house, the Mbadiwe twins, Ozi and Osi. Okay. Okay, well, we're just waiting for them to come onto the set. This is live TV and anything can and does happen. So we'll welcome the first of the twins and the first interview that I'm doing that has two individuals coming on the set at the same time. This is quite interesting. And again, the beauty of talking to Nigerians who do things across industries and sectors. So I'd like to welcome, without further ado, OC and Ozi Mbadiwe. Thank you for coming. Have a seat, please.
First of all, congratulations in advance.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to welcome you. Thank you so much. This is an interesting one and an excuse for me to stretch my legs. So please have a seat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now,
we are happy to be here.
I'm happy to have you both here. Now, you've recently just come out of the BB Niger house, so huge congratulations. But let's go back.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I've known you both for a while. You're lawyers, entrepreneurs, and reality TV stars and actors.
Yeah.
You're known as contestants, of course, on BB Niger season 9. You're nightclub owners and philanthropists. I mean, that's, again, I've been saying this all evening. All the guests that I've spoken to tend to not just do one thing. It's a series of things that they do. And that's the entrepreneurial spirit that Nigerians have. It's something that we all seem to share collectively, irrespective of your industry. You do something, you'll do something else. So let's go into questions. The first thing I'd like to know is, how did your upbringing and family legacy influence your entrepreneurial spirit and philanthropic endeavors?
Wow. Okay, you want to take that? It actually did a lot because, first of all, those that even came before us already set this example, the entrepreneurial spirit, also using all their abilities, all their God-given abilities to do more than one thing, public service, but build businesses and try and have that type of impact that will last for generations to come. And growing up, that was what was embedded in us, so it's in everything that we do.
I'll put the same question to you. I know that you're twins, but even twins have different perspectives on life, so I'll ask you the same as well.
Yeah, obviously. I have to buttress some of the points that he was saying. Seeing the people that came before us, they were dynamic hustlers, as they call them these days, and they were dedicated to public service as well. So just the passion, the confidence, the drive, even don't forget they had to raise families while they were doing this whole thing at the same time. So
when you wake up every day and you see that kind of legacy, it puts good pressure on you and good expectations. So you have no choice but to try your best. Me and my brother have been motivated, and thank God for modern times, we've been motivated to create our own, to move on our own path and still achieve the same results. So yeah, it's exciting times and exciting pressure.
Now, as identical twins, how do you both maintain your individuality? Now, I know both of you, and obviously one is a lot more social than the other. I won't say who that is.
You probably don't even know who, you know, people always get it twisted. Okay, well, go on.
Osi?
Yeah, I'm Osi.
Ozi?
Yeah.
Hello?
No, but which one? No, I know you can tell the difference. But sometimes people say I'm the most social one. Sometimes people say he's the most social one.
Okay, so it's contextual.
Yeah, so to answer your question, like, the thing about twins for us is that to everybody else, we're twins. But to us, we're individuals.
Right.
Even though we're twins, but we're individuals. So for us, is even though we have a lot in common, we have things that are different about us. We have different things that we like, different things that we're interested in. So when we have to come together collectively, it's easy. But for the most part, like, we have our own individual things and that we do and lives that we live. So that twin thing, a lot of times, is mainly the public that see us as inseparable. But most of the time, we're doing our own thing, and then we come together for the benefit of each other.
Let me ask you, when was the last time both of you had a scrap?
A scrap?
A physical scrap?
Wow.
I remember.
Actually,
2011.
Yeah, August 7th, 2011.
Oh wow! You actually
Yeah.
remember the date?
Yeah, it was a rough one.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I want to know something. I always wanted to know is that as twins, if you're not in the same location and one is in pain somewhere, has the other one ever experienced feeling the other one's feelings in absentia?
Do you know in absentia? Do you know what it is here? Like, it's more of a psychological thing.
Yeah.
You know, to know that he's in pain is for me to be in pain.
Right.
So, just I don't know if and some things have happened as twins that have affected both of us. Like, there was a time we were both younger. We both chipped our tooth in the exact same place, same size, same chip.
Wow.
I don't know if that was a twin
It
thing.
wasn't even, it was like, I think it was months or weeks after it happened to one person, it happened to the other person.
But for the most part, it's more of a psychological. I see my brother down, so naturally, it's going to make me down. But not literally.
No, but I mean, I get the question you were trying to ask.
Right.
The truth, sometimes I just have a feeling like, oh, okay, there's something wrong, or let me check up on my brother or something like that. But as far as like, maybe if I'm downstairs and you hit him on the back of the head upstairs, no. No, I won't feel
I mean, for example, the BB Niger house, there was a week where you were apart. I'm sure you've had instances like that, but how was it for you because you came out first, OC? How have you enjoyed, or how would you say you've observed life on the other side of being on such a high profile platform as the BB Niger?
Okay, I mean, it was just a week. You know, like, maybe if I'd come out like a few weeks before him, then it would have been enough to make a difference. But because it was just a week, I didn't really feel it. And also, like, the thing about both of us is that, like, we're not selfish towards each other.
Right.
In the sense that it was okay for me coming out because I know everything my brother achieves ultimately is beneficial to both of us.
Right.
We literally, even though we're individuals, all the stuff that's important to us, we know there's a 50-50. Yeah, so I didn't really feel anything as far as being on the outside. Trust me, that first week you come outside, and I'm sure you can testify to it, like, you don't even have time to think. I didn't even have time to actually even watch what was going on in that week, because every day was something that was happening, you know, your media rounds or stuff like that. So honestly, I didn't even feel it.
Now, another thing I'd like to know is, how do you balance your legal backgrounds with your entertainment and entrepreneurial pursuits? Because as Nigerians, especially, you know, us, this new generation of Nigerians, your parents will always encourage, no matter how creative you are or entertainment-based you are, they'll always encourage the academic side. So how have you both balanced that?
Can I just say, like, I can see why. Because in everyday life, okay, take for example, we studied law. It's not just the academics from it. It teaches you a way to understand material or things that are going around you. It teaches you how to reason with certain different things, teaches you how to analyze evidence, teaches you how to read documents in a different way. And also the fact that legal skills are required every day without even practicing law. If you're signing contracts, anything that you're doing, any type of agreement, there's always a legal situation there that these skills that we have apply. So we don't practice law because we're focusing on all these other things, but all the skills
is there every day.
Yeah, it's there every day. I'm so glad because it allows me to make decisions more confidently because I can analyze things more confidently and in a different way.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me. Even though we're not practicing, like we don't work in a law firm, but there's law in our lives every day. So like my brother said, that discipline, sometimes that critical thinking, even the way you argue with people and the way you communicate with people. Like when you study law, it teaches you that, look, if you're going to say something, then have some kind of evidence or backup to go with what you're saying. So therefore, nobody can ever question what you're saying. And then, just the ability to read documents and things like that. And so you're never really bamboozled. And most of the time, when you make decisions, you can stand on 10 toes because that background is there. So yeah, that education is very important.
Thank you so much. I think on a closing note, I'd want to ask about your experience again out of the house. When you go in, obviously there's an objective that you had, and now that you've come out, it's time to implement that. In terms of adding impact and value, what social causes are you passionate about, and how do you plan to utilize your platforms to drive positive change in Nigeria?
Okay, so I mean, for me, I'm big on I just like to call them youth empowerment initiatives. Like, so anything I can do, I was doing before I even went into the Big Brother house, that could inspire the next generation of people. So going on the Big Brother house, I mean, you open yourself to literally ordinary and extraordinary Africans around the continent. So just having that kind of huge platforms and looking to work with public sectors, private sectors, look, if anyone that knows both of us knows that, like, anything that, as we say, whatever is clever, anything that can promote or inspire the youth to do something creative or to just move in a different direction is definitely something that me and my brother are big on, apart from all the other stuff that we're doing, obviously. But yeah, youth empowerment initiatives for me.
Well, I mean, the fact that you're both here is testament to that.
And listen, we came here as well because, first of all, like, I like to clap for us because we're all parts of history now. Yeah. We both know that if there's anybody that can take on this challenge and succeed, it's definitely you. So we know the record is in the bag.
Thank you.
So for us to be part of history, and then I think we're the only ones you've done 2 interviews.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, it has been, and it actually gave me the opportunity to
stretch
my legs.
Like, see, the connection is just there. So like,
that's the type of, we knew that would happen. So
thank you. Thank you both for that.
That's kind of telepathy we had when we woke up this morning. We're like, we're going to do something special today.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, you have done something historical.
Exactly.
I'd like to ask you both, what is in the future for the two of you? What do you see for yourselves collectively and as individuals? Because you're both still individuals despite the fact that you're twins.
Okay, well, you take this one because I've been talking.
So, I mean...
Okay, so you delegate answers.
Sometimes.
Take this one.
First of all, public service, of course, because we come from a family of that. So one of the reasons for going on Big Brother was to get a platform.
Right.
And these days, public service doesn't mean policy changing or being a politician. It just means being able to have a voice that can impact change.
Right.
So those are some of the things we want to do, especially now where there's eyes on us. Carry on with businesses that we're working on. It's not really good to say too many things out loud, you understand, until you start to deliver.
Right.
But also still in the entertainment space, we have a movie that's coming out probably either before the end of the year or early next year. Just work on some more initiatives, and just look out for that.
Look out for us.
Yeah, well, I can't say too much. I don't like saying too much. I just like to show.
Talk less, do more.
Yeah,
well, how do they say? Say less.
Under promise, over deliver.
Exactly. Always, that's a mantra.
That's what I'm about.
Men, gentlemen, I'd love to thank you, or I'd like to thank you rather, for your time and being the first duo and giving me the opportunity to stretch my legs stylishly.
Yes,
I wish you continued success, and I know that at the end of this, we're still going to have a conversation and probably chop it up.
Of course.
Thank you so
we
much.
wish you all the best.
So can we speak into existence that we're celebrating Guinness World Record holder already?
Exactly.
Thank you.
That's how much we believe in.
Just 3 hours in, you're celebrating me.
Yeah, we believe in you. We believe in you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, so
after you,
I'll let you both go off. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes.
The Guinness Record holder.
Thank you. How did the hug feel?
Yeah, I took some of your
powerful.
energy.
What does powerful feel like?
Like the hug.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, that was fantastic.
Thank
so
you.
I've got the opportunity to stretch my legs. Before I get ready to bring on the next person, I'd like to also just summarize how it's gone so far. I mean, we're here doing what will be essentially the longest interview in the world. The concept of this is to talk to Nigerians from various industries and sectors, to share their stories, to inspire hope, and to show the world that Nigeria is full of brilliant people. And I think if you have a look at the people that have come on so far, you'll see that there are collective concepts and themes that unite them. One of those is that the fact that doing one thing is never enough. People are so versatile, multifaceted, and continuously push their boundaries, don't rest on their laurels, and they continue to do things in a way that creates history. I am so happy to be introducing my next guest, who will be coming onto the stage with me right now. He is a man who's very interesting. His name is Victor Boyle Komolafe, and he is the founder and CEO of Givo Africa. Thank you for coming. Should I stand up? Okay. Thank you very much. So you're known for being a pioneer in sustainable waste management and circular economy solutions and innovative recycling technologies. I absolutely love it. So diverse.
It's a mouthful.
It is, but it's necessary. Yeah. It is necessary. I mean, I think that when you look holistically at society, you have various industries and sectors that maybe not necessarily be glamorized, but they're necessary to all of us. And we will benefit from it. So it's a pleasure to have you here and to be speaking with you. Let's talk about your entrepreneurial journey and what inspired you to start Givo. Am I calling it right? Givo or Givo or Givo?
Either is all right. Okay. It's actually an acronym for Garbage In, Value Out.
Love it.
I know, right? That took us quite a while to come up with. And we started this about 4 years ago. We got brought into this ecosystem by one of the largest FMCGs in the world. And they were trying to find an end-to-end solution for plastic waste.
Right.
This is my third business, by the way. My first business was in digitization, and the second was in manufacturing. I used to make spices. So this, in a way, is the merging of digitization and manufacturing, but in a different industry.
Fantastic. That is a very different industry. And I think it's probably the first time I'm speaking to someone in more than a decade as a journalist. The first time I'm speaking to someone in this sector.
Oh, interesting.
How did your experience at KPMG and education at the University of Liverpool shape your entrepreneurial vision?
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, I always identify myself as a chartered accountant. I've done a lot of things after that. And I think the ability to always think in zeros and ones is very important. So again, always make data-led decisions. And so I think that made my transition to tech a bit easier, understanding that data is data and decisions have to be made based on that. And of course, I mean, I also schooled in other places, but I think some of those experiences prepare you for life experiences, right? So I think education is not just about what you learn in the school, it's about how you interact with people, how you form teams, how you learn and keep on learning. And so I think that has formed what I do now.
Well, there's a saying that the day you die is the day you stop learning is the day you die.
100%.
So that, I think that buttresses that. Talking about sustainability and circular economy, how does garbage in, value out, technology-enabled infrastructure promote zero carbon waste and management in underserved communities?
Okay, thank you. I'll try and say this in a very short way because it's always very difficult to explain technology.
Right.
It's easier to show it. But basically, we have modular infrastructure in different communities. We work in West Africa, so not just Nigeria. And we basically help communities recycle their materials without harming the environment. We do this by deploying, again, tech-enabled infrastructure. It's basically recycling centers in communities. They are solar powered, and they create about 15 direct jobs and 50 indirect jobs. Recycle about 100 metric tons of material every year and avoid about 2,000 metric tons of CO2. And we do this in different communities across Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Liberia, and some other places.
Now, I would like us to talk a little bit about policy. When it comes to policy, what changes would you advocate for to support the growth of circular economy solutions in Nigeria?
Thanks.
That's a big
yeah,
one?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Let it out.
That's a big one. Yeah, where do I start? I think it's very important that, again, in this industry, most of the industry is informal. So that was something that attracted me to this industry. I've worked a lot in those sectors. And I think there needs to be regulations and taxes and policies to encourage investment in these sectors. I think that would be a good start. And personally for me, again, one of the biggest things that brought me into this space was the fact that, or the understanding that your waste is the most personal item.
Right.
And in most of the countries where we are right now, the people don't understand where waste comes from, or people don't understand their consumers. And if you understand people's waste, then you understand the consumers. And for me, the data from the waste is more important from the waste itself. And policies to drive that adoption and that thought pattern is really things that I think would take the industry further.
Let's talk a little bit about innovation and technology. How does Jivo's technology platform, GTP, leverage blockchain, IoT, and AI to enhance waste management services? I mean, this is actually quite an interesting concept, the fact that waste management isn't, when you think about it in the conventional sense, it's literally just garbage being collected and carried away. But please speak to this.
Exactly. No, thank you. So that was really what, like I said, attracted me into this space, especially after my second business where I worked a bit more in the agricultural sector. I thought over here, having the understanding of where, I mean, again, you see a plastic bottle, for example, here. To most people, that's just a plastic bottle. But for what I see, that's a story. That's a plastic bottle in a location, drank by an individual, for something. So that is the story of the data that is important. And so for us, we use, again, Internet of Things technologies, computer vision, and other tools to collect data remotely. And that gives us a rich source of material to work with. So we understand our communities better, we understand where the materials are flowing from, and we're able to provide solutions to our clients that are tailored to what they need.
Fantastic. Now, you're an award winner. How did winning awards like the Royal Academy of Engineering Africa Prize for Engineering Innovation impact your work? Because I think everybody likes to be recognized, especially when it takes whatever it is that got you recognized took a lot from you.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I think for me, this is my third business, so I think I don't want to say after a while, I got used to it.
We do this in our sleep.
That's not true. It's always important, right? But I think it's never been about the awards, right? It's always been about like disrupting the status quo, mostly. But awards like the Royal Academy of Engineering, for example, and some of these other ones, they really give me pause to think, because, like I mentioned before, I'm just a chartered accountant.
Right.
Right. But again, I find myself more in a conversation around engineering, deep technologies, and I'm just a chartered accountant. So yeah, it does provide some humbling. Exactly. So yeah, I would say that.
Now, what legacy do you hope to leave in the sustainable waste management and circular economy space?
In terms of legacy, I mean, over the next few years, my company Jivo, we're expanding our footprint across multiple cities. So again, scalable infrastructure. We opened something last week in Niger, opening something else later next month in Liberia, and almost every month for the next few months we're opening other things. And so I think for me this is the future, this is the legacy of our project. It's trying to provide scalable infrastructure for every community to recycle, and recycle efficiently, and recycle without harming the environment, and recycle while providing benefits to the people in that community.
Fantastic. Now, part of this is also talking about challenges and how they're surmounted. So when we look at industry challenges that you face, what are the major challenges that you face the waste management industry in Nigeria, and how can they be addressed?
All right, okay. I think, yeah, if we start with challenges, it's going to take us quite a minute. But I think the first, or one of the primary things to always remember is that this is an informal sector.
Right.
And so it doesn't have a lot of, I mean, there might be regulations, but probably not enforced properly. Again, a lot of bottom of pyramid workers, a lot of, small micro businesses as well. And so I think there is more, and there needs to be more interest from the organized private sector, from entrepreneurs, from people like you, again, people also watching this, to participate in the sector, right? Because I think the change starts with us.
Most definitely.
Before 2019, I had no idea about this sector, and this is me in 2024 talking like I know anything. So I think it's again, there's anybody out there that is interested, I think there's always a space for you here.
Now, the next thing that I'd like to know is, when you're looking at the future and the trends that you see in the international community, what do you envision for Nigeria, and how do you see yourself executing that?
So I think even coming into this space, we were brought in by one of the largest FMCGs in the world, and they were trying to find a problem to the plastic challenge, and so they brought my company in to look into this. So I think for me and for a lot of people that are operating in this space, the attraction has been the let me find the words, the foreign influence, or maybe the corporates influencing policy directly or indirectly, because from their countries they have 2030, 2050 goals, and the corporates have to adapt to it, and that then influences their subdivisions in countries like Nigeria. So I think from that end, there is going to be continually a shift, even for Nigerian companies now. So the financial institutions have to report on ESG. Again, so too with the telecoms. These are recent developments, and so I think with that shift continuing to happen, there's going to be more emphasis placed on ESG, and so that provides more opportunities for entrepreneurs to play a role in this market.
Now, for those watching who might not understand what the acronym ESG is, please can you shed some light on that, please?
Thank you. So ESG, it's economic, environmental, social, and governance, right? And I think, in summary, it refers to how corporates, how companies treat or influence the communities around them. So again, what's the environmental impact of your operations in this community? What's the social, and how is your governance structured that is inclusive of these communities? And so now that there's a mandate on organizations to be more open and to communicate what their ESG strategies and commitments and targets were for the year, there's also there's more of an incentive for them to pursue strategies that contribute positively to their ESG goals.
Now, that's well and profoundly said. I would like to talk a little bit about personal growth. You've spoken about Givo, but let's talk about you, the man. The man that is you. And you are Victor Boyle Komolafe. So, Victor, can I call you Victor short? How have you balanced, because I've heard you say consistently, you've spoken about this third business, second business. How do you balance your personal life and business life? How do you strike that balance? Because it's important in order to keep yourself sane. How do you do that?
Yeah, mental health, very, very important. First of all, I haven't done the 3 businesses concurrently.
Okay.
I mean, I'm still a young man, and I like to enjoy my life. I think that's really the underlying theme. I think I've understood that I need to enjoy what I'm doing at every point in time, and I think that influenced my decision to leave KPMG early on, even though I had a decent career path. But I understood that it's not really about making money, or it's not about again some other things. It's really around work-life balance. So I think for me, I have my guilty pleasure is traveling.
Okay.
I travel every 3 months.
There's nothing wrong with that. It never added a calorie.
That's a good one. Exactly. So yeah, I travel every 3 months, and it also gives me a chance to see other things. It gives me a chance to get inspired. I met my business partner on one of my travels in Rwanda, and I mean, this is our second business together.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I've been able to see most of Africa. I've been like to 20-something African countries.
Only you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I do in my spare time when I'm not working.
It's Nigeria amplified, so I'm always finding ways to make my dialogue as Nigeria centric as possible. You've been to all these African countries. How many states in Nigeria have you been to?
Probably close to 30. Yeah, probably close to 30. I used to do a lot of things in agriculture. And so I went around the north quite a bit. And then also I did some stuff Again, technology. So it made me travel quite around Nigeria quite a bit. So I would say 30 at least.
Okay. Okay, you got me beat.
Yeah, for sure.
By 1 or 2 states. Not for sure, but by 1 or 2 states, sure.
Okay, cool. You need to do better.
After this, once I finish this, that's the next thing now. Every state I'll be visiting. I'm here.
Exactly. I take a picture, otherwise it didn't happen.
Noted. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more. I've noticed sort of rounded up, but this is quite an interesting dialogue. The very first business that you started, tell me how that process or the process went from being an idea, inception, to actually being executed.
Okay, the very first one.
The very first one of the many businesses.
Yeah, no, it's only been 3. The very first one, I think started like 2013. When I first moved back to Nigeria. I was working in KPMG at that time.
Right.
And I went on a road trip to the north randomly. And I saw this thing called post-harvest losses.
Okay.
Most people have heard about it, but nobody really understands what it means. But again, most of the crops in Nigeria, actually in most of Africa, 70% of it gets wasted before it even gets to the market. You hear about it a lot.
Of course, some logistical challenges. So, for example, in Nigeria, produce getting from Jos to Lagos State, the logistical sometimes processes don't allow the produce to survive that journey.
Exactly. So again, similarly, they had just brought out produce from the farms on the sides of the roads, waiting for people to buy. So again, I mean, fresh produce, amazing, joy, everything. I think about 3 weeks later, going back the other way, same place I passed by, different attitude, right? Again, the crops were already getting bad. There was despair. Again, no people were smiling. Everybody was a bit pissed off. And so I think that was, for me, the beginning of the first company. It was called Ojoro Kitchen.
Ojoro?
Yes, exactly. Ojoro Kitchen. Yeah. So we used to make spices and condiments. Again, pickled spices and condiments. We sold across Nigeria in Spar, in ShopRite. We exported a little bit. So really, that was the beginning of the problem, and I think I had to do a lot of research to understand ways to improve or to sustain the crops that are coming from the farmers, so that instead of having that 70% loss, they're able to have less than 5%, and of course that then increases their income, but also means that less food goes to waste. So that was kind of the entire process.
Now, of all the produce that we see wasting in Nigeria, which of the ones can you outline or identify as being the most prominently wasted?
Oof.
Or most evidently wasted?
Most evidently. Oof. That's very tough, right? But one I'll just say off the top of my head is tomato. It's quite crazy how every year there's a glut. The prices go up at some point in the year, and so everybody knows it's going to go up, and nobody plans for it. Come on, Nigeria, why do we do this?
What would you suggest is the solution?
Well, I think in other places, there's things like, people freeze it over a period, over the winter period, or they make it into paste, for example, or pickles. So I think there's more processing that has to be done, right? And I think there's people that are already doing some good jobs, but again, there's different parts of the agricultural value chain that is involved in this, and I think there is a lot that has to be done. We could talk about agriculture for a long time.
Well, maybe this might turn into a show then. Which is at the end of this attempt, this is something we'll take up.
Yeah, for sure.
It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming, and I really appreciate it. You're an amazing story, and this is exactly the essence of what we're doing in terms of amplifying stories of brilliant young people like yourself to not only Nigerians but the world. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move straight into another industry that has a commonality with mine. This is someone that has snapped me on many occasions, but he's more than just a photographer. His name is Kola Oshalusi, and his current role is creative director at Insignia Media. Now, this is one of the leading photography agencies and content creation companies in Africa. Most definitely, if you consume anything on the digital space in Nigeria, you'd have definitely seen the handwork of this creative young man whose signature is always with a hat. Kola, welcome. Oh, such a pleasure to have you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you.
terrible.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for doing this.
I mean, it had to be done.
You know, I like that. I like that.
So,
Taking
Kola,
on the challenge.
life is about challenges,
I
and
like
that's the
that.
Nigerian spirit, right? We
Absolutely,
don't give up, we don't retreat, we
Absolutely.
find solutions for things and we make them happen.
That's it. That's it.
Now, on the
That's who we are.
story of making things happen, let's talk about how you got started in photography. What was that experience when was the first time you picked up a camera, looked through the lens and pressed that button? How did that go? And talk me through the process of how that became or led to you being the creative director of Insignia Media, one of the biggest creative companies on the continent.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's funny. I mean, I didn't start out as a photographer.
Okay.
I'm a scientist through and through.
A scientist?
Yeah.
I am learning that for the first time. What did you study?
Studied laboratory science to start out with. Did a few years in medical science and then moved to study computing. That's computer science. Yeah, that's it.
So we're going to go back now to the initial question that you were asking, because that was just interesting, a revelation there.
So so it wasn't really first time I looked through the camera wasn't as a photographer.
Okay, it wasn't a romantic affair. It wasn't love at first click.
It wasn't. I'm the kind of guy that doesn't even like his picture taken.
Oh, right.
Not to talk of me even taking other people's picture. Yeah, that's where. But then some way, somehow, maybe because of what I studied, because I sort of majored in graphics while studying computing, I think that sort of, shaped my perspective about, imagery, graphics, colors, monitors, how image pixels, arrange and all of that. And then some way, somehow, I actually got first into non-linear editing. Not like what you get and it's just pure editing. Now it was linear, non-linear. So online, so it was you digitizing the tape, to bring it to the screen. Yeah, so it wasn't the card era.
It wasn't a romantic process. It was grit.
Yeah. So I think that was what I was doing, and I think it was one of my production while editing. I'm like, you know what? I wish I had more images to compensate for the video I was editing. And so the next project I was supposed to work on, I told them, you know what if I come by, what if I take pictures? And I just got in this camera, was the latest Canon camera, there was a Canon 350D, when they just moved into the digital. So it was like one of their top cameras there. So I just got in this camera and I'm gonna come try it out at the event. And then I got there and then, started shooting and took the pictures, added it to the files I was editing, and the client sort of liked it. They really fell in love with it. So I'm like, okay, this seems to be a thing. And continuing in that space, one way or the other, my cousin just came to say, bro, this thing is for you. You do good with this. Why don't you take it up? I'm like, not sure. But then, yeah, he actually did follow his advice and
rest is history.
Yeah, rest is history. Absolutely.
Now, you have, for as long as I've known you, you have a distinctive style.
Yeah.
Signature is the cap. If you're in a room or an event, particularly in Lagos, you'll see a man walking around, usually not carrying the camera anymore, because I can see that you sort of...
That's funny, I actually do. I mean, I love it. I actually do carry cameras. Okay. I mean, it depends on the project.
Okay, so perhaps the projects I've seen you in recently, you haven't held the camera, but usually...
I got my colleagues working.
I like that you call them colleagues.
Yes,
so it's they work. You pay their salaries at the end of the month, and you call them colleagues. I love it. That is collaborative spirit.
Absolutely.
And I think that's important. That fosters unity and growth. Yeah. But let's talk a little bit about this your signature style, because it's distinct. It's unmistakable. How did you start? What informed or inspired you? Branding yourself with a cap, is it would you say it's a brand, or it's just something that you wear because you want to keep the light off of you?
So the secret part,
it's a secret.
It's a secret, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was going bald.
Hopefully nobody heard that. So should we move to the next question then?
So it's funny. It didn't start out as a brand. It was just me looking for comfort.
Right.
Even with my pants, so these days I wear like these big pants.
I've noticed that.
So it started with comfort.
Then along the line, while looking for comfort, I decided to put a twist to it. Because it just felt good, you know. I could walk under like very funny conditions. People started noticing, oh, the guy with the fedora hat. So I'm like, okay, this makes sense. But then a lot of people started wearing fedora hats.
Right.
And then some way, somehow, I found this artist who loves painting. And then we go talking and like, hey, why don't you let me paint on your hat? And I said, okay. And he's like, you know, why don't you sit and tell me a story? So I sat down telling him a story and he was drawing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he was drawing.
So it was inspired.
So every of the art is made for me comes with a story.
So what's the story of the one that you're wearing today?
Except I pull it up, but you know, they'll sit and bond.
Oh, okay. I mean, you could just tilt your head to the camera. You don't have to take it off.
Yeah, so let me show what it is. Okay, yeah, so this is identity. Identity for me talks about, you know, I think it came from a point of realization and, you know, me trying to tell the story of, you know, there's just so much, and I was at that point I was having issues with my work, and what I call it issues is, it was almost I was trying to redefine what I was doing. I wanted to put an identity to my work, and I wanted something I could relate to. I wanted history, I wanted stories, I wanted something that was me, I wanted Africa. So that was what started that thought process. So I started thinking identity. So with identity, I started shaping my work to say, you know what, I'm going to define how my work is going to look like. So most of my work, people don't know, is I really stopped retouching my images. So most of the images you see me post are actually off the camera.
Okay.
You understand? So while people work on retouch, I'm moving away from retouch. I'm saying, you know what, I just want my work to be as natural as possible. I just want them to have an identity of their own. So I was discussing this with him, and he was writing things down. You know, and I thought of, you know what, I wanted to do portraits, you know, that had masks on them, that had this on them. I'm like, okay. And then he started drawing. So I got identity right there. Yeah.
Profound. And you know what I love is that it's collaborative.
Absolutely.
And I think that this is something that's a recurrent theme between young Nigerians. You know, there's a saying that if you want to go
far,
that's the saying.
Go together. If you want to go fast, go alone.
If you want to go
fast, go alone.
Right.
But if you want to go far, go together.
Correct. And what does that mean to you?
So yeah, I mean, funny.
How do you incorporate it?
That's actually been my mantra. That's what has got me here. So that's why my team members are my colleagues.
Right.
Some of them I'm like 10, 20 years older than some of them, but they're my colleagues. We're on the same level. And what I've realized is, even for when I started out, that's why my company is not called Color Charlotte Photography. It's called Insignia Media. And the truth behind Insignia is, when I got the name and I got inspired about the name, I said to myself, I wanted a name that had a non-selfish identity.
Right.
So I took Insignia, that meant a brand, a logo, and identity, and I took out the selfish I to make Insignia. So for everything I've done, it's always about how do I work with people.
Right.
So all my projects that I've worked on, so the BOP conference and all of that, it's always been about what do we work with, how do we work with people, how do we collaborate, and that's what has sustained us, you know, all through in terms of growing. So yeah, so for me it's about collaboration and working together with people.
Now, along your journey, what part of it has been the most challenging, and how have you addressed that challenge to push beyond it?
Most challenging?
Yeah, every journey has a challenge, and especially going from.
So I don't think I can pinpoint anything as being challenging, because the beautiful thing is, for every time I think I overcome something bigger comes up. And I realize that's what comes with when you're evolving and when you're growing.
Right.
So it's never a stopping point. It's never, oh yeah, that was a big challenge that caused a break. No. It was always something happening over and over and over and over for me. That's what it is. So but one of the very distinct one that has happened or that I've experienced in a while has been getting the right people to work with. As much as I love to collaborate, it's always getting the people with the right spirit, the right mindset to work with, because I know what I'm doing is I'm going on a journey of creating an enduring and a lasting brand, business, and corporation. So getting the right people with the right mindset, with the right vision that will align with the vision is one of the biggest challenges. So we keep crossing the hurdle. So yeah, it's a continuous hurdle.
It most definitely is a
Yeah.
continuous one.
Yeah.
Now, another thing that I'd like to know is that your journey from science to photography is quite a unique one. For somebody who's perhaps in a conventional career or studying something, because education is really important to our parents and our
Absolutely, yeah.
culture, what would be the advice you'd give them in terms of transitioning from maybe what is a traditional academic profession or course of vocation to a creative space?
So this is what I say to people, and funny enough, I've got people asking this, and so I've got my ideology of it over time. So everyone was born creative.
Right.
Over time, our parents trying to get us in a certain line at first, some certain level of academics education on us that's limited every other thing. So what I say is, the four walls of the classroom is very good. Your parents encouraging you to want the best, but don't stop being creative.
Right.
In every art, there's creativity. So you can be a creative accountant. You can be a creative pastor. You can be a creative, name it. I mean, it's limitless. As long as you can create something, as long as you can make things look different, make them work better, it makes you creative. So I'll say, think first that way. And then if it pops to your mind to work in the creative sector as it is, then I don't think anything should hold you back. I think you should find it within yourself and ask yourself what comes easy to you. For me, when I moved into photography, I realized certain things come to me. So my forte is event photography. Yes, I shoot portrait, I do all of that. My forte is event photography, and I find it's come to me so easy, and that's why I do it very well.
Well, you definitely do it very well, to the point where you've transitioned into what is even giving more impact by the route of photography.
Yes.
You're the convener of the business of
photography.
photography conference. Talk me through how that came about and how the process went from inception to execution.
Yeah. So I think it started out with me sitting down one day and was talking to a couple of fantastic creative photographers who kept complaining about fund. And I'm like, okay, I've been here before. Why do I just keep this to myself? So I started some sort of mentoring program, and I said, listen, what if you all come, you sit, we talk. And I started telling them about, what I was doing, what I've done, mistakes I've made, and how I prioritized building a business structure around my creative art. So, and then I realized it was doing good. I mean, I've had a couple of years. So I said, what if we have this conversation on a bigger scale and bring people within the value chain into one space once a year and have amazing conversations about how to move the industry forward? And that's how we started. It started right there in my room. I called one or two friends, one who happens to be a project manager, another who happens to be like a PR person, another who happens to be like this amazing creative mind who was part of my agency that was managing me then. And I got talking and I explained this idea. I'm like, listen, Kola, this is brilliant. Why don't we take the risk? And yes, it was quite a risk, yeah. Because, a lot of money went down. No one believed in it. No one really understood it. They were like, why? Do we need this right now? But hey, 7 years down the line, I'm like, yeah, everybody wants to do the business of something now. So for me, it's improved the industry. You have amazing young creatives building proper business structures. And I've had them come and say, listen, I came to the conference once and my life changed because now I don't see myself as just an artist. I see myself as someone providing services, someone building businesses, and I want to build enduring businesses. So that's how they think. They think beyond the art. They think the art and the business. Yeah, that's what it's been.
Well, it's collaboration.
Yes.
It's innovation.
Yeah.
And it's you being original, an innovator.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And I really have enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you.
And I look forward to seeing you after this.
Most definitely. We'll
Thank
be there
you
rooting.
so much, Kola. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So it is time to introduce a man who has a very interesting name, a name that inspires me. The thing about life is that I believe the limits you see are the ones you put on yourself. But this man is one who is unlimited in his creativity. Please have a seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, the one and only Unlimited LA. Now you are somebody Okay, I'm just learning your name for the first time. This is amazing. There's been so much learning in this process. But you're someone that, you're known as a music video director, cinematographer, and a filmmaker. If you could only do one of the three, which one would it be? So the other two, you couldn't do them again. You could only face one. Which one would it be?
They're all the same. Music video, filmmaking, cinematography, they're all the same, but I'll go with cinematography.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now, you're known for directing music videos, and that's something in itself that is it's an expression of, we're looking at a song, and that's someone else's creative expression. Talk me through the process of how you visualize mentally what you want to create for something that someone else has created.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much simple. Most of the time, we listen to the song and get inspiration from it. But sometimes you can have the creator, which is the artist, bring in their idea and say, this is what I want for my visuals. So it's either any of both ways.
Now, have you ever had an experience where you've heard a song that has had like a transformational impact on you?
Yes. But unfortunately, most of the time, the clients don't always have the budget to run the visuals. But yeah, I've had situations like that.
Now, what's your take on the development of music videos in respect to creativity in this current climate? Because I remember when I first came to Nigeria how videos looked, and you see now where directors are taking their creative levels to. What's your take on that as a veteran?
Well, it's still a growing industry, so we will always grow.
Right.
It's going to get better. Like next year, it's going to get better. Next 2 years, it gets better. So.
Now, with things as they currently are, in terms of Nigerian music being in the international community, do you see that as a portal for yourself as a Nigerian music video director to interpret a Nigerian-centric execution or expression of a visual expression of a song in the international community? Yeah, because you have to think like a Nigerian. Right. When directing these videos, and it shows, because when I leave Nigeria, I'm always proud to be a Nigerian music video director, Afrobeat music video director. Right. I'm always proud to be that. Yeah. I love that you're proud of that, because this is something that we've heard in recent times. Not everybody wants to identify or be identified as. No, I'm very proud to be a Nigerian filmmaker and music video director. I'm very proud. Anywhere I go, all over the world, I'm always saying it. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a filmmaker. Now, your very first music video, but then you're a cinematographer, so it's not just music videos. Yeah. So which one precedes? Would it be the first music video or the first? It will be the first music video. Okay. Yes. Now, who was that? What song was it? And talk me through the process. That would be Shantizu Shole. That was like 2012. Yeah, that's 12 years ago. Yeah, it was. I think we didn't have budget, so D-Tunes, the producer of the record, reached out to me. He said, "Yo, bro, let's just collaborate. Let's do this together." So I remember I went to my brother, my cousin DJ T. I collected his camera. We went to different locations, and it was very tedious. I remember well at a point, because the information about the video shoot was wrong. Like we invited people to come around 7 p.m. but the broadcast message that was sent was people were giving 7 a.m. and It surely is a hit song at the moment. Everybody came at 8 a.m. in the morning. The location was filled up, and so we were shooting, and the location could accommodate everybody. They had to call police to come and chase everybody. There's a particular shot in the video where I was taking the last shot of the video, and at like 10 feet away from me, we had police arresting people and chasing people, but I was still filming. it was a great experience. Yeah, Shantizu Shole, I can never forget. If you had the opportunity to create a song that you particularly enjoy, but isn't one of your own offerings, to recreate the video for it, which song would it be from a Nigerian artist? And it can be across any genre. It can be a legend. They can be living or not. Who would you do? And talk me through what concept you'd think up just on the spot. It will be
Olamide and Fino, Go Smooth. It was directed by Clarence Peters, and Clarence did an amazing job. In my head, I would have done the same. Yes, that video is a video that I really love, and yeah, that would be the song. Olamide, Fino, Go Smooth.
Now let's talk about your early life. How did growing up around soldiers influence your initial career aspirations?
For the fact that I went to Command Secondary School, as a Command Primary School where I had soldiers, and also my cousin used to be in the military, DJT. It's just discipline, you know. Growing around soldiers, it instills discipline in you automatically, yeah.
Now, if we're looking at what sparked your transition from computer science to music video directing, what was that, and how did your parents take it?
It would be the situation of the country, because when I finished school, there was no job. And I realized that I spent 5 years in school. Also, I spent 5 years living with my cousin GT. GT is a veteran music video director and filmmaker in the country. So I was always going on set with him for 5 years. So when I finished school, there was no job regularly as usual. So I just realized that I can pick up a camera and do this. And I started, shooting like videos for people. And that's how I started.
Fantastic. Now, did you ever consider being a soldier?
Right now, sometimes.
Not now, but then, but until now.
Oh, then. I mean, yeah, because I used to be inspired seeing soldiers. They're always clean with their guns and everything. It looked good to me, but thinking about it now, I don't think so. Yeah. I like where I am right now.
What's your creative process when you work with artists, and how do you bring their visions to life?
Like I said earlier, half of the time I always talk to the artist and say, what do you envision for the video? Half of the time the artists always come up with ideas, and sometimes I do too. So it's a collaboration between me and the artist.
I think one thing that I can say I've observed of being around artists is that a lot of the time you're managing personalities. How do you do that to get the best out of them?
I always start off as being friends with artists, like we talk normally, even if it's your CEO talking to me, I always like talk to the artist. Just talk to me, what do you think, because you are the creator of the song in the first place. So I always start off being friends with the artist.
Now, what did winning the Best Director at the 2015 Nigeria Entertainment Awards and Best Music Video at the Heady 2015 Awards mean to you?
Well, I saw it coming.
Okay.
I don't want to be too proud, but I saw it coming because I did the unthinkable. Like I was doing like 5 videos in a week, 2 videos in a day, back to back, because I just wanted to get to that level of being the best director in Nigeria and Africa, and I did. So, I mean, I just wanted to because I can. So.
That's the Nigerian spirit, the can do.
Yeah.
How do you stay motivated and consistent in producing high quality work? Because I think it's easy when you achieve a certain level of success to relax.
Yeah.
So how do you stay motivated?
I'm surrounded by young creatives, and I always want to try something new. So that's how I stay creative.
What does it mean to you when you think about the potentials of young Nigerians who possibly want to get into what you're doing but don't necessarily have the route, and what would you do to plug that deficit?
I teach as much as I can. I do like master classes sometimes for free, because I can't really, I try my best to put people on. Like I have like I said, I have young creatives around me, and I always make sure I put them on as much as I can,
Speaking of collaborations and mentorship, who are some of the directors that you respect in the industry, and what do you admire about their work?
In the industry right now, I respect Clarence Peters. He's my friend, my guy. I respect Clarence. I love what TJ Omori is doing. I respect that Jeff Film works. I mean, we're all friends. I respect the young guys from Director Pink to Damien Twitch, I mean, I respect everybody because the industry is huge enough for everybody to come through.
Right. I love that spirit.
Yeah.
I
So
love
I
that.
respect everybody. Yeah.
What drives your passion for adding value to people's lives through your work?
I always what's the question again?
What drives your passion for adding value to people's lives through your work?
Like I said, I put everybody on. Like, you can't be around me without learning something. Every department. If you're around me, I just don't want anybody loitering around me. You have to, maybe you want to learn how to edit, you want to learn how to film, script. I always put people in different positions and make help them grow in different departments.
How do you plan to expand your influence in the music video directing and filmmaking industries? And what legacy do you hope to leave in the Nigerian music video editing industry?
So like I still said earlier, I have like young creatives around me. So when I have a client, I want to work on a project, we all sit together and say, oh, what ideas do you have? I make sure people have like free hands, in contributing into the creative process. Yeah.
Okay, I think as we're winding up now, one question I'd like to know. I mean, I've known you for a while, but I've never asked you this, and it's a simple question. What's the story behind the name Unlimited LA? How did that come about?
Oh, the story. Let me summarize the story now.
Okay.
I used to work at the studio. Well, what we do at the studio is just record events, naming events and coverage. That's what we do at the studio. But they don't always allow me go out to shoot because they tell me that my shots are too creative. Like, when you're doing events, you have to shoot something wide because I'm always putting things into perspective and all that. So it was too creative. So there's a guy, one of my colleagues that worked at the time. I shot a music video. I was editing the music video and also doing some color grading and VFX and everything. So he came inside and said, this is exactly what he said. Now you go direct, now you go shoot, now you
Only
go edit. Now you got the color grade. Shey you be unlimited. That's what he said. And this was like 2008 or 2009, I can't remember. I was trying to, break out in the music video industry. I was looking for a name for myself. But he said, Shey, you be unlimited. And he left. And I'm like, unlimited. That name is cool, unlimited. Then prior to that, I worked as a contract staff for MTV. So back in the days when they used to have like white guys come from South Africa to shoot some things in Nigeria. So most of them couldn't pronounce my name, Lekon. So they started calling me LA for short. So at the point when the guy called me Unlimited, he left. And I'm like, me that I'm looking for a name for myself, Unlimited LA. How does it sound? It's a mouthful. So I went home, I told my guys, man, I'm trying to, put my name on Unlimited LA. They looked at me like, that name is a mouthful. Nobody will remember. I said, because it's a mouthful, I'll stick with it. And here we are today.
The rest is history. Thank you so much for your time. I've enjoyed this discussion.
It's
insightful. And I look forward to perhaps doing something with you later.
You will.
Thank you. Oh, I will. That's confident. I love it. Thank you so much. All right. It is time for me to introduce my next guest. She's a female and she is multifaceted. Her name is DJ Anonymous, and as you're about to see, she's not only a DJ but a fashion designer, and she has a very, very interesting...
Hello. Hi.
Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Please have a seat. Thank you. Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I think the starting place would be, and I'm sure you're used to answering this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
What is the story behind your face gear?
So I like my privacy a lot.
Right.
I want to go out and be free. But I'm here now. There's nothing I can do about it. I didn't plan to be a DJ. So I thought about having double life. So I'm like, okay, let me just do this for the meantime. Then I'll go back to my normal life. But I'm still here and I have to do this. So when I go out with my friends, I don't wear this.
Okay.
And nobody knows who that person is.
Right. Now, I would like to talk a little bit about your fashion business.
Yeah.
Which one came first, the fashion or the DJing?
Okay, the fashion thing has always been my number one priority, but I had not made plans for it. So I had to stop DJing for a bit to go to school. So after fashion school, I came back to DJing. So it was fashion first, then DJing after.
And if you were forced to pick one, which one would it be?
No, don't do this.
Or they're two babies that you can't distinguish?
To be honest. So yeah, fashion first.
Okay. Now, I'd like to know a little bit about what inspired your transition from a 9-to-5 job to pursuing a career in DJing, and how did you overcome the initial obstacles?
So 9-to-5 was not my thing. My parents wanted me to go to school and do something meaningful in my life. But I did 9-to-5 to please them. I told them I couldn't continue because I wasn't having my satisfaction from it. I wasn't expressing myself. I felt I wasn't existing. So I just felt, you know what, let me just do what I want to do. At least I've made up my mind, but it was a tough one because I had to battle with my mom. And yeah, basically, that was it.
So as a female DJ in a male-dominated industry, how do you handle the challenges and the stereotypes?
I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from.
Very, very, very well. But what I'd like to know is how do you, DJ Anonymous, handle those?
It doesn't faze me.
Right.
Because I'm surrounded with uncles, family members, and I'm used to working with men. So it doesn't faze me, doesn't do anything to me. I just see myself as a normal person, an individual, trying to make ends meet. Yeah.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about your experience. I mean, you've been with the FM group, you've been with AFEX and the East Africa Exchange and Olam International. So you're coming from a really core corporate background, and you're in what is essentially a core entertainment situation now, in a very distinctive way. When you were in your former life, was this something that you envisioned for yourself?
At all. I just wanted to just have fun, do my normal job and just leave and be comfortable. But then again, I felt I could give it a try because I like music. So yeah, I just didn't think about it.
And are there any takeaways from the corporate sector and the corporate life that have helped your creative life now?
Yes.
And what are they?
Because I can communicate with people a lot and it doesn't affect my business. You can't tell if I'm angry with you or not.
Right.
So yeah, I'm diplomatic when it comes to things like that.
I'd also like to know a little bit about your talk a little bit rather about your educational background, which is, quite interesting. You have several accolades to your name. But I think that what we should talk about is what sets you apart from other DJs and how you cater to diverse audiences.
I think psychology has helped me a lot because that was my major discipline. So as a psychologist, I'll treat you like one person that I can deal with. So I don't have any problems with dealing with you when it comes to communicating and networking.
Fantastic. Now, what sets you apart from other DJs and how do you cater to diverse audiences?
I think because I can...
It's an obvious question, by the way.
I know. I think because I am anonymous, that's number one. And then I know how to juggle between the older crowd and the Gen Z crowd. So I can mix like any environment you put me. I always like to be with my crowd and deliver.
Now, your brand name, DJ Anonymous, reflects your desire for privacy. How do you balance your shy personality with the demands of being a public figure, especially in Nigeria?
I hardly go out, I don't go out. I hardly go out. I hardly go out.
Oh, wow.
So it's only if it's family or friends that say, oh, come out. I don't go anywhere in my house.
Have you ever been recognized without your...
Hardly. It's only family, like close people that I know, oh, this is who this person is. But if I go out and you see this is anonymous, you'd be like, how? It's not possible.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I think it might be too late for me to try that. But beyond DJing, you're also a fashion designer, which we've touched on. How do you merge your passion for music and fashion, and what's next for your entrepreneurial ventures?
So yeah, I plan to like have my own showcasing, have like a party, be a DJ and be the fashion designer, you know. So I don't know. I've made plans already, but it's coming up very soon. It's not something I can talk about right now. It's still ongoing, but I'm making plans.
Speaking of plans for the future, many DJs have towed the line of becoming artists.
Oh, yeah.
Is that something that you'd consider? And if so, who? Now, this doesn't. When I say being an artist, I'm not talking about you necessarily singing, but you can probably produce. You have a knack for sound.
Yeah.
If you were to do that, which artist would you put on a DJ Anonymous record?
Artist. Niniola.
Okay.
Niniola. Then I think I have a few other. I like Ira Star. Yeah, and then maybe Faye.
And if you're to collaborate with any Nigerian DJ, who would that be and why?
That's a tough one.
It is, but I think collaboration is key.
Let me see. I think SARS. You know, SARS is a DJ, right? And it's also a producer. So yeah, SARS.
And if we're talking about the females, would there be any, or would I be pushing it?
Well, I think I can work with Sensolo. Sensolo is like, she does house music too. Yeah.
Now, if we're looking at the current music industry in Nigeria, you see that Nigerian creatives, artists, entertainers are taking over the global space. If you were to collaborate with anyone outside of Nigeria's shores, who would that be and why? And how would you incorporate your Nigerianness into that collaboration so that you promote your creative capacity from a Nigerian-esque lens?
Okay, so I like DJ Snake.
Okay.
He does more of house music. So I started off DJing as the house Afro EDM DJ. So that's what I can relate with. So I think them house music DJs, Snake, and the likes of them.
If we're looking at genres and how you bring them together from a producer standpoint, what are the two furthest, like as in literally sort of diametrically opposed genres that you could envision putting together to make a new sound?
So you can do Fuji, and house.
Fuji house?
Yes.
Have you actually heard it, or this is something that just came up now?
Yes.
I think I need to hear that. Fuji house.
Yes.
Okay, let this challenge finish. I'll be looking for that mix.
Okay.
Now, what is next for you? What's on the horizon for DJ Anonymous?
I plan to host my own shows because I want to bring in new, artistic touches to my DJ. I already have things on ground I want to do. I know how to play some instruments, so I want to add that to my DJing. But we'll work on that still. So it's coming up very soon.
Most definitely, and it's all step by step. Now, you mentioned instruments. Yeah. If you could learn a new set of instruments to play, which ones would they be?
So I already know how to drum.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
At what age? Let me guess. No, I'll leave that to you to answer.
That's I think when I was in secondary school, I was in church, and that's maybe when I was 12-ish, yes. And then I wanted to learn how to play the guitar.
Okay. Now, church seems to be the influential hub for many a musician. Yeah. But yes, I want to really, really thank you for your time. For those that are watching, how can they get in touch with you?
Okay, on Instagram, it's at DJ_anonymous with a double S. And Twitter also.
So that's
DJ_anonymous with a double S.
Okay.
Yes.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much
for your time.
I wish you the best.
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, it is time for my next guest. His name is Fashola Fashola, and he's a commercial agriculture and agri-finance professional. Now, he is known for leading the Yawa program, which is an initiative to increase maize and soybean production in Nigeria. And I think that is very, very important that we continue to talk to people from vast and diverse industries and sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we do have that. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, going through your profile, you've been head of commercial at Golden Agri Inputs Limited, GALE. You've been program lead at Yawa Abundance Initiative and an MBA graduate of the Lagos Business School.
Yes.
You've been at the FMN Group, Flour Mills Nigeria Group, AFEX and the East Africa Exchange, Olam International as well.
Correct.
Lagos Business School, Master of Business. Only you, bros. Continue.
Well, thank you for having me again.
Thank you for being here.
Laudable show. I'm really impressed with this.
Thank you.
So I'm a farmer at heart. I think at the end, all the sugar coating and everything you see, I'm a farmer. And I'm very passionate about agriculture in Nigeria. Not just, what you hear in the news or anything, but actually production of food, how people get empowered, how, people in communities and villages, how they get compensation for all the work that they do. So it's by forte. If you look at, all that I've been through, it's been in one way or the other to boost production, to engage with people, smallholder farmer communities, how children are involved, sustainability for these people, and bringing in innovative products from, my so-called MBA and all of that into these spaces. So that's what it's about.
Now, on new ventures, Fashola, you founded Brown Alliance Limited. What excites you the most about this venture, and why? What are your primary goals for the company?
I have a lot of friends, networks, resource individuals in different parts of the value chain for agriculture and the financial services sector. And in trying to merge that, the alliance is formed. So I have all of these people at reach, and we're creating innovative products to unlock more credit into the sector, allowing more innovative ways of production. So I think I can reach out to any resource individual, any specialist in 2 phone calls, and I can get in 2 phone calls. Yeah, and I can get them to give me advice or insights that we can typically visit to the local communities and to the agriculture that we do. I'm talking of public sector, I'm talking of private sector individuals, venture capitalist type people, and your local Bole and chief, and the lady who has a little 1-acre farm. We can mix ideas, we can form an alliance. So that's the goal, to have that alliance.
I think that collaboration and alliances are very, very important.
Correct.
They're going together.
Correct.
Now, looking at innovative projects, can you share some of the innovative projects or initiatives that you're currently working on at Brown Alliance Limited, and how they align, or enlighten me on how they align with your vision for the future of agriculture in Nigeria?
I hope they are wow innovations, but at the end of the day, agricultural development still goes back to the rudiments of farming properly, changing with the times, with the climate. So applying little changes from all the things that we're used to, from hoe and cutlass, let's move to more mechanized forms of farming. Let's move from smallholder farming to commercial. So my own projects involve working with several communities, smallholder farmers, to be on larger pieces of land so they are more commercial. So in Eke community, in Nasarawa, just outside of Abuja, examples in Kaduna, also in Yola, we have large portions of land where you now bring in the community. We bring in people like yourselves also, and let them have, the same way you have a real estate development, and then you have plots for different people, and people come to buy, and then buy your own plot. We're doing the same thing for agriculture. So come in and take your own plot. And I'm not saying just put in money. You can put in money, but you can also come. Because of the level of activity that is going on there, we're able to benefit economies of scale. Everybody can benefit from each other's unique ideas for the benefit of everyone. Then more importantly, the issue of insecurity, because of the level of activity, it's unattractive for people that would typically come and terrorize the farmers. If you have one one large piece of land of 1,000 hectares, and you're the only one managing it, and you have staff, you are more vulnerable than when you have 100 or 200 people who go at different times, and then we have a communal meeting and all of that. When you have that also, the success travels fast, and then where there are mistakes and failures, we can learn from each other quickly and quickly, adjust. You're not alone, so to say, when you have a lot of people around you. So that's one of the key innovations. Another thing is through communal activities like this, pioneered with Brown Alliance, we can easily put in new technology. So if you have climate smart ways of farming, we can actually test on a part of the farm and everybody can see the impact, and then it's adopted across board. If you have mechanized solutions, if one person starts using it, everybody starts asking, and before you know it, everybody is using a more advanced solution. So when you see it, it's more easy. It's easier to adopt than when you read or you hear about it, that kind of thing. So that's some of the things that we're doing.
Now let's talk a little bit about challenges and opportunities.
Oof.
What are some of the unique challenges that you anticipate, and how do you plan to turn these challenges into opportunities for success, exemplifying the Nigerian spirit?
A unique challenge. It's happening right now. The inflation. It's not just inflation does not exist only. In the cities. It's in the rural communities also. For smallholder farmers who, have to buy their inputs and put it in the ground and let it grow, the prices have gone up. So they're using more archaic methods, that are less costly, and that's not the way we want to go. We need to find, so the inflation also reaches them. The cost of inputs are high. The government interventions are not coming as they used to. It's still being reworked. And, I anticipate that government is planning something big for agriculture, which should douse some of these challenges. They typically come late, but some of the things that we look to do is to be on time, be early. Like I said, the innovation in agriculture may not be a wow one. You're not going to have one of those things that transcend times 10, but changing the rudiments and modifying a little bit of every part of the process makes the whole process more innovative. That's what we're concentrating on. Another issue with the insecurity, we believe, it's come to stay because more people are poor, so they're going to resort to other ways of making money. We believe that with the collaborative efforts, and then one little tweak is, for every week of activity on the farm, the farmers take something home. Even if it's 5,000 naira. On Friday, if 5,000 naira is going to follow you, aside from the usuals, then it kind of, ameliorates a little bit of the suffering. As part of the collaboration, I mentioned in 2 phone calls you can reach anybody. We have grant agencies that we have reached out to who are also going to be part of these minuscule processes. If we can build this kind of communities in 1, 2, 3 states, we believe that it will be replicated. We cannot buy our way out of hunger. We can't trade our way out of hunger. We can't procure our way. We have to farm our way out of hunger. So that's our goal for the future. Make it, make everybody farm. So please keep that vegetable pot at the back of the house, that little tomato one, have it from there, get some of your friends, and let's start building these collaborative alliances.
Now, Nigeria is a vast land, and it has a lot of arable land, land that can be used for cultivating produce that we could export.
True.
When you look at the produce that we have and the ones that we have the capacity or potential to, cultivate here and export to the international community, what would be the top 5 things that, under ideal circumstances, we'd be growing in Nigeria and sending out to, exporting rather to the international community?
It's already happening. You'll be surprised at all the things that are leaving Nigeria. Okay, let me give you the common ones that sesame seed, ginger, cocoa. I think that everybody knows most of those. But let me tell you about things that we export that are typically not on the map. Hides and skin, all right, for animals, for donkeys, for camels, for cattle, and goats, you know how much of those that we consume in a day. So these get exported. Parts of the animal, the gall, hoofs, horn, exactly, these are things that we don't pay attention to. Exactly, nothing must waste. Nothing must waste. And if you look at even our common things like soybeans, which we use for in-house for animal feed, is beginning to get attention from abroad. So, everything is living. Another thing unique for Nigeria is since we practice the non-genetically modified organisms, and we are kind of unique. Our ginger still has the real essence, and it's well sought after in the world. Our sesame, non-GMO. When we do turmeric, it still has the real actual. I didn't mention turmeric earlier, sorry, but we have those ingrained things that are kind of unique to us, which the world still likes. Going off of the cuff, we need to identify what is going out. We're not going to stop it, but at least let's identify it. Would you believe that the Hausa cap, that very nice cap that everybody, we export it? You understand? So a lot of things go out, and we just let's identify it. Then we can start saying, then we make it easier to go, and then we can now, from a public sector side, start taxing it, because the volumes are so large that go out, but they're not recorded. So we're probably not seeing the earnings that we would like to see from it. For now, it's every man for himself, so to say. So we need to come together.
Now, how can we foster the spirit of collaboration with farmers across Nigeria so that the farming industry moves forward at a faster rate, because the outputs we have in terms of agriculture aren't commensurate to the potential that we have?
We need a collaborative. We need a good collaborative venture between the public sector and the private sector. The public sector, that's the government, has the might. When the private sector person is talking, if he's talking about land, he will say 500 hectares, 1,000 hectares, 5,000 farmers. But when government is talking, government says, how are we doing 100,000 hectares? How are we going to do 14 million farmers? So we need to collaborate. The efficiencies of the private sector, the might and convening power of the government has to come together. And you can already see that happening. It's taking some time. Money has to be made available, and you can see that the economy is on a downturn. But that collaboration happens, then I believe that we'll be able to chart a good path forward.
Now, if you were to be funded by the Bank of Nigeria,
on your platform, I am getting this. Thank you for amplifying. All right.
What would be the first points of action, and which produce or aspect of the farming chain or process would you focus on?
So low hanging fruit would be to make exports identifiable and easier. So all the small, medium scale businesses who are channeled to export, then you make it easy for them, let it go. That one earns immediate revenue. Once the revenue from exports come, then you start to, our term is backward integrate. So you invest in processing, to make, because some of our produce is looked down on for being dirty, for spoilages and those kind of things. So you do a little processing, not the major processing, just primary processing for cleaning, for storing properly, cold chain kind of thing. And as soon as you have that pipeline to money laid out, then I go into primary production, bring in inputs, and make sure inputs are able to reach every smallholder farmer, wallet systems where they see direct compensation for all the work that they do, logistic systems to take from farm gate, to industries and to export,
When we look at farming and agriculture in Nigeria, what role do you see technology holding in moving the commercial capacity of our industries forward?
So this is the way I look at tech. We want to speak to 1 million people right now. We can either line them up all the way down the stairs and talk to them one by one, or tech can just make you talk to 20 people at the same time. That kind of thing. So it's the same way. Innovation, technology is kind of that vehicle that carries the innovation for us, and it's the same thing that we need in agriculture. So technology in the way of identification, getting data, churned out quickly so that we can make spending decisions, impact measuring and management, monitoring and evaluation. Tech is doing all of that now. Even the actual farming processes, we now have tech playing a big role in that. So from what I said earlier, the collaboration, the private sector typically will bring tech because it makes things more efficient. So how to apply tech to take care of 14 million farmers will be, where that marriage happens, and then things are supposed to catapult from there.
Now, future outlook. With your extensive background in this industry, when you have a look at the current climate of agri-finance, what are your predictions for the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and how do you see Brown Alliance Limited contributing to this future?
So there's two parts. Let me make it a tangible and a trend type of thing. So tangible is Nigeria is hungry. I said it earlier on. We're not going to buy our way out of hunger. We have to produce. So you're going to see a lot of innovation coming in, a lot of funding coming in from public sector, and a lot of attention from the international community. Things are, because of the inflation, things are cheap in Nigeria right now. So international community is going to come to buy for cheap, so to say. So they will bring their funds. So we're going to witness a lot of that happening very soon. That's the tangible side. And, like I mentioned, when the funding is there, then it trickles down. As if World Bank gave me, so it trickles down to, Bank of Nigeria gave me what I need. So it will trickle down the way I mentioned. It will start from the extractive. They will try and take what is to be exported, and then they will go down all the way to primary production. The intangible side of it is one secret that many farmers know. A farming financial cycle is 4 years. You have 2 good years. You have 1 break-even year, then you have 1 very bad year. So the onus of every farmer is to make sure that they are strong when the bad year is here. So we can liken what is happening right now to that very bad year. Immediately after, there's an upswing. 2 good years are coming. So that's the intangible one, which we know from trend. Okay, so that's how I see the future. We're on the upturn.
The future looks bright.
The future looks bright. Okay, yes, the future looks bright. We're on the upturn. We're moving towards a promised land. We, however, have to work at it. We need more alliances, we need more collaborations. So I believe that with what Brown Alliance is doing, we would be able to bring more parties to the table, have more real successes that you can measure.
Well, I wish you continued success.
Thank you very much.
Farmers. Me, I like to chop. So what you're doing benefits me in a very tangible and real way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it's been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure having you. Actually, very insightful.
All right then. Thank
you so much.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Okay then. Thank you.
Now I'd like to call my next guest. He is a multidisciplined, creative individual that I've known for quite a while. He's somebody who has an incredibly diverse and inspiring background, and he's good with engaging. He's profound with questions and someone that could spark a meaningful conversation with anybody. His name is Sadiq Ajibola Williams, and he's an incredibly diverse and inspiring artist. So welcome to the sit, Sadiq.
Hello.
Please have a seat. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Your work spans multiple disciplines, from architecture to martial arts. How do you find the balance and synergy between these varied fields and creative processes?
I guess it's philosophy in motion, so to speak. I've always been interested. I think as an architect, I've always had a curious mind as a child, and there are philosophies like Ikigai, Cuisine, martial arts theories that help you stay focused. And at some point in my life, I also took a Prince 2 course, project management, and that helped me because for a long time, if people ask me what I did, I couldn't really say exactly what I did. And when people also think of architecture, people forget that architects are trained to be diverse as well, because you have to do multiple things to be able to create a piece of architecture. So there's sort of converging ideologies and philosophies, and I just kind of ran with that. So I don't see any sort of I don't see the division lines per se. I respect them, I appreciate them, but I see how things fit together. I always have, how people fit together, projects fit together, and I apply that into almost everything I do in life. Shiro Bruce Lee he's very he was very philosophical. He's one I practice Jeet Kune Do, I practice multiple martial arts styles as well, and that mindset sort of allows you stay focused regardless of whatever you're doing. And then to bring it back home into the African or the Yoruba polity, we have these same concepts in Alafia, and a lot of people don't seem to realize that most things you can attribute to the West or Asia. We actually have a lot of that here in our own cultural context. If you know what to look for, it's just, I guess, language or perception of things. But these things are also heavily ingrained in our own sort of way of life prior to probably colonialism and imperialism and all these things. So I think I'm on a life's journey to unearthing these things. I have royal lineage and I have access to information that most people don't necessarily have. And I myself and a few other artists, friends, mentors were on this mission to showcase the beauty of our culture and how you can correlate these things into any sort of our Eguns, our masquerades are the equivalents of the Shaolin monks. People actually don't even know that. And the same level of proficiency, all those things. And when you think of mindsets, the quote, jack of all trades, master of none, there's a third line which says oftentimes better than a master of one. I actually believe in that. And if you look at most Nigerians or most Africans, even if you have a degree or we're naturally very diverse. It's in the DNA, it's in your epigenetics. The environment makes you a diverse being. So again, the project management mindset, martial arts, those concepts, you focus. So the general idea or principle in Ikigai or Kaizen and things like that, Bushido or Budo, is whatever you do, take pride. If you're sweeping the floor, stay focused. If you're writing, stay focused. Even if you don't necessarily like what you're doing, just find pleasure in what you're doing. And I feel like that kind of mindset allows you get through life, its hardships or its challenges, and I take that with me into almost everything I do.
Now, your Memoirs of a Black Box was a multidisciplinary exhibition that combined dance, music, poetry, and theatre. What inspired you to create such an immense and immersive, multifaceted experience, and how did it evolve into your current project like NFTs, and graphic novel?
Okay, memoirs. So, ironically, I never saw myself being an artist in the sense of, or multidisciplinary artist. I've always had a multidisciplinary mindset, but life happened. I relocated back to Nigeria. I was managing one of Nigeria's master artists, who's a dear friend and big brother, Ayolagbola. Shout out. Amazing human being, amazing mind, amazing talent. He also introduced me to a mentor. He's no longer with us, Mr. Burns Effiam. May God rest his soul. Amazing human being, great mind. He ran the oldest private gallery in Nigeria. Was also curator, interior designer, and also very multifaceted. And we would talk, and then I saw somewhere along the line, while I was working with them on a tri-territorial project connecting Lagos, Brazil, and London together, we're looking at our shared history, slavery, post-colonialism, and all these things. Ayola and another dear friend, an artist, Brazilian award-winning artist and peace ambassador, they'd be like, "Oh, you're still an artist?" And I'm like, I love art. I mean, that's something I've been doing since I was a child, but I never saw myself making a profession out of art. Art was just something I enjoyed doing. And things happened and I started painting again, and I realized, oh wow, I can still do this. And I started at 36, which isn't normally the norm. And that process started leading up to other things, conversations. And there was a particular YouTube link by Hyundai, Brilliant Minds or Brilliant Artists. And then I saw these artists around the world, and one in particular struck a chord with me. His name is Theaster Gates. And Theaster Gates paints, was using music, was using theater, and he was rehabilitating buildings. And I've done architecture, I've pursued music, I've gone into film, I've played around with all these variants in the creative process, and I was like, wow. And he's black or African or of African descent, and he's doing these amazing things. So I was like, wow. And the terminology multidisciplinary artist really now stuck. I was like, okay, I understand the multidisciplinary mindset, but here's another guy doing what I've been hoping to do, because I was just thinking these things in my head, and I see this docu-series, and I see other artists in China who are doing things like painting, writing, calligraphy, and these are all interests of mine. So I'm like, if they can do it, I'm here. Actually, like I've experienced all these things, and then that gave birth to the build-up to Memoirs of a Black Box. I had just that same year, I became a national arts competition finalist, which I'm grateful for, and I was a creative pioneer in the UK 2012, and our group gave birth to Social Media Week. So all those leanings just started like pouring out. And then I met a creative director, curator, and brilliant photographer. I think she's also about to be a professor pretty soon, Jumoke Songo. And we had an amazing conversation. And from there, I started talking to her about this, and I was also inspired by my dissertation topic, which was titled A Journey to the Niger Area, Post-Colonial Condition, where we're like deconstructing how Nigeria arrived and where it's at through architecture. And we had a term back then called schizophrenic architecture. So those things still sort of like were flying around my psyche. And while we were discussing, she understood what I was trying to accomplish. Then I was privileged again to meet the likes of Donna Agunaike, Donna the poet, amazing human being. Also, she introduced me to Kaefi, amazing songstress. She could do anything from Yoruba songs, Ewi, to English songs, to covers, to original soundscapes. And I met Rez the poet as well, and then we got talking. And a lot of people were like, oh, you can't do a multidisciplinary or group exhibition, like, where do you think you are? I'm like, but I was like, okay, I believe in what I'm doing. So I applied my business acumen to it, put it together, and they all believed in the same things, and I couldn't have done it without the team. My sensei for Shotokan was also involved. The traditional Egun, these are like my martial arts huddle. Right. They all can act as well, and they believed in the same things, and it was a beautiful support system. And I think from there we just kept moving. So it was interesting. From the theatrical, Donna helped me create the idea. I drew all of them into comic characters, and then they keyed in, and then I worked with a fashion designer, and my thing was to also showcase that Africans can work together, that this idea that Africans or Nigerians don't work together, and to me, I don't buy into those type of thought constructs. I'm also heavily inspired by movements like the Archigram group, the Bauhaus, and the Nigerian version is the Zaria Rebels. You got Professor Bruce Onobropea, the late Professor Grillo, Pade Mosumoko, and a couple of and you know, these things exist, but a lot of people aren't aware of our own history and the importance of these things. So I was on this mission to bring this to life, and that gave birth to Memoirs of a Black Box, and then play on words as well. And I guess the rest is history. So I'm now moving forward with looking to develop Memoirs of a Black Box into 4 parts, and I'm about to develop volume 2. And we hope for it to be a traveling show, and we can take this narrative all around the world and push it. And then 2 years ago, a cousin of mine introduced me to the blockchain, and that's how I started getting into the NFT thing. I've always wanted to write. I still write from time to time. I surround myself with other writers. So the graphic novel, and because I have this biz dev project management experience, I'm just applying that. So I'm also trying to play or push the boundary of the idea that you can be a creative but still be entrepreneurial, which I think is very African. You can be entrepreneurial and still be a creative. the idea that I'm in the corner, I'm an architect, I'm a painter, no, like art or the mindset is like all expression, right? You just pick your tool to which you want to express with, whether it's your body, whether it's your mind, whether it's by writing or, song, that sort of thing. And this is now applying in the business space. As we see now, we have a Ministry for Arts, Culture, Creative Economy, conversations around finance and the art world, and the Africans and Nigerians in particular are leading a very strong charge across the spectrum. And I think I'm very inspired by this reality and experiencing it firsthand. So how do we push these boundaries? How do we scale your creativity? So that's where I'm at now with that.
Now, you've collaborated a lot, and you've done a short film. Your short film, When Princes Fall, recently won an award at the Austin Art Festival. As an associate producer, art director, and fight choreographer, what were some of the unique challenges that you faced during this project, and how did you overcome them?
It was interesting. It was a passion project. I give kudos to the director, Eugo Interview. He's an architect, filmmaker, and he's into animation. So we connected on those levels as well. And we talked about process. So I find like I've tried the applying process in some Nollywood productions. It hasn't really gone down too well. So it was a historical piece based on Mansa Musa's grandfather, Sindiata, and we wanted to showcase who this character was and curate the fight sequences. So a lot of people don't realize that even Africans or Nigerians, we have our own fighting arts, our own martial arts systems. Gidigbo is not just Gidigbo, it's Agidigbo, and there's subsects in it. Right. There's Ijakadi, there's Ijabokiti, there's all these other variants, and then there's other variants that are not open to the public. Again, referencing Shaolin Temple and like ninjutsu type, there's similar, like serious similitudes. So we wanted to explore this and bring this character to life. It's a short story. It was supposed to be a pilot. Eventually, it was meant to be a TV series, but I don't know what the director and the EP, they're still in talks with that. But there were a lot of challenges. One, it's a short. One, it was a bit of, in terms of its genre, it's a bit risque. And then, filmmaking in Nigeria has its challenges. Right. Well, filmmaking anywhere does have its, challenges, but in Nigeria it's very peculiar. So we had like so many setbacks, but it was like team effort again. Again, the quality of the people you work with is always really key, and everybody was like all in. The lead actors, the supporting act, everyone came for the process. Like we did training for I did about 4 training sessions with the actors so that they could get the body mechanics in place before filming, and it was amazing. Like by the time we got to set and all the various setbacks, like everybody was just trooping in. Okay, how can we help? How can we mitigate this? We got to set late, but we still had to troop through. Funnily enough, the young actors, the child actor and the parents, literally like they blew all of us away. They were on set till like 7 in the morning, even with all the setbacks. And the child actor was able to stay in character even with all the heat, us trying to set up, and that kept all of us going as well. It was a labor of love, and being able to get the award was also something that was like inspirational for us, and like, okay, all this hard work actually paid off. So we won an award in the art section, in the film section of the art festival. So we're all like grateful for the experience.
Now, on the topic of art, I just want you to answer with one name. Who is the greatest Nigerian artist ever? When I'm talking about artist, I mean visually. Funny you in the spot. Just one name, and then we round up.
How do I? You won't put me in trouble. Wow. Well, I'm not going to name anyone that's alive. Most of them are my. I would say Ben and Wonwu to me. Like he epitomizes some of the things I'm discussing in his own way. He was academic. He was a professor. He broke a lot of ground. And when you're talking about the top 100 artists ever, his name is on that list, and it's not about whether he's Nigerian or not. He sort of like he goes beyond race. His skill and his expressions just touch the world in so many ways.
Thank you for that.
No
so
problem.
profound. All right, so I'm going to just thank you for being a part of this and wish you the best for the rest of the evening. You get to
Likewise.
enjoy yourself. I'm
Likewise.
here on a mission. But thank you so much for coming. Your presence and participation is highly valued.
Thank you for doing this as well.
Thank
This
you.
is very inspirational.
Thank you.
We're rooting for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, thank
Lovely
you.
evening.
Thank you. Have a great evening. All right, I'd like to introduce my next guest, who's a presenter, creative director, content producer, and PR expert with over 10 years of experience working in notable brands like Nivea, Indomie, BBN, and more. He's a creative lead at Pop Urban Media Network, a media, PR, and production outfit. Welcome, Olufemi Tayo.
Finally, it's happening, right?
It's been a long one coming.
I know, right?
How does it feel?
I'm very well, thank you.
I mean, what's been the experience for you so far?
I think this was a fantastic initiative.
Thank you.
I'm super proud of you. I remember we spoke about this last year.
We did speak about it last year.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
Thank you.
It's just good to be here. So are you the one interviewing me? I'm interviewing you.
No. You won't ask me no questions, young man. Questions will be asked from here. So let's get straight into it. Your YouTube channel has grown over 170,000 subscribers, featuring a wide range of content from reviews to eclectic topics. What inspired you to start this channel, and how did you decide on the content that you create?
So I remembered in 2020, COVID happened, and then there were no concerts, no production jobs, no hosting gigs, and then I had a YouTube channel. It had 3,000 subscribers, and then I just thought to myself, I had a friend. I spoke to my friend, and it was like, "Guy, I mean, you can talk, so why not just go to a YouTube channel and start doing something?" And then I decided to just pick a niche, started reviewing reality shows, and in the space of 2 months I had 70,000 subscribers. And I was like, whoa, so, and I thought to myself that is really something. So yeah, and consistency is very important. I think that I've been consistent over the years. 2020 till now, it's really been good.
4 consistent years.
4 consistent years.
Steady growth.
Steady growth.
Now, if we're looking at the involvements that you've been deeply involved with Big Brother Naija, from hosting the live launch shows to producing or providing updates and highlights.
Yeah.
What do you think makes this show so captivating for audiences, and how has your role evolved over the seasons?
So for me, I'm not like the host of live, because definitely the host of the live shows. For me, I review the shows on my channel.
Right.
And I think the Big Brother is the biggest show in Africa. The biggest reality show in Africa, and Kudus Multi-Choice, they're doing an amazing job. I think the Nigerians especially love reality shows. I don't think there are reality shows without the fans themselves. You understand? And I think the Nigerians really love entertainment. I think that one of the ways that we chill and relax is entertainment. Every year Big Brother comes up and people are like, oh, they want to distract us. I'm like, forget it. People need to calm down. People want to breathe, and and I think that on this side of the world, we are the hub of entertainment in Africa. So when you see Big Brother, you see The Voice, you see Nigerian Idols, you see Real Housewives of Lagos, you just know that we have a huge deposit of talent coming from this place. And I believe that in a short while, we're definitely taking over. I mean, Afrobeats taking over the music scene, so I think that reality shows are very big. The world should watch out. Definitely, we're coming.
We're definitely not coming.
We're there.
Arrived.
We're there.
As a presenter and a creative director and a PR expert, you've worked with notable brands like Bole, Nivea, and Indomie. Can you share a particularly challenging project that you've worked on and how you navigated it successfully?
So I think that I remembered it's basically tours. because when you are going on tours, you literally would have to deal with different scenarios. Imagine having to do like a 10-15 city tour. Definitely, it's different, target audience. So if you're going to the East, you definitely know that you have to be very vast. You have to look at the culture there, the people who live there. You have to come up with something that really appeals to their senses. You understand? So sometimes you're not putting things in their face like, come on, consume this product. It's some subtle kind of advert that also goes. So a lot of time, I think it's more of a creative process, which I think is a very strong part of PR and production and ideation. You understand? I think it's more about the creative process. Execution is very important, but when it comes to public relations, it's the creative process that goes into. Without that, you don't have a direction. You understand? I think that's really amazing. So.
No. As a presenter, I've met you. I've known you in that era.
Yeah.
Talk me through your process of growth and the decision, because this is something that I've spoken about with other presenters on the platform. It's easy to get consumed in a job that's a 9-to-5 and allow your passion, a personal passion or something you want to do, to dwindle. How did you navigate that? And at what point did you take the decision that I'm going to step away from this to move into potentially something bigger?
So I remember, so I'm telling my story. So in 2013, I got my job at HIP TV, and then it was good. HIP TV was going on DSTV then, so it was like a big move. I was in HIP TV for 4 years, and I left in 2017, and then I decided to start doing my own stuff. And I think that being a presenter is you're literally representing the brand you work with. So first off, it goes beyond, I want to be popular, I want people to see me. No, bro, there's more that goes into the job. It's more about how you carry yourself, how you dress, where you're found, the kind of places you go to. And I'm sure a lot of people don't see it that way because everybody now has a camera and your microphones. You can just click on your body and say, I'm a presenter, I'm an OAP. I think that it was way more than that back then. I mean, I remember the likes of Ake's, Adams, Moe, all of that, Dala.
Right.
So presenting back then, I know it's still good now, but the people who really do it now, the OGs, like you, Dotun, all of these guys, so Kemi Smalls and all these people. So now people just feel like, oh, I'm a presenter, I have a microphone. No.
Right.
Back then, you were representing the brand. You wouldn't be found as something. I remember my boss and I would call them like, you can't even go and do interviews per se, talking about the brand, because there's a way the brand wants to be seen.
Right.
You understand? So navigating that 4 years and then wanted to step out to do my own thing was also, it was a transition that I braced up for basically. You're not going to be with an organization forever, definitely. You will also want to move and do your thing. And it was pretty good, presenting, but I now moved more into productions and all of that, which is an amazing thing. And I think that you must really have a mind of your own. You must be ready to face the challenges. Right. There's no easy way out. Trust me, there's no easy way out of this stuff. You have to go through it. I mean, now, back then they would tell you, oh, you have to. So I remember we traveled to Brazil for the World Cup in 2014, and I remember my
dangerous outing. I didn't go because remember there was Zika virus that period.
Zika virus. So it was myself, Jules Agu, Kemi Adetiva, Hawa, Maraz. And then we went to the World Cup in Brazil, and I remember my boss then just come and say, you need to know how to edit. And I've been looking at this man like, oh, so that you won't take another editor, Abi. So when we're traveling next, I will present, I will script, I will voice, and I'll edit. But guess what? I got back and I just decided to learn editing. But when I left, did he take the editing that I learned from me? No. He didn't take it away from me. So one thing that I learned while I was also working there was the fact that, see, as a presenter, you might also need to open up your mind to learn some other things. Because an editor, I mean, one thing I learned is that as a presenter, you're also a producer. If you like it or not. If you like it, don't step up, that's your business. One day you're going to leave the place and you need to produce your stuff.
And so he says,
an editor's cost.
An editing cost. Editing is expensive. The editors will bill you. So I mean, right now I do productions, and then my editor can tell me rubbish. Because I'm gonna tell you, come on, you have to collaborate that stuff. You have to reduce the audio there. You have to report the detail. You have to. So I think that, you know, one of the things that I loved that I did while I was still, you know, was to also learn production. There's something called learning on the job. I think sometimes it's even more effective than probably sitting down in the class and going to media school and saying, no, and I want to learn. Because here you have it for free. You have people who are very vast in that area, and you want to just learn from them. Because when you leave there, they won't take it away from you. It goes with you. It really goes with you.
It does. Now, what would you say is next on the horizon for you? What is the next big step? Continuing the trend of progress.
Well, so basically bigger productions, definitely. I know there are a lot of other things that I might not want to say here, but bigger production gigs. Well, definitely some right now that I'm still trying to wrap my head around scripts and all of that. But yeah, bigger production gigs, bigger, delve more into global festivals. Yeah, but I'm gonna just leave that on the side for now. Yeah, yes.
Now, when you say global festivals, are these global festivals that have a bias to Nigeria or for Nigeria, or just stepping out in the way that are?
Well, it will be more of Pan-African. Yes, not just definitely you can't take out Nigeria from a Nigerian man, you know, but definitely more Pan-African. Yes.
Now, how has your passion for public speaking, which is evident through your involvement in events and public speaking masterclass, what do you believe are the most important skills for effective communication, and how do you help others to develop these skills?
So, I think first you have to really believe in yourself that you really want to do this. There has to be something in you that really wants to just step out of the box, because I saw a video online yesterday of a man who said that he had gone to the US Embassy 5 times and he was rejected 5 times for a US admission because he could not articulate himself. And I say to everyone that it's a skill that you need to have in life, because as you grow, opportunities will show up where you have to really, your dad and your mom will not be there. You have to just, you know, stand for yourself and express. And I think it's a skill everybody, man, woman, old, young, at some point in life, you will need to be able to talk yourself out of a trouble, talk yourself into a deal.
Right.
You know, even talk to God.
Very important.
Don't even know how to talk to God.
Very
there has to be something that, you know, you need to be able to do. You have to know how to articulate yourself. And I tell people that the first thing you need to do is, whether it's a crowd or it's when you talk to your friends, there's a way you talk to them. You look at them in the eye, you want to shake, you have a firm grip, and you calm down. Don't rush. Sometimes when I do productions and I put people in front of a camera and they're like, oh, can I do this? And I'm like, calm down, take a deep breath. Forget every other person here. Look straight into the camera. You're gisting with a friend. Forget every other person and take your words one after the other. And with time, you get better, because I mean, you know, it's practice. It makes perfect. Over time, you get better at it.
Well, thank you so much.
Hey.
It's been really insightful, and I'm surprised to see you.
I'm surprised.
It's a serendipitous encounter, because we did speak about this last year.
We did.
So I would like to thank you for coming.
Thank you for putting this together. Thank you for making the presenting world, the OAP world, you know. Thank you for putting us on the global map.
Thank you.
We're proud of you. And
Thank you
yes,
so
you will come home with this one. Let's be glad.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, it is time for our next guest. She is breathtakingly resplendent. Her name is Onyekachi Promise Eze, and she is a multi-talented, not only designer, but a creative entrepreneur as well. Please welcome her. Thank you so much. And a good evening to you.
Hey, my sister. Hello. So wonderful.
I'm very well. Please have a seat. I love this outfit. Okay, so I think we have to start from, I know why you're wearing green, but let's start from the creative idea behind this outfit. It's something you designed? It's one of your pieces?
Definitely.
Talk me through it.
Okay, so finding out this was actually a mistake.
It's a very elegant mistake.
Yeah, you know, I literally love boo-boos a lot, and I love pieces that just make me feel comfortable. So while I was trying to create the piece, I literally just put together something that, you know, look nice, and I love off-shoulder kind of like vibes to show my shoulder elevates everything. But that was literally the idea behind the piece and the color green. We're Nigerians.
I absolutely love it.
Thank you.
Now, talking a little bit about your journey into entrepreneurship, how did it start? Because, you know, it's one thing to have a creative idea and say, I'll make this nice outfit for myself. And it's another thing to decide that you want to turn this or scale it into something, you know, commercially viable.
Yeah.
Talk me through your process and how that started.
Wow, actually, I've always been an entrepreneur by heart, you know. I started my first business at 16 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, you know.
Wow.
I was literally so in love with monetizing ideas. I loved monetizing skills. I loved to just see someone, oh, we could do this, and then turn that into money. I literally just loved it. You know, at 16, I was, when affiliate marketing wasn't a thing, I used to sell hair. And then in 24 hours, I had 100 distributors for my hair. I'm not joking, I was 16 years old. I was like, I just fell in love with it, you know? And I was making a ton of money every week coming in. I was squandering it because I didn't really have the business acumen, you know, to do all of that. But as I grew, I began to delve into different things. What the business you're talking about is the fashion. Okay, this literally started from other people complimenting me. I never thought I would be in fashion, ever, honestly. I just really loved creating pieces for myself. I learned it for myself, for me, personal use and everything. But when I started to get more compliments, oh, I love what you're doing, I love how, because I like the boss chic, but then the girly vibes still in there, you know, just toss it in, you know. And from there I'm like, okay, I made a piece for my friend. And she was the very first person that I made a piece for. And another set of 5 people ordered the piece right after waiting for her. So when that happened, another five just kept increasing. Okay, this could be a business. And then from there, you know, just started.
I'm looking at
I have one for you.
Oh, you have? Okay. So I don't need to ask that question.
Your skin tone. Don't worry.
So tell me a little bit about what inspired you to create The Tough Woman, and how has it evolved since its inception? Can you share some of the most impactful moments or stories from the community that you built?
Yes, The Tough Woman, I like to call it my baby. You know, I grew up, I'd say that my mom wasn't really very involved in my upbringing, so I had to learn a lot of things by myself. And I personally feel like every young woman should have mentorship.
Right.
So I didn't kind of have that, so I had to learn a lot of things by myself. I had to grow up really quickly, and that made me feel very passionate about leading young people. And I actually started Tough Woman at 18. Yes, 18.
Okay.
You know, I've always been a very passionate person. You know, at 18 years old, and I was going from university to university to bring together women to, you know, empower them, mentor them in business, in tech, in different fields. And we've reached over, currently on site 600 women, but online 1,000 women. We have co-founders in South Africa, in Cameroon, Kenya, and Nigeria. And, you know, 2025 is going to be very big. We're literally going to put everything out there, and I'm looking forward to, you know, empowering more women in all these areas, because they really need to know who they are and, you know, just be helped. It's really good to do.
I mean, at what point did you adopt this as a personal calling? Because, you know, being an entrepreneur is quite demanding in itself. At what point did that sort of light go up in you and say, let me empower other women? This is what I want to do. I want to create this community.
It was on my 18th birthday.
Just at 18 years old?
Yes, on my 18th birthday. The name came to me on my 18th birthday. And I had a beautiful relationship with the Holy Ghost, and then I heard him tell me, go do it. I'm with you. And literally, when you know.
Right.
There's some things that comes natural to you. Leadership, mentorship, just is something that comes very natural to you. It was at 18 I realized that I really, really wanted to lead. I really, really wanted to impact. I remember something I was doing when I started. I would interview, just like you're interviewing us, I would interview the likes of Olanrewaju. Like, you know, those days they were very accessible to everyone. So I would just interview them. I wanted to learn, and, you know, and all of that. So that was when everything started. Yeah.
Now, Yolanda is described as a luxury fashion brand that makes bold statements.
Period.
What are some of the unique design elements that set Yolanda apart from other fashion brands? And how do you ensure that each piece reflects the strength and elegance that you aim to convey?
Yes. Oh my goodness. Yolanda is literally, I would say, an expression of my true love for creativity. Yes. And there's this spiral line. If you see the logo, there's a spiral line going around. And literally, it just came to me in the vision and everything. And from that spiral line, I started to create pieces. When I tell you that I never learned to create designs, never went to a school for design, I literally just started making design in my house. So it was something that always was inside of me. So it's original, it's authentic, it's me. You literally will see the piece and like, oh, this girl was thinking another way. And what really differentiates me from everyone is that I'm so true. I love colors,
Right.
I love bold statements, and I love when you wear a Yolanda piece and you walk into a room and you're like, who's that person? You know, you're looking so elegant, a boss lady, and you're still carrying yourself with so much class. That's literally it. I love it so much.
If you have to describe what the quintessential Yolanda woman is, who is she?
She's bold,
right?
She's beautiful. She's classy. She's not afraid to shine.
I like that. Not being afraid to
She's
shine.
not afraid to shine, yeah.
Now, balancing multiple ventures can be very challenging. How do you manage your time and energy between the tough woman and Yolanda, and what strategies do you use to stay focused and productive across your different projects?
Honestly, you are right. It is not easy. You know, discipline is something you actually have to learn. You know, you can be skilled, but if you're not disciplined, you won't grow.
Right.
It just makes it easy. It's like a catalyst for growth. So it's something I had to learn because I started really young. There was nobody to tell me, do this way, this. I had to really make mistakes. And from the mistakes, I realized that, oh no, you have to be disciplined. It's not about what you feel, it's about what you think is right for the business, what you think you need to do. You just do what you have to do, really, for this to grow. And also, I would say my personal relationship with Holy Ghost really impacted every single thing that I did. But discipline, character, I did not want to reduce excellence anyway. And because when you are trying to aim for excellence, you definitely have a tough.
Oh, most definitely.
Exactly. So you have to keep going, becoming better every day. And I never, ever, ever, ever allowed any mistake stop me. I would keep going, never stopping. So I would say discipline, honestly, and the Holy Ghost. Yeah.
What advice would you give to a struggling young female designer who's sitting at home with stars in her eyes and wants to achieve what you've achieved, for example, but doesn't know how to and doesn't have the resources to? What would you say to such a person?
A struggling fashion designer?
Or aspiring, rather.
Aspiring. Yeah. I would say be true to yourself. You can start with creating very simple pieces that expresses and just shows you. You know, didn't I see the piece like, oh, this is something you created, you know, and you can also learn from other people. I would say that creativity, there's nothing new under the earth.
Right.
Every single thing is just recycled. Learn from other people, go online, research, really know your craft. Be the best at what you do. You know, you can never stop learning, never ever. And the fact that maybe you're not in the limelight now doesn't mean that you're not growing. Right. There are seasons and there are stages for every single one of us. And you know, I've always said something, a tree grows in two directions. It grows upwards and it goes downwards.
Right.
But it goes downwards first. Why? Because it has to be deeply rooted to take all the nourishment. But if that seed grows downward and doesn't take enough of the nourishment and doesn't grow deep roots, when it grows up, it falls.
Right.
Right. So sometimes, you know, look, I'm not here yet, I'm not in the limelight, but there's something, a character, there's a work going on in you. You know, you're perfecting your skills. You're starting with this and you're growing and you're growing. That's the beauty of the entire journey. Do not look at your little, whatever you've accomplished now as nothing. No, because it's a part of the story. Right. It's what makes the ingredient beautiful. Every single thing matters. It's not irrelevant, you know? So appreciate everything you're going through now and learn. Be open to learning. Push yourself out there. Go for events, you know, just put yourself out there and ensure that you grow. Yes.
Well received advice to definitely the recipient.
Yeah.
Now, you've been a top flight person in fashion in Nigeria for quite a while, and you've managed to collaborate between being someone who has a community and a business. Looking at the community side of things, how did you get started on that community path?
Honestly, like I said, I've always been a born leader, literally, and getting started on community. When you understand the vision of what you're doing, the right people start to come. And the vision is most important. I wanted to impact women, so I knew who I wanted to impact. So if I want to impact women, young women, I knew the category of people I wanted to reach. And because I wanted to reach those people, I knew where they were, so going to those places and setting up structures, teams that would be able to keep this vision alive, just strategies, fun strategies, things, outreaches that would, inspire this woman. I would say it started from me understanding the vision, what I wanted to do. If you understand the vision, what you're doing, every other thing kind of flows. The most important things, I know what I wanted. Clarity of purpose was what I had. And I would say that's what, drove me to kind of navigate everything and how to start a community.
Now, I'd like to know a little bit about your balancing of empowering women, which is a central theme in your work. How do you see the Tough Woman and Yolanda contributing to this mission in the future? And where and what are your long-term goals for both platforms in terms of women empowerment?
Wow, that's a beautiful one. It's like you're telling me what's happening in the future. Oh wow. Okay, so in terms of women empowerment, I am looking at, I think I'm crazy, but 1 million women all around the world. I want to see or raise a generation of women who are role models.
Right.
Because what we do in the empowerment program, we're not just coming there to give you faithful information and whatever. Literally, we're having on-site mentorship every day, so once every week, and we're having these meetings to kind of put those things inside of you consistently and to teach you things that you probably didn't know, because knowledge is very, very important. And I would always say that a person would act based on what they know.
Right.
And ignorance sometimes could be the reason why they do what they do. So what we're coming here to do is open the light, show them the light. So in the next couple of years, we're looking at a generation of women who are taking over public spaces. Because we're already cooking them.
Oh, most
They're
certainly.
being cooked.
Most certainly.
We're cooking them already, and thank God we do have sponsors. And 2025 is big, really, for us, and we're looking forward to what God will do through that.
I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I mean, your next birthday is probably a milestone business launching.
Oh goodness, yes.
Because of the trend.
Amazing.
So let's talk about looking ahead. What are your aspirations for Yolanda as it prepares for its official launch, and how do you envision the brand growing and impacting the fashion industry in the coming years?
Yes, Yolanda for me, people like to say I dream very big. Yolanda for me is, like I said, an expression of my creativity. And I'm seeing Yolanda growing into something that would obviously impact. But I also want to make fashion fun. I really want to make it fun. So we're looking at doing things that, because Yolanda is in partnership with Tough Woman, Tough Woman birthed Yolanda, right? So we're looking at doing things that would give back to the economy as well. We actually want to come up with a show, like a competition for fashion designers, where we have celebrities, just like we have The Voice Nigeria. Right. Things that would really, challenge the designers in Nigeria and in Africa. There's so many things we're working behind the scenes that I'm not going to say here. But it's really mind-blowing and amazing, I promise you.
I'm looking forward to it.
You're always looking forward.
No, I am. And for me, this is it. There are so many stories, so many people doing great things that I am looking forward to, because when you hear people's plans and where their minds are at, it indicates that the future is bright. So for that reason, there is every reason to look forward and look ahead. And I want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And for this interview.
Oh, it's sweet. Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes, sir.
It is time for the next guest.
Okay.
coming in at the 6-hour mark. His name is Babajide Guerrero. His profile is quite impressive, actually. Here are 5 engaging and profound questions that I would like to ask you.
Tell me.
Okay, the first one is, as a multilingual and award-winning master of ceremonies, how do you adapt your presentation style to cater to diverse audiences across cultures and languages? Now, I often see on your WhatsApp stories, you're constantly booked and busy.
So first of all,
Right.
I want to say it is absolutely remarkable what you're doing.
Thank you.
I think a lot of people have said it after they are done their time. I'm saying it before. I think it's phenomenal. I think what you're doing is great. And I'm going to be here. We all are going to be here chanting your name and saying, go Tosin, we got you. Come on, let's do this. I think I sit in this chair with so much pride. I take delight in the journey that you have and my own journey as a master of ceremonies. I think one of the main things that I've been able to develop myself in over the years is to being different.
Right.
In an age and time where everybody wants to sound monotonous, everybody wants to sound, all this and that, I've sold myself to the fine art of developing myself in different things, from tonations, from rise and fall tones to reading books. I sit in this chair with so much pride in my work and craft because from the year 2016 to 2020, I belong to the few 1% in the world who have dedicated at least 1 hour every day for 365 days in 4 years honing their craft.
Right.
So when I sit down anywhere to speak or when I host events, I try my best to not be like the next person. And I say it in prayer that God, whatever, Holy Ghost fire, that will make me to be like this next person, I remove and bind. So I think one of the things that make my work unique is the fact that I do a lot of psychoanalysis.
Okay.
I do a lot of understanding that there are no two events that are the same.
Right.
Some people say, she been just to come talk. Now MC, I at least tell those people that, you know what, go and tell your gate man at talk to do it. Tell somebody that you know that can talk to do it.
Right. It's
not easy. What I do, I don't know if I know that person, but what I do comes with a lot of hard work, a lot of tenacity, a lot of resilience, a lot of wherewithal, research. Yes, I mean, you're one of the most researched person I know. I mean, you're a broadcaster for so many years. We've shared so many stages over the years, and you see the amount of work that goes into the kind of thing you do, and it's the same for me.
Right.
So I think reading. For example, I just got back from Algeria where I hosted something for the Canix weekend, and it was an Arabic fan. So what did I do? I spent the last 6 months picking up the regular linguals, the regular everyday Arabic, and familiarize myself with the places in Algeria. So when I speak, I'm speaking like an Algerian.
Right.
So it comes from a place of research. It comes from a place of
preparation,
understanding. Exactly, that's the word, preparation. I mean, you're gonna go over 24 hours interviewing people. Do you know how many preparation you've done? Exactly, the people behind the scene. So it says a lot about your person and then my journey. So when people say, you know what, you said something about being booked, no be me, I got they run and if the man, he go don't cast. But I do think for a fact that if I say I want to do something, I put my whole heart into. So I'm not just a master of ceremonies because I know seafood chop,
right?
Or maybe a wife no see money make air, or Peking no see money chop. No, I'm a master of ceremonies because I choose to be a master of ceremonies. Everybody has got their journey. So in November 16, 2000, my life changed. Every Nigerian was watching this particular thing to see the glitz and glamour. I'll say the thing, but I was looking at the person. This was Miss World.
Okay.
November 16, 2000, Agbani Darego won. Miss Aruba was second. Nicaragua was third. At that particular event, every Nigerian was looking at, Miss Nigeria, Agbani let her win. So to today, I think my destiny was intertwined with hers. Right. And here's why. The host of that particular event changed my life. No disrespect to every Nigerian MC, the people, the big names, it's not a problem. But for me, Babajide Guerrero, the person that inspired me, that changed my thought and said, you know what, I can do this, was Jerry Springer, the late Jerry Springer. And how did that happen, Tosi? Everybody was looking at this man, this Miss Nigeria Agbani, and she was all beautiful and all. But I was like, who the hell is this man with a microphone?
Right.
Just tossing the word everywhere he wanted them to go, just saying, you know what, if he doesn't say anything, nothing moves. And I told myself, Babajide Guerrero, you're going to be that man. And one of the things that hurt me the most is that on my bucket list was to meet him in person before he died, and that took him away. So I think from him, I learned research. And I also watched his shows, Cheaters, when he was hosting Miss America here and there, Miss Congeniality. So I'm not just a master of ceremonies because I'm hungry or because I want to eat. I have soaked myself. This is my plan A.
plan B, plan B1, plan C 1, 2, 3, plan D 1, 2, 3, F. So I'm not just in the game to trend. When people say, oh, you have never trended, we don't see you on blogs, I'm like, do you see diamonds on everybody's neck?
Right.
No, you don't. And that's how people say, oh, you speak a lot of pride. Damn, I have to be proud.
Right.
Do you know my journey? Do you know where I'm coming from? From somebody who was stuttering. I was a stutterer. Yes, I was stammering. And my stammering was not, this guy talks, my stammering was to sing. You are good. And then for me to now develop myself into being this beast.
Right.
So I take a deep sense of pride in my journey, in what I've done for myself and what I do for the people with me. I didn't have anybody bring me to the table. Hell, I'm going to bring the table, I'll bring people on the table. Next question.
That's the attitude. I like it. Energy. Now, your passion for chess.
Yeah, I play chess. I play chess.
People probably might not know. How did you get started playing chess?
My eldest brother was, they call themselves Oba University, Obafemi University. Was a regular champion there. So chess and Scrabble. And this is the nugget on Tosin's run for the world record, guys. One of the best ways you can be a master of ceremonies is to pick up the Scrabble dictionary. So I told you I did 4 years every day non-stop. So whenever people say, oh, Babajide Guerrero, come and take XY amount of money, I'm like, okay, this is not commensurate with my journey, you know. And then, so part of it was playing Scrabble. And what chess also taught me was that you can sit in a chair and control everything. If you played your first, when you make your first move, maybe the pawn, maybe the rook, maybe the castle, you know, maybe the bishop, whoever you're playing with, you can easily see and envisage what the next move is. So chess is helping me think of what the clients will be like. Right. So when you call me over the phone and you be like, Babajide Guerrero, we have one small event. The first thing in my head is that it's a big event.
They're lining you up to price you.
You get it, knuckle up. You get it. So they're trying to season me up. For example, now, I just finished something for His Excellency, my governor, your governor, our governor, His Excellency, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. We just finished an event now. Algeria were in town, I hosted it. And then right then, somebody from Kenya said, Babajide Guerrero, no disrespect to the accent, we like you, we see your thing on Instagram. We'd like to bring you to Nairobi for something small. So in my head, I'm like, now you're playing chess with me. How can you tell me that you want to fly me from Lagos?
Right.
Ekole, Isaleko, right? Me that I'm living in mainland, Ipaja, to be precise. I'll go to the airport, and I enter the airport, I go to Nairobi, Kenya. You carry me to safari. I'll see zebra, I'll see giraffe, I'll see all of those things. And then you now tell me that it's a small event. Do you understand? So it's not small. So chess has made me understand how people already deem me. And that's why whenever I step into a room, I try to analyze the persons in the room. And that's what chess has taught me. Chess has taught me that when I go into a particular boardroom, I'm not looking to sell myself to the man wearing suit. Not the man wearing Ferragamos. Not the man wearing the best of fashion designers in the world. But that guy wearing t-shirt is the boss. Yep. You see that guy wearing t-shirt that is just there pressing phone, just looking up once a while, pressing. That right there is the guy paying everybody. And that's one of the really chess has been able to help me. So when I'm speaking, when I'm talking, I tell anybody that cares to listen, I can see an event on my seat before anything happens. You know, I can see it, I'm like, oh well, I mean, this is how it's going to be. And time again in my head, I'm like, nah, this is one of the things chess have been able to do for me. So personally, I advise every master of ceremonies or wannabe master of ceremonies to do your best, to do your research, and of course, try to play chess. Try.
So how would I get started?
How do you get started? It's easy now. You're already playing chess already. You're playing chess with me right now, with every other interview that's coming, and then maybe tomorrow when you're done, maybe not tomorrow and next, when you want to relax, and when we've already claimed our glory from the record, by God's grace, inshallah. And then, you just pick up a small one, and then I could teach you. And online as well, you know, you could play chess. I think everybody should play chess. It helps us. And that's why some of the biggest dictators in the world, some of the most evil dictators in the world, all of them are chess masters. Check. Napoleon was a chess master.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Idi Amin was a chess master. General Sani Abacha was a chess master. Adolf Hitler was a chess master. Bill Gates is a chess master, even though he didn't complete his training. Oh, wow. So there are many. Vladimir Putin, when he was in the Kremlin, when he was with the USSR, being a soldier before he grew into the ranks of the Soviet Union, he was a chess master. So chess gives you this level of, I'm not here to talk about chess, I'm here to talk about you. And the next question, let's go.
Because I think that this is actually very profound.
Yeah.
life is actually about strategy.
Indeed.
And you have to analyze your situation to be able to implement a strategy. So it's very profound.
I completely agree. And here's why. When I was at the University of Lagos, I studied at the University of Lagos, and when I see people doing stuff around me, so I'm one of those people who have this. I'm not a Christian child.
Right.
But my generation, I'm not old, right? But my generation saw a lot of grind, a lot of discipline, a lot of churning out, chiseling off the bad edges and making somebody come out, perfectly. So that's why till now, I find it difficult to put some things on my page. I find it difficult to follow some people on social media. I see social media as an education tool.
Right.
When I see somebody talking, I don't like the person, I scroll up. I don't. It's not all the reels I watch. People say, I send you 50 reels. You don't watch. Why are you sending me 50 reels? 5 is enough or 2. But bottom line is that my understanding of chess makes me understand that I am not meant for everybody.
Right.
When you move with the king, and when the king moves out and the queen is at home defending, when the queen moves out and the king is defending, you understand that the queen just steps out when there is danger. And I understand I'm not for everybody. So it goes for my life, my person. And I'm not saying everybody should try to be like me. But I do know for a fact that once I see some people speaking on social media, when I see their tenets, their traits, their ethos, it doesn't align with me. And it's fine to align with the world. That's not a problem.
Right.
But I just scroll. I don't send you. I just scroll. If I think this, and you're saying things I'm like, nah, I didn't develop myself this much. For you to be pouring nonsense in my head.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah.
You get me, fam? You get me, fam?
Energy.
Energy, right up there.
How did you actually get started playing chess? Where was this and how long ago was that?
My first official chess game was, I think somewhere in 2015 or 14. Okay. Not recently, but I watch a lot of my brothers. So I'm one who, my imagination is crazy, maybe because before I say anything, I'm already picturing it in my head. And that's one of the things chess has taught me. My brothers will sit and they'll play competitions around it themselves. And then they will say, you know what? Ole no me. In Yoruba, for our international viewers, it means you cannot beat me, right? You can't defeat me. Ole no me. Meaning, you cannot defeat me. I am your tutor.
Right.
And then I sit down in my chair and I'm like, okay, how is my brother doing it? How are they making these moves? And so whenever I see people play chess, it doesn't mean that anybody that plays chess has sense. So let's just those things. They think that because he plays the games has sense.
It's not universal.
It's not universal knowledge. Some people they are absolute. They don't have shin in their head. There's nothing in their head. That is total zero, and they play chess. But I do feel for a fact that it takes a level of reasoning.
Right.
When you play chess and you play Scrabble, especially but a master of ceremonies, those things. Let's educate the people. You need to play Netherlands to play Scrabble. Learn how to use those words, 2, 3, 4 words and all. You play Scrabble. So
I like all these kind of words.
Word game.
Crosswords.
And you guys, Tosin does come here. Tosin is bad. Tosin is very. She's high up there. And you know that I'm actually a huge fan of yours from afar.
Really?
Yes, there is.
Why are you a fan?
Because in a time and age where everybody likes average. Nigeria, average wins. Are you joking me? Is this some guy who just comes and and next thing, 5,000 followers, 10,000 followers? You're like, okay. And then you look at all the followers, you're like, okay. So I see from people's comments, and I'm like, I can't engage some people on social media because in my head, I'm like, I didn't go to school.
Right.
I didn't get this level of education. I didn't pour myself and sell myself to the arts and crafts of development by wanting to engage you. So I'm like, so people think I'm proud. I'm like, it's good. Keep thinking I'm proud. And so when I see people who are exceptional, like you, my lady, I try to doff my hat and learn from them. There's this aura that you have. It goes well, they go, you understand? There's this courage, it works well. And then above all, I think the fact that, again, like you said, you're a sucker for development. And that's why we're here today.
I think it's really important.
It did. But people don't develop themselves in Nigeria. So you see, it's so sad. I can sit in this chair and talk about this thing tomorrow. Nobody will ever talk again. It's only in this Nigeria that you see somebody who believes that, because I know one person. I've gotten some serious jobs under the tenure of His Excellency, sir, the President, good luck, Ebele Jonathan. I was told straight up, you're good for this job. I don't see your team before. That's how the man sounded. I'm a straight up person. I don't care who's watching. You're good for this job, but they're from our side. Yeah, so that's it. That's one of the things that it hurts me. When people say, "Oh, you are not from our side," or you have this particular thing, and they believe it or not, our job is sentimental. TV is sentimental.
Oh yes. Right.
TV is sentimental. You have to have a certain way you look.
Right.
There's a particular young man who we now are colleagues. Are you calling me young man now? Because I discovered that, in the industrial levels are colleagues. I took my CD before all of this social media time. Undergraduate University of Lagos, I was excited to meet him. I took my CD and I took it to him at his office. He didn't let me go into his office. He kept me with the security man for 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
And then he said, when he listened to me, and he was like, Baba, you good, oh, you good. And here's the line, I will never forget it like that. I teach my people when I'm teaching companies and individuals, I want to be better. He said to me, I will never forget that line. He said, you are good, oh, but you don't sound like. I cried. I was an undergraduate in University of Lagos, year 1. I cried. I was like, sound like. It was like, hey, there's a way we like to sound. So I grew up understanding that later, I cannot sound like any other person.
Right.
I will never in this life sound like any other person. So with me, for me, and by me, I am truly Babajide Guerrero. I am one of the greatest to ever do this. I have grown and I will never let anybody think I don't sound like. And so that's one of the reasons we talked about self-development. So people just go fake one accent and then you think they're good on the job. Or you're on your own.
Right.
But it's good to be here with you, by the way.
I really, really appreciate it. The directive I have is to continue interviewing. But I think that this has opened the dialogue that we definitely must continue.
Indeed.
But thank you so much. Your presence and participation is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. On behalf of me, myself, and I, my family, my lineage, my people from my village, my Ghanaian family, my Nigerian family, my Abeokuta family, everybody family, we want to say thank you very much. We're super proud of you. We're here hoisting the flag and shouting, come on, Tosin, let's do this. High fives.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you so much. That was Babajide Guerrero, came with lightning bolts of energy just then. My next guest, his name is Ifeanyi Ugaoru. And he's a digital enthusiast and the CEO of House Creative Media. Welcome, Ifeanyi.
Hello.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Please have a seat.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
First question is, how are you?
I'm good. 6 hours already.
It's moving. Time is moving.
Yeah.
What inspired your transition from digital graphic design and web portal development into a full-fledged career in advertising?
Wow. That was many years ago. Where I was working then, I was in charge of a lot of the multimedia in the company, and we're offering services to a lot of advertising agencies. So I got fascinated at how they go about the process of coming up with concepts, talking to the brands, coming up with different creatives, doing different campaigns. So I really got interested at that time.
Right.
So in fact, because of me, the company actually created a unit that just serviced just the agencies, and that was where the love came from. And I just started building on it for many years. And it was just the next thing. That became like the next step for me, because then I was pretty much I was working for a company that was doing VAS. So we're just working with the telcos. Then we're handling some stuff for the agencies. So the interest grew, and it was just the next move. So at some point, I resigned from the company, and I just moved and started doing this full time.
Leap of faith. Now, what's the story behind the name of your company?
Okay, so it's funny, yeah, exactly. So the idea was that, like I told you, because of the fascination I had with the industry, I thought that maybe I should create a house that's full of creatives, where they can house all kinds of creatives. So if you look at my team now, you have a lot of different type of talent in my team. They do different type of stuff, so that's the idea. So just like a house, the house is all kinds of creatives. So if you're creative and your imagination doesn't have any restriction, come into the house.
Well, I'm going to be a little bit subjective now, because House Creative Media are also a part of this attempt, and you've been instrumental in pushing this idea out to whatever's happening outside now.
Yeah.
What informed your decision to be a part of this project?
you're my friend, you know, and even before we became friends, I've known you for a long time. I've seen your stuff on TV, you know, and you've inspired a lot of people, you know. And when I got to know you personally, you know, you inspired me a lot. And,
Thank you.
And when you told me about this project, I was like, wow, she started again. She wants to do something else, and I just had to be a part of it. And when you told me, I just told my team. I told my team that we're going to be a part of something, and it's interesting. And we're going to go all in, you know. So that's why.
You did just that, and I have to openly appreciate you for that.
Thank you.
I was
Thank
creative
you.
media.
Yeah.
Now, can you share a specific project or campaign in your advertising career that you're particularly proud of, and what made it stand out for you?
We've done a lot of campaigns. So what we do in House Creative Media is that we are in the space of what you call the marketing tech / media buying. So we've been able to do a lot of campaigns for a lot of brands, but I would say that the one that really got me was the first campaign I did for Nivea. You know, because they wanted us to. Because one of our solutions that we have allows us to be able to target physical stores using digital means. You know, so it was. I needed to show them that this platform works. Because it was the first time we were introducing that in Nigeria. You know, so it was really, it was tasking, you know, and we gave everything to it, and immediately we did that campaign, and it was very successful. It just opened a floodgate to everybody. So we now had a case study to work with. So when we're talking to other agencies and brands, I want to show them the case study of what we did. You know, everybody now wanted to try it, and I can tell you that we've done campaign for pretty much every brand I can think of in Nigeria.
That's what's up. That's exactly what's up. You want to do a roll call? This is your moment to do that.
Yeah, I mean, so House Creative Media is designed to help brands, you know, to be able to achieve your marketing goals. You know, marketing goals. So if you have a product in the market already, or if you have a new product that you want to take into the market, you know, we can help you with that. We can help you with pretty much every aspect of the digital side. That's what we do, and we have a lot of tools to be able to help brands. So any brand that wants to really make a dent, you know, to their marketing KPIs, yeah, they should let me know.
Are we making a dent?
Yeah, we are.
Now, how do you stay updated with the latest trends and advancements in digital advertising, and how do you incorporate them into your work?
Yeah, well, you know, this is where there's so much information out there. You know, we have different platforms where we get information from, and also from the partners that we work with. You know, we have they give us a lot of information about different things, you know, that's happening in the industry. So, but you have to be careful what you consume,
right?
And exactly, because everybody just put out what's in their head, you know, and most of the information are not correct. So I try to stay grounded. I try to get as many information as possible, and I try to put it back in whatever campaign that we're doing. One of the advantages is that it helps us to actually advise the brand on what to do, because a lot of brands and the agencies, they just understand the platform, but they don't understand a lot of the dynamism around the platform. So most of the information that we have, we like to give it to them, and, you know, use that to help shape the next campaign, and so that they can achieve more return on investments on their campaigns.
So, considering it like a conveyor belt, talk me through the process of how you go from ideation to implementation, or execution rather, of the creative process for any given project you're working on.
Okay, so what we do is, we get a brief from the agency and say, okay, we want to do a campaign for a particular brand. We want to target this type of demography. So what we do is we take that brief and we come up with a plan to be able to achieve that. So at the end of the brief, we say, okay, we want to be able to achieve. Some campaign could be awareness, some campaign could be conversion, some campaign could be want to speak to our customers, right? So different type of KPIs, you know. So when they send that to us, we take it, come up with a plan, send it to them. Once they approve, we also suggest from the bouquet of platform that we have, we suggest to them which platform will be best to be able to execute this and achieve this the kind of result that they want. So once that is done, we agree on a budget and it's signed off, and the campaign goes live.
Now, what are the unique challenges or the unique approaches that are taken in this particular territory? Because Nigeria is a place that doesn't follow convention.
I mean, first of all, sometimes a lot of the agencies they don't want you to bug them with so many data, because the difference between the digital space and the should I call it traditional space is that in digital space you have a lot of data. Like we can get data as much as even the device that consumes the art. So most times a lot of the agencies it's like too much work for them. So just give us the base, just give us the impression, give us the click, give us the CTR, keep the rest for yourself. Yeah, exactly. So keep the rest for yourself. Then also, like you mentioned, in this territory, a lot of brands, they don't spend so much money on digital. They spend more money on traditional media than digital. Whereas they make a lot of demands of us. So let me give you an example. Let's say, for example, a brand like MTN, for example, wants to spend like 100 million naira on a campaign. They probably spend like 80 million on the rest. They will now give digital 20 million. But the amount of demand they will make on the digital guys will be more than the kind of demand they will make from the traditional media.
Right.
So they're asking for different stuff. It's campaign going like this. We're not seeing the campaign. I'm checking my phone. I'm not seeing it. So then also budget as well. Budget is very, very key. Very, very key, but it's very, very low here. So I mean, it can be a lot better. Like if you go to countries like Kenya, most of their advertising budget is like the other way around, 20/80. And if you go abroad, like in the UK, you see the trend there. But in Nigeria here, we can do a lot better than what we're doing right now.
So in terms of doing better from like a regulatory standpoint, what support do you think it is that you need in order for you to grow as a stakeholder in this space?
Well, I don't really think the regulators can do so much. I mean, they do their part. They try to look at whatever campaign is going on, try to approve it and do all the censorship and everything on the campaign. But I think the other part they can play a role is maybe in the infrastructure, because you see that if you're doing campaigns, a lot of brands they're not so bothered about other part of the country. Once you can target Lagos, once you can target maybe Abuja, maybe Port Harcourt, and maybe one state in the north, that's all. So I mean, so if we can have better digital penetration across the country, to open more spaces for brands to be able to spend more. So because if you're telling the brand to give you 100 million naira on a campaign, and you're telling them you're only targeting just Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and very few people, like, so why do you need 100 million? But if you're able to open up the space and increase the digital penetration across the country, then we can have a bigger conversation around that, and also the brands are willing to pay more money, to be able to spend more money on digital campaigns. Let me put it that way.
Well, I want to thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Not just for this interview, but because of the fact that this has been a uphill struggle for me to convince people the viability of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And you believed in me from when I presented it to you, and you've stood by me through this process. I want to say thank you so much.
We're waiting for you.
This is just the beginning.
Yeah, we're waiting for you. We'll get there.
We will. We certainly will. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, that was a lovely one, and obviously special for many reasons. That's Emmanuel Interview, who is the CEO of House Creative Media and these are the people that are supporting this project digitally. My next guest is a household name when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. He's someone who doesn't really need any introduction. Once you say his name, we already know that it's a mark of quality. He is someone whose suits I've worn and pieces I've worn, and it gives me great pleasure to call to the stage the one and only Mai Atafo, known as Ohimai Atafo. He's a fashion designer and the Chief Creative Officer of Atafa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm happy to see you.
It's good to see you, and well done on this remarkable feat.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I have to say first of all, well done to you. You've made it acceptable because of the area you're coming from to be a designer in a way that is respected. So historically or traditionally, if you're a designer, you're a brand, you're looked at as a tailor, essentially. And you've managed to refine that into something that has transcended conventional thinking about fashion. Talk me through your journey and your love affair with fashion, where and how it started.
I think it started from when I was young, from a little teeny weeny kid. It came from the aspect of just me wanting to dress up and look good. That's where it really started from. I didn't think I was going to be a designer, even till my full adulthood. I didn't think I was going to be a fashion designer. I had a normal 9-to-5, worked in corporate Nigeria, worked overseas, came back home, and it was just something that came up as life went on. But the big switch was when I started making things for my friends for their wedding. Then people started asking that they wanted the same thing I made for the wedding. Then at work, they were like, I like this shirt, I like this trouser, where to get it from? I'm like, I have a tailor, and I'll get the tailor to make stuff for them. And I didn't imagine people would pay for the service. I didn't even think about it. I never researched what it was to be a fashion designer, any of those things. But when I started saying, okay, I'm charging for this, and people were willing to pay, I was like, oh, okay, interesting. Maybe.
Something, yeah.
Maybe. And that's where it all started from, yeah.
Now, your design elements incorporate culture with a modern twist. How do you balance the two?
I think for me, whenever I look at those pieces where I try to make African wear look a bit more cosmopolitan, I want to say that when you dress up and you're in any of the big cities around the world, it would be nice to say you're a Nigerian, but I also look at it this way, that the person that is trying to title you a certain thing could also look at you and want what you're wearing. So people go like, oh, you're Yoruba, and I've identified you, doesn't mean that I want to associate with the garments you're wearing.
Right.
Do you get me? So when I look at traditional Nigerian wear, I think, okay, how can I break it down and put some European influences into it that makes it look like, when European man is like, I understand this, but I do not understand this, but it's interesting. And the Africans will want to wear it because, it's a subtle reminder of culture. And that's where I think of those designs when I come up with them.
How do you stay inspired
and
creative?
To be honest, I look more. The more I look, the more I see, the more creative I am. Because how they tell you when you're younger is the person that is different or the person that is creative is the one that looks through the same way everybody looks but sees something different. That's what it is for me. So it could easily be the way the lights are spread across the sky in a particular day. I can think, oh, that's a good idea for a print. I like the way the warm lights are playing with the white light and there's a red light streaking in the. It could be anything at all. It could be someone's original garment that I've seen, or a color from a garment. Like, oh, can I put this color on something that people would necessarily not put the color on? Right. So it's really from life. So I'm one of those people that when I travel, I love to take walks and just look at the human interaction, look at things, look at how people even blend logo colors for fashion inspiration. I see people, I see a logo and oh, these colors are interesting. What if I wore these colors? How would it look? And it goes from there. It's from everything, to be honest.
Now, there's no denying the fact that to achieve any credible or commendable level of success, you have to pass through a trial. to get to that place of success and celebration. What has that been for you, and when was that?
I don't think it's been one thing for me. But what I really remember is me trying to tell people that I understood my craft, even when I wasn't formally trained in it. So I understood it from just being someone that watched it, right? But whenever I spoke to my tailor, he said I always used the right terminology, and he wondered if I knew how to sew. And then I had to go get training. I got a master tailor from then it was called the Savile Training Institute.
Right, Savile.
Yeah, so he came to Nigeria and trained my team and I twice. It was a very expensive venture.
I can imagine.
And in between the two times that he came, I also went to Milan to Istituto di Moda Borgo in Milan to also go and learn pattern making. So I at that point in time, I realized that it was key that I understood the craft from where it started. And that was the moment I actually learned to sew. So when I came back, I started calling myself a tailor and a fashion designer. People were like, you're not a tailor. I'm like, yeah, I am a tailor, because when it comes to classic menswear, it's not about the design, it's about the tailoring. So when someone is a tailor and you do menswear, it's almost like, you're a boss. But here, when you say tailor, it's like to look down on you, but it's totally different. So to be a tailor means that you understand balance, you understand line, you know how things should drape. So you know how much inch to put here, you know how to tailor with ease, you know how to tailor with your hands. There's a lot of things that goes into tailoring. I can look at a garment, I can tell what I have to do to make it correct if it's not fitting right. That's all tailoring. It's not design. Right. But we look down on the word tailoring. I'm like, no, you shouldn't. So in England, when you are a man that's done the craft for many years, become a master tailor, not a master designer. Right. On Savile, where you have the best suit makers in the world, they are all tailors. Right. They're not designers. So that's another thing that we need to educate ourselves here about. As someone says it's a tailor, it means he understands the craft, and he should be given the credit for understanding the craft.
Now, I'd like to know a little bit about your journey out of Nigeria, because you're not just celebrated in Nigeria. At what point did you decide that you didn't want to be this big fish, or small fish, or big fish rather than a small pond? Yeah.
It's actually, this small pond is a big ocean, because Nigeria is huge. But I think it just happened. It wasn't like I planned to say, oh, I want to go here, I want to go there. It really just happened when people just demand your service. I think, okay, let me go and meet them. And that's what started taking me overseas. And moreover, it's also the way that the fashion traveled. When you're getting calls from like Harvard University for you to come and speak in the university, or the Victoria and Albert Museum wants to put their thing in the museum, or the Brooklyn Museum wants to do the same thing, you're like, okay, there's something here, that I should then also customers are hitting you up from the US and the UK, and they want this stuff. So she's like, okay, let me go ahead and touch. But the funny thing, I've said all these places, the biggest market for me is still in Africa. Ghana is huge for me. Abidjan is ridiculous. Oh, wow. Yeah, Ivory Coast is
keen on fashion there as well.
It is something else. I go for a short time and I come with like a lot of orders. I'm working in partnership with someone, and we should be having a store in Abidjan real soon. Okay. Yeah, so that's if we can facilitate customers over there. So I think, back to your question, is the fact that it was more the demand that made me start looking outside Nigeria. But I still say that the market here is huge. When we were in Lagos, there's Abuja, there's Port Harcourt, the Nigerians scattered everywhere that want to. Even in Lagos, you've not conquered the whole of Lagos. Yeah, it's a big market, big.
Now, when we look at Nigerian celebrities, you clothe many of them.
Yeah.
I won't pose this question just to celebrities, but people that you've dressed. Have there been any particular ones that have resonated with you on a more substantial level, as opposed to just a customer, or okay, I just have to make this outfit for this person? Which people can you give a story around that?
I think it comes from two perspectives. Like I said, I'm a tailor and a fashion designer. So if someone hits me up and he's good with understanding craftsmanship, it excites me a lot. So I have a customer who understands, the kind of buttonhole he wants on his jacket, how he wants, he wants a 3-row 2, or, he wants a double vent, but he wants it this high or this low. He wants a lower gauge on his lapels. I'm like, oh, it sounds like sweet seduction in my ear when he says things like that.
Double-breasted
I understand
jacket.
the thing. Yeah, I want a half lining, I want a no lining, I want a full canvas on this one, I want, half canvas on that one. And those things just really intrigue me. So I want kissing buttons, these are the ones that open up and little by little, they touch themselves like that. So all those things have terms. So it's like when somebody comes to you and you understand them and you're using them in the right way, it just excites you. It's summer and he wants a tobacco linen suit. I know where you're coming from. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
And those things that excite me. I want a white and Lucia soccer fabric. I'm like, okay, And that's the one side. So those people that really understand classic menswear. The other set of people that I really appreciate is the ones that have the creative eye, but may not understand the craftsmanship as much. But they look at things and go like, let's try this. This would be nice. Or when I want to go out in the name, I want to try something I would tag as ridiculous, and they're welcoming. Ebuka is one of those people that when we sit and he just goes like, no, let's do something nice like this. Recently I put 28 northern caps on him to make a garment. And when I told him the idea, he was like, let's go for it. Without even seeing it, he was like, let's go for it. This will work.
So,
so he's really exciting me on that side, pushing the creativity beyond the craftsmanship. Then my other customers, like Shegun Bagbemi, they are very into the tailoring and how it should sit. I want my trousers to be worn a bit higher. I want a higher rise. I want a deeper crotch. They're like, okay, I like this conversation. And there's some of them that do not even know anything at all, and they want to even challenge my expertise. And I let them be. I'm like, okay, yeah, great. If you think you know it, enjoy.
I also want to talk a little bit about development, because for you've transcended the designer brand and you've gone into developing, and that's something that is important in terms of moving our creative fashion industry forward. That acquisition of the understanding of manufacturing and designing from the vocational or academic approach and perspective. Can you speak a little bit to that?
For me, I always think that you can never be bigger than the industry or the institution that made you, right? And I would say I am highly gifted by God, not by man, but by God, for me to get to where I am right now. So I think it's key that I pass this on to people, and that's why I do something called Fashion Conversations, where I transfer knowledge. But even my own part is more the business side of things, because a lot of people know how to sew, know how to cut, they can get through all that. But you see, we still do not have a very successful fashion industry that is commercial in Nigeria. And when I say it, I really mean it. I want to see 10 fashion designers that can really afford to buy private jets because they can afford to buy private jets. And the money is there. It's just because there's something not making us be able to monetize as much as we can monetize it. And those type of guys, I have some friends that do a lot of numbers. Some guys in the north are doing ridiculous numbers, making these things. I'm like, okay, yeah, great. But I want people to be able to look at those guys and say, you know what? These are the guys that are going to be the next, GT Banks or Zenith Bank. One individual that's built an institution that is here, there, and everywhere without them being there. And that's what I look forward to. So I think educating the next generation is very, very key. And tell them the core truth about the fashion industry. There's the sugary part, there's the sweet part, there's the glitz and the glam part. Those will come regardless of how good or bad you are. But the key thing is, you have to understand the core of what you're doing.
This is sweet. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
But
it's my
we
pleasure.
have to go on to the next interview.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your insight and your contribution.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming.
You're a customer. You come and pick up things for us every now and then, and I appreciate you for that.
Thank you so
okay?
much.
After all this, come and get one of me, eh? It's on record.
Thank you so much.
After you break the record, come and get one
okay,
on
I must break
on
it
record.
first. All right. So we've got still few.
You're already breaking the record. Just doing this is already breaking the record. I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much.
All the best,
I appreciate
All
it.
the
Thank
best.
you.
Yeah.
All right, it is time for our next guest. That was a lovely one with a legend in Nigerian design. But we're going to move now to somebody who's a compere, a broadcaster and a sports analyst and a music business professional. His name is Olakunle Rufai. He's a football show host and analyst of Smooth 98.1 FM. He's a personal executive business assistant and an eclectic Entertainment Limited, a master of ceremonies, a compere and a content creator, all one person. Please have a seat. Thank you. A production assistant of Biola Alabi Media. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Toyin. I actually can tell you how excited I am to be here.
Oh, why? Why?
I mean, I think because obviously I know you in the industry. I think what you're doing is quite amazing. So I'm glad to be here to be a part of it.
I'm happy to have you here.
Thank you.
So what I'd like to know is what inspired you to transition from studying quantity surveying to becoming a dynamic compere and broadcaster?
It's a long story.
We're here for it. We have time.
Okay. Because I was about to ask if you want the long form or the short one.
As the spirit leads.
All right. So before getting to school, I was already hosting events. So I started quite early, high school actually. So how we say here, I think I must have been in like JSS2. That's what we call it here. So first time ever. So I had a few of my teachers came up to me and said, look, we think this would be good for you. We think you can do this, because they know that I talk a lot, and all that. And then they sort of, put me through it, and then I did it for the first time. I think I was about 13 years old. And that was how it kicked off for me. So I started doing things even from then on. So I remember after I did that, JSS3, we would have like the end of session party. I'll be the MC. SS1, the same thing. SS2, the same thing. So that kicked off for me. And so when I got into university, everything I wanted to do, what I wanted to study, I was one of those, I got into a course where a lot of people that was doing it got there because they couldn't get other things that they wanted to do. Right. So people that wanted to do engineering but didn't get it, they would come and do quantity surveying. People that wanted to do maybe medicine and all this other stuff. But I wanted to do quantity surveying. Somehow I just knew about the course and I liked it. So I got in there, and when I left university, I'm like, see, this media thing that I'm already doing, and what was interesting also was that before I left university, I started moving, farther than just hosting events. So I tried getting on radio, I did that. Tried getting on TV, I did that. So it just made sense, as opposed to leaving university, going, serving, and then coming out and start hustling for jobs. So it just made sense, to just continue in that trajectory. And it was something I really loved doing. How they say, follow your passion.
Right,
you never have to work. That's aspire to perspire.
No, but it's actually the truth. If you follow your passion, you'll never work a day in your life.
Absolutely.
And the average person spends most of their life in work.
Yeah. So that actually makes sense for me. And I think that's been the story of my life. I everything I've done to put food on my table up until this point is like what I enjoy doing. And I think that's a big difference for me. It's been everything in the media space. I've tried to have my hands in almost everything, like kids with bad manners. I've had my hands in like everything. I've tried everything. I've done from early days. I've done comedy auditions, acting auditions. Like I've done everything in this media space. And then I settled onto broadcasting.
Settled.
Yeah.
I take exception. You settled in broadcast?
It's. And I don't mean it in a negative way, because I could do quite a number of things, or I believed that I could do quite a number of things. So there was nothing that was going to stop me from trying everything. So early on I did everything. I would go for comedy auditions, I would go for acting auditions. So after a while I realized, okay, I think I have opportunities to be able to do this and get better at it. So I started, working on radio, started learning how to do, and obviously like everything was difficult, but because I enjoyed doing it and I loved it. Everybody that loved football from early on will tell you, when we were kids, early in the morning you go to the newspaper stands, go and read sport news, do all that before internet, before, that was how it was. And so the passion from there. So it just made sense. I can talk. I got an opportunity to be on radio. Why not broadcasting? And why not sports broadcasting? So it made sense. So sport broadcasting, MCing, I still do that till now. And because I didn't get opportunity to actually be an actor. Wow. So right now I have multiple credits across productions in Nollywood, and a few other things. So yeah.
Now there's a critical question that I seem to ask all the sports stakeholders that come and sit in this chair.
Yeah.
Which football club do you support?
Well, I'm a Chelsea fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is Nigeria amplified, so the objective of this is to promote every Nigerian.
Okay.
So we're talking in the MPFL or any of the Nigerian football leagues. Which football club do you support?
So I'll be very honest with you, I don't support any of them, but I support the league.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is me being very honest.
Okay.
I support the league because, like every football enthusiast in the country, you want the league to develop. Because if it develops, we make more money because of the job that we do. So I want the league to develop. I want it to do a lot better than it's doing. For the better part of the last 10 years, I reported the MPFL every single, day on my show, on TV, on radio, every time. So I absolutely love the league. I want it to develop. And sometimes I love it to the point where I don't even talk about it. Because I get very passionate, and then I say things that people go, oh, you are talking down on our league, you are demanding. So sometimes I don't even say anything, and people think, oh, maybe you don't care about the league, or you don't. But nah, that's not it. Like I said, I just want it to get really good, to get better, because when that happens, it is unbelievable opportunity for kids. Something else I didn't tell you was that I tried playing football as well as a professional.
How did that go? What position did you play?
That's another story. I was a midfielder.
Okay.
A very aggressive one.
All right.
So I tried doing that as well.
At what point did you realize that this passion wasn't going to be professional?
Well, a deal that was supposed to happen fell through.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think this must have been 2009. Mm-hmm. Around that time, you know how every kid that plays football in the country, oh, there's an opportunity, come and go to England and come and go for trial. I say, trial, England, oh yeah, start looking for ways to make it happen. Mm-hmm. And then it didn't happen. And then for my family, it was very important that I was going to school. Not that there was a lot of money, but we must go to school. Whatever you want to do, you must go to school. Right. So, even though I wanted to play football, I would first of all go to school, come back, and then go and play football. So there was always that option. And then there was never a time I was completely, zoned in and say it's only football. If it doesn't work, there's nothing. And I guess even that's why I'm here today.
Now, I'm going to go back to your hosting career. How do you prepare for events? Run me through that process. Especially, as there are different kinds of events. And
absolutely.
Ways, so how do you prepare?
Okay, I think first things first. You cannot. There's nothing you can put in place of research. So first things first. For example, if it's a wedding, and this is just an example. If it's a wedding, I want to speak to the groom, I want to speak to the bride, I want to speak to everybody that's involved. Obviously, the event planner is there. Which mom is more involved in the process? I want to speak to them. So because I want to have a feel of what everybody has. Should I say what is at stake for every stakeholder, for the event? So sometimes you see wedding parties in Nigeria where the wedding is more important to the family, the mother of the bride, than it is to the husband and wife. Right. So, and you need to get the brief. If you don't, it's going to be like a disaster on the day. I've had weddings where the mother of somebody say, no, you must give me 15 minutes to dance with my friends, all of those things. So you need to figure that out. So research is important. Speak to everybody that's anybody, in the build up to the event. And then on the day of the event, the best thing you can do for myself, is to arrive there very early, an hour, 2 hours before. Sometimes it can get really, really, strange with how events are in Nigeria. You're there 3-4 hours, nothing has started. I've had events where the reception didn't start until 4-5 p.m. and I've been there since 12. So, but what that allows you to do is you get familiar with the place. Not that you haven't seen the place before, you've been to the place before the day of the event, but you want to get familiar with the people as well. Something I do that I don't think a lot of MCs do is that when I get to the event, I stay by the door, right? So when people are arriving, I greet them. So I stay by the door, and then when they're coming in, they're dresses and everything. I'm like, oh, well, you're looking good. Welcome. They don't know who I am. Yeah. So I'm just So exactly. So I'm just trying to make them. Yeah. So by the time you carry the microphone and you speak, you say, oh, that is that boy. I was greeting you that time. Oh, no wonder. Oh, well done, well done. You know, it makes it easier. You know. So yeah.
Do you play chess?
Nah.
Okay, so that's a very tactical and strategic approach. Now, I'd like to know what it was like co-hosting a Super Sports live show that reached over 5 million homes.
Yeah.
And how did you keep the audience engaged throughout?
That's a big deal. I'll tell you why that's a big deal. Because again, when you start off as a broadcaster in this industry in Nigeria, it's almost as if that's the highest level. You know, you want to be there, you see people, you know, that you look up to, that have been there, that they've done it. So first of all, the first time you get the opportunity is unnerving. It's like, yo, am I going to be able to pull this off? So it was a bit nerve-wracking, you know, at the beginning. But at the end of the day, you know what they say about you have to stay prepared. You know, so when that opportunity comes, you have to take it. The show has to go on. So it doesn't matter what's happening inside of you. So I guess for me, that experience was, you know, making sure that I had my research on lock for everything that was going to be discussed. And that's the thing again about football conversations. It can go off, you know, whatever you might have planned. You know, you can just, so you have to be prepared. You have to be knowledgeable enough to be able to talk about anything. And I think also why it was challenging also because it wasn't just about football, it was sports across board. So talked about basketball, talked about, you know, track and field. Yeah, but it was exciting. And then people at home, obviously my friends, were like, no, our players are super sport. I had, you know, pictures and clips going on everywhere on social media. So yeah, it was really, really, really interesting. It was the co-host on the day as well really helped because they had been doing it for a longer time. You know, so they really helped me on the day because that was my first experience. After then, every other show I've done there has been, you know, smooth.
How important is collaboration to you? Because I think in this industry, it's very easy to be not as warm and accommodating because we're put in situations where it's either you get it or I get it. So it affects that ability to foster meaningful friendships. How important is collaboration in that perspective?
I think it's the most important thing. It's the most important thing. But like you said, you're quite right. You know, there's that thing that the industry does where, you know, subconsciously it throws competition in there. So sometimes you might not pick it up early enough. You're becoming unnecessarily competitive with someone that doesn't even, you know, really care about it. So I think for me, how I handle it, I don't compete with anybody. Like I always say, every time I get the opportunity to say that I don't even want to be in it. I don't want to be saying like, oh, I'm in the industry. I don't want to be in the industry. No. I just want to do my work and let my work speak for me. So if I see someone that's willing to collaborate, I think it's the most important thing because we all have our strengths and weaknesses. You know, if we come together to make it happen. One of the shows I have right now that's literally one of the, if not the best or the biggest in the country right now, a football podcast, is because myself and my friends just came together and said, look, let's create something that's important. And today is like, you know, we had a thing where we're like top 15% was shared on Spotify a few years ago. So collaboration is the most important thing. But first you have to be able to kill that, you know, toxic competition that, you know, doesn't really help anybody. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
For being a part of this. Thank you
Absolutely.
for me.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're doing amazing. You know, it's great. Obviously, you're in the industry as well, on TV as well. You know, I think you're good at what you do. You're amazing at what you do, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
you're welcome.
Well received. Thank you so much.
Have a good time.
Fantastic evening.
Yeah, you too.
All right, so that was a very insightful discussion. The next one that I will be calling, or next individual that I'll be calling, is a man who is a creative. And his creative outlets can be seen visually. His product or output rather is something that you will see in association with some of your favorite artists in Nigeria. His name is Avalon Okwe, and he is a talented Nigerian director and filmmaker who's recognized for his innovative storytelling and visual style. He has built a very strong online presence through his work, and this is where he shares a variety of content that showcases his directorial work and his behind-the-scenes insights and engaging narratives. His ability to blend creativity and entertainment has garnered him a dedicated following, and I am among those followers. Mr. Avalon, welcome and good evening.
Good evening. I don't drag my leg, come outside.
Thank you for coming. How are you? Best things first.
I'm not fine, I'm nervous.
You're nervous? Why?
So this is the second interview in my whole career.
Second interview you've ever done?
In
Thank
my
you
whole
for the
career.
honor.
So the first was 8 years ago, 2016. It was almost at gunpoint, and
Oh wow.
since then I swore never to do interviews again.
Well, thank you for this. I appreciate it immensely and deeply, and it means a lot to me. It's profound to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Let's
Tony.
start with talking about your inspiration. What inspired you to pursue a career in directing, and how did you get started in the industry?
So I joined the industry in the year 2001. I joined as a writer, and at some point I tried acting, but I noticed I was very shy before the camera and I was a stammerer too. I had to go behind the camera.
Okay.
That's how I became a director.
Now, can you share a memorable experience from one of your film projects that had a significant impact on you as a director?
I'll say the video for Solid Stars Wait Refix featuring Tiwa Savage and Pato Rankin. So that was 2016, and it's about the project that shot my name into limelight. So one memorable thing that happened was, so on the day of the shoot, so the script said Solid Star was supposed to be singing to a certain model who he was dragging with Pato Rankin. And by the time Pato came, we waited for like 3 hours. The model wasn't forthcoming. And Tiwa was getting agitated and everything. And I had to ask the producer, what's up, where's the video vixen? And producer whispers into my ears and says, there's no budget for video vixen. And then Solid Star had read the script. Pato Rankin had also read the script, so we were confused. We didn't know what to do. So then I begged the producer to come and play, because she was a former vixen, and she was like, no, that she didn't prepare for it and she can't do it. I had to walk up to Tiwa, pleaded with her to be the video vixen. She accepted. Asked her then assistant to check if she still had unused new clothes in the car. So they checked and she accepted to do it. And by the time the video came out, people were clapping on how Tiwa was the girl Pato Rankin and Solid Star were dragging, not knowing it was a last minute
Arrangement.
Yeah. Shout out to Tiwa.
Love her. Our African bad girl.
Yes.
So can you tell me about when you started shooting for Christian music and what inspired you to do that? Because that's a very, very distinct decision. You're making a choice to do something that would have been potentially impactful on your bottom line, which speaks to conviction. So talk me through this.
Okay, so I actually started with gospel music videos, and that's about 19 years ago. So I come from a Christian family. My dad was a reverend, because he's late now. So my dad was a reverend, so I'm a preacher's son. So when I ventured into the entertainment industry, it was a big fight between my parents and I. because apart from being a clergyman, my dad was also a teacher. My mom was also a teacher, a then lecturer in one of the universities in the East. So it was difficult for them to accept a son who is supposed to follow their footsteps, go into the entertainment industry and everything. So even when I was allowed to be in the industry, the restriction was whatever you're doing, whatever project you're handling it has to be in the line of spreading the gospel or worshiping God or something. So I actually started shooting music videos from gospel.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know. But I came back to gospel again in 2018. Yeah, that's when some people started seeing me do gospel videos and everything. So I'm going to drop a bombshell, something most people don't know. You remember the song Akantawa? It was in 2003.
Yes.
So I was the editor. Joy, 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 in my heart is ringing. 2003 too. I was part of the editing crew too. So that's how long I've been doing gospel.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been 21 years now.
Well, it's a divine calling.
Maybe.
All right, now I would like to ask you a few more questions. Do you still shoot mainstream videos? And if you do, what are the circumstances under which you'll accept to do that?
Okay, so I still shoot what some people would tag worldly music. I still shoot secular songs. It's just that because of my Christian faith, there are things I wouldn't allow on set. And it's not about being proud or anything. It's just I think I've grown to a certain level in Christianity where you can't throw just anything at me. Yeah. So sometimes I'll just try to make the client understand that, and he wants the vixen to go naked here, but the vixen can't go fully naked and everything. Yeah, so because I still have a Christian community, I still have people who I know look up to me, follow my lead and everything. And after all these years, I can't distract them or mislead them or stuff. Yeah, so
I think that's
I still shoot
really
secular, but it has to be clean. Yeah, let me use the word clean. It has to be clean.
Now, you not only do music videos, but you actually do documentaries, commercials. I don't know if people are aware of this fact. How did you segue into mainstream creation of film or filmmaking rather, from starting as a music director, and what was it that influenced that movement?
Okay, so let me also correct this impression or notion. I started from movies before I started doing music video. I'll just say, you know how the country be. The one way blow you now, people go know. So I started from films. I started from writing movie scripts actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 23 years ago. All these years when I did mention, I hope you guys are not thinking I'm old.
No, you're very young.
I started quite early.
You started early.
Yeah, I started quite early.
I believe you. That's not a contention. I mean, you're an immense talent. You've also traveled around the world, and this ability that you have has impacted people in other countries. Let's talk a little bit about your foray across borders in your creative capacity.
Okay, so I don't have much to say about that, but I'm going to say something to inspire the young filmmakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I was done with secondary school, I tried leaving the country to study abroad, to relocate and everything, but my parents didn't allow that to happen. It was really a struggle because I really wanted to leave Nigeria, and it never happened. My dad died. Everything looked like it was going to be impossible. So if I've traveled 100 times, 99 out of those 100 times was because of my talent, because of my skill, because of what I can do. So I'll just say that abroad way been hard me to go. My gift, my handwork, finally don't carry me go severally, and I've been to at least more than 10 countries. Yeah.
10 countries. Now, I think that it's important to speak to those that are trying to find their calling or perhaps have an interest in filmmaking, in creative directing, and all the sort of services that are around it, whether it's script writing or what have you. What would be your advice to someone who is perhaps in a 9-to-5 job, or someone who's perhaps not employed but has an interest in achieving the kind of success that you've achieved? What would you say to such a person?
Okay, so for me the first thing is passion, because if you venture into any of these things, I do cinematography, photography, editing, graphics, directing, and all of that. If you're not a patient person, you might get frustrated along the line. And but if it's something you have passion for, those early stages where it looks like it's not working, it looks like you're doing rubbish, it looks like, I say, nobody send your work, you know. Those times, passion will have to play in, because that will be the time your patience will be tested. So if it's something you don't have passion for, I don't think you should try it, because most people get frustrated along the line. And
now, how do you stand out? Sorry?
That's it.
Okay. How do you stand out as a creative in a sea of creatives?
So I just be myself. I put God first, because He's the father of creativity. I am not in a competition with anyone. I don't try to no be school report card no day. I know they try carry first. Yeah. So I just do myself, and I have a wonderful team behind me. Yeah. Shout out to Talking Drums crew. Yeah, so I have a wonderful team around me, and we just go out and do it, and at the end of the day I see people clapping for the results, and sometimes on set it even feels like we don't even know what we're doing. You know, but at the end of the day, God they bless them.
Right. Now, speaking about Talking Drums, human resource is one of the most important factors to the success of any business in any industry. How do you choose, and what informs the decision of the people that you work with or that you choose to employ?
Oh, okay. So I listen to my spirit a lot, and for me the first thing is character.
Right.
And I believe anybody will bend down will feel learn anything when you need to learn. I don't discriminate. I don't look down on anyone. Yeah, as long as my spirit accepts you and you're ready to learn, and you're also loyal, because me myself, I'm a loyal person.
Right.
So the loyalty starts from me. So as long as we're loyal to each other, and you show me that you're ready to do this, and you can. For me, that's it.
Now, when you look at your body of work and your outputs, what would you say you've created that you're most proud of and you feel is good enough amongst your multiple works to be something that you say is a legacy piece or legacy creation, legacy output?
I'll choose every project I've ever worked on.
Okay, that's a profound answer, and I like it. I want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for granting me the second ever interview.
This was
that
hard.
means a lot to me. You're a fantastic creative, and this has been an interesting discussion, profound, and I think that there's a lot of conversation to be had afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Toyin.
Thank you so much, Avalon. That was the fastest escape I have ever seen. I don't think that I'm that scary. But we're still continuing. We're 7 hours and 15 minutes in on Nigeria Amplified with Toyin. I'd like to call my next guest to the stage, and that is Toluwase Oyedeji. Now, Toluwase is here in Lagos, is the founder of Onio, a brand development and management consultant, whose experience goes across founding Onio, which is a creative consulting agency, and she's worked with notable brands such as Lagos Fashion Week, Providence Bank, Hennessy, and has a career in fashion. But not only fashion, brand development, management consultant, and she also runs Studio Lashe. Only You, one person, custom garment design label, is a facilitator and Gather by Reclaim workshop, branding and storytelling for women entrepreneurs. I love that. Anything around women, I absolutely love. I'm a big proponent of, supporter of women supporting women, genuinely. Let's get started with it. Welcome and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. The first thing I'd like to know is, how do you define a successful brand, and what role does storytelling play in achieving this success?
I think that a successful brand is mostly determined by impact on people. I think that people are at the heart of a brand, and I think that that's why a lot of community conversations are going on. A lot of brands want to build communities in some way or form, formally or informally. It makes sense that you're able to connect to your audience. Right. So I think a successful brand is a brand that is being able to connect with their audience and deeply monetize that into an actual business. Yeah. What does storytelling play in this? I believe that there's the value of the brand that is, that is existent, and there's the values of the customer, and they have to align. Right. So what I think storytelling does is, this is the value we're offering to you, but this is the way you can understand it. So if you saw like the last Nike ad was with, like someone limping, and their primary audience would understand that once they see it, because probably your first few times at the gym, once you do leg day, you're probably limping that way. I think that that's accurate, fantastic storytelling. And there are lots of other fun brands who tell stories, to either like create brand awareness, sell their products, or anything, just something to connect with their customers and also still retain what their primary value is.
Right. That's love it. Now, when we look at creativity, how did you transition from being someone who perhaps had a creative flair or inclination into someone who has a full-fledged creative business? Because to make, it's one thing to be talented and creative, but it's another thing to actually be able to earn a sustenance off of a creative business entity.
Yeah. I think that you actually answered the question, but let me elaborate. I started off being a fashion designer about 8 years ago, and it started, pretty easy. My mom, after secondary school, my mom had taken me to the best tailor in our town. I grew up in Ileife in Osun State, and that was the best tailor. But I got there, and it wasn't like a well set up institution or anything. So like they would send you to do things, and I wasn't used to things like that. But I didn't even complain, because I just wanted to, be doing something. And eventually, like, I graduated, I, started doing internships. I always knew that I wanted more. And I started to see brands that I like, both in and out of fashion. And I just always wondered, they're definitely ordinary people. Like, how did they move from where I am to where they are now? And that really sparked something, and I didn't even know. So over time, like, I grew up and then started my eponymous label. And I tell you, it wasn't looking like what I wanted it to look like. I was trying to run a brand. I had some knowledge, but I was trying to do this on my student allowance. And, for the budget, it actually did look good. But I'm just like, this is not like this. There's something missing. And it wasn't just about money. And I went on a wild chase, just researching, trying to find out things. And I will commit to whatever I like. And it was there that I started to learn different things. So what happened was, I wanted to learn how to make my small fashion business a big brand. Right. And what I gained in the process of learning continuously was actually how to help a creative monetize. And I saw my friends around, like, I was the person who they'll come and ask, or a client is saying this, what should I say? A client is, requesting for this, how do I put it? And if I look at this, my current career path, it actually started with me as a talent manager. which we still do at the agency, by the way. But I was just the person who my friends will ask, oh, can you help me speak to this person? Or you know how to negotiate, or you know how to sell. So even though a part of my background then eventually moved into marketing, it didn't become the core of what I did, because what I was very concerned about was how to get the creative I'm working with the next best deal. And that meant a lot of things, like how do I present them enough to be able to get this deal? How do I put them in the spaces where they need to get this deal? And that's the entire essence of what we do at Unio, just dreaming up new brands, refining existing brands, just helping you present better, because I believe that creatives can make a fortune from their talent.
Now, when we look at the creative industry in Nigeria, where do you see gaps?
First of all, I think that there's not enough collaboration. And I also think that there's not a lot of honesty. One of the things so I have a primary background in fashion, as I already said, and one of the things that I try to tell people when they say, oh, I want to start a fashion business, and some of these people, very interestingly big dreams, you don't want to be the dream killer, but I think it's also very important for us in the industry to actually talk about what it takes for you to do these things. Not just money-wise, like what you need to know, what you need to actually run a successful business. Know that like the brands that look like they're selling out stuff, or like they have a huge community, it's not just because they have a good product. Right. And people need to be ready to learn, collaborate, work for other people actually, because now everybody just wants to own their business. Like there's nothing wrong with working for other, like I closed down my business and actually picked up a job, and that was the process, that was the long years that helped me learn what it now means. And now, like, we manage at least 5 businesses. There's nothing wrong with it. I think that that's a major thing. The third thing is that I think that a lot more creatives need to be confident in their craft, believe that it's worth, especially if you know that it's worth it. Right. There's people who bluff, but there's people who actually do the work. And I found out that a lot of creatives are actually timid. And the creative industry isn't really helping. There's a budget issue. So if you're trying to maybe book a creative, they already don't feel really great about themselves. Everybody's really trying to make money, and you're underpricing them when you can really afford to pay them reasonably well. I think that that's another gap that we should really, really look into. And I know it's not something people talk about a lot, but I'm at the intersection of these negotiations, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm sure we can do a little bit better than what we're doing now.
Now, how do you put figure to creative ability or creative concept? How do you align the two? What's the strategy for doing that?
First of all, there are pricing systems. I don't think that money can buy creativity. Right. So we use pricing systems, but I'm also very aware that this is just a system. Because then the more the talent grows, the more the figure that is kept against the talent goes up. But on an average, in terms of numbers, we say, how much does it cost to actually render this service? How much does it cost to, develop these products? Because then we manage a lot of creative expressions. That's the best way to put it. So individuals, talent, companies, brands, projects, anything really, like any creative thing that you have. If you come to us and say, oh, I have this idea, and then we do it. So whatever it is, it's just how much is it going to cost to execute this? What are the running costs for this particular thing? How much is your time worth as a creative? Right? So if somebody were to pay you for a speaking engagement, how much would they pay you for your time? And that, like I said, the price goes up. So the more your knowledge, the more your brand presence, the more your expertise, the more the money. And then, we do all of that, put a profit margin, and then we put it out.
Now, when you look at the Nigerian creative industry, you've identified the gaps. Where would you say that the opportunities are?
I think that the opportunities are also in collaborations, quite strangely. I think that they're very interesting collaborations. I just think people need to be educated that collaborations are not a bad idea. We see amazing, fantastic collaborations all the time. Rihanna could do all the things that she wants to do by herself, but every now and then she collaborates with, brands, individuals, influencers. It's not just because, it's because collaboration really, really is key. So I think that there's an opportunity in collaboration. I think that we also have very good institutions that are very, very willing to help creatives, see better, do better. I think that those are great as well. And I think that there's now opportunity on the internet. You can actually learn a lot of things on the internet. You can find out a lot of things. You can learn new things every day if you want to about the field you're in. YouTube is literally big enough.
It's a resource.
Yes.
Now, your experience or work rather spans fashion, beauty, and lifestyle industries. What are the unique challenges that these industries present, and how do you address them? How do you navigate those challenges?
In terms of challenges, I think that one of the things that the creative industry suffers from a lot is actually funding. And what I mean by that is when there's no appropriate funding, a brand is forced to make their money back. And the price point of the products goes so high. And then, we're just going in circles. Is the audience needs to buy? And so you look at it now, and a lot of brands that are doing fantastic work, really good work, and they've been able to establish their brands across, fashion, beauty, and lifestyle, are actually premium. They're actually premium because that's the only way that it kind of makes sense for them now. By the time you put into consideration all the things that are going on, I don't think that a lot of creatives are aware that people invest in the creative industry like they invest in every other industry. So you see the way a bank would do business, or the way a hospital would do business, or the way a school would do business, a creative can actually do business that way. Or give me money, come and invest, take this back. I don't think that people outrightly think about it like that. And I think that that's a fundamental thing.
Now, as a creative consultant and an entrepreneur, how do you stay up to date with industry trends and evolving customer or consumer behaviors?
I'm not a big reader. I understand the importance of reading, but social listening is my first go-to. In my line of work, I stand by the fact that people are the heart of brands, and in talking to people, in interacting with people, even basic interactions, I learn new things, and I'm able to go back to the table and say, I actually think this is what people are like now. So if we want to put out this brand to them, I think this is the best way to put this brand out to them. There's also the internet. I also actually read sometimes. I actually do my research.
Apart from social listening.
Yeah, apart from social listening.
Well, I think that the creative industry shows a lot of promise and potential, and it's a space that absorbs and mops up a lot of our youth.
Yeah.
Especially where we see that many aren't, they're under engaged or underutilized. What do you think it is that makes young people so inclined in Nigeria to professions that just look easy to do but are not easy to do?
What professions do you mean?
Okay, so if we're looking at things like creative, so to say I'm an artist,
like
creative
a designer.
expression.
I think that first of all, quite a lot of people are creative, and it seems easy to start a creative business. So let's take fashion design for example. You feel like, I don't need much. I just need a machine. And that's the way people think, really. I just need a machine. I need to buy a few fabrics, just make some clothes. I'll wear it, I'll take a picture by myself and post it on Instagram. It can go from there. There's actually also the fact that we're seeing a lot of transformation going in the creative industry. Like you see, somebody just gets noticed by somebody and they now just become popular. So everybody's really fighting for a chance. There's people who really want to do creative work. There's people who that's the only way they know how to express. But there's also some people who are just hoping one day I will blow. And they're like, that hope keeps them alive. I think the creative industry is also one that is not very restrictive. You you can read, you can do anything, and that's what people want at the end of the day. They want to, play by rules, but they also want to be able to express as freely as they want to. Yeah.
Well said. But I want to thank you. The interviews seem to be just flying past.
Sorry.
But no, it's fine. I look forward to collaborative endeavors with you, as you've mentioned.
Yes, I really do look forward.
And I'll hold you to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, Toyin, and well done on doing that.
Thank you, Lasha. Have a fantastic evening.
You as well.
All right, time for my next guest. His name is Chief Osaretin Interview.
Hi.
Welcome.
So great to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too.
Is it okay to hug you to say congratulations? No. There are restrictions.
Let's wait until
you win.
Yeah.
Until you get it right.
Yeah.
No, you've already done it.
How did you know that?
You've already done it.
How?
The hardest part is starting.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've done the hardest part already. Really?
I like you. I like the way you think.
Thank you.
So yes, let's get straight into it. I mean, you're a partner and creative director at Jonathan Cole. Where does your journey in creativity start, and talk me through it from the origin?
Primary school. So I've always been good in art, and one of those days in art class in primary school, our teacher asked us to do some artwork. So it was two things. Creativity started then, but also entrepreneurship as well started at the time. So I'd done this artwork really well, and my classmates were like, you know what, help us do it. So I charged everybody like 13 naira or something, or 25 naira to do artwork. That included me buying the materials and then getting a profit, and then getting to space. So that's pretty much where my creativity started from doing art, craft stuff in primary school.
And what do you think about the encouragement that young people receive from the family front when they show interest or inclination towards being creative?
I think it's 100% important, because your family is pretty much your first support system. It's pretty much your foundation. And my mother was an entrepreneur, so it's no surprise that I'm an entrepreneur today. My father worked 9 to 5, but so I have a healthy balance of understanding work ethic, but also understanding entrepreneurship and solving the problem and doing business and so because at a point in time I think my mother had more money than my dad, because she did business and had multiple sources of income, but it never showed in the home. But at the end of the day, I think being in a family like that encourages doing other things aside 9 to 5 or being a doctor or an engineer, really helps with even giving me some bit of courage to do stuff that I'm doing now. So I think it plays a very huge role in people's lives.
Certainly, I agree on that. Let's talk a little bit about how you balance creative vision with client expectations, in regard to what strategies you employ to ensure successful collaboration.
That's a very interesting question. The most important thing that I've learned in my journey is to listen. Clients have ambitions, they have ideas, they have visions, they have plans, they have somewhere they want to go to. It has nothing to do with you. Your goal as the vendor or client or agency, vendor or agency or consultant solving problem for this client is to take them on their journey, not on your own journey.
Right.
That's the biggest problem, because most times creatives go, it has nothing to do with you. The client came to you because they know you can solve their problem for you, but it's not your problem. You have the solution, it's their problem. So you're helping them uncover the ideas in their mind and bringing that to reality. It's not your own vision for them. The best thing you can do for them is to own their vision and then do it for them. So collaboration comes easy because I'm helping this person achieve their own goal and achieve their own vision. But it even makes it better when you have a vision. So for example, at my firm and personally, I've always said that I want to help leaders achieve great things and help businesses unlock magic. So when a client comes to me with a problem, I'm like, this is an opportunity to unlock magic. It's easy for me to help them achieve their vision, because in achieving their vision, my own vision is also being achieved as well. So I think once you see it like that, it's easy to do collaborative work. It's easy to make sure that the client's vision is, because again, if the client is happy, they'll pay you well, you'll be happy, they will naturally refer you to other clients. I told everybody who, I can't mention brand names, but I've told everybody who I know to buy the fruit phone. You know the fruit phone I'm talking about. And I'm like, everybody, they're not paying me to do that, but I'm really saying, buy the fruit phone because I think it just works better. Buy the fruit computer, it just works better and all that. So, yeah.
Right. Now, your work spans various sectors, including technology, energy, agriculture, healthcare, and finance. How do you stay informed about industry trends and adapt your design approach accordingly?
I'm always paying attention. I'm always looking for information in different places.
Right.
I have more books about other things in life than I have more books about design and branding, because at the end of the day, I'm trying to solve a human problem. I'm dealing with people. It has nothing to do with people think about design and stuff. It's like, oh, does this thing actually solve this person's problem? So I read a lot of books around, strategy, medical, social change, impact, fashion, things that has nothing to do with my day-to-day job. But I find that those mixed information helps me become a better strategist or a better consultant to my clients when I'm solving a problem. So, and I also subscribe to various publications just to make sure that I'm up to date and I understand what's going on, and then that helps me, of course, solve my clients' problems in dynamic ways. But at the end of the day, it's really about the client's vision. It's not really about my own, personal vision. So, yeah.
Now, there's a key word that I've been hearing this evening, and when I hear it, I now have to ask a question. Strategy. Do you play chess?
A little bit.
Okay. Now, as a creative director, what role do you believe empathy plays in effective design, and how do you incorporate it into your process?
Oh, it's the core of it. Empathy is pretty much the core. Because if you don't have empathy, you are going to solve the problem. The solution you bring to the table is going to go over the customer's head. Because typically when you're working on a project, you are solving a problem for two people. The core person, the direct person you're solving, the principal person is the client, of course. But they have clients who are also there, who are their primary or principal people they're solving the problem for. So if you don't have empathy, you won't understand how to solve the problem.
Right.
So for example, let's say you're building a website for for customers to buy things on. You have to you have to make sure that depending on if you have empathy, you would be able to think about solutions that actually work for the customers, not solutions that you think should work.
Right.
So it might mean inventing something else or adding something else to it. So maybe it might mean using using USSD to do transaction. It might enable that in your system because some of the customers or clients that they're going to buy on that platform, that's the best way they can pay for stuff. But if you say, they must use their debit card or credit card, you lose customers. So I think empathy is super important to make sure that you understand clients' problems and you're solving their real problem for them. So.
When we talk about solving problems for clients, generally, what's the algorithm that you use to go through bringing a problem or transforming a problem into a solution? How does that process look?
So it's first, of course, discovery, and that includes listening to the clients, understanding what they're trying to achieve. Then if they're already an existing business, it means they have customers, and it's a good thing. So you go to their customers and ask them, what do you think about this brand? What do you think about this customer? What do you think about this business? What do you think about this solution? What do you think about this? And you'll be amazed at the insights you will get. And more often than not, if the insights that you get from the customers match the insights that you get from the organization, which is your client, magic usually happens. But sometimes if it doesn't match, magic also happens, because now if the client is open to change, you can tell them, you think this is what your client thinks about you, but this is what your client actually thinks about you. If you change that and start to talk the way your client sees you, your brand will naturally grow. Because now you're speaking the language that your clients and your customers already understand, as against speaking the language you want them to understand. So that's the first thing, discovery. Second thing is, of course, we do a lot of research, see what's already existing, think about new ways, think about things that have existed 100 years ago, 200 years ago, think about how we can bring that into the new century. Because at the end of the day, it's people, that's at the core of what it is. And then combine that to, modern technologies and modern ideas, and then merge that and then figure out a solution that solves the client's problem. Another thing is, of course, you keep iterating. Even if you push the solution out there, it might not work the way you think it should work. But if you have a flexible system where you're always iterating and trying to find what works, you eventually arrive at something that really works for which is why you always get updates on your phone. So update this app, update that app, because there's always a better way to do things, right? So.
Now you've spoken about flexibility. Why is that important to what you do, and how important is it to you?
Well, it is. It's very important because sometimes, in the early days of my career, I used to insist that this is how I wanted the client, for example, visual identity or brand identity to look like. And I was like, no, I don't like that. I'm like, oh, this is the thing that solves your problem. But that's what I thought.
Right.
Because I'm forgetting that the client has history, they have things they've seen, they have something that is in their mind that they think should be. So the moment I figured that, oh, you know what, I have to be flexible to listen to the client and see, what are they thinking? How can I get into their mind? Once I can get into their mind, I become a pencil and they are the creator. And I'm just a pencil writing that. Of course, there are basic principles and standards that must be done. You must wear a shoe. You must wear clothes. There's shirt, there's trouser, or there's, and there's glasses. The style can be different, but the core foundation of what it is the same thing. So for me, it's important to be flexible. It's literally at the core of everything that we do. Flexibility, empathy is a core value, to solving clients' problem.
Now, if we're looking at creatives or creativity, what are three important things that you look at in the process of being able to monetize your creativity?
You must be solving a problem.
Right.
Creativity is involved in everything. There's creativity in everything. I think most times people limit creativity to creatives in quotes, as against doctors. Doctors are creative. Lawyers are creative. You are creative, right?
Am I?
Yes, you are.
How?
Look at your outfit. Look at your glasses. This is creativity, right?
Thank you.
So everybody is creative. It's just there's a way to go about it that is standard practice for the world, but it's also a unique way that sort of works for you. So I think everybody's creative. I think that one of the things that I look out for is how can people listen to other ideas and then make something beautiful and new out of that. How can people treat other people? You can be creative superstar, but you have to learn how to treat people, because you can get some really cool ideas from other people just if you treat them right. They'll share stuff with you naturally. But if you don't treat them right, nobody's going to share stuff with you. And most of the ideas that you need to move to the next level is embedded in the way you treat people, because people will tell you stuff. So that's the second thing I look for. And the third final thing I look for is people who are actually, yes, it's okay to be creative and all that, but can you actually implement? Can you actually do the work, as against just, oh, I'm a creative person, this is the idea I'm thinking, okay, great, and all fine and good, but can you actually do the work? Or can you get people to do the work if you don't know how to do the work in code? So you might not be able to operate the camera, but you know how to put people together and talk to them and get them to see your vision, and then, so I think another final thing is communication. How can you, how do you communicate? How do you tell the thing? What are the words? It's not using BB grammar. How do you explain something to somebody? Someone like explain to me like I'm 5, and the person gets, oh my God, I didn't know this. Okay, great, I can do this. Because the moment you can communicate and tell people what it is that they need to do in the most simplest way, in the language that they will understand, you pretty much unlock magic.
It's a home run.
Yes, it is.
All right, well, I'd like to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you too for having me.
Osaretin, the Chief Osaretin.
Chief is fine.
Okay, Chief, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for having me.
For giving me the time.
The pleasure is all mine.
An hour.
No, it's fine.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think that this creative conversation is one to still have beyond the confines of.
Oh yeah, we'll see you after we're done. After you've smashed this, and then we'll see you on another record.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your show.
Have a lovely
evening. You too.
All right. From one creative faculty to another, my next guest goes by the name of Ozone. Now, I think in geographical terms, ozone refers to a layer of
gases.
Right.
Yeah.
Break it down for me.
So the ozone layer is a layer of gases of oxygen, 3 molecules of oxygen gases that prevent harmful rays from getting to the Earth's surface. So it's a protective layer of gases somewhere in the Earth's atmosphere.
So is it safe to say that you are a protective layer within the music industry? Is this the concept that governs the name?
Well, more like ghost mode.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There but not there.
Now, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your music career. You are a veteran rapper and you have a rich history in the hip-hop scene, and you're known for your impactful lyrics and unique sound that blends hip-hop with Afrobeat influences. With years of experience, and you've become someone who's a significant figure in our hip-hop industry. Now, when you look at how you've become a significant figure within your Nigerian music industry, you're celebrated. Or when people look at that, rather, you're celebrated. And this is the storytelling ability that you have. So it speaks to your ability to talk to people through your skill and your craft, to align them. And you've done it to a point where you're celebrated above people who do what you do in your space. I just have to say that in a very poetic way, but I think that you've understood. Even if everyone else doesn't understand, I think you've understood.
I mean, I like that. That sounded good.
That's poetic.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be creative,
Yeah,
you know.
I like that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. My first question would be, looking back on your career, what has been the most significant moments that have defined you as a veteran rapper? And how do you feel about that title, veteran? So that's 2 questions.
I mean, veteran rapper, I guess there's nothing I can do about that, right? It's a function of the years, right? So
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But how do I feel about the moments that have defined me? I would say the moments that have defined me and the moments that have defined my career are 2 different things. So the moments that have defined my career would be, I would say, superiority complex. So
Superiority complex.
yeah, so I had my first body of work. It's a tape called Superiority Complex. That was kind of defining for my career in a sense, with the record label at the time, Aristocrat Records. That was very impactful, and a lot of people liked that project, and kind of the music touched them.
But then that's what music is supposed to do.
Yeah. So
that creative outlet is supposed to engage people in a way that they can't necessarily articulate. It's supposed to feel it.
Exactly.
And how important is that creative process to you?
Well, I mean, you're communicating something that is elusive.
Right.
You know, so something elusive that if you're able to capture even just the tiniest bit of it, and you put it for display, when anyone that comes and sees it knows exactly what it is, you know, which is why it's so elusive. It's the thing that joins all of us together. And so that's kind of what art is supposed to do. It's supposed to capture that thing that everyone can understand and everyone can relate to. So that's interesting for me to do. It's less me doing and more of it happening through me, you know, so it's fun. Yeah, so if I find myself in a good space, then it can happen.
Now I've used this word already, but you are a veteran in the hip hop scene.
Yeah.
From when you started to now, how would you bullet the points of change that you've seen and how the industry has transformed from back then to what it is now?
Well, there's been a lot of changes, good changes, a lot of good things have happened in hip hop particularly. I mean, hip hop has been particularly challenged in Nigerian markets, you know, just for whatever reasons. But over time, we've had a lot more hip hop artists, a lot more diversity in the hip hop space, and a lot of new artists, old artists popping again. The general tempo of the music kind of slowed down and kind of made room for hip hop artists to be more comfortable on beats as opposed to having to rap on beats that they weren't comfortable on. So it's a lot of changes, a lot of good things have happened. Odumodu Black is killing it, so that's like my main guy right now. You know, so yeah.
Now, what themes do you find yourself returning to in your music, and why do they resonate rather with you?
Well, for me, I always return to themes of struggle, pain. We just the feeling of like going through a membrane, just breaking through. So that's kind of like something that is constantly recurring for me. I'm always talking about breaking through, overcoming challenges, just being inspired to slay the giant, because that's kind of what I think like this is all about. That's kind of what makes life worthwhile. So that's something that keeps coming up for me.
When you talk about the giant, what would you say that you can identify as being the giant in the journey that you've had in your career as a hip-hop artist so far?
Well, I would say for me, the giant would have been just a lot of self-doubt, dealing with that and overcoming that, to share yourself with the world. If you overcome self-doubt, you can share yourself with the world more. So that has been something that I've had to overcome. So happy to be here.
Is it something that you've mounted, or is something you're still dealing with?
Oh, something that I've mounted. Yeah.
Looks about right. Now, as someone with extensive experience in the industry, what advice would you give to younger artists trying to make their own benchmark?
I mean, if you're not going to be yourself, make sure it's worth it. Make sure you're getting paid enough.
Right.
I mean, you can't get paid enough to not be yourself, but at least be getting paid, be up there if you're not going to be yourself. But imagine if you're not going to be yourself and then you're not up there, you're still struggling and you're not yourself. It's tough. So I'm not going to say be yourself. Everyone's going to say, oh, be yourself, be original.
Right.
Yeah. If you're not going to be original, make sure you're getting really paid, or you're as big as Drake or, Nicki Minaj or something. Yeah.
Now, when you look back on your career, you could do things differently. What would you do differently?
If I could do things differently, I would be more messy. Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I'd be more messy because I guess there's just a lot of things that I didn't understand, and I didn't know that I didn't understand, and so I was kind of playing it a little bit too safe. I'll play it a lot less safe, yeah. Typically, just be crazier, messier. Take myself a lot less seriously.
Now, looking at the Nigerian music scene and how Nigerian artists have gained acceptance and acclamation in the international community, what do you think it is in terms of the hip-hop artists not also meeting that benchmark in the same way that the crooners have?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think that it's a function of communication, right? I don't want to say language only, but just hip hop is very demanding and requires you to say something, right? And if you're going to say something, you're going to say something that everyone can see and identify with, right? So you're not going to hip hop. It's difficult to escape with hip hop. Hip hop demands that you face reality and that you face the things, what is happening on ground, and that is difficult for our markets, because if you face the reality, then all our music will be revolution music, so that's kind of so if you notice the hip hop guys, like for someone like Odumodu Black, like my favorite guy right now, there's still that element of revolution, even though it's not speaking directly against, but the theme is the struggle, that violence, and that's kind of what if you look in the markets that we're in, that's what you need to survive here. You need that kind of grit and that kind of forcefulness. So I think that's the only challenge that hip hop is facing here.
Would you say as an artist that creativity flourishes more coming from a place of adversity than it does from comfort, or it's just a personal thing?
I think it's just a personal thing. It could be from anywhere. You know, as far as if you're in a place of comfort and it's true, it's real for you, and you're fully immersed in that experience in that moment, then whatever you create will be, you know, will be amazing. And if you're fully immersed in the struggle, whatever you create will be equally as amazing. So it could be anything. They're both the struggle and the chilling. They are both experiences in life, and art is imitating life. So.
Now, you spoke a little bit about having your own issues with self-belief.
Yeah.
What was it, or what did it take for you to surmount that? And what was that process? How did it look?
I think, I know I'm going to make it sound easier than it really is, but I think it's just really recognizing it's really almost all it takes for me. I've always believed that I could do anything, that anything was possible for me to do, and so if you believe that anything is possible for you to do, then it is possible for you to believe in yourself even more, you know, and it's possible for you to overcome self-doubt. So just recognizing that I wasn't who I thought I was in that sense, right? And then there was still elements of self-doubt. Once I could see it and I could face the realities, then I began to take the steps that were needed to just be who I wanted to be. You know?
And who is that person that you wanted to be that you've become?
I just wanted to be someone that, you know, that was truly living his truth, you know, truly speaking his heart out and not trying to be like anyone else, you know. So that was very important for me, you know. So. Yeah.
At this point in your career, what are you looking at when you look forward? What are you facing? What are the things that you want to do?
So typically for me, I would really say that the best is yet to come.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of things that have been lodged deep in my heart and in my mind and in my head that I prevented from coming out, you know, and those are things that have started to come out just without stress, without resistance. So I'd say the best is yet to come.
I like that. That's really profound. When we look at how your career has progressed, where you've come to, if you had the opportunity to collaborate with anyone currently, who would that be? All things being equal, and don't say Odumodu Black.
No, I won't say Odumodu Black. If I could collaborate with anyone currently.
Yeah. And that can be in terms of alignment, because I think for an artist such as yourself, alignment would be key.
Yeah. When you say alignment, you mean like musical collaboration,
no,
right?
I think that for you embody more than just the sound. There's an energy and there are a whole other set of factors. So alignment incorporates all of that.
Okay. Well, I would say the guy who made this song, the Marley kid. These roads of flames are catching on fire. What's his name? These roads of flame are catching on fire. La da 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 da. Told you I loved you, you called me a liar.
She's just enjoying that. It's the best music I've heard.
Oh, you haven't heard it? Oh, wow.
No, I think I was just doing
okay. I was too lost in my own thing. I didn't have any sympathy for you.
No, it's fine. I mean, I chose to do it.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
It's been a really, really quick and enjoyable discussion. And I just want to wish you the best going forward.
Thank you very much.
I hope that all the things that you have as projections, you actually knock them out.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're a legend.
Awesome. Great to be here. Wish you best of luck and see you powering through.
God give you strength.
You'll be fine.
Thank you so much,
Awesome.
everyone. Have a fantastic evening.
You too.
Thank you. Wonderful. All right, it is time to call up our next guest at the 8-hour mark. He is a multi-talented instrumentalist and is someone that has made playing instruments look fun as it is to be an artist. He is coming right now. His name is Fioki. And here he is. The man.
Toyin of life.
Fioki.
Toyin of life.
Fioki.
Oh my God, it's Toyin.
Now me be this.
Now you be this, you're looking good.
Thank you.
And you're repping your country so well. Green, white, green. You're patriotic Nigerian.
Thank you. Fioki the Fanga. That's the first time I'm hearing your name. Today I'm learning.
Oh, that's why you'll be hearing Fioki. Oh my God, it's Fioki. Oh my God, it's Fioki, baby. So my name is Ifyok Efanga.
No.
But the real pronunciation is Ifyok Efanga.
So how did you stylize it into Fioki?
If you take I off Ifyok, now get F-I-O-K. Okay. I thought of using KY, Fioki. It doesn't look good. It didn't look good to me. I thought of using a double I. It didn't look good. I just had to do Fioki, double E. I just saw that graphics. And it actually looked good. And the same pronunciation. KY Fioki, KII Fioki, and KEE Fioki. But double E actually looks so well. And I was so lucky because I'm from the OGs. I'm from the OGs before the IGs. So I was able to claim my social media platforms with just Fioki, not I am or Fioki official. So when you go there, you just see Fioki.
Because it's a very unique
thing.
So you are someone who's a guitarist, a celebrated one. We're going to get into that discussion. Your key experiences, you're a winner of Star Quest 2008.
Yeah.
You are someone who's done collaborations with Tiwa Savage, Yemi Alade, Patoranking, Ricardo Banks, Adekunle Gold, Flavor, Simi, and Kiss Daniel. That's quite an impressive list of people.
Just a few. These are just few. Like for my older projects. Because I just dropped a new album called Beyond the Guitarist. Because last 2 years, I did my 40th birthday. I did my debut album. I call it Man. 2 years after, I did Beyond the Guitarist. You see? So these are like the names that you're calling now, like few the names I did some my singles before the album.
Right. The question I'd like to ask is, how do you describe your unique blend of contemporary high life and Afrobeats, and what inspires your trebly guitar solos?
I grew up listening to high life music, jazz, because I played in a band. I used to play in a band like 24 years ago, called it Sonak Band. Started so many years back in Eke Interview State. So we used to play every Saturday night from 10 p.m. till 5 in the morning. You stand, be playing.
10 p.m. till 5 in the morning.
You know, then they never used to be switched to DJ. Now you will play live band for hours, then DJ will take over for club. Our club used to be live band.
Oh wow.
You guess that era used to be club is live band. Now it's club is DJ taking over. So I was able to learn R&B, jazz, hip hop, makossa. If you take me to East Africa, I'll be sounding like a Congolese guitarist. Take me to rock, I'll play rock. So I was able to learn and understand this genre of music and their colors. So if you separate me to like eight different genres of music and say Fioki, these are 8 personalities of Fioki, I'll play them. So with that, growing up, I was particular about my sound. I didn't want people to say, you remind me of somebody. Once you tell me that, I will feel very uncomfortable because I'm not original. It sounds like I'm not original. If I'm reminding you of somebody, I'm not original. But when you say, I like your sound, means, that means you are you.
Unique.
Yeah, I'm unique. You're not sounding like anybody. So I kept on working on myself. I had influencers, George Benson, Norman Brown, and El Clo. These are major guitarists that we're listening to growing up. But I needed to create my own Fioki sound. When you listen to my sound, I say, that's this Fioki. So why did you call George Benson? Why did you call Norman Brown? Because they had their own sound and the way they talk, just like the way you sound. After sound different. So I started seeing guitar as microphone first, while others see guitar as instrument. Guitar is an instrument, but I started seeing it as microphone. Once I hold that guitar, I'm already having the mindset, a picture of microphone in my head. So I started talking. When you listen to all this, like Sigobe, Davido, listen to my guitar talks. While Davido is singing, another instrument is talking somewhere. Scapegoat, the Bash, Woju, Simi Sola, the whole album,
Yeah, and that is feeling me from away. Yeah. Nobody will know fit to make. I remember that interlude. So if I mention songs, Did You Care, Juro Wash, Would You Lie a Good Time? You see? Nobody will know fit to make and Paturanki, Adekule go to rent, pick up. You see? So like this baby, oh Maya, the one that I did with Caribans and Chiwa. These are flavors hit songs. Mege, Doings, Levels. All Flavor Town, Fully, Jelly, This Traveler, Flavor of Africa. These are it's just the era of 2010 to 2020. Just that era, Ethiopia was dominating 70% of its songs. So that's how I stood out. I'm unique, I'm different, I sound different. I always feel like if you put 1,000 guitarists here, I will play something that will make everybody turn back. It's not about skill, it's about standing out, unique, and your sound. Yeah.
Now, if we look at your playing style, which combines rapid thrills, legato, and octave modes, can you walk us through that creative process and how you combine different sounds to make your unique sound?
This is what I do. If a guitarist is striking a particular melody, it's going to give you one sound, but a different mood, different feel. You get what I'm saying? This is the way you sing, the way you romance, or you put your sound together to make you say, oh, I like his sound. I like the way he was able to. It's about dynamics and how you flow it. So if I strike a note, this is the way I will strike the same note. I will strike the same note, and to make it sound different. So, for instance, let me take you to a digital platform because I function both studio and stage. For 4 years, I've been playing for the band as guitarist for more hits between 2010 and 2014. Then Flavor 2014 to 2022, 12 years, backing up on stage for artists. Then on studio for everybody. So when you send me a song as a top Afrobeat, modern Afrobeat, and pioneer of modern Afrobeat, I'm the spice of Afrobeat and scholar of Afrobeat. So then they send me a song. First of all, most of the artists are not with me. Then you now try to imagine them sending you a song to play guitar. They recorded this song. The producer will try to imagine how I'm going to do when it's not there to direct me on what to play. The artist will now try to imagine what I'm going to play, not to clash with their vocals, because they want to be heard. No matter what, don't outshine the artist, because yeah, the artists, they are the ones, the master. You understand? So I was able to make sure that I read the mind of the artist and the producer. I played what they needed to hear because they felt like the music was actually good, but needed some spice. It's just like the food when you cook, salt and maggi no day. Yeah, so I needed to spice it up. So I needed to know the chorus, how to play a melody that would drive the chorus, make it sound more lively. The verses, how to calm down. They call them ice water. You know, so make artists shine. Know how to compliment the artist. Know when to do call and response. Know when to just rest. Allow the music to flow. Then you come back again. Know when you to spark or to dance. Then you take it to another climax. The climax of the music is always the high level of the sound. So always know how to interact. Then power of melody. I know that one because I know theories very well. I know my chords. Major seventh is minor seventh, superposition, triads, tritone, you understand? All third chords on that superposition. I know so many things. So grounded. That's why I've been relevant for 16 years now in the industry, since 2008. I'm still here. That's why I'm here with Toyin. That's why I'm here with Toyin of Life. Now trend there here now. Oh. If you know they make way, what thing they can't find for you?
Now, let's talk about how you started playing the guitar. Were you trained in a formal, like academic way, or you just fell into it, like guitar one day and you started to?
Now struggle. Now suffer make me choose guitar. So what happened is I finished my SSC.
You finished your SSC?
99. Mm-hmm. That SSC, I was already struggling. I could tell that, see that university, no just try them now because there's no money. My SSC, I didn't pay my school fees. So for my just one to SSC, I used to stay outside exams hall for 20 minutes. What it saved me now, either I was first or second in class, until I realized that I didn't even still learn enough in my secondary school. Until It was when I went to JAM, to write JAM. I said, there's further maths. Throughout my secondary school, I didn't learn further maths. So I said, okay. And then I went to another city from Akwa Ibom State, now local government, So I went to another city. I was a sales boy in that city, selling all the toys, baby toy, car racing and all that. So that shop, you can stay a whole day, nobody will come and buy stuff. Now people will chop the food, they buy bicycle for their children now. So you can just stay like 2 days, you won't see anybody. And I said, what will not keep me busy? I remember I was in the children choir then. I was at 6, 1988.
Wow.
They used to teach us, and I said, okay, so my ears were already open to sounds. If you sing Yoruba song for me, even if I don't speak Yoruba, but the sound, I'll be able to write melodies. So I rented a guitar from my 1,000 naira salary. Mind you, I was paid 1,000 naira.
1,000 naira?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, 2,000. So I was able to rent that guitar, the green guitar, the same color of your cloth, for 700 naira. So I was going back from shop, I closed by 7. So I passed through this mechanic workshop. I didn't know this taxi driver, his car spoils, and he came to repair his car. I saw a guitarist. So he saw that fine guitar. I said, young man, please, can I see your guitar? So I played one sweet high life. I was like, is this the same guitar that I used to do modeling for my shop? That somebody's playing like this? How? I said, please, can you teach me? Charge me 2,600. I'm very good with records. Not the ones for bad, the good ones, good memories.
2,600 naira.
Yeah, 2,000. So if I stop by, his distance was maybe from Lagos to Shagamu every day, coming back by 8. Me, I stop by at this place by 8. We learn from 8 to 10, using candle light. We know people get light for Nigeria. So 2 months, I didn't have money to rent that guitar again.
Wow.
My money, I was supposed to do 6 months.
You're supposed to do 6 months with you?
So, church, I started going to church, just volunteer for their midweek services, to have access to instruments. Before you know, a year later, I started playing with a band, personal band. That was how I started becoming a good guitarist. So that band will bring different sound. You have to play, score the songs, score R&B. You have to make sure that the core starts from jazz to R&B to high life to blues. Then I said, which kinds of ahead be this? But I didn't know I was building myself up for today. Now it makes it easier for me to be able to play on any song. And now I'm adding vocals to it. I'm adding vocals to my singing. My new album, I did like 80% of the singing. My first 3 singles were Fioki. Have you heard that one? Have you seen a fine girl today? And 3 years here, I find it now. Younger.
Why me?
Nah, not be today now. You yourself now, OG.
Well, I think I've tried.
I've seen you for years now. Did the years of Strybakers at, what's it called? You've been there now.
Okay, this is the music.
Matthew. We used to do that industry night.
Legendary Ohio.
No, be today.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. You've worked with numerous top Afrobeat artists. How do you adapt your guitar playing to complement different vocal styles?
It's very easy for me.
You do it in your sleep?
It is very easy for me. I still feel like, I still tell people that Afrobeat is like kindergarten for me compared to what I know in music. Aside from jazz, from church, choir jams, you see all this complex music. In Warri, I lived in Warri for 5 years till tomorrow. I'm like a household name in Warri, Delta State, because I dominated that town. I wrote book for bass. Bass players never used to have books.
Right.
I wrote book for bass. I lectured live performance. I can direct live. I know what horns can do. I know what keyboardists can play. I know what drummer can play, what blazers can play. Sometimes I write them down. So coming to Afrobeat, playing for artists is just like elementary. These are basic things. So just know, like I said earlier, I know what to do. When they tell you a song, understand. A song might have 3 genres for one song. For instance, smile for me, even if you're sad, see me, pray for me. I play guitar on all the Simi songs. Chief Love Don't Care, Smile for Me, Did You Care, Jeremy. So that Smile for Me had this is Ebenezer Obey. That did you get guitar, this thing. Then had this Dolly pattern kind of country. They had small high life. So for me to you need to analyze the music first. When you listen to the song, analyze, be able to identify the genre of music that you get to hear on the song before you now know how to approach it. Then understand the dynamics of the song. If the song is calm, if your dynamics is too hard, you're going to counter the soul of the music you get. So you need to know how to romance the song based on the artist you're dealing with. Some songs now where you used to attack them like that way too. So me, I understand dynamics, mood, storyline too is very important. For a storyline, if you're playing to a love song, if you're asked on the instrument, you're going to kill the soul and the feel of the song. So all these things I knew. That's why people always come back to me because Fioke has always been delivering. That's why you hear, oh my God, it's Fioke.
All right, now your debut album, Man, features 14 tracks with renowned Nigerian artists. What was the production process like? And as an instrumentalist, how did it inform your making your sound distinct?
I'm so proud of myself because what I did has never been done before. I'm the first ever guitarist to take guitar to the mainstream industry. The first ever guitarist to start featuring major artists, top Afrobeat artists. Aside from Jumabi, Independent Woman, get from to like this baby Omaya, like Ricardo Banz and Tiwa, to Very Connected featuring Flavor, to Simiso, started featuring all these things. So I feel like I've been able to crack the system. What it felt like, just always have to be behind the scene, go back. Nah, I said no, anything is possible. Now plantain, bakery and plantain chips, now same thing there inside, just package it. I did differentiate them. So me, I was able to package guitar, make people see guitar different.
Right.
So now when you see guitarists on the street, you remember Fioke, you give them some sense of value. That's it.
And that's all there is to it. Fioke, thank you so much.
I drop album.
I appreciate you.
Everybody loves it, and I drop another one. We're vibing.
Okay, when are you dropping the next one?
I just dropped my album last month, Beyond a Guitarist.
Last month, and when's the next one?
11 tracks. I'm not done promoting 11 tracks. I'm just promoting, they call it focus tracks. So I'm focusing on a few songs now, and then maybe next month I will introduce another song from the album. I'm going to be releasing singles from my album. Then by next year, I'll do jazz, Afrobeat jazz, hip hop, EP. Just getting to show the jazz side of Fioke and singing. I have a lot to offer. We just start.
You've been in this industry for a hot minute. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure.
You to say you will not agree, I for just wipe small guitar for you.
You should have brought your guitar. You didn't bring it. I know what he's
telling me.
Thank you so much, Fioke. I appreciate you coming through. You're a talent, and you show that aside from musicians, whether it's the vocalists, that they're instrumentalists and they can actually make a name for themselves just playing instruments, and that's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, I'd like to call my next guest, Uduak Emmanuel. Now, Uduak Emmanuel is a young psychologist and emerging artist based in Nigeria who's known for her passion for mental health awareness and creative expression. With a background in psychology, she brings a unique perspective to her artistic endeavors and often exploring themes related to human experience, emotions, and personal growth. Uduak is dedicated to fostering open conversations about mental health, believing that art can serve as a powerful medium for expression and healing. This I agree with. As a newcomer in the Nigerian scene, she aims to connect the diverse audiences through her work, using her platform to discuss a wide range of topics, from mental wellness to cultural issues. Hi. Amazing. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, your key achievements are you have a background in psychology with a focus on mental health. Let's talk a little bit about that. I mean, what inspired you to pursue a career in psychology, and how does that influence you?
It's quite funny because I've actually gone to uni about 4 times before I actually decided that, okay, I'm going to be a psychologist. I'm very flip-floppy when it comes to deciding. But what inspired me was basically what I've been through in my personal life, and realizing that I am special, but at the end of the day, we are all not special. What's happened to you has happened to millions of people. So if you can figure out how to heal yourself,
right,
why not share that? So that's basically like the underlying plots behind me going to psychology.
Now let's look a little bit into your creative expression. How do you incorporate your experiences in mental health into your artistic expression?
I actually started painting because of mental health, which is so funny.
Therapeutic, right?
Yeah, like it's so funny. I had a fight with my then boyfriend, and I was like, you know what? Instead of me crashing out and being very ridiculous, why don't I channel the energy and feelings to something that makes sense? And I didn't know I was good at it, and now here we are. So like, thank you, thank you, sir.
Thank you to my ex.
Yeah, thank you to my ex.
Now, what topics are you most passionate about discussing, and why do you believe that they're important?
Self-worth, esteem, ego, narcissism. I want to say domestic violence, but that still ties into self-worth, because if you know your self-worth, there are certain things that even if we're all human and we are susceptible to falling for the gimmicks. But if you have a good support system, if you have a foundation that is solid, you will be able to tell the red flags from the green flags early. Because to be honest, it's not a matter of not knowing that there are red flags. Everybody knows the red flags are there, but we just decide to convince ourselves that they're purple. So, I mean, yeah.
Now, as a newcomer to the Nigerian art scene, what challenges have you faced and how have you navigated them?
Wow, there's a lot of gatekeeping in the industry.
Not just in art.
No offense, guys. I love you guys, please. If you watch this, please. I'm just joking.
Speak your mind, it's a safe space.
Just kidding. Well, there's a lot of, I feel like because I didn't grow up in Nigeria,
right.
I just moved back here last year, so.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm getting to know people, I'm networking, and it's different when you are from here. I'm from here, but I didn't grow up here, so when you go up here, you have that community.
Right.
But when you come back, you're now trying like as an adult, it's like, but I mean, it's not been all bad, but I feel like it can be better. It will be better.
Oh, most definitely will. I think it's important to profess positive.
Fingers crossed, guys. Once again, still on your side. Yeah.
Now, what message do you have, or what message of hope do you hope to convey through your art and your work in psychology?
Freedom, peace of mind is attainable. Growth is the only reason that we exist, and expression, especially in the Nigerian community, because I feel like I hate having to reiterate what I said previously, but because I didn't grow up here, my mindset is very different. Coming back and observing how the average Nigerian woman or female, that's a wrong word, please edit that out.
It's loud.
Oops. The average Nigerian woman, the mentality of the average Nigerian woman, I feel like I want to impact the community by rewinding and reworking. Not see it's what they think is bad, but there's better ways to live life, and there's more fruitful ways to live life when it comes to your mental health and what you accept from
Now, when you consider mental health in Nigeria, what are your observations on the stigma around this particular topic?
I feel like, I hate to say, I'm a Nigerian, but I feel like a lot of Nigerians are hypocritical. Because our parents went through certain things. Like a lot of our parents were autistic, and they didn't know.
Right.
They got overstimulated about the littlest thing. They just think, oh, it's just the words of parenthood. But my love, you have ADHD, you have autism, and because they didn't have the information that we now have, I feel like it's our duty to spread the information, even to them. Because the fact that you're old and you did not know then, that doesn't mean that you cannot work with good new information now and make your life easier. So, yeah, I think that's about it.
Now, combining art and psychology, how does that process look like? You're in front of a canvas, you have different colors. How do you draw out your inspiration, or how is this translated into something visually interpretable?
Like I said, I work with my emotion, and some emotions to me have colors.
Right.
I wouldn't say I have synesthesia, I don't know if I pronounced that right, but if I'm angry and you look at an art piece I create, you can tell that it came from a place of strong passion. If I'm in love and you look at an art piece I create, you can tell that I'm in love. Like it's pretty, it speaks for itself, let me put it like that.
Now, as a Nigerian who's been here for a year, what would you say the allure is? Because this is a recurrent conversation with many people that I've had today. There are people who are in the diaspora and have decided to come back. What was it that informed your decision to move back to Nigeria?
Do you want the real answer or you want the government answer? Because you said this is live, so I have to be careful. Well,
off your mic.
I feel like, girl, I feel like Lagos is a lot of possibilities.
Right.
And I was in a place for a very long time where I felt like my path was kind of made for me. I had to walk in a certain way, and then it took me a while to get my freedom back and get my ability to make decisions for myself. So I'm here, my family's not here, it's just me, my work, my future, and possibilities. So I feel like Lagos, it inspires you to be more. Yeah.
Would you say that the approach that people have towards life here also influences or affects your art?
Yes.
And in what ways?
I've never met aggressiveness. I don't even want to use aggressive as the word, because aggressive is not the right word. Like hunger. Even hunger is still not the right word, because hunger seems like
opportunity seeking.
It's never that still sounds derogatory. Like I feel like that drive.
Okay.
Like there's no. I've lived in a lot of countries. Like there's no country that has the drive. Like whether you're rich, you're poor, you're middle class, everybody wants to be more. I love that.
So they're aspirational.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And what does the future hold for you? What are the things that you have lined up that you'd like to bring to fruition?
I've worked on a couple of movies. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but like I might as well big up myself.
Exclusive.
Yeah, so that's coming up end of this year. Well, pretty soon, next month, December. So, and I was trying to come up with the exhibition for December, but that didn't work out. Yeah. But that doesn't mean it's not going to come up. So just stick around, follow me, find out about me, find me, and then you know what I'm up to.
Well, you know, there's a saying that delay is never denial.
Period. Please repeat that for the people at the back.
Yeah, delay is never denial.
Thank you.
It's things happen at the divinely appointed time.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, this is a testimony to that.
I agree, because I was never supposed to be here, but here I am. This is way past my bedtime, but I said women supporting women.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming out.
It was so lovely to meet you, love.
And it was lovely to meet you too.
Guys, please tune in, because it's about to break a record. We're already at 8 hours.
Thank you, and it's gone quite quickly.
Has it?
Yeah.
Really? Are you tired?
I wouldn't say I'm tired, no.
You want water?
There's water here.
Oh, yeah, good. I mean, you got this.
I don't want to talk too much,
but
I think I'm ready to...
Believe in yourself. Believe in your slay. What did Beyonce say?
I got this.
It was lovely to meet you, my
It was
love.
lovely to meet you as well, and I actually look forward to seeing your artwork as well, because it's one thing to sort of have the conversation and you describe it and talk about the inspiration, but then I think it would be nice to be able to reconcile what I see with what you say.
Yes, please, definitely.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Uduak.
Thank you, my love. Congratulations in advance.
Thank you so much.
Bye, my love.
Thank you.
Bye.
The amazing Uduak. I would like to call my next guest, Alex Ozone. Now, Alex Ozone, whose real name is Nwuruku Ozo Alex, is a renowned talent manager and show promoter who grew up in Ojuelegba, Lagos, and he founded 03 Media in 2000, significantly impacting the Nigerian music scene. Alex has promoted and managed artists like Davido, Olamide, Timaya, and has been instrumental in taking Nigerian music to the global stage. His work extends beyond music, promoting the cultural heritage of Ebonyi State. Alex Ozone's dedication and vision have earned him numerous accolades, making him a key influencer in the entertainment industry. A very good morning to you.
How are
and
you?
welcome. I'm thankfully well. The Lord is my strength.
Yes, I see it.
Thank you so much.
God will crown all the efforts.
I pray so. I pray so.
Yes, it has
Your journey from Ojo Elegba to becoming a key figure in the global music industry is inspiring. What are some of the pivotal moments or decisions that significantly shaped your career and led to the founding of O3 Media?
Well, I think the significant moment was seeing young people in the street, trying to survive through entertainment. And I find myself in a place that your opportunity to help others than using it for myself. I said, okay, let me use it to promote others, for them to actualize their dreams. Then we are living at Ujualegba. Back in the days, Surulere used to be the hub of entertainment. If you remember, if you're not living in Surulere,
you're not happening.
Exactly. So Ujualegba, Kilo, and all those areas were my hood. So from there we start building the industry. From there we found ourselves going overseas just to do shows, promote the Afrobeat culture. And we thank God that it's been accepted globally now. We're enjoying it now. You guys are enjoying it now.
We're all enjoying it.
While we are winding up, you guys are pulling it up. And I'm happy for that.
All right, now you've worked with a diverse range of artists, from emerging talents to established stars. How do you identify potential in an artist, and what qualities do you believe are essential for an artist to succeed in the competitive music industry?
Well, you see, entertainment or music industry comes with talent that is back then. But right now, it comes with maybe if you have the money. But back in the days, it's always the talent. That's why you see people like Whiskey, Olamide, Timaya, a whole lot of them standing the test of time.
Right.
But if you see the new generation, they are seasonal artists because most of them doesn't have the talent, to be honest.
Right.
So now I look at the talent, I look at the potential, I look at the ability, then from there you look at the character. Because you need to know this way, if the fame comes, can you manage it? Or if the fame comes, it will go the wrong way. So you look at all those things, then you pray to God to give you the grace to guide them through. So basically, I look at the talent first, which comes with the potential. From there we start building them. And God finishes the work.
That's right.
Yes, that's all the truth.
I think you need to say that again. And God
finishes his work.
That's right. He always does.
Yes.
Now, promoting Nigerian music on a global scale involves navigating different cultural landscapes.
Yeah.
Can you share some of the challenges that you faced in this regard and how you've managed to overcome them to ensure that Nigerian music resonates with international audiences?
Good. We started facing neglect. We started facing abandonment, because when nobody believes in you, the only thing you owe yourself is to believe in yourself.
Correct.
Back then, we take an artist like Davido on a tour, people will come out maybe like 15 or 20 people, and you play in a small venue, like we call it beer parlor, like not even lounge. It's like a living room. A few people will come because you don't even need to make noise. You don't even need to see more than 20 blacks gathered together. So maneuver, start pushing, believing that one day the result will come out. We thank God for the new media because social media has really, really helped us to promote Afrobeat. Because back in the days, there was no, everything was basically analog. You just try as much as you can to meet people individually, push. Maybe how many people listen to radio station or watch TV. So at the end of the day, you just do your best, push. Whoever that comes out, we go out and spread the message. Man, there's this talented artist from Africa that came to social place. I think it's good. The people will start looking out for the artist for next tour. Maybe then we may not come with that artist will come with another artist. So we keep pushing until this advent of social media, that really helped us to do more, and we thank God on where we are today. Yes.
Indeed. Now, in addition to your work in music promotion, you've been recognized for your efforts in promoting the cultural heritage of Ebonyi State. How do you balance these two aspects of your career, and what drives your passion for cultural promotion?
Yes. Let me start with the last question. My drive is the passion. I love to see my people happy, because I believe entertainment is all about bringing people just like all these people here. If they don't have passion for your work or for your craft, they can't be here for you.
Right.
You understand? So the drive has always been passion, to see people feel happy, to see people appreciate you. So now I come from Ebonyi State. I'm proud one, and we have a whole lot of celebrities like Pato Rankin, Techno, Angelo Correa, a whole lot of them from Ebonyi State. So I see them as my younger siblings. You understand? I try as much as I can to project the image of my state. Wherever I go, I let them know that, I'm from Ebonyi State, and this is who we are. You understand? We have talented people, so try and come to my state. So when you represent your state or your culture very well, sure, your people will recognize you. So it's through the hard work and the effort that we make. From there, the state government said, come, how can we work together? We should try our best to contribute to promote the entertainment and the culture industry there.
So let's speak a little bit about the support that you or the government of Ebonyi State give towards the entertainment and music industries.
Yeah.
How much of this support has helped to impact and drive forward the entertainment sector in that state?
Ebonyi State.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you need to pray for a leader that truly understands some certain sectors. Pray for a leader that will have listening, because trust me, entertainment is the only sector that youth embraces. And to take the youth out of the streets, you need to keep them busy through entertainment. Entertainment has different diversities.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So I try to lead the government movement. There's serious unemployment, there's serious insecurity, there are serious things to be done on this youth. Many of them dropped out of school, but in entertainment, you don't need to be educated. To be in it, you can engage them, maybe through DJ, dancing, whatever, and they listen. So from there, we engage so many of them. But in life, whatever you're doing, you don't need to look at the instant benefits or the rewards. You're doing it for the love and for the good of your people.
Right.
So whatever I do, I don't even look at the government to come and empower me. I'm looking at the government to empower, because God has blessed me. So it's left for me to use the opportunity to help my people. The only thing I need from the government is just the enabling environment to make it happen, which are sometimes security, whatever, support. They are just the enabling environment, and we thank God so far.
For what he's doing and what he'll continue to do.
Yes.
Now, you are the proprietor of O3 Media.
Yes.
Why O3 Media, and how did you coin this name?
I think my time is up. You really want to know much more?
I would love to know.
Well, this name, my real name is Ozemena Alex. And at the end of the day, there's a DJ they call DJ Strambrella. That is a old-time DJ. I've worked with him, I've worked with Charlie Boy, I've worked with Eke. So at the end of the day, you see three of them. So I look at three of them, I see them as three musketeers. They're people that inspired my life. And I have Ozemena. So that O is for Ozemena, then that three is for the three musketeers, which is Strambrella, Charlie Boy, Emekike. Then the media, because my job mainly was how to use the media platform to push this people. So that's why I put it O3 Media. But the company name is O3 Production.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
if you want to register, you don't need to register media as a company through CSC. So the O3 Media is just what I represent.
Well,
Ozemena with the Three Musketeers media representing. I hope I answered you now.
No, you did.
Okay.
I'm getting
so
you.
May I know you more and what brought up this idea?
Well, I'd like to know why you
I'm asking
decided
you
to
now,
come
you
as a
have to,
guest.
You have to answer me.
I would answer you, but considering that it's a Guinness World Record attempt, I have to ask all the questions.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay then.
So I'll definitely answer you, just not on this
set.
Yeah.
All right. Are we good to go now?
We are good to go. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Keep it up, eh?
All right. I would like to call my next guest. He goes simply by the name Bigfoot. Okay. He's an interestingly tall man. Bigfoot in your face, but actually his name is Ezenwa Bona. He's a music producer, DJ, mixing and mastering engineer, and a finance expert. And again, this just buttresses the common theme today. People do one thing, even if they're creative, there's still always something else that they do to supplement it. Very good morning to you.
Very good morning to you.
Bigfoot. What size shoes do you wear?
I wear 50s.
50?
Yes.
50?
Yes, 50.
50 what?
Just 50, size 50.
Size, okay. The name, I don't even need to ask the story of the name. Let's go into these questions. So how do you balance your creative vision with the commercial viability of your productions, particularly when working with established artists?
When working with established artists, it's important to let their own artistry shine.
Right.
Yeah, so with the way I approach music production is really to give the music what it needs. And what the music needs is to bring out the essence of the artist that I'm working with. I see myself as, directing and producing the song, but also not really in the driver's seat, the artist is. So the way I work with established artists who already have an established sound is to let their own sound come true. Then I guide them to where I see the music to be. So I guide them to that elevation, to something that they've not experienced before, and then help them through that experience. And it's really a collaboration. But I just make sure that it's not, I'm not imposing my thoughts and ideas, but mostly just enhancing what they want to achieve. That's how I approach that.
Okay. Now, Bigfoot is a name that you obviously have because of the size of your feet, but at what point did you decide to go? Because I'm sure as a child it was probably a nickname or something that people said to you, I might be assuming. How did you go from that to adopting it as your moniker?
Because part of my childhood was people used to say it as some sort of like a jab to me. But I figured why not own it? So why not own the name? So after owning the name, now people say the name with respect.
Right. Put some respect on my name.
On the name, yeah.
Now you work seamlessly to blend African electronic, hip hop and alternative sounds together. What inspires your experimental approach, and how do you stay current with the evolving music trends?
I listen a lot. Even before I started producing, I always listen. I make sure, I think there's really not any year that goes by that I don't listen up to 10,000 songs. I listen a lot, and by listening I get to understand more of music. I get to understand the trends, but I also get to understand more of music. And also it's really such a blessing to just be able to let go and believe in my skill to I don't think so much around the music in specifics of how would this blend with this other genre of music. Now, because I've listened to a lot of music and I understand how these influences impact the music, I just let myself go and create, and I trust the process. And it also comes from, repetitive action. I mean, this is like over a decade and a half I've been producing now, and so with each time you get better at it.
I think that's the essence of creativity, that anything you repeat with time you master.
Yeah, you master it. So at this point I'm really very happy and free to combine multiple genres and create something new. I'm trying to always find what is the next new sound.
Right.
Yes, that's where my head is.
And that is my next question for you. What is the next new sound?
Right now, the sound has evolved so much that it's, for me personally, the next sound is a fusion. It's a fusion. It gets more interesting when you blend something from one culture with something from another culture. And we see a lot of fusions happening these days in current music, and we also see a lot of people also going back to their roots to blend the music that they grew up on with what they perceive to be the popular music trend today. And I feel like fusions is the way to go going forward.
And going forward, we're now going to go back to your finance. Your finance background and music production skills are unique combinations. How do you leverage your financial expertise to inform your music business decisions?
It's symbiotic in a way, and also I think one of the biggest things finance has helped me through creativity is to keep me grounded. With the creative side of things, you tend to lose sight of the business and also tend to just go off creatively. The finance side of me is the part that stays grounded, stays glued to the deadlines. There is focuses on what is really the goals and the KPIs, and I think that part of me has also influenced how I treat music, because I like to create in a very structured environment. I like things to be quickly structured, so I leverage the experience I have, the wealth of experience I have there with the music, and also leverage it in the sense of I understand how to then it has taught me how to then account for the things that I do, and also to make better financial decisions as a creative, and also help my other fellow creatives make better financial decisions.
Which is important.
Yeah, which is very important, yes.
As a key influencer in the Nigerian music industry, what advice would you give to emerging music producers seeking to navigate the industry while maintaining their artistic integrity?
I think, the thing I would say is the most important thing is to trust yourself and not be afraid to fail. And to learn from the failures. There's in my experience on the finance side, there was some where one of the places I worked, there's something that I learned, and that is, if you must fail, fail fast and fail forward. So do not be afraid to try new things, and do not be afraid to fail fast, fail forward, and learn from it and create. Consistency and practice will win over time over raw skill any day. Being consistent, doing what you do, trusting yourself and trusting the process, and repeating that process and learning from it will win long term over raw skill any day.
Now, what does it mean to you to trust the process? When people say that phrase, trust the process, what does that mean to you? What does that entail?
So if I look over the years that I've been producing, I have realized that, for instance, I love making electronic music, alternative African music, and really not the more popular genres, and it is something that I have stuck with over the last 15 to 16 years, and the process of improving on that and getting my skill to world class, I don't think I would have gotten there if I had not trusted myself and my sound, and I have wavered and tried to do something else. Over time, I have honed my skill to the point that it is really world class, and eventually the things that you're chasing for, the goals that you're chasing, you start finding yourself meeting those goals. Now, for me, trust the process means understanding that this is what you need to do and not let distractions waver you, or let the challenges that go with it, even though it may not look easy in the first place, but not let those challenges deter you from moving forward. That's my own interpretation of trusting the process and trusting your own growth.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure, a nice an interesting conversation.
Yes, and it's a real privilege to be here. It's not every time you get interviewed on a world record journey.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, the idea of it is that we want to share Nigerian stories with the world, and yours is a story that we want to share. And it's the first time that I've met someone in my life that is a size 50. So that's a profound takeaway from this, that shoes go up to size 50.
Yeah, they do.
How tall are you?
6'4" and change.
Okay, oh, wow.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and good morning.
Thank you, good morning. All right, I'd like to call my next guest Okoji Larry Jr. Now, he is somebody who's the group head of business development of business development, trade and strategy at Nepal Energies Limited. The industry is faces energy, oil and gas, trade, shipping and marine operations. A very good morning to you, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
How are you, firstly?
I'm good.
I'm sure this is probably the first time you're doing an interview at the early hours of the morning, but that's life. There's a first time for everything. Let's go straight into this. I mean, you're someone who's a results-driven professional with extensive experience in trade finance, retail, business strategy, contract review, negotiation and commercial operations in marine and shipping, vessel chartering, downstream oil and energy, and you're skilled in negotiation, review of sales contracts, and charter party agreements, petroleum pricing strategy, market analysis, cost analysis, and forecasting future market trends. Impressive. One man, many possibilities. Let's go into the questions now. What strategies would you employ to expand Nepal Energies Limited downstream business into new African markets, considering the dynamic regulatory environments?
Thank you for having me, first of all. I'm Larry Okoji, so I head the business unit of Nepal. So basically what we do is we trade in varieties of commodities in the downstream space. So white products from PMS, which is your premium motor spirit, gas oil, automotive gas oil, and aviation. AGO, aviation fuel. And also just a couple of years ago, we started doing special products like base oils into Africa with key interest into Nigeria. Nepal Energies has built a lubricant business where we bring in the base oils and we supply our lubricant units. Outside that, we also sell out through the open market. So what we do is we analyze the market and we see what the consumers want, end consumers. So we are not looking at the bulk suppliers at this point. So we try to ensure that our pricing is in line with what the local market is doing at the point for base oils. So for gas, LPG, our strategy is to go into building inland depots so we can get to the final consumers where we supply them products at relatively competitive pricing. So our strategy is we analyze the market. We have a team of traders, qualified traders, where we analyze what the international market is doing. We bring in the product and ensure that point per time Nepal makes a decent margin, as well as pushing the price down to the end consumers. They are able to, So our strategy for trade is, so basically, in the current downstream sector where we work in or where we operate, given that the market has been changing with the government regulations and the new government rules on how the downstream should operate, where the market is fully deregulated. Back dated down to 2017, where NNPC, as the case may be at the time, were the sole suppliers of PMS, where products were given at a subsidized price. Now moving into this new era where the government has said, oh no, we are not going to subsidize anymore. So marketers are free to import PMS as they can. If it's profitable, that's fine. Whatever they can do is okay for them. So what we do is to find strategic means where we can come into the market, land the product at pretty much cheap prices or competitive prices as the case may be, so we can meet the end consumers' needs. So Nepal Energies have built a structure or a strategy where we are expanding into the market where we can get to the final consumers through our retail outlets. So as it is, we are currently on the 30 retail outlets going into 50, where we can supply white products and in addition to the special products like the base oil down to the lubricants and the gas to our final consumers at relatively competitive pricing, so they can stay in the market and stay afloat.
Well, given the economy, competitive pricing is very, very important.
Very good.
Now, what role do you believe, before I ask you that rather, how do you analyze market trends and risks in the African oil and gas industry, and what measures do you take to mitigate potential losses?
Okay, so looking at the African market with Nigeria as a case study, so you understand that what we have currently is the FX exposure. So that's something that neither me nor companies at large can control. So per time, what we do is hedging. So hedging is something that a lot of downstream companies, I wouldn't say don't understand, but they are pretty much skeptical to go into. So now hedging can be done both ways, product-wise and also FX-wise. So you can hedge on the product side and also hedge on your FX. So on the product side, what we try to do is to have partnership with companies where they give us the platform where we can hedge prices when market is at the pretty low levels, and also bring hedge in paper, move the product from paper into the physical at a low price. So now, how does hedging work? So a lot of downstream sectors are skeptical about going into this market, but we as Nepal Energies and me as Larry Okoji, I mean, from my experience in trading, they always tell me that trading is gambling, but gambling is not your Bet Ninja or the other ones that people do hedging on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, but what we do is that we look at the market. We either go long or we either go short. There are some times where you put in a position in the market based on your market analysis. We look at what the international market is doing. Say, for example, currently you see what's happening in Iran and Israel, the fight. So you look at these countries where oil is being produced. So if there is a shortage in supply, it's pretty much demand and supply trajectory. So if there's a shortage in supply, it means that the demand will go up because there's a little bit of products that are being demanded that are available for the consumers to have access to. So when that happens, the prices go up. So what we do is that we watch the market trend. So I can go long in a situation whereby I feel markets will go up.
Right.
So if, for example, Iran and Israel, they're having their dispute currently, but as of Friday last week, the dispute quenched down. So prices has been tanking. So at this point, I can take a short position where I sell and I buy at pretty much lower pricing. I sell at a higher price, that's short, buy at a lower price, and then I make that margin. So Nepal's strategy is to take advantage of this market, form a collaborative partnership with interested marketers in the downstream sector, where we show them what the market is doing, show them what prices are doing, and tell them that this is where we take in margin, and then we move from there.
All right. Now, what role do you believe that intra-African trade plays in the growth and development of the continent's energy industry, and how can companies leverage this opportunity?
Okay, for Africa, good enough, we have Dangote refinery that's come up, which is pretty much everywhere on the news. If we are pretty much connected to what's currently happening in the market. So basically, what we do is, here in Nigeria, we are privileged to have Dangote refinery producing for the local consumption, where Naira is pretty much the basis of the purchase for local consumption. So if we can harness this opportunity, I believe that Nigeria will be a news to the world across within Africa and across the continent into Europe.
Amen.
Yeah.
Now, how do you navigate the complex logistics and supply chain management in Africa's downstream oil and gas sector, ensuring that efficient delivery and minimizing demurrage?
Okay. In my years of experience, which is over 10 years in the oil and gas space, so basically, you need to understand that how do you want to move the product? You know, do you want to do coastal, moving via vessels, or do you want to do it via maybe trucking, as the case may be? But your negotiating power is key. So what we do at NEPA Energies is to ensure that we leverage on our volumes, where we tell our partners that, oh, you are transporting for us, we have these volumes, so this is what we want. So we do a survey of what freight cost for coastal is, and also what trucking is. Then we try to negotiate downward vis-a-vis what you're moving, your variances in terms of the product loss and all that, because that's a cost you need to factor in per time for your consumers, you know. So I won't go into that because that's a secret.
Okay.
So I can't tell you everything that we do, but basically you can make cost savings based on the kind of vessel you are using. Say for example, I have a big vessel that can take in, the gross tonnage is about 30,000. She can take in like say 20,000. Then I have a vessel that is 25,000 that can take in the same 20,000. So that means there is a 5,000 space for me to save. So what NEPA Energies does is to identify key vessels where we can save cost and then move this product within. It could be within Nigeria, it could be outside Nigeria, because recently what we're trying to do is to ensure that we build our business outside the normalities that has been happening within the downstream space. So we're looking at countries outside Africa, outside West Africa, outside East Africa, down to South Africa, as the case may be, in order to harness these opportunities there where there's the high demand for gas oil, for example, for jet fuels, where we can go in and take advantage of these margins, and we move from there.
Now, what innovations or disruptions do you foresee in Africa's downstream oil and gas sector, and how can businesses position themselves for success in this evolving landscape?
Okay, for positioning, what I would say is diversification. You know, for downstream sector in Nigeria, what they know is more of white products. So a lot of companies are not doing the special products like the base oils, the LPFOs, the LPG and all that. So what we do at NEPA is that we identify other commodities where the competition is not so strong, you understand, but the margins are high. So we key into this space, we invest in this space, we try to expand into this space within Nigeria as a country, within West Africa and outside West Africa. So my advice for downstream companies, as the case may be, is that they should start looking into something called paper trading. You know, paper trading for me is a personal deal. You know, people say, oh, it's gambling. You understand? Gambling is trading.
Right.
You know, you could today say, oh, I'm making this money, tomorrow you are not making that money.
Right.
But what you need to do is to analyze the market. What is the trend? So what we do at NEPA Energies is pretty much we look at the trend from 2-3 years ago and we watch what has happened within this time. You know, say for example, during the COVID era, you know, the prices of oil tanked. You understand? That was an exception, as the case may be. But moving away from the COVID, we started seeing, oh, there is war in Middle East, who are large oil producers, or say the China economy is, oh, they say, oh, the economic growth in China is tanking, for example. China is one of the second biggest consumer of oil, as the case may be. So we look at what the market trend is doing in these countries, and then we channel or we build a process
run the system whereby we understand that if we go into this business, we are not just going in without a guided decision. This is a decision that is made. So, you know, there's something that I always understand that my previous employers will always tell me, you know, a good decision is as good as a bad decision.
Right.
But a bad decision is not a bad decision when all the analysis pointed to a direction, that this is where the market is going. But you took a decision based on the market analysis, and then you said, okay, this is where I feel the market is going to be, and you took a stand and you stood by it and all that. But the come up is that on paper trades, you are trading oil in paper and not on the physical.
Right.
So your physical is, we bring it down. So for NEPA Energies, we bring it down, we send it through the retail outlets for the end users, the motor drivers, the bus drivers, the keke drivers, the bike riders or whatever to purchase from us. So we bring it in and we push it down there. So what we're trying to do is to invest in this space where we hedge our risk. We bring in a cargo, the market moves against us, then we can move our product through these various outlets whereby we turn it into profit.
Fantastic. Now, I can see your certification from the Nigerian Chamber of Shipping is an ABC of shipping. How did that process go, and how are such certifications awarded? What does it entail?
Okay, so these were certifications I did when I joined the downstream sector. So basically it was for me to understand the trade part of it and also the shipping part of it. So as far as I can tell, there is nothing as far as shipping can go, whether you are doing it into a coastal delivery, you are doing it via trucking, is something that I understand, and I understand what the pricing should be, and I understand what the negotiation tactics should be.
Right.
For me, I leverage on volumes. I work with a company that moves a lot of volumes. So I will tell my transporter that, guys, see, I can guarantee you this volume of product per time. So you give me a price that is relatively below what the market is doing. So that way I'm saving on this end, and I'm saving in my internal process in terms of financing, you know, getting in the funds and also cycling these funds. So now, you know, what people see is you want to sell. Good. But there are times where the market does not accommodate open market sales. There are some times where the market accommodates commercial sales. Right. So how do you want to move your product? So for us, what we do is that we analyze both scenarios and we say, okay, this way, this is what we're making if we go directly to the final consumers, because what you need to do is long term.
Right.
You want to be in the business for as long as possible. You don't want to go into the market with short-term strategies. So we identify key partners that we supply product to, yeah, and the money is being circulated. I give you products, you pay me back within a given period of time that is agreed, and I can take that money and go back into the market and bring in products. I hedge against my FX risk, and I hedge against because if I'm giving product today, I charge you finance cost, what it will be. So the money comes in and I'm able to push it out, get in product, and also supply my customers. But the main idea here is you can't be in business without customers. When you have customers, you are in business. So I can start a shop today.
Okay.
I can be a Dangote. I can be Otedola or whatever, you know, with due respect to these people I've mentioned. But the key factor here is that you are not in business without your customers.
Right.
So Nepal Strategies is channeled into having the customers, you know, and being in business. We always want to ensure that the customer is king, the customer is right. So that is
that's a great strategy. You can't go wrong with that. I want to thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
And just say thank you, really. It's insightful. Thank you. Okay, it's time for me to call my next guest. And that was the group head of Nepal Energies. A very salient and in-depth analysis of how things work within the business development climate of Nepal Energies, and that again was Larry Jr. Okoji. Thank you very much. I'd now like to call my next guest. His name is Nathan Goodluck, aka Nate. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we doing?
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to my show.
Is Nigeria watching?
The world. Apologies. I mean, I'm talking to my people here in Nigeria. It's morning, wherever you are. It's evening, night, morning. We're live, Lagos City.
We out here. How are we doing?
Pumped. You know, excited to be here.
Why are you excited?
We're about to be recording that record, you know. So.
Yay! Thank you for the insight. That's Expo, right?
I mean, that's why I'm here. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Good to be here, by the way.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. I mean, it's we're just moving through the day.
Definitely.
Now, by day you're Nathan Goodluck and you're a seasoned communications banker with a passion for numbers and people, but by night you transform into Nigeria's #1 corporate hype man. Wow, as they say, wow.
By day.
Electrifying events with contagious energy and charisma. So it's nighttime. Should we go through your nighttime profile now, or should we do the daytime profile?
We'll do the daytime.
Okay, so in the daytime,
Yeah.
you're a communications banker,
Right.
in the finance industry, and your expertise is corporate communications, media relations,
Right.
crisis management,
Correct.
and you've had over 5 years of experience.
Well, I think that people management skills are very important. So what I do, my core in the bank is internal and external communications. Then imagine having to deal with your colleagues.
So what's the difference between internal and external
My
communications
internal,
for those that might
yeah,
not know?
my internal customers are like my fellow colleagues, staff in the bank, right? So there are important informations that they need, and I need to let them know. And we're talking different informations. It could be CBN stories, it could be regulatory stories, it could be important stories, it could be product information as well.
Right.
Just ensuring that they are informed and they are ahead. So when a customer comes and they're asking about a particular question, they're updated. You know, we have every day something is happening in the economy. There's a new rule by the government, you need to be aware, so we cater to that. And then coming to the external part, a lot of customers don't even know what's going on. So we leverage on social media, we leverage on email marketing and stuff like that. So that's the difference. So internal is for my fellow colleagues, staff, and then external is for our customers.
Now, we've gone through your daytime. Right. I'll just go through your nighttime profile.
I just summarized it and it goes beyond that.
Okay. So then we'll go to the questions. I mean, how do you balance your daytime role as a communications banker with your nighttime gig as Nigeria's #1 corporate hype man?
To be honest, I feel like the department I'm in has given me the leverage to explore being
and
a hype man,
express.
experience. Because under brand and communications at work, there is corporate comms, there's events, there's brand management, there's digital marketing. So actually work with other colleagues in different units. So while I'm corporate communications officer, you could see me doing events. So I'm hosting events for my office. So there's any social event, we have Nate, Nate, how far? We have this what we are doing. End of year party, I'm there backstage introducing all the artists and stuff like that. So that kind of gave me like confidence to go into that fully. So my MD, she loves me. So there's situation like, where's that guy that wears suspenders? He's not coming. Because that's my signature outfit, by the way. So I'm always on my suspenders at work. Like, where's that guy that wears suspenders? Please call him. He has to be out of them. Like, okay, here we go. Once there is no Nate, the party is not. So I actually have a tag, no NATE, no party. So if I'm not there, the party doesn't start until I step in.
That means tonight in Lagos, no parties happening anywhere because you're right here.
Right here.
Now, can you share a memorable experience from an event where you felt you truly made an impact as a hype man?
Can I mention names?
Sure. It's
All
a
right.
safe space.
It's a safe space. Okay. Amongst every other event I did, I think the most memorable has to one of Nigeria's billionaires, and that's Toyin Eleniyan.
Right.
I was at his all-white party last year, December, and when I got the call to come hype, I started asking myself, what gave them the impression that I could handle that party? And it was myself. Special shout out to Shodi, by the way. I think I even need to give shout out to a few hype men I look up to: Dio Interview, Shea Banks, Jimmy, Shodi, MC Fish, the new cats in the block, Active Boy, MIA, Tolu Daniels. I think the list goes on and on. Jerry Shaffer, Toby Banks, Voltage of Hype. These are like the guys, you know, AK Smooth, MC Fish, Bala. The list goes on and on. Wow. So when I got to come, like, these are like a million guys in the industry. And then, you know, Shodi has been doing it for a while. I'm like, oh, Nate, we need you at Tony's all-white party. I'm like, wow, crazy. So I think that another thing too is you have to, if you want to be on the highest platform, you have to showcase yourself by posting. That's why we have social media. Leverage on your social media platform, because I think that was what they saw. Like, you know what, I think this guy fits, and then I've just, you know, taken that tag corporate hype man. So in your head, when you have a corporate event, you have very few people you can actually call, and Nate is your go-to guy, right? So when I got to come, like, just maybe this has to be like, you know, a major, I say amongst other, because it's the event I've done prior that would have made them, you know, call me for it. So,
right. And so your reputation preceded you then, from what you're saying?
It did.
Now, can you share a memorable experience from an event where you felt you truly made an impact?
I would say when I opened for Cavemen, I was like 2-3 years ago. I think I have multiple. When I opened for Cavemen, when I opened for Kiss Daniel, that's why I think I opened for Kiss Daniel. When I also opened for Flavor, like I said, different events. So these were like memorable events for me. I was like, wow, Nate, you just did this. And you know, it's actually not Nate, it's NATE.
Okay.
And it stands for something,
so
actually.
The acronym for what?
Yeah, not afraid to excel.
I like that. I like that. So let's talk about advice now, giving advice, because I think that it's important for this event throughout it that values is shared and there's impact on a positive scale.
Right.
Now, what advice would you give to someone looking to break into event hosting?
I think one of the major issues I've had over time is a lot of people don't want to learn. So you have to understudy, you have to find a mentor, whether physically or virtually. Find a way to understudy them. When I wanted to go into hype fully, Dio to the TUN was a mentor, and thankfully I had my event in March, an all-white party. Dio to the TUN opened for me. Like, he literally was present and he ushered me into my own party. So that'll tell you how much, you know, I looked up to him. And so I think most important is you have to have a mentor, someone who you're understudying, which is very important. You have to learn to take a lot of free gigs, especially when you're just starting, freelancing. I can bet that most of the OGs in the industry today will tell you when hype started, it wasn't so renowned as it did now. That without it, I mean, you need a hype man for your parties now. So you have to, also your dressing, you have to really be very particular about how you dress, because that phrase of your address where you dress, I don't take it for granted. I have a signature. It's either you see me on my my suspenders, or my hat, or my face cap, or my NAT shirt. Something stands out for me, or it could be my cologne as well.
Smelling good is
you
also
understand?
good as
Very
well.
important. So, and then I have to also put this out there. If you're going to be a hype man, your music knowledge has to be great. You have to understand music, because it's not just about carrying the microphone. Because if you don't understand music, you might not understand crowd control. You don't know when to call and response. You don't know when to vibe with the crowd. So it's very important that that is also put into consideration. You know, as a hype man.
What advice would you give to somebody who's in a corporate job and actually has a creative inclination but isn't necessarily confident enough to pursue that path?
You have to believe in yourself. When I started, in fact, I had a lot of close friends of mine that told me that, Nate, I beg you, don't sabi this hype thing, go sit down. Like, it was crazy sometimes. And I was feeling some type of, I'm like, really? I'm not actually that good. so what I usually do is, in my own corner, because I'm a piano now, it's like, it became a sound that was now accepted, like in clubs and parties. I'll just play instrumentals and I'll just be saying stuff. Like my own, we call it lamba.
Okay.
Like my own stuff. So gradually, I started building confidence. So when I go for events, I'll be saying my lamba, and I hear people chanting it. In fact, I have a few. There's a particular one I say, you can't be sitting down to this. So when the beat comes up, when I say it, got to a point, people now started tweeting, who is this guy that has this lamba? In fact, the most recent one is to the single folks, where it says, why are you still single? And that became something like a catchphrase. So when a sax dance beat comes, people are saying, where's Nate? Where's Nate? Oh, yeah. And then, are you your spec? Is your spec really your spec? So that was what I was just doing backstage without any crowd. So I started building confidence, started getting used to my own lamba. And some people started singing my lamba, by the way. One guy all the way in the east was hyping, and I was just saying, is your spec really your spec? And someone said, like, Nate, that is your line. So my lamba is so unique now that nobody in the world can actually claim it. There are some lambas you hear, you don't even know the original, like, owner of this, or the source of the line. But when you hear stuff like, I'm your guy, don't pay the bills, or you can't be sitting down to this, or is your spec really your spec, or there's a new one that I even did for 9 to 5 hours. I'm like, I can't really remember the line now, but it was something related to 9 to 5 hours. I'm like, they don't pay salary, you can't be low on funds.
I love it.
The end of month we did like this, so you can't be low on funds, and that was like, those are like things. So you have to own your stuff, be confident, accept that people have been dead ahead of you, so respect your elders. That's another thing too. Respect your elders. You have the bones in industry. Ask questions if need be. Don't claim that you know everything, because it's very important. Because when I started, I was asking questions. I was making mistakes, but I didn't really have a lot of people to tell me, "Oh, Nate, do this that way." So I was learning from that. I had few friends as well around me to also help me out with it. So that's how.
Now, on the topic of lamba.
Yeah.
Give me some lamba to wake me up right now.
Are you going to respond, or I should just go? Let's flow. Okay, you don't have to respond.
No, I've asked you to give me lamba, so I'll be responsive.
On the spot.
On the spot.
Typically, I always used to like do the lamba with a beat, but I'm trying to think about an imaginary beat. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So when I say Toyin, you say off life, Toyin, off life, Toyin, off life. So when I say Toyin, you say off life, Toyin, off life, Toyin. See, we're about to break a record. Are you ready? We're about to break it. Are you ready? We're about to break a record. Are you ready? We're about to break a record.
I am ready.
Ready to break it for the culture.
Thank you
There's no
so
beat
much.
though. You guys, trust me, this is more than this. Maybe towards the end, we can probably do 1 or 2 again to show you that, this lamba is actually very real.
Don't worry, I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you.
I mean, just to end this, we're actually rooting for you. I'm super proud of this remarkable feat you're about to achieve. And we cannot just wait to celebrate you. I'm already seeing the certificate. Gold.
Thank you so much.
Nigeria Amplified with Toyin.
I also have to thank you. You took the week off of work to support me. That says a lot. Says a lot. Came this close to not doing this yesterday, and then I remembered you told me you'd taken the week off work, and I was like, yeah, this thing must happen. So thank you so much.
For the culture.
Have a great morning.
Thank you.
All right, my next guest doesn't really need any introduction. He's big in the game. I knew him in London before I moved to Nigeria. And he's doing big things out here. He's a co-founder of The Plug. But I knew him as the MD of B Entertainment that year. His name is Bizel aka Bizel Osikoya. Bizel, Big Biz.
Toyin of life.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate it. I'm happy to see you. You're a talent manager, you're a sound engineer and producer.
Past life.
I am just learning this today.
Past life.
I've known this man for how many years would you say we've known?
Man, plenty. We're going to 20 years now.
20 years, and I just learned today that you're a producer or you were in your past life.
I'm going back into production anyway, so yeah.
Okay, so maybe I'll join you in the studio.
Yes, no, for sure.
I missed that first wave, so
no, definitely.
maybe I'll join the next one. Let's go into your question. So what motivated you to transition from sound engineering to co-founding The Plug, and how has that journey been for you?
I mean, it's been amazing, but even before, transitioning from being a sound engineer to The Plug, it's been a long journey. I started off when I moved back to Nigeria, working with Storm Records, Obi Asika. From there, I grew on to work with Mohit. From Mohit, grew on to work with Maven, and then from Maven, I started off The Plug. Sound engineering was something I did in uni, just because I wanted to have the knowledge of it. And I was really trying to go into film production and making music videos and stuff. So I focused more on making sound for film and being music videos and stuff. But I didn't really pursue that life. Well, I had the knowledge of it, but I didn't pursue that life because for me it just felt boring being in the studio all long, being behind the desk. That wasn't what I wanted to be. I wanted to be not just in the light, but also being able to be part of something great. And so that was part of the things that motivated me to come back to Nigeria, to be part of the whole Afrobeats scene and being there where we are now.
I mean, I'd say when you're saying you're being part of it, you're being modest.
No,
you've been one of the biggest.
You have to be. Come on, man.
Okay, so let me blow your trumpet.
I cannot be blowing my own trumpet
I'll
now.
blow it for you. I mean, you're one of the people who has really, really impacted Afrobeat music, the music industry, not just in Nigeria, but around the world. People know Bizel, the Nigerian community, I think, in pretty much every thriving nation on earth or in the Western world.
I mean, I've been able to, build a great network of people over the years. And I mean, I'm someone that, I keep in touch with people who, I feel like there's it's not necessarily because of I need anything from you. I mean, look at how long we've known each other.
Right.
We might not have done any financial business, but we've kept in touch and just being genuine to ourselves. And every time I see you, it's love. Every time you see me, we're whining each other and catching crews. But that's just how I feel like life's supposed to be. Just it doesn't necessarily have to be when you need something from someone that you build a relationship with them. But just getting to know people and being able to be there for people when they need you, type situation.
And I need you, and you've shown up, so I appreciate you for that. Can you share a behind-the-scenes story of a challenging yet rewarding project that you've worked on with one of your many artists?
Well, for me, I won't say one of the artists' challenging stories, but I would say, for me, a challenging thing was when we worked with Don Jazzy, and when he was setting up Maven Records. It was quite challenging because it was just when the Mohit's breakup happened, and obviously there was no funds, so we had to, he had to look for funds to set up the company, and everyone, that worked with him weren't paid what they were deserved, but everyone came on the journey just to believe that, we can help you build this dream, and we'll roll with you, and we'll build this journey. And for me, it's been great to see what has happened with Maven, from what we built together to where they're at now, to what they've been able to raise money with, get investments, and do their thing. I mean, today now I see Don Jazzy announce Tega, as president and chief operating officer of Maven. That's great to see. I remember when Tega was in uni, and he used to come to, Mohit, and then even Maven used to come and just, try to learn the game, and you've watched his growth, see where he's come from, and how he's been able to build and help John Jazzy build the company to where they're at now. So for me, I would say, the most challenging thing I would say that happened to me was when we were building Maven, because when we had no resources. We started Maven in 2004 in Dr. Sid's flat, D9.
Oh, yeah.
That's where we started Maven. And, to see that Maven is a global company now, with global acts like Rema, Ira Star, Rema, come on, Rema, Calm Down, biggest Afrobeats songs to go over 1 billion. So, I mean, it's been a great success, and I'm glad to see where things have gone with that.
Fantastic. Now, I'd like to know a little bit about Bizel before the boom.
I mean, to be honest, there's no crazy story about Bizel before the boom. It's just really, I was a guy in England. I mean, we're all in England, going to school and doing our thing, and I just enjoyed Afrobeats music. Then it wasn't called Afrobeat music, it was just called Nigerian music, and I just enjoyed it. And I figured out, look, why don't we do something to help our guys? So I said, I'll create MySpace pages, because MySpace was the thing then. So I said, look, I'll create MySpace pages for the guys, then, and just help people put their music out there. When I came to Nigeria for December back then, I'll buy CDs, I'll rip the CDs, put the videos on YouTube. Like if you go on my YouTube channel now, like Bizel Sikoya, you see so many old Nigerian music videos that I uploaded. Some were taken down, but some are still there. I don't take money from it because I don't own the content, but I don't monetize it. But it was just there for people to see. And it's just so great to see how we've come from then to now where we are. So, for me, it was just, there was no really crazy story. It was just a guy who really wanted his country to be on the map and the music from his country people to be on the map. I remember the first time Nato Sisa and me came a big deal when he just recorded it in the studio. I was like, yo, bro, this is a global hit. I can never forget, I was telling him. And now to see where we are now, where American people are even reaching out to try and be on Afrobeat records, it's just been crazy.
Now, let's talk a little bit about how you balance the different roles that you play, from talent management to film production within the plug.
I mean, for me, it's been very easy because, for example, the plug, we were a talent management company, we're a music distribution and licensing company, we're a publishing company, and then also we do events, and then we do marketing for brands. So I have two business partners, Asa Sika, who's my fellow co-founder, and then we have Toby Mohammed, aka Alaji Popin, who's our CEO and a managing partner. We brought him on board, and we've been able to split the company in three ways, where I handle everything music related, Asa handles everything talent manager related, and Toby handles the agency and the live side of the business, where we have things like mainland block party, island block party. So it's been very easy for us to be able to split the roles and do everything and just go do our thing, and then also on the side I have my own production company, film production company.
What's it
called? I mean, it's launched soon. It will launch soon. You'll hear about it.
So no exclusive here then?
No, I mean, we've just done our first short film. We've submitted to a couple of festivals, and then looking forward to doing maybe more TV production. Yeah, we're just really building and growing, from there. So it's been easy for us to be able to separate our ways of Asa handles management, I handle more of the music, and our publishing side, Toby handles the event. That's how we've been able to manage it properly.
So it's a fantastic tripartite relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, what strategies do you use to stay ahead in the competitive Nigerian music industry, especially when it comes to discovering new talent?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like everyone is focused on discovering new talent now, and it's like everyone's throwing money at them, to be with them. But for me, I feel like it's more about building relationships with these guys and helping them to realize, there's been a lot of new talents that I've met, and even if they don't sign to us or work with us, I've been able to just guide them to be wherever you're getting signed to. This is what you need to know. You should be educated about this, get a good lawyer, XYZ. So for me, it's just really the thing of being ahead of these guys, to be able to like educate these guys, and these guys trust you. You know, it's like when you give them that trust and let them see that I'm not trying to sign you, but I'm trying to help you win. So it's a reverse psychology where they always end up coming back to you and saying, look, we want to be with you because we see like you care about us.
Right.
You know, and we genuinely do care about them.
When you've signed them?
No, even before we signed
wow.
them. Yeah.
Now, I want to know a little bit more about you as an executive. How do you draw the line between, or like make the distinction between the different caps you wear so that they don't bleed into each other?
I mean, to be honest, it's really just about, it's the same way where I'm able to separate my personal life from my entertainment life. Like a lot of people don't know about my personal life. A lot of people don't know, you know, my family, they don't know my relationships, they don't know things like that. Just because I've been able to realize that in the music world, you can't show everybody everything.
Right.
So, and you have to be able to separate things,
Right.
which is the same ideology I've brought into the music game, where I've been able to separate from being an A&R to being a company CEO, and to also, you know, being able to be someone who's like a executive producer for projects, you know, being able to separate it, the different caps, and know, okay, this is the cap I'm wearing today. It's just the same way where you're able to figure out the day you want to wear a baseball hat, or the day you want to wear a Kango, or the day you want to wear a bucket hat. It's like you knowing that on a different day I'm wearing a different hat and it suits a different attire. So it's the same way with the work. You're able to know that, look, today I'm wearing the cap of an A&R. I'm being an A&R today. Tomorrow I'm just being a regular person coming to the office. I'm not your boss. I'm not your, you know, I'm not anything. I just want to get to know my staff and build a relationship with them, see where they're lacking, see what ways I can help them. Tomorrow I'm coming in, I'm being a mentor to people who I mentor. Just being able to separate things and, you know, having a proper work-life healthy balance.
I think that that's really, really important. I'd like to know a little bit more about your role of how you see the role of technology in evolving the music industry, and how the plug is adapting these changes.
I mean, technology has really, really helped the music industry in Africa, to be honest. Like, I mean, right now you can see a boy from, you know, Bariga or a boy from Enugu drop a record today and everyone's hearing it. Unlike back in the day where there was no technology, where people would drop music. What?
So the Alaba mix.
Yeah, you know, people have to wait for a Alaba mixtape and things like that. Now it's beautiful where you see a guy can drop. Look at the song that's trending now, Awolowo. Like, that guy was nobody 3 months ago. Now everybody knows him. People in London are playing his song. People in America are playing his song. So technology has done a great thing for the music industry, but also it's caused some harm to it as well too, because now a lot of artists are blowing quick and they're not getting proper development anymore. So it's now a thing where people are now trying to start doing development after they've blown, and it works out in different ways where some people be like, okay, I've blown now, I need to start getting shows and making money, and you're not able to, you know, properly develop yourself as an artist.
Now, when you look at the artists that you've worked with, I probably would be putting you on the spot to ask you who you're most fond of. I'd say when you look at considering the fact that you're in the music industry, I'm not a music executive, but I know the DMs that I get from a sea of aspiring artists. How do you manage? Because I can only imagine how many aspiring artists have placed this hope on that Bizel can perhaps change my story. How do you
my God, I get that all the time. Every day, I still, even this night, like this night, I got a DM from someone saying that, Baba, you're the one that is going to change my story. Like, I feel like my story, my destiny is with you. And I said to people, like, what do you mean your destiny is with me? Like, your destiny belongs to no one but yourself. Like, for me, it's like everyone feels like because you've done this for somebody or you've worked with someone, it's the same with you. But I say to people, it's like, it's everyone's journey, everyone's story is different. Like, you need to really, really find what works for you. And for me, when I get all these DMs, I see through it. Like, there's a lot of people where there's actual talent that I see. And I know that, look, you don't have to tell me that, Baba, you're the one that is making it. No. But there's people that you know that, look, I need to work with this person because I believe in what this person is doing. You know, there's the artist I work with currently, his name is Shine, TTW. Like I met him at Spells' studio. And this guy had DM me before in the past. I never saw his DM, but when I met him at Spells' studio, like I heard the music, I liked it, and I said, this guy definitely has potential. There's another artist I work with, Easy Scope. I heard Easy Scope song on, online, and found the guy. Me and my partner Alaji Poppy, we started working with him. So it's just like sometimes it's not necessarily about people who DM you, but the people. Sometimes I enjoy finding people than you reaching out to me and saying, "I'm the one that's going to change your destiny."
So how do you navigate that?
I mean, to be honest, like even sometimes, like I said to you, when I get these DMs, I'll listen to your songs. If it motivates, if I get a connection, I'll invite you for a meeting to our office, hear more of what you have, and see the kind of person you are. But it's not just about the music as well. It's a full package. It has to be about the type of person you are. Yeah, exactly.
Now, we have just a few minutes left, but I'm actually curious to know what made you decide you wanted to be a part of this interview. What made you decide to be a part of this interview?
To be honest,
because you don't often do interviews.
Yeah, I don't do interviews, but for me, I said I'll do this because, this is something great. You're a great friend of mine. You're trying to do something great. You're putting the country on the map. And like a lot of people that know me, I'm very passionate about Nigeria, and I love to see people show the positive about Nigeria. We see every day everyone online complaining, saying negative things about Nigeria, but people forget that we shouldn't always say negative things about where we're from. We should always show the positive light of it because, yes, things might be bad, but also we can't keep putting that negative thing out. Everyone complains every day, oh, my passport is not valid. But obviously, all these things you put on the internet, people see these things, and it goes a long way. So for me, it's like I'm always willing to support anyone that's willing to show the good side of Nigeria and a good light of Nigeria. And I love your outfit, by the way.
Thank you.
I wish I got the mom, I'll have come in, probably go on a Nigerian jersey.
No, that's fine. I mean, just the fact that you've come and you've granted me an interview, and I learned something interesting about you. I think that music is a place where creatives can really diversify into almost anywhere in that creative space.
100%.
And you've done that. I mean, of all the places that you've been to, you've met a lot of artists, international artists. Can you give a narration of something interesting that you've learned about maybe a well-known artist that perhaps in regards to Nigerian music or the Nigerian scene that's just...
I'll tell you something for free. They all listen to Nigerian music. Drake, Rihanna, everybody, they love Nigerian music. Like I met Rihanna recently, and trust me, all she was listening to was Afrobeats. Like these guys love our music. So it's like a thing where I say to people, keep doing what you do. I remember when I used to work with Oxlade, when we put out his projects, Drake posted Oxlade's song Away, and everyone was going crazy. And guess what? He left it on his story for 24 hours. He didn't post anything else. So that got the song a lot of promo. Even got him signed to a US label. So for me, it's just like, look, keep doing what you're doing. Keep putting your best work out. You don't know who's listening. And and the more you keep doing your best, surely things will definitely align. It's a lot of hard work. Like everyone you see today that's blown up, they've put a lot of years and hard work into what they're doing. I mean, look at you, you've been grinding for the longest time. It's not just today that you just woke up and say, I want to do this thing. You work with sports channels, you've done so many things, you've traveled with Nigerian football team, you've done a lot of things. So it's it's not just one day. It's a journey of 1,000 miles, and it depends on where you're willing to start.
I appreciate you so much, Bizel. I want to thank you for your time coming out this early morning. I look forward to us having a discussion after this.
Sure, definitely.
Because I trust you.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
I wish you all the best of luck.
I appreciate it,
and
Bizel.
I hope you're able to achieve this. And I hope it's a huge success.
I mean,
I hope it takes you to the next level of where you need to be in life.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
Bizel. All right, I would like to call my next guest English to take the seat. big smiling person, English Dollar Falade, who's an entrepreneur in the music and lifestyle space, a social media guru, and has a small business, Needit_NG. Well, that's the Instagram handle, rather.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How
How
are
is
you?
the way? I'm well. I'm in good spirits. I mean, our interview is going to take me into the 10th hour, so I'm quite excited about
really?
that.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited too.
Now, what inspired you to start your small business, Needit_NG, or Needit_NG, and how has your entrepreneurial journey been so far?
Okay, first off, I just started.
Okay.
Yeah, and what inspired me is more like, okay, I do like some couple other things, and I just wanted to like have a small business by the side, you know, just have it and grow it till it becomes big. That's the point.
And what does that growing process look like?
Well, it can be better, but it will definitely be better.
Well, I think, you know, everything is a process.
Yeah.
And it's about being strategic in it. And in terms of strategy, like, what is that approach that you're taking for Needit? I mean, obviously, this is promotion for you because we're talking about it,
Right?
and it's intentional.
Well, because I just started, I'm just like selling for now skincare products, just skincare product. But I tend to like sell a whole couple other things. I mean, I tend to sell things that people need on a daily basis. So I'm just starting. I mean, I just need more funds.
Well, I'm sure that they'll come in. But, you know, the thing I've realized about life is that the hardest part is taking that first step.
Yeah.
And once you take it, things come in line or fall in line. How do you balance your roles as an entrepreneur, a social media guru, and a music and lifestyle influencer?
Honestly, it's a lot, having to do so many things and still be a student.
Right.
But honestly, I'm just trying my best. I'm kind of a bit bad at multitasking, but I feel like I'm still young, so I can still do more things.
Most
I mean,
definitely.
it's not like when I'm old and then I can, you know, start reducing all of that. But right now, I'm still young. I have the energy, so why not do so many things? I mean, you never know which will actually, you know, become bigger first.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, can you share some strategies that have been effective in growing your social media following and engagement?
Well, social media, my social media following. The thing is, right now I just like work for like brands, you know, do some stuff for people. I've not really like started growing my social media, but I'm doing that. I'm doing that, and
I mean, this could be content for that as well.
I'm doing that. Yeah. Actually, this is content for me too. So, I mean, maybe social media for me. I'm not really like particular about really pushing my social media because I feel like with a couple of the things I'm trying to do and I will do later in future, to build it is not even going to be so hard.
Tell me
to
about.
just come.
Almost certainly will come. I mean, time facilitates a lot of things.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about life before the founding of this business and how you've gotten to where you are, like how the decision process was made and what you were doing before you decided, I'm going to do this, start this small business.
Is it just the small business or including the social media?
I think you can answer how you feel led.
Okay. So, actually, I didn't even think I would be doing anything social media or doing a small business or anything like that. I just know that, okay, I have a brain and I want to use it to like do things. So yeah, I'm the sort of person that like does different kind of things. Like I just like to experiment. I'm just okay, if I'm liking it, I'll keep doing it. So that was how it was social media. It was even a friend that told me, oh, how about you try like, you know, digital marketing, study, just take online courses and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, I was taking a couple of courses online till I now like finally found my niche, which is social media marketing management, and that's how I started. And then for the small business, I mean, a lot of people are doing like buying and selling now, so I just feel like, okay, let me just start with it. Definitely, I want to like run a huge business. I mean, I want to run it big, like start it big, but right now I can't start small, so
now
I decided to.
One of the things that I can say about young people in Nigeria is that they tend to not just multitask, but they're dynamic in their approach to life. You understand or appreciate that the world doesn't wait for anyone. When you think about yourself in the future, where do you see yourself?
Where do I see myself? Okay, where do I see myself?
Yeah, because I think that success starts from how and what you can see for yourself. Where do you see yourself?
I see myself in, like, you know, one of the big names. Like, even if I die, not now, but when I do, my name is still gonna be like ringing, like it's still gonna be everywhere. Like, oh,
So
English. You know, have a couple skyscrapers, maybe somewhere in the moon, something like that. You know, really big.
That's good. This projection. I think you have to first see things before you can actually materialize or achieve them. That's where it starts. And I think I always say this to people: if you look around you, everything that you can see with your eyes, somebody saw it in their mind before they created it or invented it.
Yeah, and I just want to like just have something and say that yes, I built that from zero, like, from the start, from scratch. I did that.
Now, when you look at how you stay motivated, what inspires you to keep creating new content?
What inspires me?
Yeah.
Is that
where do you draw inspiration?
Inspiration comes from my head sometimes, but then I mean, nothing is new under the sun. You know, a lot of people have thought of what I was thinking of at that time. So sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm still unique in my own way, regardless of whether this person has done the same idea. I'm still unique. I mean, I'm English, so let me do it. And who knows, it might just be way better than those that have done that. But that's not like goal. I'm just saying,
right.
Yeah.
What's the story behind? What's the story behind English?
English. Yeah. There's no story. That is my name.
Oh, it actually is your name.
Yeah, my birth name. Okay. My parents gave me that name.
And when you either like you produce your identity documents and people see it,
honestly,
you're probably, I can imagine,
people ask
tired.
me a lot of questions everywhere I go. Like those English. Like, are you joking? Is that your nickname? Some people even like start, you know, making fun of it and stuff like that. It gets really rude sometimes, but that is my name. Sometimes I have to show proof. See my NIN, my ID card, anything. I just show them so they can believe, because a lot of times they don't.
Well, I mean, I've met a lot of people. You're the first English I'm meeting, but I think that's something unique to you as well.
I've not even actually met any English before. Just me.
I think you're probably the only one in Nigeria, and there's 200 million people, over 200 million people here, so that's unique.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a conversation with your parents about what informed their decision to name you English?
Well, I never, not like I thought of having a conversation with them, and I like the name, so.
Okay. I was just curious as to the story.
My friends, and they're like, oh, we should ask them. So I'm like, okay, Mommy, Daddy, why did you name me English? And from what they were saying, like, there was no reason. Maybe they just felt like, well, let me just give this girl something different. Though they said I was very, 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 very white when I was born.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wasn't looking like a normal Nigerian baby. So they just felt like, okay, yeah, English,
and that was that.
That was it.
Now, what advice would you give to someone who's just starting out in photography?
Photography.
Like, it's a branch of content creation.
Yes,
so
yeah.
Imagine somebody wants to start out in that field. What would you advise them?
Advise you do your research. I mean, look out for like photographers and different niches of photography, because I mean, there are people that take pictures of people. Some take pictures of food. Some take pictures of buildings. So just find that niche that you know will get you the bar, because at the end of the day it's about you need to make money and you know still chase your passion. So yeah, do that and just stand out in whatever you're doing. Try to stand out from every other people taking pictures of people. Yeah, so I feel that works.
Probably does. I am curious to know a little bit about your music.
My music, okay. Right now I just like backups by the side. I know, help my friends out. Also like some artists I just need like help with, you know, backup vocal. So I do that. But right now I've not really like actively started chasing my music. But that is what I actually really want to do aside all the social media thing.
Then you need to meet Bizel.
I need to. So, but definitely, in fact, I'm starting now. I've started already.
So once this interview is done, if Bizel's still around somewhere, then you walk up to him and you tell him,
I want to do music.
I want to do music.
Let's make money together. Yeah.
Now, in terms of collaboration, how important do you think that is as well? Like not being in the creative space alone. So how important is it to collaborate with others?
Okay, collaborating with others.
Yeah.
Two heads are better than one. So I'm open to collaborations. I don't care if it's big, small. Collaborations, I like collaborations. Let's work together because you can come up with something very, very, very unique. So, and at the end of the day, you can't do something on your own. Other people have to make some inputs in one way or the other.
Now, when you look at sort of content creators and influencers, who would you ideally, if you had the option, want to work with? Like, if you have like a top 3, any of the Nigerian content creators and influencers?
Nigerian content creators. Honestly, I don't really look out for Nigerian content. It's more of like the foreign.
Yeah, but this is Nigeria amplified.
This is
so
Nigeria.
everything we're talking about here is pro Nigeria.
Nigeria content creator. Oh, there's so many. I don't even know which one because I just like picking from like different people. I can like your content today and like someone else's tomorrow. So it's just content creators.
It could be skip makers as well,
okay.
influencers as well. So it sort of opens it up a little bit.
I really like this girl, Diana. In Nigeria, yeah, she's a content creator. Yeah, she and honestly, it's really hard for me to think of that right now.
No, that's fine. It's not putting you on the spot. I think what's next for you in terms of your business? You're just starting out. So what are the next steps you want to take to get to that point that you will be comfortable from it so that your business will be something that sustains you?
Yeah. What plans? Okay. I'm just going to like be trying out different things. I mean, okay, right now with skincare, tomorrow it could be gadgets, next tomorrow it could be, but it's still going to be that same business because I don't want to like just stick to one thing. I want to like, when you need anything, come to my business, come to my shop, come to my store. You get whatever you need. Kind of like something like Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the goal.
That's an aspiration. I like that.
Yeah.
And I think that, everybody has a right to dream big. And as I said earlier, it's what you see for yourself that you can actually have the potential or possibility of achieving and materializing.
Definitely.
I want to thank you so much, English.
Thank you so much, Toyin.
In my few years of being around, you're the first English that I've ever heard of anywhere. And so I'll always look out for that. Have a fantastic morning. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. And you're definitely going to break it.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, I'd like to call my next guest or my next interviewee. We're still staying in the female wave, the female streak. She's someone that's very, very dear to me. Her name is Halima, and she's a young photographer documenting her journey through photography. But I do also know that she's a multi-talented person who's also a videographer, or cinematographer rather, as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm going. I mean, 10 hours is almost 10 hours has gone. Really.
I mean, seeing you do this is so much for me. Like, it means a lot for me. I was sitting down there and just seeing the perseverance majorly, and I'm truly going to say to you that this is really inspiring to me.
Thank you.
It's just putting me on the go.
Thank you. Why does it inspire you, out of curiosity?
I just imagine the amount of pre-production or the amount of work or the grit that you must have actually put into this before now. And then seeing it and experiencing it happen is like, it's a dream come true for you, but most especially it's like, I'm seeing someone doing this so close to me, and then I'm also a part of this. So it's mind-blowing. I still cannot, my brain cannot fathom it all. I'm still trying to like take it in, like, oh, it's happening, but still, it's like a wonder. I'm serious.
I really appreciate you being a part of this. It's years of dreaming and begging people and pulling things together and trying to get people to see what I was trying to do. And you know, the interesting part is even among interviewees today, some had actually reached out to that didn't respond. And it's amazing that when the general public appreciate you, people close to you now start to align. It's really interesting.
It's amazing.
I mean, I don't know what's happening on social media now about this, but
you're doing it so well. You're carrying it so gracefully.
Thank you so much. Let's talk about you.
Okay.
Because that's why you're here. I'm really chuffed. I think that's probably the right word. I love women that do things in spaces that are foreboding, because I know what that challenge looks like. I know how that feels. I know what it is to have to go above and beyond and that extra mile to let people take you seriously or to give you a chance. So tell me a little bit about how you've managed to navigate the space of photography and cinematography as a woman, and be appreciated on a professional basis and nothing else.
Navigation is really, really overwhelming because cinematography is what I actually started to do. I love documenting stories. I love documentary as a whole. So I was like, if I could do this, I need to learn it in a more professional ways. I'm not just going to sit down and expect, do well with this thing. And then I started cinematography, but then I went to school. I signed up for school. I signed up for scholarship, and then that was how I got into Del York. And then Del York was like a short period of time.
Right.
I was like, I needed something more because the interest was there. Del York kind of like planted the seed, and I needed to water it. So I decided to move on to cinematography. I decided to go into the school, Ebony Life Creative Academy. And then I did some cinematography for 3 months. So afterwards, you have to go out there and do something for yourself. I reached out to people that are already in this industry doing a lot of things. So I started with cinematography. I started, I started interning with a man called Mr. Movies. But then I usually have a camera on set, so I decided to start taking pictures because sometimes I would love some lighting setup, sometimes I would love the set design, so I decided to start taking pictures. So pictures was not something I wanted to really do, but then because I enjoy the design and the visuals, and then I was like, okay, let me just go ahead with this. And then I bumped into photography. I started doing photography, but then, so it kind of like photography is like a fast thing. You take pictures and then you edit, and then your money is there. For videos, you might take a time, like you might need to sit down, edit for hours, sometimes days, sometimes a week, and then photography was kind of paying the bill real fast, and then I was like, I started learning more in that part, but then I still do cinematography, so I venture more into doing that. And professionally, people actually appreciate that. I mean, it's difficult as a lady you're always trying to want to prove that you can do this. So you're putting in a lot of hard work, like 10 times better than every other person, every other male, that's on the set. But I mean, interestingly, it's been good. Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that, and I'm happy because I'm interviewing you, but you're also a part of this project, and that means a lot to me.
Yeah.
I love the fact that you're a young woman doing something in a space that, as I said earlier, is foreboding. And for me, I feel that your trajectory is a bright one.
Thank you.
So for me, it's immortalized in history because I see great things for you. Now, let's talk a little bit about how you started with the camera and what it was that captivated you to the point of going into it as a profession.
Now that I look back at it, my father used to own a small camera, because my dad documented, us growing up. He used to have a poultry farm, like just behind our house, and then he would take pictures of us playing with the poultry and all of those things. But it never occurred to me. I just know my dad enjoyed photography, but it never really occurred to me. But I think majorly it's more of the stories. I love to sit down and hear people talk. And by that, I could visualize what they're saying. I could visualize the table in the room, the old grandmother that they're talking about. My mind could just visualize a whole lot of things. I enjoy when my mom, sits us down and starts telling us the historical events of when she was young, of the place she stayed, and like all these things. So it was just stories that just bring up our memories, and I begin to, just visualize those things. But when I tell people this, some of them don't understand. So, and then I started seeing that, you can see pictures and then transcribe it into, things that I have in my head, or I can actually shoot something with my phone, and then, I want people to see it almost like the way that I'm actually visualizing it in my head. So that's how cinematography, started coming into place. But then I just love to sit down and to hear people talk. I love, especially scars, when people talk about scars, or things that, trauma, like, oh, this is really weird, but I'm drawn to things like that. Or pain, things that, evoke some kind of emotions that are just not so ordinary. And then my mind just go wild, and then I just start thinking about it.
Now, the creative process of taking a picture and then bringing it, turning it from something that you're looking at with your eyes to capturing it through the lens and in a way that can be appreciated by other people is something that I think requires a degree of discipline and a fine eye. Can you just talk me through that from your perspective?
So most of the time, I tell people that I don't know what I'm doing. I tell you, like, you could just see me looking. I could stare into something. I could just stand and stare into a space for 2 minutes and 3 minutes, and I'm just there looking at something, and it's just probably how that thing is being angled or positioned that I'm actually staring at, and I'm looking at a position that I need to be on in order for me to get a perspective that I want. Maybe the light is falling on it in a special kind of way, and I just want to be in a position where I can actually get that. So when you look at the picture, you're not just seeing the elements, you're seeing other things substitute, attracted or around it, and then you would forming a whole lot of things in your head. So that's how I see, that's how they usually say, like, generally, that our lens is 50 mm.
Okay.
I don't know if you know what that is. But like, most of the time I see things in a wider picture. 50 mm is what you see, like you're looking at me right now, so that's 50 mm.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but then sometimes it's wider than that, and that's how I love to, capture my things. I want to believe it's just it's more than like what you see. If you really look deeper, like look at the side of it, try to gaze your eyes, take your eyes away from, there are other things that, are attributed to whatever element that you're taking, that you're making in that element.
Now, what kind of stories or themes do you aim to capture in your photos?
Provoking stories. That sounds really weird. But yeah, provoking stories that that provokes emotions, stories that, because I'm kind of like working on a short film right now too, so it's stories that are just beyond what we think as a society, that's, the little things majorly that we think are just abstract. We're trying to put so much focus on that and make awareness of other, how would I say it, tiny little ripples that make, the bigger pictures that we do not consider. We just throw them under the carpet or things like that. So those are my kind of stories.
Now, when you think of memorable moments that you've experienced or a project that you've documented recently, which one comes to mind?
That I documented recently. Is it documentary, the first documentary that I would, ever shoot. I don't know, I was just going back through my folder lately, and then I saw that, and it was a documentary of a young man. He does sculpting and then he's into art, and how he owns a free art academy where young kids actually, young kids that are unable to, afford schools or that are able to afford schools and then are not doing anything, after school, and then he just puts them in his academy and then he teaches them free artwork, and if you see what those kids are doing now, some of them are even receiving awards internationally now, and it's just so amazing to see that our one man can change one heart at a time, and it's really just so inspiring how those things can happen.
Now, when we think about motivation, especially as a creative and consistently finding your inspiration to create, how do you keep yourself motivated?
God. That's it. I do know. That's the source. Yeah, that's the source. That's where everything about Halima flows from. I do not take it for granted. I do not take it for granted. If I tell people half of the time I don't know what I'm doing, is because I have somebody that is totally like in charge of it. If I tell you half of the time I don't know rooms that I've been into that I do not think I should be there, like I don't deserve to be there, even with the fact that I do know what I do. Like I know that I'm so good with my work, I'm good with my work. But then I feel like the major motivation and the major inspiration is God and stories, and majorly my family. I don't joke with that.
Family is key.
Yes.
That is really important. What advice would you give to someone who's just starting out in photography, especially a young female?
Especially young female, take time. Take time to learn the skill. Take time to learn the basic skill of cinematography, if it's photography. Do not be in a hurry. Like, the pressure is so much out there right now, you know, with lots of content creators and now even cinematographers that tag the cinematographers that are doing the work of, you know, the photography. Take time to learn the skill. Once you do that, the pacing would actually go from there. If you do not take time to learn the skill and then you get one opportunity and you put yourself out there, you need something to sustain you. If it's the learning of the skill, the grit and the skill and everything that would sustain you, if you're just out there, after that one project or one job, you just something may not keep you grounded there. You need something to, you know, keep holding and just learning the skill. And then if you're a Christian, pull God closer. If you're a Muslim, pull your Allah closer. It really, 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 really plays a big and a vital role.
Now, in terms of collaboration, who would you like to work with, either in the Nigeria or in the global community?
In the global community, it's a wild one. I would love to work with cinematographer Roger Dickens. In Nigeria, actually, there was one person that I was in my notes actually to work with, and I did work with her recently, and that was Jadi Osiberu. It was amazing to work with her. She's really cool. I would love to work with Bole Peters. Her stories are my kind of stories, and she's making a very large, you know, difference in that area. I would love to work with Funke Akindele. I have not worked with her yet, but I would definitely love to work with her. You know, the female actually someone who owns this industry, yes. So yeah, I would really love to work with people like that. They are pace setters. It will be amazing to see them to get knowledge and precepts from them.
Well, I think that you're doing amazing in your own capacity, and as I said, like, the future is bright for you. You're someone who I've seen grow consistently, and I think it's that search for knowledge and self-improvement and development that's pushing you along the way. Again, I'm really, really thankful to you for being a part of this.
It's an honor to be seated here and having to do this with you. Having you to, interview me. It's such an honor. You did something really amazing. You are. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really feeling it yet.
Okay, maybe no. That's why I said you're doing it gracefully.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I want to ask you what the future looks like for you and what your plans are on a closing note.
What the future looks like for me is, other than cinematography, is to branch into the business world. And then in cinematography is to really, really put my stories, the one that Halima wants to, be seen as out there. So for now, that's it.
Well, the future, as I said, I keep saying, is bright for you. I want to thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lovely speaking to you.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, time for my next guest. Her name is Deborah. Hello, Deborah, and good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm powering through.
That's good. I'm rooting for you.
I've shocked myself actually, if I'm sincere. I mean, I didn't know that I could go 10 hours without going to the toilet.
Way to go. That's really good.
Thank you so much. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your experience. You're a constituent in my industry.
Okay. Your industry, okay.
Or the industry I'm in, or our industry.
Our industry?
Yes, it's our industry. How did your journey start?
Okay, so I've always loved radio, right? My specialty of broadcast is radio. Growing up, I always had a very small radio in my bedroom that I would listen to into the night. I had a favorite radio station, and I would always listen to it to the point where my father would come in to my bedroom to turn it off because I kept listening. So there I built the love for broadcast media. And then, when I was growing up, a couple of people, because you're very outspoken, they would tell you, oh, you should be a lawyer. In fact, some people said baby lawyer, and I'm like, nah, I don't think that's for me. So fortunately, I got into University of Ilorin, and I chose mass communication and broadcast major. I felt like it was a fulfilling journey because it seemed to express everything that I've always wanted to do, to be for myself. I would listen to these broadcasters, the way they speak, the intonation, the diction, they sounded very good to me, and I looked forward to being like that too. That's how I started my journey into broadcast media.
Now, you're in marketing and comms, and at the moment working in the wines and spirits industry. These are probably described as, two diametrically opposed industries. Talk me through the journey or transition from one destination or one location to the other destination.
Okay, so whilst I was getting my bachelor's in mass communication, I also did a couple of things as an undergraduate. So then I was running the first ever fashion blog in the University of Ilorin. And then from there, I did a couple of events, and I grew my love for events because I'm curating experiences for people, that memorable experiences that they would always refer to time after time again. And that I saw, yes, I was creating an impact for people. They want to have fun, they want to explore, they want to experience, and I'm putting this together for them. And for marketing and comms, after a while, after school, I ventured into agency. I was on the agency side, and I was an account manager. And I was looking at it, and I'm like, okay, there's more to this than being an account manager. And from the same company, we have subsidiaries, and then I moved to marketing and comms after a while. After being after understanding the climate, understanding, of course, the wines and spirits industry here in Nigeria, and then I moved to marketing and communications for the wines and spirits arm of the business.
Now, how has your career or background in the media space helped in this new location? Because if there's anything about media, it's a handy skill set, it's a handy package to bring to any industry.
Definitely. Okay, so I think that first and foremost, one of the few things that my background in media helped me with is communications. I feel like a lot of people do not understand that to venture into anything, to excel into anything, you need to be a good communicator. And part of communication is being able to handle negotiations, right? Understanding what people want to hear, what people want to listen to, and in tune, relaying to them what they want to hear, building trust, building communication. So that in itself, understanding, body language, understanding tone of voice, you can decipher when somebody's interested in what you want, when somebody wants to do what you want to do, and you can better sell your product to the person. So I think this has greatly has had an effect rather on me being in the marketing and communications arm of wines and spirits.
Now, life is a constant journey. You've moved from the media space into wines and spirits. And as I said, it's a journey. Where do you see the next stop being?
So
would it be back or would it be further out?
Honestly speaking, you know, I've had this conversation quite a number of times, and I see myself still venturing into the media,
right?
Broadcast
There's a big
media.
pool there.
Exactly, especially because this is like quote unquote first love, right? I see myself going back into the broadcast media because I love to speak to people.
Right.
I love to listen to people, most especially, and I love to provide some sort of comfort in one way or the other to people. And I feel like, aside from making the dough in communications, one thing you need to learn to do is get stress off people, and how better to do that than communicating with them, listening to them. So I think I'll still go into that. Another thing I would focus on is project management, which I'm already doing, because a couple of things, like I said, I did is events and, you know, managing projects. For instance, the Osun State Sports Festival, the first ever Osun State Sports Festival, the first ever TikTok Africa Creators Hub in Nigeria. And you know, doing this project, I see that I can be very relevant, not just to people, but to these brands that want to amplify themselves to millions of people. So yes, project management is still something that I would want to do.
Now, can you share a memorable moment or a challenge that you faced while managing the first Osun Sports Festival, and how did you overcome it?
I think quite a number of things happened, but one of the challenges that I can pinpoint is managing people, and managing people working together, trying to get the best out of people who are from different, who understand things differently. So I was in Lagos before going to Osun State for this project, and I had to work with the locals there. And one of the things that I would say was the person I was working with here in Lagos had a different understanding of things, a bit more advanced. And then on the day of the event, we had to salvage the situation, literally. We had an event in less than 5 hours. It was like 4 a.m. in the morning. My branding was not ready because somebody was working in RGB, another person was working in VN and all that. And then because of this, we had a lot of setback. But fortunately, we were able to communicate what we wanted to achieve, we're able to work around it, and we're able to, you know, put it together. Now, aside that branding, which was the main thing for the event, which could have been a disaster, other things that happened, you know, setting matches, because it's a sports festival, putting matches together, the locals being aggravated by their teams not winning, wanting to sabotage, and just a couple of things. But thankfully, we're able to work through it.
Well, I think just talking to you, you sound like someone who has the ability to analyze a situation and strategically attack and bring about a solution.
Thank you very much.
Now, I want to know a little bit more about you. How did you approach the task of bringing together top TikTok influencers for the African Creators Hub? And what is it about this project, this project's impact rather, that has had a profound effect on the influencer community in Nigeria?
Okay, first off, I think I would speak on the impact, because that's the most notable thing that the project was about. Now, what TikTok wanted to do was this. At the time when we had this 2 years ago, this TikTok had not been monetized. It's still not monetized for Nigerian influencers. And they were looking at a way to scale up these influencers for the local businesses. How better to position them so that these businesses can see them as viable influencers to push their products, to push their organizations. Now, they went through 8 weeks of incubated training, right, on monetization, on communications, on skills, on selling yourself as a brand, and not just seeing yourself as somebody that wakes up in the morning and uses their phone to browse through the internet, but better maximizing the opportunities from TikTok. One of the most notable things that achieved was the purpose, you know, and from this, a couple of influencers have been signed to talent management agencies that have then, in turn, provided source of income from them, from the likes of businesses, top global businesses in Nigeria, not to mention any, but top global businesses in Nigeria, you know, outsourcing, marketing, to these influencers. So I think that really greatly helped. And in putting them together, I believe that it was sort of smooth sailing because these influencers understood the purpose of bringing them together. So it was easy to work with them, to convince them to be a part of it and to benefit from it. So.
How important do you think it is for Nigerians in the tech space to create their own applications so that we don't have to rely on the international community to appreciate our influencers and monetize their content?
Okay, now this is a really good question because largely we depend on foreign tech apps to push ourselves. Now, anything could happen. A few years ago, we witnessed, just last year, the issue of the Nigerian government and, TikTok and Facebook and all that, trying to clamp down on certain things. Now, because of this, if you do not have your own, something of your own, you risk losing everything, so to speak. Now, you have built millions of people on a platform that is not yours, and then someday your government can say, oh, there's an hostile environment and we do not want these people here again. And because of this, if they actually pull through, you lose everything you've built over time. But if we have something of ours, and if we have something of ours, it's a thing that we know that, okay, this is born out of Nigeria for Nigerians and used by Nigerians. And so to speak, I feel like you have some certain level of conviction that this can work for you. Yeah.
Well, it definitely can work for us. I think that collaboration is the key. I think that forward thinking is also very important. What does the future hold for you? And what does that look like?
So I think a space that I really appreciate still in communications is public relations. I think that it's a budding space that is really growing right now in Nigeria, and a couple of ladies are championing that space, and it's something that I would like to be a part of. From understanding the climes of communication, understanding people management, understanding what even brands want. It's easy to mix this together and produce the best results. How do you manage the public reaction to whatever you're doing? How do you manage your own image to the public? And I think this is a part that I would definitely tour in the future. And of course, still in wines and spirits also. There's a future there for me too.
Okay, well, the future looks good. I want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you too.
And wish you the best going forward. But I have a feeling we'll probably see you after this.
I think we should.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, because I know that it's a very unconventional and awkward hour to be doing an interview. Because usually, if it's not first thing in the morning, it would be in the day or night. But this is.
But again, I think that we're doing this is for a good cause. I mean, you're going at it strong, and I truly wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate this.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Bye, Toyin.
All right, time for our next interview. I would like to call Walter. Now, Walter is a dynamic, goal-driven sales professional with a track record of excellence in consultative selling, account management, negotiation, business development, strategic planning and execution. So he transitioned from IT to hospitality and also is a distributor for Moe and Hennessy in Nigeria. Welcome, Walter. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for being here. Now, I keep saying this thing, and it's really amazing because this project has really given me an insight into, I wouldn't even say it's just young people, but just trends in Nigerians, that we are not static. You don't do one thing. We're not one-trick ponies. We are very, very versatile and dynamic. I think that's a perfect word to describe it. What motivated you to transition from IT to the hospitality industry, and how has your background in sales influenced your approach to this new sector?
Thank you for having me once again.
Pleasure.
So for me, it's passion. I have a passion for seeing people happy, making people happy. Not that I wasn't fulfilled in IT, don't get me wrong. I did IT up to the pinnacle at the point that I did IT for. But I've always had a passion for being in the hospitality industry, to be able to cater to people, to cater to people's needs when it comes to how to have fun,
Right.
how to have a good time, how to enjoy themselves. So to regards to your question, I think that was actually a big motivation for me. Having that passion to be able to be in that space, be a part of people's success, happiness story, more like it, and that's it for me.
Now, moving from one industry to another does require a mental shift.
True.
Talk me through how that process is managed for you in your situation.
So it wasn't an overnight shift. Yeah. So even as an IT personnel, from my training days up to my core engineering days, up to my consultancy days, one thing has always been constant. Yeah, I always made time for my passion. So even though I had a 9 to 5, I might be in a data center from morning till night, but once I clock out, you see me in the lounges and clubs, trying to see what's happening, trying to see what's happening in that space, trying to understand what's happening in that space. You know, there's this saying that says that the day you stop learning is the day you die.
Right.
You know, I'm a very curious person by nature, so that curiosity was actually what drove me at every point, from my IT days to my hospitality days. So yeah, yes, there's a mental shift, but it's not overnight. It was something that has always been there. I've always been curious. I always know, oh, what's making people happy? What's the trending beverage? What is people going to? What are they? Where are they going to? Where are they hanging out? What makes them happy? What they like drinking? What do they like associating themselves with? And that helped me across all through the time, getting to the point I had the opportunity to have my big break in the hospitality industry.
Now, speaking of your career in the hospitality industry, can you share a specific instance where your negotiation skills or your ability to negotiate significantly benefited your role as a distributor for Moe and Hennessy in Nigeria?
Sure. So as a salesperson, generally, be it whatever industry you find yourself in, you have to negotiate.
Right.
You always have to negotiate. So having that skill set from IT was a very good foundation for me coming into this hospitality industry. So one of the instances that come to mind is my very first early years in the hospitality industry, when I was pushing what I would call unknown brands at the time. So people would always want to see how much they can get from you for as little as possible from their own end, and you are always trying to see how much you can get from them as little as possible from your own investment into whatever the dream or passion they have at a point in time. So having the basic sales mindset, having that negotiation mindset coming from IT actually helped me a lot, because I always, okay, fine, there's always a middle ground.
Right.
There is always a middle ground. In every negotiation, there's always a middle ground. So you just have to find that middle ground, know what you can take, what you can accommodate, and what you can't accommodate. And once you can envision that in your head, it's easy for you to have these conversations and just take it from there.
Fantastic answer. What strategies have you found most effective in managing and growing key accounts within the luxury beverage market?
Relationships are not built in a line. They're not built over a day. It's something, you see, people can tell you no for a period of time, but if you keep showing up, consistency, like my father would always say, consistency pays. Keep showing up. One day they'll be like, what is it that you, okay, come, let's have a conversation. What is it? This thing that you're saying that you have, how is it going to benefit me? And once you get to that point that you have that conversation, take it from there, give it your best shot. Believe me, relationship is key in being able to, win in this business.
That's a profound answer. Now, can you describe a challenging business development project that you undertook in the hospitality industry and the steps that you took to ensure its success? Something specific comes to mind.
Yes, something. So in my early days, like I said, when I was pushing unknown brands, it's hard to get people to switch. See, in the hospitality industry, there are many brands that are fighting for the same account.
Right.
And I always call it, we all are vying for the same share of truth. The person that drinks whiskey will drink champagne if there is no whiskey.
Right.
The person that drinks cognac will drink tequila if there is no cognac. So what do you have that will make the person consider your brand?
Over another.
Exactly. So in my early days, pushing unknown brands, I had to constantly show up. Just be present.
What does that look like?
It wasn't easy, having to have the door closed on your face a lot of times. But sure, you know what you want to do, you know what you want to achieve. Your eyes on the prize, your eyes on the goal. Just show up. I want to get into this account. I want to get this person to taste my brand. Just have a conversation. Just even it's more like you want to say put your mouth where your money is, or put your money where your mouth is, something like that. So when you're pushing something, when you want someone to try something, just keep showing up. One day they'll say, okay, fine, let's have a conversation.
Resilience, I think that's what
Exactly.
you're talking about speaks to. Now, on a closing note, we're winding down. You've come from different industries. How important is education and the academic background and backbone to navigating any industry, whether it's creative, whether it's hospitality, whether it's corporate? How important would you say that is, in your opinion?
When you talk about education, especially in this part of the world, people think education has to do with only going to a university. But no, education means being curious to learn, being open to learn new things, being like a sponge, soak it all in. If you're curious, if you're willing to learn new things, if you're willing to take correction, take constructive criticism, you would excel generally in life. That is education. That's how I see education. And anybody that has that kind of mindset will always excel in whatever industry they find themselves in. So yes, education from my definition, being curious, being open to learning new things, being able to take criticism, learn from it, adjust from it, because people can advise you. You can read a lot of stuff. You can read a lot of motivational books from now to Kingdom Come. But if you do not implement it in your daily life, there is no value. So education for me is getting value from every experience you have and implementing it in every aspect of your life. And it's very key to succeeding in every aspect of life, not just in hospitality.
I totally agree with that. Now I'd expand on that and say that collaboration is key. Relationships are key. When we talk about collaboration, I know that Hennessy and Moe have done some collaborations that actually defy the understanding of what conventional, alignments look like. Can you speak to that?
So I look at it from this angle. If you have a dream, you birthed that dream, but you do not have the resources to achieve that dream. It's only best for you to look for someone whose dream aligns with yours, to collaborate. That collaboration will lead you to where you're going to. So yeah, I totally agree in collaboration. That's why you have the Moe Hennessy family. Moe is champagne, as you know, and Hennessy is cognac. And this marriage happened a long time ago, over 260 years ago. Wow. Yes. So it's just a case of trying to own the market, own different parts of the market, own the cognac market and own the champagne market as well. And I'm not talking just about the hospitality industry, I'm also talking about generally for personal dreams as well. You might have a dream, but you do not have the resources, and you have someone that has the resources. It's just best for you to work with a person to get where you're going to.
Alignment.
See, I keep saying, eyes on the prize.
Alignment. The next thing I want to ask you is about your plans for the future. Life is dynamic and no man is static. Where do you, because you strike me as someone who has a creative vision that probably will, a Okay, let me not ask you a question that you won't be able to go into the office tomorrow. But I mean, what do you see for yourself down the road? Or what direction do you feel that your next steps will take?
So I have a dream. I have where I see myself in the future.
Right.
And that is when you mention certain brands that people never used to know, my name comes to mind.
Right.
So build a legacy. You see, I am my brand and my brand is me, regardless of where I find myself tomorrow.
Right, right.
And that is where I'm heading to.
Right.
That's what I want to do.
Right.
So whatever brand I find myself in, I need to make a story that even when I'm not with the brand anymore, when that brand is mentioned, my name comes to mind.
Right.
That's what I see for myself in the future.
Well, that's well answered. with due regard to your current situation, so I decoded that quite quickly. Let's talk a little bit about the strategies that you found most effective in not just managing the brand, but in managing relationships.
Communication. Positive or negative, communicate. When you leave people hanging, nobody likes to be left in the dark.
Right.
So I'm not one to shy away from difficult conversations. People come to me and say, Walter, we have this project. I would think your brand can fit well. And I go back and I look at it and it doesn't. I will communicate to you. It doesn't change the fact that we might have an opportunity to work in the future, but I'm not going to leave you in the dark. So when people are able to have difficult conversations, it makes things a lot easier.
How do you approach a difficult conversation?
There is no rule of thumb to it. Just have it. As uncomfortable as it might be, just have it. Believe me, whoever you're having it, we will respect you more. So tomorrow you'll be like, oh, this person is a straight up guy. He will tell me if he's working or not.
Right. So it's a character thing.
It's a character thing, yeah.
Well, I want to thank you so much. It's been an insightful discussion.
Thank you so much for having me.
I mean, 10 hours and 40 minutes in, and it's nice that the conversations have been insightful for me and meaningful, and I've been engaged in them. So
across different industries.
Across different industries.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
We're bringing this home.
It's imperative.
It has to happen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
And have a good morning.
You too, man. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'd like to thank you very much and call to the seat for interview my next guest, who is Modupe Majeko Dumi. Now, Modupe is an experienced marketing executive with a demonstrated history of working in the consumer goods industry. He's skilled in management, strategic planning, business strategy, project management, and customer service with a strong marketing professional with a bachelor's degree in geographic information science. Wow. From the University of Lagos. So as a Unilag alumni, how do they say, great taco guys?
Believe. Yes,
Good morning. Now, the first thing I want to ask you is, how has your decade-long experience in the beer, wine, and spirits industry influenced your approach to strategic planning and business strategy?
When it comes down to it, how I look at it is I've done business across multiple categories, and I've learned how to handle individual consumers. So when you think about it, I've handled business for the beer consumers, I've done the wine consumers, I've done the spirit consumers. So what it comes together is I have a good widespread ideal of what the wines and spirits consumer is, and that's what's important.
Now, can you share a specific project management challenge that you faced in your role as regional sales and marketing manager for premium wine, and how have you successfully navigated it?
How I'll define it is location-specific dynamics, which is there is fundamentally top line, there's a budget, and then it cascades down. But then what you need to do as the person in charge of the region is you need to understand that there are location-specific dynamics that come into play, which is, I'll use Lagos for example. What works in Ikeja is not going to work in Ikorodu. What works in Ikorodu is not going to work in Ajah. what works in Nigeria is not going to work in Mushin.
Right.
You have the same budget, and you need to make it work. You need to maximize the sale. You need to maximize the equity. You need to maximize the visibility, and you also need to maximize the consumer experience. So what it then pushes you to do is you then need to create idealistic activations that affect the consumers in each individual place.
Well said.
Yeah.
How do you leverage your background in geographic information science to enhance your marketing strategies in the consumer goods sector? Because when I saw that, it's quite interesting.
Okay, so let me put it to you this way. I did geography in uni because I wanted to fly planes. Yeah, to be honest.
Strategic.
I've always been interested in aviation, but then when it comes down to it, Nigeria happened to all of us. But then it was a quick pivot, and I entered this space, and like I said, location determined dynamics, which is based on geographical analysis. So fundamentally, stating it that way is based on the geographical background I have, which is everybody's different, every location is different, every dynamic is different. So what you do is you bring it all together and you analyze it, and then you come up with a solution that works in A, B, C, D, and E.
Now, what key management principles do you prioritize, to ensure effective leadership and team performance in a dynamic work environment?
Well, that's slightly interesting because what then comes into play is the strength of your team.
Right.
Because yes, an individual has the idea, and my role is regional. I cover Lagos, Ogun, Osun, Ondo, Kwara, and I cover the Southwest in general. So where it comes into play is we need to come up with ideals and ideas that engages people in every location. So what then happens is you need to trust the team in each individual location, where one person says, this isn't going to work, and this is going to work. So you need to understand your team members, understand their strengths, understand their weaknesses, understand the person who can present, understand the person who has good Excel knowledge, understand the person who can speak fluently, understand the person who is good with the people on the ground, and then as the leader, analyze the dynamics and then decide what you want to do in each location.
Now, how do you go about making that decision? Like, what are the key factors to making the decision of each location? Obviously, you take into consideration the dynamics of that environment, but what's the oversight function that you use to make your conclusion?
And what it comes down to for me personally is the team, is the individuals in charge, is the individuals you're leading. It is sometimes some people are fortunate to build their team and they hire who they want based on what they want.
Right.
Sometimes you inherit the team and have to make the best of it, which is then at that point you analyze strengths and weaknesses based on who the individuals are and based on their experience what they can do. You understand that? So then you then do an oversight based on your knowledge. And because you have I would say holistic knowledge of the region, and then you know that there's some things that would work in Lagos.
That won't work.
There are some reward situations that work in Lagos, but those reward situations will not work in Elisha.
Right.
So then you decide based on your team members, and then at the end of the day, it's a holistic approach, but then you're the one who has the final sign off on what it is in every territory.
Now, speaking of the territories, Nigeria is a country that has 37 states. How have you managed to cover ground, considering that some regions aren't necessarily accommodating of alcohol?
Well, fortunately for me, I handle the Southwest region, which is very accommodating. And in my business national portfolio, my region is one of the top selling.
Right.
So even though, so I would put it for you, what you said is, might not be as accommodating, but I'll switch it to the top lining.
Right.
So what I do is keep the maximum sales and keep the maximum engagement, because, for instance, Lagos, Nigeria, if there are 100 brands who are coming in, 100 brands for Lagos is a must win.
Right.
In Abuja, that same 100 brands, 60 is a must win. In Port Harcourt, that same 100 brands, 45 is a must win. But Lagos, 100 is a must win.
100.
Yes, because everybody who has investors, everybody who has foreign partners comes to Lagos and they want their brand in ShopRite.
Right.
So when you bring your investors and you take them on a random visit, they go into a regular retail store like ShopRite or Spar, give a Just Right or Adide, and they want to see their brands. So that is the territory I work in, and that is the territory which everybody must win in. So in that situation, it's really cutthroat. You need to do more. You need to push. You need to have a good brand, and you need to be able to sell the equity, and then put everything together, which then transcends into sales.
Now, what is the balance that you observe, and how do you balance, the demands of customer service excellence with the execution of strategic business initiatives in your current role? And why does it make you laugh?
That is an interesting question, because it does apply to my personality versus my business strategy. My personality says not everybody is a customer, but the business strategy says you sell to everybody you can. So how I have handled that in a premium wines brand is you water where you get the best results, because like I said, Lagos is cutthroat. The Southwest region is cutthroat for everybody. You understand that? So then there's a point where you look at it from a brand point of view, but if you look at it from the consumer point of view, and for me, when I say the consumer, is an outlet. Yeah, he wants the best he can get from everybody.
Right.
But I want the best I can get out of the minimum I can give him. Well, let's not call it minimum. Let's call it reasonable. You understand that? Yeah. So when you look at it that way, you do realize and say sometimes it's best to invest in the people who are ready to work with you and get the best results out of those people, instead of taking that same amount of finances and splitting it across people who are taking little bits from everybody. So for me, the one thing I have learned in my experience as a person is not everybody's your customer.
Right.
But then as a business, as an entity, as a brand, building equity, it is you need to invest in these people who are ready to do something with you.
Well, investment in people and human capital is very, very important.
Well, yes, I do. But then when I say people, I say it loosely in the sense that from my point of view, I'm not talking about the direct consumer. I'm talking about the outlets. Because, for instance, I do proper premium wines where they're sold in the really
Affluent.
fine end outlets where they do fine dining.
Right.
So those people are the customers I am thinking about,
Right.
because they are ready to purchase my brands, because they are delivering quality, and they're delivering a certain standard in the
Certain
gastronomy.
standards.
I say
Okay.
gastronomy
Yep.
loosely, you get,
Yeah.
which is they're giving fine dining
Mhm.
with certain quality of wine that pairs with it. So where I am right now is my brands work with that level, and I want to be in that space, and those people are willing to work with me, and then those are the kind of individuals I will partner with.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
We're powering on here.
Of course, and I think this is actually really amazing because I respect this, I like the idea, and I also like the fact that it's something different. I am a willing participant in this. I heard about this, I literally begged to be here because I wanted to sit in this space, because I thought that this would be something amazing and it would be powerful, and it will encourage people to just do something different, do something out of the norm, do something that nobody else has done.
Right.
Well, somebody has done it because there's a record, but then do something that not the crowd is following.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be hella stressful, but then I'm rooting for you.
Thank you so
You
much.
know,
Thank you
if
so
you
much.
let me come back, I'll be here at the end.
Oh, well, you're welcome to come back.
Yeah.
You're welcome to. I don't know what the
Literally.
modalities are though, but
Nah, it's fine.
you're welcome
Just,
to.
even if I'm in the crowd, I'll be here at the end. I'll be
I
here
don't
to
think there'll
cheer
be a
you
crowd
on.
here though.
Oh no, there will be a crowd, trust me.
Why did you say that?
I have a crowd.
Oh.
Literally, the fact that I'm here means that I'm interested enough, and I got
appreciate
you.
that. I appreciate that. It's
got
taken a lot to.
The green, white, green is a little extra, but I love it. I love it.
Nigeria.
I
I mean,
love it.
the truth is, it was actually supposed to happen on Independence Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So this is a big story itself and how this came about.
Tell me.
I would do, but then that would be now me being interviewed, and the whole point is me to
I
do
get
the
that.
longest
Yeah, I get
interview.
that.
But
So
I think that's all
fine.
going to come out after.
Yeah.
The main part or main point of this is that, from what I can see, I'm achieving the objective, and it's just sharing stories with people from different industries and different sectors. And throughout today, what I've seen is that we have an abundance of young people.
Oh no, we do actually.
And people like yourself, where you study something in one sector, but that's not necessarily a reason to, be confined to one space or operate in sort of one sphere or scope. It's how dynamic you are, and many of the people that I've interviewed like you, like that, who are also like you, and it's just been interesting and insightful for me from here. Like I've just literally the hours have just been moving.
Yeah, because to be honest, we do have a lot of that intellectual equity, or what I call it, let's call it intellectual equity.
Right.
Which is people who did study things and they've had to pivot.
Right.
And they're doing amazing things. And I know a bunch of entrepreneurs who are killing it, who are running it, and I think it's an amazing thing watching them doing what they do. And I'm in corporate, let's call it by corporate.
Okay, why by corporate? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because it's like nightlife and everything, So, yeah, so like why corporate is the shirt and the ties and the jackets. And I literally went to work like this.
Power.
Exactly. So the idea is I am in a business where I can express who I am, how I am, regardless of Nigerian dynamics.
As you are.
Exactly. And I find that liberating because give or take 4 years ago, I might not have been allowed on your show.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just being dramatic. Yeah, but it is what it is. But the
Indeed.
world is moving forward.
Most definitely.
And we're getting better. We're all growing. We're all being dynamic.
Mhm.
And then everything is what it is. So yeah. So yes.
I want to thank you so much.
Of course.
For taking time out of your night.
Of course.
To come and talk with me because this
No,
is.
definitely. This was fun for me.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it so
sure.
much. Have a wonderful, I guess, should I say rest of the night or rest of the morning? How do you classify whatever
Rest of
time
the
it is?
morning. Amen to that.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night.
I mean, I don't know that I'll have a night.
Well,
Yeah.
have an amazing rest of your interview.
Thank you.
Let's put it that way.
Thank you.
And I really love the jumpsuit.
Thank you. All right, I would like to call my next guest. His name is Emmanuel Otiekwada, but I know him as Idoma Lion.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. How you doing?
We're holding up. I mean, I'm shocked that at this point we'd scheduled to have a break some hours back, but
Hold on.
thank
Hold
you.
on. It's not
Thank you.
easy.
Thank you.
Wow, over 11 hours.
Yes.
You're making us proud here in Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well done. Well done.
The first thing that I'd like to talk about is obviously you are someone who's known as Idoma Lion.
Yeah.
And you're the founder of Idoma Lion Creations, which is an edutainment organization.
Yeah.
I think that's really important. It aligns with like the purposes of this, which is to provide value. People are being
Yeah.
entertained, but in a way that's valuable, in a way that's
Yeah.
tangible, in a way that's meaningful, and in a
Exactly.
way that hasn't been done before.
Mhm.
Talk me through the African stories that you tell and what influences your selection or curation of the stories that you tell.
Okay, so I grew up with folklores and folk tales
Mhm.
taught by my grandfather of blessed memory.
Mhm.
You know, growing up as a child, when you do something bad, there is a story he tells, scary stories that will make you scared of going inside the house. So next time you don't do those kind of,
Things
those bad,
again.
those attitude. And I mean, it made me to become a storyteller. There's no place I go that I will not acknowledge his impact in my life. So I tell African stories, basically stories about childhood, experiences that I've seen, or stories relating to people's life. And as African, we have stories. Stories that are not told because we feel most storytellers, I mean, before now, because our storytellers are actually doing justice to our stories. Before now, they tell the Eurocentric kind of story. They want to become like, the Western world. They want to tell this kind of story, which is not our story.
Right.
But I tend to, you look at the decadence in the society, how the moral decadence, young boys going into drugs, cultism and all of those. So I see those things as what we need to, portray, what we need to tell, from my point of view, as I happen to be the last child of the first order, because my dad's married to two wives. And from my perspective, what I see growing up in the barracks, drugs, cultism and all of those things, the role parent plays in enhancing their children to go into those kind of lifestyle which they do not want to, because of negligence and all. So I try to portray them in my story. So when people who are yet to be parents see those stories, it opens their mind up to find a way. Well,
opening the mind is really, really important. I think that's creativity that gives birth to innovation. So I totally would agree with you on that. What inspired you to found Idoma Lion Creations, and how do you define authentic African storytelling from just storytelling in Africa?
So what inspired Idoma Lion Creations? You know, so Idoma Lion Creations is from the name Idoma Lion, as a lion from the tribe of Idoma, which is, you know, a tribe in Africa. I started filmmaking about 2 years ago after graduation from the university and 9 to 5 hustle and all of those. Then the first job I got was like assistant, production assistant, you know, and I see the need for people who are coming into the industry to have an understanding of what the industry is about. Although I just ventured into the filmmaking industry. And after that, the next project, I think that was Itura. I was also a production assistant. And then I had other production assistants who were not as skilled as I was. So I took my time to teach them to have an understanding. Okay, this is, although you are coming in as a production assistant, there are departments that, you know, you could, you know, go through. And the main reason for Idoma Lion Creation is to, you know, help upcoming, most especially actors, because we have something like the agency where they give upcoming jobs, and at the end of the day, their money is slashed. Those guys come to set and they stay like for the whole day. At the end of the day, they get like 5% off what the initial payment is. So because I'm part of production, I see all of these things. So Idoma Lion Creation is to help those upcoming, you know, when they come on board, they get the value for what they do, not cutting their salary or cutting their money off. And so that was what bettered Idoma Lion Creation. And telling authentic African stories that are true, stories that are, you know, because storytelling is a slice of life, although it's not life in its entirety.
Right.
But when you see it, you should relate. Like my teacher would say that when you are telling a story, you should learn how to channel. When you channel a story, if you are telling a story as regards to my childhood, or it might not be entirely my childhood, but if I see the slice of it, I can relate to what happened like some 10 years ago. Yeah, so those are the kind of, you know, slices that Idoma Lion Creations wants to bring into African storytelling, using folklore, using folk tales, using music, because Africa, we love entertainment, and entertainment in its totality in theater is called total theater. Yeah, so that is what Idoma Lion Creation is all about.
Okay, now can you share your experiences working on African Magic projects and how they've shaped your career in filmmaking?
Okay, I would say so my first project is All Colors of the World Are Between Black and White, directed by Tunde Akpolao. Yeah, so Tunde, Damilola and Jelax, I call them my film family because they were the one who groomed me. And after that, you know, they were always there helping me through and through, you know. And when I did Itura, you know, aside from the fact that the pay was, you know, good, not compared to other African countries, you know, Kenya, South Africa and the rest, they are well paid compared to what we get here. But it was about 9 months of shoot, so I get to learn directing, I get to learn, although when I was studying theater art, I was a set designer, set dresser, costume designer, did props and all. So, but in film, you know, although they kind of similar, you know. So, directing most especially, assistant directing, and all. So it was a African Magic helped shaped the let me say the courage, you know, the courage to say I can do this. I mean, during Itura I did my first short film, Hope, a horror film, although I think I don't call it my first because it's yet to be released.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's helped build my courage, my confidence in telling stories, because I worked with professionals, you know. and professionals who are ready to teach, to open up. In the likes of James Omokwe, I worked in his production. So there are people who were ready to teach you when you need assistance. They put you through. Yeah. So that's the.
Well, what's your take on the importance of apprenticeship? So you've just mentioned someone putting you through. How important do you think that is to like developing upcoming generations?
Yeah, it's actually the bane, because a wise man once said, who the wise man is, I don't know, that when a person who has a mentor is like 5 steps ahead, because what your mentor didn't do that slowed him or her down, they would teach you and you wouldn't go through those. So I mean, apprenticeship, it's important. Everybody needs to. I mean, some people are gifted, some people are chanced that they don't go through it directly.
Right.
But in a way, if you can, what I advise my younger ones is, while they are in school, when there is a production, come up on board, come and learn.
Right.
Not because of the money is fantastic or anything, it's experience. By the time you are done from this production, the next production you are going into, you are not going in as a novice. You are a step ahead of other people who are chasing after the money. I mean, when I did my first production, I was doing 9 to 5, and the money I was paid was like transportation. And I started volunteering to friends. Okay, Emmanuel, I have production. How much I will pay you? No worry, just give me transport. Say food good day. Yeah, there's food. I go and I assist them. So I was, gathering all of those knowledge. And now in filmmaking, I'm not there yet, but there's little to. There's literally nothing I can't do in regards to filmmaking. Because I'm a writer, director, producer, props manager, continuity, first assistant director. I don't handle camera because the passion for handling camera is not there. If I'd wanted to, it's something I can do, but the passion is not there.
Right.
Yeah, so I would advise, if you can, get somewhere to learn. Most people are saying, the T-Pain generation, we need money. Yeah, money is important, but in as much as you are chasing after money, get the experience. Later, the experience they will pay for will be more than the people who are chasing after money now. So that's what my advice would be.
Now, what challenges have you faced in the industry, and how have you overcome them to establish your presence as a filmmaker?
Okay, I think belittling. As a production assistant, some people want to trample upon you. Some people want to make you feel little. Some people want to make you feel small, like you're not up there. But because I'm someone who learns from everything, I get to understand people's emotion and how to relate to them. You get? There was a set I worked on as a production assistant, and most people were calling me director because of the way, I was able to relate with them. When we read script together, I could break it down to them, help them understand the scripts before they even go on set. So when they go to set and it's just like, okay, director just gives them the directions. They already understand what the story is about, so the respect is there. But I think for young filmmakers who are upcoming, who are not there yet, I feel most of them are being belittled. Most of them are, some people bring bad energy to set and they make them feel like, okay, they are nothing. You get? So, but it's all interesting, it's all fun, because every set that I try as much as possible, to let everybody be free, be happy, because filmmaking is stressful already. Right. So when you come on set, just be happy. As long as you are going to do everything that to make the day successful, do it well, and everybody is happy. We'll go home all happy. They pay our money at the end of the day. Yeah.
Now, what are your goals
in filmmaking?
Yes.
Okay. My goal first is to impart life. Because my slogan, or the slogan of Idoma Lion Creation is, changing life a person at a time. You can't do it all. At least you need to, affect a person's life today, tomorrow, next tomorrow. By that, you can change the world. So my goal is to impart on people's life, and that is why anywhere I find myself, if there are people who are willing to learn, I teach them as much as I can. I don't withhold information from people, because the person you help today, like there are some jobs because I'm busy I can't take. It's those people I have taught, or I have an understanding. Okay, this person can do this in this capacity. I'm able to call them and say, guy, after this opportunity, they should jump on now. And the jump on it is, even if the pay is not much, it can buy like 2 days food. You get.
And food is life.
And food is life. So I try as much as possible to teach as much as I can and learn as much as I can. Yeah, because the person you are teaching today, maybe you might become a producer tomorrow and say, Idoma Lion taught me this. Idoma Lion, are you free? Please jump on this project. So that's it.
That is it. Well, thank you very much. You're part of the team, so you're still around. But thank you for the interview. And I'm curious though, what made you decide to be a part of this project?
Okay. Like I said earlier, someone who is open to learning, open to networking, open to meeting people. I remember the first time we met at the radio station, and you saw my Kembai, and you're like, okay, can I see it? And I'm like, oh, okay, because most people who sees this, they are like, who is this boy? Why is he dressed this way? But you're like, it's nice. And Nigerian just see. I think Nigerian was playing that day, and we eventually won. I was proud. Then I was in the film school. I had to come visit my mentor who works in the radio station there. And then you saw me. And it's just the first time, the way you related. And after that, you gave us 1 or 2 contracts to do, to sew for you. And after that, by the time you spoke to me about this, the idea is, supporting the vision, because I saw the vision, how passionate you are about it. And from your explanation of portraying Nigeria in a true light, most people, something happened some years back. If a white person entered my DM and chatted me up, I responded. After a while, she was like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm in Nigerian. And then she blocked me. Yeah, why? She entered my DM. I didn't enter her DM. And because she learned that I'm in Nigerian, she blocked me. Nigerians are not bad people.
No, we're not. We're not.
Because there are some, decadence in the society, and some people decide to go the other way. It doesn't make everybody bad.
That's every society.
It's in every society. Even, the best of the society that they claim to be, they also have bad people. Yeah, so when you said the idea is to, show Nigeria in its true light, what Nigeria stands for, I am a true supporter of a good Nigeria, and that is the reason why I don't subscribe to Jagba. People want to Jagba, they can Jagba, but I believe that, I can make it here in Nigeria no matter how bad it gets, no matter how good it gets, because even when Egypt was really bad, Isaac, reaped from the land. So there is good in the land, and there are opportunities. And when you spoke about it, I'm like, okay, yeah, let's do this. Let's show that Nigeria is good. And I bought the idea. I'm glad that you are here.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're all here actually. It's been a fast-moving day. Thank you so much for your time.
A very quick one. I would like to say Akbar. Akbar is car. So I left theater for over 7 years now, but my stage play will be coming up on stage in Lagos Fringe Theatre 2024, and it's happening at Freedom Park, 23rd of November. It's a story for the family. It's a story that delves on negligence, child abuse, parental roles,
Wow.
their inactions and their actions that contributed to their children or speaking up when they have been abused. So it's a story for the family. I mean, everybody. I'm using this opportunity to say, okay, let's bring your team. Let all your team come and come watch and see what Idoma Lion Creation is all about.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great morning.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You're
Thank
making
you.
Nigerian proud. You're proud to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
I would like to now call my next guest, who is simply referred to as BJ Crazy now. He's a red carpet host, an MC, an actor, model, producer, event planner, only you. He worked in the logistic team for Follow David, which is the Guinness record attempt for the biggest drawing by an individual, and has worked closely with the media, in the media as a cinematographer, a red carpet host with DJ Consequence, and many more. The first thing I'd like to ask you is, what inspired you to pursue such a diverse career path in hosting, acting, modeling, and event planning? How do you manage to balance all of these roles effectively?
Okay. First off, it's my personality. Yes. I have this personality that is good for camera. That's my camera. What's up? How you doing? So it's easy to be a model. I got the looks, I got the hair. Same goes for acting. I could just...
It's not difficult to find the role.
Yeah, it's not difficult to find that role to put me into. And red carpet also, I'm good with people, communicating. Having a good time on the red carpet and just like forgetting the cameras and we're just doing our thing. So it's fun for me, it's exciting because I get to meet new people.
Right.
And I'm like a people person. I love human beings. I like to be there like, hey, what's going on? What's poppin'? How you doing? Yeah! Yeah, I gotta think, yeah, so.
Now, could you tell me or share with me your experience working with notable figures like DJ Consequence, Follow David, and what did you learn from those collaborations that has shaped your approach to your work?
First thing, they're just regular people. Yeah? Consequence, I know for once, doesn't see himself as a celebrity. That kind of thing. Yeah. But working with them has been a great deal for me because it exposes me. It put me on a pedestal. Like I get to meet a number of people that I wouldn't meet on a regular basis on a normal day, on my normal day. But because I'm getting to work with DJ Consequence, Pauls, Follow David, and a number of them, Mr. Valentino, Zigbo, Peter and Tricks, I get to meet. Come on. So yeah, it's a great one for me though.
Now, from your time on the logistics team for Follow David and collaborating with media and cinematographers, how do you approach building and maintaining strong professional relationships in such a dynamic industry?
Okay, building relationships. One thing for me is knowing how to manage people's expectations,
Right.
and because everybody have expectations for everybody,
Right.
yeah, that kind of thing. So I love people. I'm a people person. I believe I know how to, or to a degree. Some people still they vex for me. I beg no vex. I know say I get bad attitude. So it's just basically knowing how to manage these people and stay professional. Like at the end of the day, it's your craft.
Right.
Like because you are good at what you do, that okay you have that value. Like if you're bad, you're terrible at your job, you're already losing already. Because it's just loud. It doesn't know how to handle the job properly. So first off, you have to be good at your craft.
Competence.
Yes, competence. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to gather that value. You have to be valuable. Then people are like, okay, yeah, that guy. Oh, he's funny. Oh, you have long. You have that. Yeah.
Now, let's talk a little bit about someone you are, well, as someone who deeply understands the game from both a fan and professional perspective. What insights do you aim to bring?
I didn't catch that last part.
Okay.
As a fan of the series.
It's good that you didn't catch it. You weren't supposed to catch that. Hosting the red carpet requires both charisma and adaptability. What is your secret to keeping the audience engaged and bringing out the best in your interactions with guests?
My secret is basically the energy, yeah? I know when I started off, I was still learning, I wasn't that comfortable, that confidence wasn't there, that I had the charisma, I had the confidence though, but I just started out though, I didn't know how to go about it, I was trying to learn the ropes, but now I got it. Yeah, it's inbuilt, it's God-given.
You either got it or you don't.
So like I got that energy, I could just walk up to, like for instance, I'm trying to get someone to come be my guest on the red carpet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy. I could just walk up to, hey, how you doing? You look beautiful today. I love your outfit. Like you right now, like you representing Nigeria, the green, white, green. Like you don't know I'm coming up to you to ask you for, to come talk to me on the red carpet.
Oh,
but I gotta make you, I have to talk to you, make you feel comfortable. Like, yeah, all right, so come with me real quick, let's just have a conversation on the red carpet real quick. Like, no. By the end of the day, some people come by, I get a whole bunch of no's. Like, no. Some people are supposed me, you this boy. I gotta think. By the end of the day, man, you win some, you lose some.
Right,
you gotta do what you gotta do.
That is life. Now, for somebody that wears many hats in the entertainment industry, what do you believe are the key skills or qualities that set you apart and make you successful in each role?
Me personally?
You personally.
Crazy. That's real crazy. What sets me apart, man? Like, what really sets me apart?
By your own assessment.
Well, my look, yeah. The way I carry myself, the way I deliver whatever it is I deliver, because it's crazy, and everybody is crazy. Everybody has that atom of crazy in them. They like to hide it, but my own is in plain sight. So I feel like that is my niche. Like you can see, oh, that nigga crazy.
Excuse him. You said that person. No, what did you say? Jigger.
Yeah, that's what I
said.
said.
Jigger. I think we'd all agree in this room that that's what we heard, right?
Right. Yeah. Right. Cameras. Yeah, that's what you heard,
that's
right?
What we heard.
Yeah.
So, how long have you been at Salkata? Let's talk a little bit about your role there, and production. How your production journey is going so far?
Ooh. Okay, so I've been with Salkata for my entirety in the entertainment industry. That's about like 8 years right now. Like it should be about 8 years in October. I can't remember if I was in 8 years. Like I was introduced to Salkata 8 years ago in October. So I started off as a VJ. Then I was still trying to understand the ropes. All that energy and craziness that I was talking about was there, but when I got in front of a camera, I like froze. Like, okay.
Wow, this is a very, very eventful interview. So what does Salkata mean?
Salkata, it's a botanical name for tortoise.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's like slow and steady.
Right. Wind,
no be rush.
raise.
No be rush. Calm down. Like see me right now. If you had seen me at the beginning of my career, you're like, this one is shaky. Like outside AC chilling, I'm in front of camera, I don't sweat. Because I'm still slow and steady with time. This is me out here just freestyling and the charisma is there. So that's like slow and steady, and it's not just for me. A number of people in Salkata, like they started off knowing nothing, but now they know a whole lot. So it's slow and steady, like no rush. We'll grow together. They're there to they supported me, they guided me, they shaped me into what I am right now.
And what are you shaping into?
What I'm shaping into?
Yeah.
Ooh, number one. Number one. Well, basically, entertainment mogul. Yeah, because I have my hands in, like, I won't say in all aspects of entertainment though, but that's the goal. Like, I got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, like, yeah.
A medley.
Yeah, because it's entertainment at the end of the day. I could be an actor, well, I am an actor. I've done a movie.
And a model.
And a model.
And a producer.
And a producer.
And a red carpet host.
And a red carpet host.
And a comedian.
I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there.
And the crazy man. Have you ever been told that you look like Timaya?
Yes, there's a long list of names a year that I look like. There's
I don't think it could be. Okay, I'll hear the rest
there's
of them.
Timaya. Yes, Omale. When I was in NYSC camp, man, that was my nickname. Like Omale. Like, how? That was the first for me. There is Jim Ike. There's one other person I forget now.
Jim Ike.
Yeah.
Jim Ike.
I can't remember though. But yeah, there's a long list of names. Timaya is common. Like, hey, Timaya. Like, oh, come on, man. Here we go.
Now, I'd like to know a little bit more about you and how you got started in production. When did you first handle a camera and how was that process? What was their connection?
You see the thing with production, na condition make crayfish bend.
Na so.
Year 2020, COVID year, when there was no event, red carpet host, no seafood chop, you guys carry camera, go less so you go seafood chop. So that's how production really kicked off for me. Because if there was no COVID, I probably wouldn't have, because there was no event, everybody was at home, everybody saw, how will I live? Which event will I host? Which red carpet will I host? Nothing, God. So that's when I looked into post-production, how to handle the camera and how to edit, and that's how we actually started. So from there, God has been faithful. I'm still learning. It's still a learning process.
All right.
Yes, it's still a learning process, but I think cover your event.
Well, I mean, you're doing a fantastic job here. Thank you so much.
No allow them, no.
But I'm also curious as to why you decided to be a part of this project.
Because I love you, first of all. I believe in the project, though. Like, first off, man. And I'm there for you.
I appreciate
Why not? Why not, though? Like, no sentimental reason, like, that's basically it. Oh, you doing this? I dare with you. I dare about that. Right,
Thank you so much. All right, well, I'll like to call the next guest, who is being prepared to come on set. His name is Emmanuel Sebastian, and I want to thank VJ Crazy Life.
Thank you for having me. I love every single one of y'all.
All the setup.
No.
All right, so Emmanuel Sebastian is a TV presenter, broadcast journalist, and a football commentator in the MPFL. The platforms he's worked with include Elegbe TV, Nigeria Footballers, Nigeria Info, and he had a dream of becoming a footballer, but that didn't work out. He would love to continue to be in the football industry for many years. Good morning.
Morning, Toyin.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
How has the day been for you today so far? I think I can use you to get an insight to what's going on because I've just been here for almost 12 hours now.
Well, it's been a privilege to be here. I mean, first time being a part of this. So it's a huge honor, a privilege that someone I know is attending this. So yeah, it's been fun, challenging to some extent, but I mean, we're doing this for the record, for the attempt which we're trying to, break. And so it's been wonderful. It's been a good experience for me so far.
Good. How has the reception to it been? You've been handling the social media account.
Well, it's been good. The feedbacks, the encouragement from the people we've had have been encouraging, and it tells that a lot of people are waiting for these sort of opportunities for Nigerians to grab hold of. We've had a couple of Nigerians break the record before, but they want to see more. And in this kind of scenario for interviews, it's not a regular thing you see. But so yeah, it's been good. The feedback has been good. People have been appreciating it. And they're just waiting for the record to get broken officially, and we party. That's just it.
Now, you are someone who is a very, very seasoned journalist and broadcaster. You are someone who I have known for a little while, and it's interesting that I'm now sitting here and interviewing you and using scope, and I've used a little bit of scope just to try and understand what's going on. What initially inspired your passion for football, and how did you transform from an aspiring footballer to becoming a respected commentator and journalist in the MPFL?
Okay, well, for people watching, I'm an Ajegule boy. I grew up in Ajegule, and it's a football-loving community. As a kid, you see people go to watch football, play football on the streets. I grew up in such environments, growing up liking football, played football on the streets as well. This followership, you see your friends supporting the football club, this strong followership as well. So I grew up supporting the football club as well. So that passion has always been there as a kid. I know how to play football. I play very well.
What position did you play?
I play as an attacker.
Okay.
I was very good. I wanted to play football because I see, footballers as, huge celebrities, the love for the game. So I'm not just going because I want to be a celebrity. I know how to play. Even people in my street knew that this guy needs to be a footballer. You need to. But it just didn't work out because while I grew up in a sporting environment, in a footballing environment, I also grew up in a strong Christian home, this whole church thing and all that. So, when my parents see me play football, you know how it is, they beat you, go and read your book, go to church, this and that. So they didn't really, allow me at the time. So the interest, there was conflict of interest at the point. So my parents want me to focus on school, go to church, because they see most footballers as illiterate and all. They don't know anything, they don't know book and all. So they want me to go to school, focus on church. I also play the piano in church. I grew up playing the piano, so that's where they want me to be, not football. So it just didn't work out. So that was how I, from the guy who knew how to play in the streets, the whole people in the area knew me as a footballer. I just stopped training. I focused on, church activities, playing the piano, and education. And that's it. That was how I, left becoming a footballer. Well, at the end of the day, as I grew older, you realize that football is just part of you. So at some point, I knew that I couldn't just play anymore. But I said I still want to be in the industry. So I started going into, journalism, learning from, mentors, going to study, those that have been there before me. From there, moving on, I started discovering myself, covering grassroots games as a journalist, as a young journalist, upcoming journalist, going to, local stadiums to cover local teams. From there, the growth started, growing. I met some key figures, brought me into radio, started, talking on radio. From there, the growth started coming, doing different things. Did my first commentary, started from grassroots as well. And today I'm a commentator for the top flight football in Nigeria. Yeah, so that's how it's been for me ever since.
Now, what has been the most impactful moment in your broadcasting career so far?
Okay, so I think it was when I covered my first Super Eagles game, working with Nigeria footballers. I mean, we see Super Eagles players as celebrities whenever they're
Right.
in town. We see how the camp is bubbling and all. So it was in 2018 at the qualifying game against Benin Republic in Uyo. It was my first Super Eagles game. I mean, I was in camp with these guys creating content for Nigerian footballers as well. So it was the first time I'm with these players close up. So I felt like, okay, I'm getting somewhere, getting closer to these guys, covering the Super Eagles. So I think that was, it really, impacted me a lot. That, okay, I could achieve whatever I want to, in this industry, as long as I keep, putting in the work and I keep the growth coming and all that. So it was really, really impactful. And of course, my first MPFL game, yeah, I think that was an impactful moment for me at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin. It was Vendel Insurance against Rangers International. It was my very first commentary on a top flight football game in Nigeria. So the nerves was there, but I pulled through, So those are the two key moments for me, ever since I started this podcasting journey.
Now, with your experience in sports journalism, what do you think are the biggest challenges facing the MPFL, and how do you believe that the media can help bring positive change to Nigerian football?
For the MPFL, I think the biggest problem is age cheating. I mean, there's a lot of age cheating in the MPFL. We see older players claiming a certain age, which obviously you see them and they are way older. It's just sad to see how these players comfortably falsify their age to, I don't know what the end goal is, but it's a major problem in the MPFL. And one way I think the media can help is we tend to focus a lot on the negativity surrounding the MPFL. Negative news sells faster. You want it to trend.
Right.
When there's a story of age cheating, or when a player comes out to say, okay, he's 19, for instance, and you see a picture that doesn't look 19, you tend to, make that, trend in a negative way.
Right.
So I think we're too quick to report the negative. So if the media people can also focus on the positive, because we have a whole lot of, positive as well.
Right.
As long as they're negative. I mean, the negative side can always be everywhere, but we don't see that much, in foreign football. They have their own negatives, but hardly you see, those negative side, sell so much the way we do ours here in Nigeria. So I think one way the media can help is to focus more on the positive than on the negative.
Okay. Now, I'd like to know a little bit more about your experiences in football and in the football industry. What are the things that you've seen that you'd say are profound, that you'd always remember? Like, what are those experiences?
The experiences, I mean, like I said, getting closer to, the Super Eagles players, I think those are moments I won't forget. And the fact that you are frequent in camp, they see you, and they recognize you. Oh, you've worked with Nigerian footballers, you've worked with social industry, and it gives me that good feeling that, okay, these players know me. At least you've got some couple of access to them. Not everybody who goes to the Super Eagles can interview some certain players, but the fact that they see you work for a platform where there's huge followership, they see your content every day, they see your face, frequently, and you're in camp, they say, oh, this is the guy for Nigerian football. So those are key moments that I won't easily forget as well. So.
Now, how did Nigerian footballers get started?
Well, it's been a journey. I wouldn't say I'm the
founder, but you've been a part of that journey.
Yeah, I've been a part of it. So it's been a great journey. I mean, it's not been easy churning out those contents. From one camera, from little equipment to how it's grown bigger now at the moment. So, I mean, challenges has been on the way. We've had pages taken down for some copyright reasons. It's huge followership,
right.
So you have to start over again from the scratch. That's why we're so careful, with copyright thing and what we put out there. So it's been a huge journey over 6 years now, Nigerian footballers, putting out premium Nigerian football content, on digital platform for people to see, and so it's been good. Like I said, I'm not the founder, but I've been a huge part of it, and I'm grateful for where we are at the moment and what it has become, and I'm still very much a part of it.
Well, I'm looking forward to what the future has in store for you. Thank you so much for being a part of this project and for sharing your story.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I wish you all the best. And
thank you.
Can't wait to see you hit this record.
Thank you. We're getting there. We're chopping the hours up.
Yeah. All the best.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Have a good morning. All right. I would like to invite our next guest to the stage. He is someone who's a Nigerian. So that's something that he has in common with all Nigerians, and his name is Kudus. I would like to welcome Kudus to the stage. All right, good morning. Come.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing very all right.
All right, have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, Kudus, you're a Nigerian, and obviously a very patriotic one. What informed your decision to come up and take a seat here?
In life, as a person, every place you find yourself, there's enough opportunity to come your way.
Right.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but I'm in this building, so the opportunity come to me.
Right.
So I decided to work on the opportunity and to see how it goes and to see what I've got to say to the world. So for anybody that wants to hear what I have to say, so I'm just here to say what I have to.
And share your story. I love that. You're a creative director of musical and documentary movies. Oh wow, done Kudus films, and you work with security. Again, I keep saying this, and I've been saying this recurrently, that the average Nigerian has almost has several identities or things that he does to sustain himself, and you're obviously clearly a multilateral creative. Now, talking about the creative process and your inspiration, how do you balance the creative demands of directing musical and documentary films with the structured environment of your role in security at G4S?
Since I started working with G4S, I've put everything else aside. And the reason why I am working with G4S currently is to get some other things to support.
Right, the actual dream.
So, naturally, for now, if opportunity for the directing comes, I'm always open. But for now, I am working with G4S and I'm proud working with them.
Right, you're employed, so when you're gainfully employed, I don't think